Chapter 3244. The rewards for every martial gathering were extremely generous, and if the rewards weren't good enough, it wouldn't attract people to risk their lives. Under normal circumstances, the rewards were pooled together by the three great sects. Star Soul Palace would also contribute half of the rewards, which included pills, secret techniques, and so on. What made the tens of thousands of participating cultivators even more excited was that not only would the first place in the individual and group battles receive generous rewards, they would also be able to enter the secret lands of the three great sects to cultivate for a month. Each of the three great sects of the Southern Territory had their own unique foundation. Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror World, Heavenly Martial Holy Lands Martial Intent Palace, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds all had their own benefits. The Divine Ascension Mirror World was a place to cultivate one's soul, Martial Intent Palace was a secret land to comprehend various concepts, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds were an excellent place to temper one's physical body. The secret lands of the three great sects contained a cultivator's essence, chi, and soul. If one could pass through one of these three places, their future would be limitless. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a reward? Resources were all external forces, and one's own strength was the foundation. Not only would the first place receive these rewards, but they would also be able to choose any sect to join and be directly nurtured as a core disciple. When this reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley all breathed rapidly, unable to contain their excitement. But then again, in the past martial gatherings, the first-place winners were always from the three great sects, and they were all core disciples. Thus, although this reward was very attractive to 90% of the participants, it was just icing on the cake for the disciples of the three great sects. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. The reason why this reward was given out was to show the other cultivator apart from the three great sects, to attract them to use their full strength and strive for the best ranking. Over the years of the martial gatherings, there had been people who had done this, and it wasn't just once. Originally unknown cultivators had stood out in the martial gatherings, been accepted by the three great sects, and finally achieved extraordinary results. The second-place winner's reward was slightly less attractive. They could only choose a sect to join as a core disciple, so the reward for the three secret lands were reduced to 2. The third-place winner could choose a sect to join, and the reward for the secret lands. Below that, there were only resource rewards. There were no opportunities to join a sect or cultivate in the secret lands. When such a reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley naturally rubbed their palms together. They secretly made up their minds that they had to perform well this time. Perhaps they would really be able to leap over the dragon gate. Phone. Phone. The sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the entire valley, deafening everyone's ears. Halfway up the mountain, silhouettes appeared one after another, each with a different color flowing light on their bodies. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. One after another, they landed on the chess-like high platform in the valley. Kai Yang was also among them. As the referee, he naturally had to take the stage first. This was the first time in Yang Kai's life that he was acting as a judge, but with his knowledge and experience, he was able to remain calm. Standing on the 8th arena, Yang Kai held a jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a series of numbers, each number representing a cultivator. The order of appearance and their respective opponents had already been arranged, so all Yang Kai needed to do was call out the numbers of both sides and wait to see what would happen. Raising his eyes and looking around, he said in a clear voice, "The first match, number 308 against number 1561. As soon as his voice fell, a petite figure flew out from under the stage and landed firmly on it. Bowing to Yang Kai, she said in a crisp voice, "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai sniffed. He wondered if he was older than the other party, but with his strength, there weren't many people in the star boundary who could stand on equal footing with him or call themselves his senior. The newcomer nodded and smiled before taking a closer look. The one on the stage was a petite woman with 2 delicate ponytails tied behind her head. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a decent dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. She didn't look too old and still had some youthful aura. Her cultivation was also quite good, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai wondered which sect she came from. While he was still sizing her up, another person jumped onto the stage. It was a handsome man dressed in black robes that fluttered in the wind. His aura was imposing, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. He was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Kai Yang glanced at him, secretly thinking that this number 301 was in trouble. Not everyone was like him, able to fight above their own realm, beheading opponents who were stronger than them as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The difference in cultivation between two realms was often a huge disparity in strength. If that wasn't the case, what was the point of cultivating so hard? Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be generalized. In a life or death battle, one's own mentality, grasp of the situation, and the ability to adapt to changes were all key to victory or defeat. There were many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Seeing her opponent come on stage, number 301 cupped her fists and politely said, "Rakshasa Sex Jade Chalice." No matter how they fought later, she still had to show proper etiquette. The referee was watching from the side. The man in black robes didn't think so. He just raised his hand and pointed at the Rakshasa Sex Jade Chalice, saying expressionlessly, "Get down, you're not my opponent." His tone wasn't arrogant, as if he was stating a fact. He was indeed qualified to say so. After all, his cultivation was one minor realm higher than his opponent's. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Jade Chalice's face. Biting her lower red lips, she said, "We haven't fought yet, how do you know I'm not your opponent?" The man in black robes said, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Jade Chalice was furious, but she suddenly took a deep breath to calm the anger in her heart. Turning her head to look at the calm Yang Kai, she asked, "Senior, can we begin?" Since she had come here, how could she be scared off by a few words? However, the other party's condescending attitude really made her angry. If it weren't for her good upbringing, she would have taken the initiative to attack instead of asking for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his stomach, looking calm and composed. He nodded and said, "Yes." In fact, the two of them could have started as soon as they entered the ring, but Jade Chalice's scholarly appearance won her some favor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robes suddenly rushed towards Jade Chalice like a whirlwind, a large saber as tall as a grown man appearing in his hand out of thin air. The saber flashed with electric light as he rushed in front of Jade Chalice and chopped down without the slightest intention of showing mercy. Looking at his posture, it was as if he would only stop after cutting Jade Chalice in half. Jade Chakram was shocked. She didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly. There was no warning at all. In a hurry, she flicked her wrist and lashed out with a soft whip, turning it into a series of afterimages to protect her vital points. A series of clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. The two people in the ring, one in front and one behind, rapidly dashed forward, face to face. The man in black robes closed in step by step, the large saber in his hand giving off an extraordinary aura. His attacks were bold and fierce, as if he didn't care about defending at all, suppressing Jade Chalice until she was a little breathless. His cultivation was one level higher than Jade Chalice's, and since he had taken the initiative, he naturally had the upper hand. However, Jade Chalice was obviously not bad. That soft whip in her hand was like an extension of her arm, and even though she had lost the initiative, she was able to block hundreds of fierce attacks from her opponent in an instant. Although she was a little out of breath from the pressure, she was not so weak that she couldn't withstand a single blow. This scene made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows slightly and watch seriously. He couldn't help but take it seriously. He was the referee of the 8th ring, and had to do his best to ensure that no one died. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he had to stop it. This was the first day of the martial meet, and he didn't want anything to go wrong in the first match. To be honest, from a personal point of view, he was biased towards Jade Chalice. This had nothing to do with gender, but mainly because Jade Chalice was very polite to him. On the other hand, the black-robed man's arrogant look made him feel uncomfortable. "I am the referee of the 8th ring, and you don't even call me senior. What do you mean by not even looking at me when you come up?" But the referee couldn't side with anyone, and could only wait and see. At the same time, he sighed slightly in his heart, thinking that Jade Chalice was doomed. Her cultivation was not as good as the others, and she had lost the initiative. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be decided very soon. On the ring, the two people flew quickly, one in front and one behind. In the blink of an eye, they retreated to the edge of the ring. Jade Chalice was forced to retreat, so she couldn't pay attention to the situation under her feet. When she realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Once she fell out of the ring's range, she would lose. This sudden change made Jade Chalice panic, and she cried out in alarm. Her body suddenly leaned back, and her center of gravity was unstable. The black-robed man who was chasing after her had already expected this. After all, the angle of vision was different, and he could see clearly what Jade Chalice couldn't see. Seeing this, he sneered, "Get lost." As he spoke, he slashed at Jade Chalice. Yang Kai almost couldn't help but make a move. But in this instant, Jade Chalice's body bent to an unbelievable angle, one foot hooked on the edge of the ring, and her bent body just happened to dodge the black-robed man's slash. Then, with a shake of the soft whip, she wrapped it around the broadsword, and with a twist, she floated behind the black-robed man. The two people's positions were switched in an instant. Many of the cultivator watching below the ring were stunned, and a group of cheers rose and fell. Obviously, it was Jade Chalice's fellow disciples who were cheering. Yang Kai was also a little stunned. He didn't expect Jade Chalice to find a way out of a hopeless situation. He saw clearly that this wasn't Jade Chalice's plan, and her reaction after missing the step and the panicked expression on her face weren't fake. She was able to escape the danger of falling out of the ring all because of her own adaptability. Chapter 3245. Yu Chao, who had escaped from the crisis, did not stop and flicked the whip in her hand, causing it to shoot out like a snake from its lair towards the back of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's saber missed its target, but his figure had already noticed that something was wrong, so he quickly turned around and slashed out with his saber. Guang. With a loud bang, the black-robed man's figure swayed for a moment before he recovered. On the other hand, Yu Chao was sent flying by a huge recoil, coughing up a mouthful of blood midair before she staggered to the ground. Yang Kai secretly lamented. If Jade Chakram also had the same cultivation as her opponent, that blow just now would have been enough to clinch victory. However, because of the difference in cultivation and Jade Chakram's hasty attack, she was unable to grasp the opportunity and was instead injured by her opponent. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two of them had already walked around the checkpoint where they had failed. It was truly a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his spirits. He hadn't expected to encounter two such people on the first day of the competition. He could see that whether it was Yu Chakram or the black-robed man, both of them were extremely strong in the Dao Source realm. Even if they were placed in the top 3 forces, they would be highly valued figures. Yang Kai really didn't know how they cultivated to have such a heritage. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated all the sects in the world. A sect that could survive for less than 10 million years must have its own reasons for existing. It was not only the top sects that could produce outstanding talents. In a trance, Yang Kai remembered Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The 4 Seasons realm trial had brought fame to 2 people. One was himself, who had refined a heaven-defying extraordinary treasure pill with his Dao Source realm cultivation, and the other was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The octagonal door was a small sect in the Southern Territory, inferior to Blue Feather sect in the past, but Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door, was not even afraid of Wu Chang and was able to fight him head-on without suffering much of a disadvantage, which was a testament to his strength. Thinking of Luo Yuan, Yang Kai had seen a guy who looked somewhat similar to Luo Yuan yesterday, but because he had been too far away, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to him, so he wasn't sure if it was him. Maybe it really was that guy. The octagonal door was from the Southern Territory after all, so there was no reason for them not to participate in the martial gathering. Just as he was lost in thought, Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man began to exchange blows again. On the stage, the 2 men's silhouettes intertwined non-stop, a blade and a whip clashing against each other, producing clanking sounds. One of them had a ferocious aura, and the other was agile. They were actually fighting back and forth, and it was not a one-sided situation. The situation here also attracted the attention of many cultivator. In a short while, the surroundings of the 8th arena were actually filled with people. All of them looked at the stage with a serious expression, secretly wondering how they would win if they encountered these two opponents. Yang Kai was also excited to see this. If it wasn't for the fact that the High Heaven Palace didn't need to open their doors to accept disciples, he would probably have asked Hua Qingxi to hold such an exciting competition. Although this kind of competition was a little complicated, it was indeed the best way to select outstanding talents. However, he couldn't guarantee their character. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the black-clothed man's expression became more and more ruthless. After all, in his opinion, his opponent's cultivation was slightly lower, so he should be able to easily deal with her. However, the fact was that the woman who was jumping up and down was actually the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. This made him feel a little embarrassed, and his attacks became more and more fierce. Although Jade Chakram relied on her own quick reactions and agile movements to constantly contend with him, after all, the difference in cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. It was already very difficult for her to fight until now, and it was almost impossible for her to win. Her two ponytails were a little messy, and many places were broken in half, which was caused by the opponent's astral island. She looked quite miserable, gasping for breath, her chest rising up and down, and her face was covered with fine beads of sweat. However, she gritted her teeth and refused to admit defeat. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that her hand holding the whip was trembling constantly as she continued to exchange blows with her opponent's broadsword. The violent force transmitted from the whip was not something she could withstand for a long time. The black-clothed man obviously knew that using his advantage to attack was a disadvantage, so he didn't give Jade Chakram any time to breathe, forcing her to fight him head-on. Finally, when the saber came into contact with the soft whip, a soft cracking sound rang out. The soft whip was actually cut in half by the saber, and the tip of the whip shot out. The black-clothed man was overjoyed when he saw this. He had had enough of his opponent's whip. Now that he had broken her artifact, how could she still have the strength to fight back? Looking up, a cold light flashed across Jade Chakram's face as she hurriedly tried to retreat. But how could she retreat? Die! The black-clothed man shouted as he swung his broadsword downwards, a look of victory on his face. Winning is not easy. Before this thought had even crossed his mind, he suddenly saw the panic on Jade Chakram's face disappear and a sly light flash across her eyes. Forming a seal with one hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind her. Not good. The black-clothed man's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Jade Chakram had used, it was obvious that he had been careless and it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. A fierce light flashed across his eyes as he swung his broadsword at an even faster speed. Jade Chakram hurriedly used the remaining half of the whip in her hand to block, but her opponent's all-out attack was too fierce for her to block. The broadsword slashed down from her shoulder all the way to her abdomen, nearly cutting her in half. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a rag sack. While in mid-air, she changed the hand's seal in her hand again. The black-clothed man only felt his body tighten as he finally realized what Jade Chakram was doing. The half of the whip that he had sent flying had taken advantage of the moment he was unprepared to wrap around him, catching him off guard. An inexplicable force emerged from the whip, suppressing his cultivation, causing the source qi in his body to become somewhat sluggish. When he raised his head again, a look of despair appeared on his face. Because Jade Chakram had been sent flying backwards, the half of the whip in her hand had been sent flying straight towards his forehead. If this hit, he would undoubtedly die in his current state. "I admit defeat," he hurriedly shouted. The long whip suddenly stopped, stopping an inch away from his forehead. Just a little bit more and it would have pierced through his head. The energy coming out from the tip of the whip was like an awl piercing his forehead, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The half of the whip had been thrown out by Jade Chakram. The fact that it stopped in front of him was naturally not because of Jade Chakram's control, but because of Yang Kai's actions. The moment he shouted the word, "admit defeat," Yang Kai had reached out and grabbed the whip, protecting his life. At the same time, he raised his other hand and Jade Chakram's flying body stopped in midair. The black-clothed man looked over in shock, his face suddenly becoming ugly. Because Jade Chakram's body was floating at the edge of the ring, just a little bit away from leaving the ring. Everything had been for naught. If he had shouted just a little bit slower, Jade Chakram would have lost. But at this critical moment of life and death, how could he dare hesitate? It was useless to be upset now. When Yang Kai released his hand, the whip that had stopped in front of the black-clothed man's forehead fell to the ground. His other hand was slightly pulled back, and Jade Chakram, who was supported by an invisible force, slowly floated in front of him. Looking down at the woman at his feet, Yang Kai frowned. This first battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. Although the black-clothed man didn't suffer too much injuries, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After suffering such a great loss, he probably wouldn't dare to underestimate people whose cultivation was weaker than his. Jade Chakram was even more miserable. She was already at a disadvantage in the head-on confrontation, and now her two arms were shaking uncontrollably. There was a bloody wound from her shoulder to her waist, and blood was gushing out. It was a terrible sight to behold. This could be considered a serious injury. Although it was not life-threatening, if she was not treated properly, she would not be able to face the next battle. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai squatted down and pressed one hand on Jade Chakram's shoulder, urging his Emperor Qi to stabilize her injury. His other hand flicked out a healing pill and stuffed it into Jade Chakram's mouth. Jade Chakram's eyes were a little dazed. Obviously, she had just been hit hard and was still a little dazed. When she saw that it was Yang Kai who was treating her, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed and asked in a trembling voice, Did I win? Yang Kai looked at her with an expressionless face and declared in a clear voice, Contestant 301 wins. Hearing this, Jade Chakram's eyes bloomed with surprise and she smiled happily. When the black-clothed man shouted that he had admitted defeat, she had not fallen out of the ring, so naturally she had won. But soon, Jade Chakram could not smile anymore because of the severe pain from the wound on her waist. She forced herself to look up and suddenly blushed. Where the black-clothed man had cut her, her clothes were tattered and her delicate undergarment was exposed. Others might not have seen it because of the angle, but the referee was squatting in front of her, so how could he not see it? For a moment, Jade Chakram had the urge to faint. Yang Kai really didn't pay attention to this, only thinking that this woman was trying too hard. After noticing that her complexion wasn't right, he followed her gaze and his brow twitched. Taking out a piece of clothing from his space ring, he covered her wound before looking down and shouting, "Who is her fellow disciple?" Immediately, two beautiful women rushed up and cupped their fists. "Senior, take her away and treat her." Yang Kai waved his hand. The two women thanked him and put away Jade Chakram's artifact before helping each other away. Below the ring, everyone was silent. When Jade Chakram walked down, everyone involuntarily parted to make a path for her, their faces filled with respect. On the ring, the defeated black-clothed man stood for a while before shaking his head sadly, cupping his fist to Yang Kai before also flying down. Although he had lost his first battle, it was not a complete loss for him. He would have another chance later, so he was not too worried. Yang Kai stood on the ring and acted like a referee, his expression meticulous as he gripped the jade slip and shouted, "Number 605 against number 8036. Chapter 3246. Perhaps it was because the battle between Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man had a good start, but the following cultivators were all trying their best to show off. They used all kinds of magical techniques and fought fiercely. Some of the fights were really not bad, making Kai Yang nod his head repeatedly. But there were also some fights that were dull and boring with nothing to write home about. If it wasn't for his duty as a referee, Kai Yang would have already dozed off. A day passed, and when evening came, the sounds of fighting in the various arenas in the valley stopped. Tens of thousands of cultivators rested and waited for the next battle. Yang Kai also returned to the spirit peak that belonged to the Azure Sun Temple. He was exhausted from the day. In fact, he only stood in the arena and watched. He didn't fight many times, but it was very tiring to maintain his focus. After resting for 2 hours, Gao Shueting sent a message to him, asking him to come over. Yang Kai had no choice but to open the door and go out. Outside the hall, several elders of the Azure Sun Temple from the Emperor realm were waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, when Zishan grinned, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Yang Kai couldn't help but be suspicious. "You'll know when we get there." When Zishan had a mysterious look on his face as he led everyone in a certain direction. Halfway through, he asked Gao Shueting and found out that they were going to participate in a conference. The martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a grand occasion. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Southern Territory gathered in one place, and hundreds of cultivators from the Emperor realm gathered in one place. It was an extremely rare scene. During the day, a group of cultivators from the Emperor realm were responsible for acting as judges and maintaining the order of the martial gathering. At night, it was time for the cultivators from the Emperor realm to gather and interact with each other. This was also the custom of every martial gathering. With so many cultivators from the Emperor realm, everyone had some good stuff on hand. It wasn't worth it to sell these things, but they could be exchanged with others for treasures they needed. Of course, as the host, the Orthodoxy Temple would also collect many treasures and take them out to attract others during the martial gathering. This wasn't the only exchange meeting. There would be an exchange meeting on the first night and another every 5 days. There would be a total of 6 meetings. It was guaranteed that everyone from the Emperor realm would gain something. Hearing that it was an exchange meeting, Yang Kai was also interested. When they arrived, they saw hundreds of people from the Emperor realm gathered in a large hall. Although there were many people, it wasn't noisy. Only the surging spiritual energy indicated that these people were secretly communicating with each other. After the people from the Orthodoxy Hall arrived, a simple opening speech was given and the exchange officially began. As the host, the Orthodoxy Palace was the first to throw out a few extraordinary treasures, stirring up everyone's enthusiasm. Soon after, there were people who took out things they didn't want to trade for things in the hands of others. During this period, the exchange meeting was just a platform. As for how to make sure both sides didn't suffer a loss, that would need to be discussed in private. Azure Sun Temple didn't make any moves for the time being. Yang Kai didn't know what the others were thinking, but he didn't see anything that interested him. Now that his knowledge and experience were far greater than before, ordinary treasures couldn't tempt him, so he was mainly here to watch the fun. On the other hand, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao seemed to be very interested in many things. Unfortunately, the two of them had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago, so they didn't have enough wealth to exchange with others, so they could only sigh. In the middle of the night, the exchange meeting ended and everyone returned to their own places. The next day, the martial gathering began again, and the mountain valley that had been silent all night was lively again. Yang Kai didn't join in the fun again and just sat in his guest room to rest. Today, he didn't need to be a referee, so with nothing to do, he simply entered the small sealed world to investigate. Recently, he had been busy, so he didn't pay much attention to the situation of the small sealed world. Now that he finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to take a look. As soon as he entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai felt that there was an invisible will in this world that was paying attention to him, as if a sleeping dragon had raised its eyes to look at him for a moment before closing them again. Yang Kai knew that it was the will of the rolling stone, so he didn't take it to heart. In the star territory, using the small sealed world as a carrier, he used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor to devour cultivation stars, inadvertently giving birth to a trace of will in the entire small sealed world, and even transforming it into a rolling stone, which could be said to be a great gain. However, the rolling stone didn't have much self-awareness. Its existence was very strange, and Yang Kai still didn't know how it was born. Even if he was given another chance, he couldn't guarantee that he could make a second rolling stone. Today's small sealed world was vast and full of vitality. The rolling stone had devoured several cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Not only did it integrate the territory of those cultivation stars, but the creatures that lived on those cultivation stars were now all living in the small sealed world. The existence of these creatures brought about birth, old age, illness, and death, becoming, living, becoming, breaking, and emptiness, allowing this world to have an initial cycle of reincarnation. Inexplicably, Yang Kai felt that today's small sealed world was a little different from before. It seemed that this was the real world. With just a thought, an invisible and magnificent force was added to his body, making Yang Kai feel like he was the real world. World force. Only by comprehending the world force could one be qualified to become great emperors. Yang Kai, who clearly felt this power, was pleasantly surprised. Although he could control the small sealed world before, he didn't feel the world force from this world so easily. It seemed that after the rolling stone devoured several cultivation stars and countless creatures, it had really changed this world. Although he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master now, he would never stop at the level of the Emperor Realm. Even if his future was full of thorns, he was destined to move forward bravely. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and focused on perceiving this world. It was a wonderful feeling. His whole body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. It was as if his whole body had integrated into this world, but also as if he was lying in his mother's womb, undisturbed by any external disturbances, allowing his body and mind to drift endlessly. There was no need for him to deliberately feel anything. The world had turned into a hotbed, making him willing to sleep here and never wake up, forever maintaining this wonderful state. Invisible and formless power gathered from all directions, like a silkworm spitting out silk, surrounding him in layers. The world was quiet. Yang Kai closed his eyes and maintained this wonderful state. Suddenly, a chill came from his mind, and all the warmth and comfort disappeared. An indescribable sense of crisis descended from the sky, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes. He felt dizzy and only sensed that the divine sense he radiated showed signs of merging with this world. His face changed drastically and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to force himself to wake up. His divine sense, which had spread like a tide, suddenly returned with a loud bang. His ears went deaf, his vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body stiffened and fell to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes gradually regained focus. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body, as if he was being cut by 1,000 knives. This was especially true for the depths of his head, which felt like it was being torn apart. His fingers twitched for a moment before he slowly regained his senses. Finally, he sat up cross-legged and began meditating. At this moment, Yang Kai's whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water, a look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened. He just wanted to use this mysterious small world to comprehend the world force, but his soul had actually shown signs of dissipating. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, Yang Kai was afraid this time he would have been in deep trouble. What was going on? It was just a small meditation session, but he had almost failed miserably. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he faintly felt that the so-called world force was not something he could touch right now. It was precisely because he had come into contact with the existence of this world force that he was unable to bear it. The Emperor Qi in his body was a little chaotic. Yang Kai wanted to investigate, but he found that he was unable to condense his spiritual energy, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Yang Kai slowly regained his strength and with a single thought, he appeared directly in the medicine garden. The entire mysterious small world had undergone tremendous changes, but the medicine garden had not changed at all. This was the core area of the mysterious small world, and also the restricted area of the entire mysterious small world. The existence of the medicine garden had long been concealed by Yang Kai using some methods. From the outside, this large area was hazy and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Without his permission, even those from the Emperor realm would not be able to break in. After entering the medicine garden, Yang Kai found that there were many people gathered around, all of them origin kings. Obviously, they were the cultivator from the cultivation stars that had been swallowed by the rolling stones. They had probably also discovered the strangeness of the medicine garden and wanted to see what was going on, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. At this moment, they had all gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing how to enter the medicine garden. This scene amused Yang Kai greatly as he did not expect his medicine garden to be so attractive to these people. He had placed the hundreds of millions of living beings in the mysterious small world for two reasons. Firstly, when the rolling stones devoured the cultivation stars, he had no qualms about swallowing these living beings as well. Although Yang Kai had the means to expel them, it would take a lot of time, so he simply let them go. Secondly, he wanted to see what changes would happen to the mysterious small world after these hundreds of millions of living beings moved in. Facts proved that the mysterious small world had indeed changed. If the previous mysterious small world was just an empty shell, then the current mysterious small world had become more substantial. It was like a walking corpse that had its own consciousness and had truly become a world of its own. This could be seen from the changes in the world force. However, Yang Kai would not allow them to have any improper thoughts about his medicine garden. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai released an invisible force from the ground. In the next moment, the many cultivators gathered around the medicine garden showed looks of horror on their faces because everyone was pushed back uncontrollably, as if there was a giant invisible hand dragging them. Whether they were third-order origin kings or second-order origin kings, no one could resist this force. In front of such a force, everyone felt small and insignificant. Chapter 3247. If you dare come any closer, you will be killed without mercy. A majestic voice rang out between heaven and earth, like rolling thunder, deafening everyone. Everyone who had just steadied themselves had a drastic change in expression. They could tell that the owner of this voice was the so-called Lord of the world. Who would dare to stay where they were? They all fled. Two delicate little people noticed the situation here and flew out from the medicine garden like dancing butterflies. When they saw Yang Kai, they bowed. Master? These were Mu Zhu and Mu Lu that Yang Kai had brought out from the ancient desolate lands. Mu Zhu swept her eyes over Yang Kai and covered her red lips. Master, are you injured? With Yang Kai's pitiful appearance, it was difficult not to notice. Yang Kai weakly waved his hand at them and continued to regulate his breathing. The two wood spirits glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. Suddenly, their figures flickered and one stood in front of Yang Kai while the other flew behind Yang Kai. At the same time, they formed hand seals, constantly changing their positions. Suddenly, a dark green light curtain appeared and enveloped Yang Kai. From the dark green light curtain, firefly-like lights flew out and filled Yang Kai's body. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, these lights were swallowed into his stomach. Yang Kai also knew what the two were doing, but he had no intention of stopping them. He had long heard that the Wood Spirit clan was extremely good at healing, so how could he not understand their intentions at this moment? As the dark green light swallowed and exhaled, Yang Kai felt the pain all over his body gradually disappear, replaced by a burst of soreness and itchiness. His body gradually regained its strength, and even his soul that could not be condensed quickly recovered. Looking inside himself, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little surprised as he discovered that there was actually a green light inside his body. This light was full of vitality and was repairing his damaged flesh and meridians. The green light was clearly the work of the two wood spirits. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that the tiny person floating in front of him had a solemn expression. Sweat was slowly dripping down the tip of her nose. It seemed that doing this was a burden for them as well. To be honest, it was difficult to tell if these two wood spirits were Yang Kai or not. But, judging from the person in front of him, it was likely that she was Mu Zhu. If she was Mu Lu, it would be easier for her to be embarrassed. As if sensing Yang Kai's peeping, Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes without batting an eyelid. With two wood spirits assisting him in healing, he was able to relax. In less than an hour, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he had already recovered. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly sensed it as well. They both stopped, and the green light screen that had been enveloping Yang Kai suddenly dissipated, along with the green light. Thank you. Yang Kai thanked him. Mu Zhu pursed her lips and said, Master, you are too polite. Yang Kai stood up and swept the medicine garden with his divine sense, raising his brow. Although he had planted many spirit flowers and rare herbs in this medicine garden, Yang Kai had never carefully taken care of them because there was the immortal tree here. The immortal tree was full of vitality, and coupled with the heavy earth and many earth vein stones in the medicine garden, anything he planted here would not wither. But now, looking at it again, such a large medicinal garden had been taken care of in an orderly manner. The spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs were not spaced apart, but they were arranged neatly. Some of the short plants had already borne fruits. Those fruits were cyan, green, and red, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai was sure that this was the work of the two wood spirits because he had only casually arranged these herbs when he was planting them before, so there was no need for him to carefully plan them like this. He even saw many plants that he had never seen before, but they all seemed to have just sprouted and looked very young. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were particularly conspicuous as they were located on both sides of the medicine garden. Yang Kai looked over and saw a leaf of the immortal tree curled up like a small bed. Looking at the firmament tree, there seemed to be a similar situation. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "Do you usually sleep on those leaves?" Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other and the former said, "Is it not good? If it is not good..." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You are the experts in this area. Do whatever you want." "Thank you, Master." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me? I should be thanking you." The Wood Spirit clan was an existence that specialized in taking care of medicine gardens in ancient times. If there was a wood spirit in a medicine garden, the yield would increase by at least 30%. Yang Kai did not expect that Mu Lu would force two of her people to stay with him. From this, it could be seen how attractive these rare plants were to the Wood Spirit clan. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were not very willing to be separated from their clansmen, but after coming to this medicine garden, they understood why their patriarch wanted them to do this. The legendary immortal tree and the incomparably wondrous firmament tree were existences that could only be seen in the records of ancient books. Who would have thought that they would be gathered in this small medicinal garden? When they entered this medicine garden that day, the two wood spirits were stunned, and only then did they understand their patriarch's intentions. These two precious treasures could only be carefully taken care of by the Wood Spirit clan, and by taking care of them, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu could also obtain great returns. This was related to the special cultivation method of the Wood Spirit clan, so it was not something that outsiders could understand. Mu Zhu bit her red lips and said with some apprehension, "Master, we decided to plant some things here." "I see." Yang Kai had long discovered that there were many sprouts that had just broken through the ground in this medicine garden. Although he didn't know what they were, since they were planted by them, they must be rare spirit medicines. If they wanted to plant them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stop them. In any case, once they matured, he would be the one to benefit. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of objecting, Mu Zhu couldn't help but feel relieved. Every wood spirit had collected many strange seeds and planted them in this medicine garden. If Yang Kai objected, even if they couldn't bear to, they would still have to eradicate them. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of objecting. "Plant whatever you want, there's no need to tell me. Since the medicine garden has been handed over to you, you can make the decisions here." "Thank you, Master." Mu Zhu smiled but hesitated to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hesitate." Mu Zhu glanced at Mu Lu and pushed her. Mu Lu blushed and said shyly, "Master, can you expand the medicine garden a little? The place now is a little small." The medicine garden wasn't small. Many of the herbs that Yang Kai had collected over the years were planted here. How could it be small? But to the wood spirits, it was still small. Such a medicine garden, whether it was Mu Lu or Mu Zhu, could be managed by one person. It was a little difficult to expand. "Of course it can be expanded. How much do you want to expand it?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mu Lu thought for a moment and said, "Double? What other request do you have?" Mu Lu lowered her head and said, "If Master can find more seeds for us from outside, that would be great." "No problem." Now that the High Heaven Palace was powerful, it was naturally easy to collect some seeds. The two wood spirits only had these requests, so after mentioning them, they were satisfied and warmly invited Yang Kai to take a look. They weren't asking for credit, but just wanted to show their results. Yang Kai didn't refuse and immediately strolled around the medicine garden with them. The two wood spirits accompanied him on his left and right, explaining a thing or two from time to time, allowing Yang Kai to gain some knowledge. It had to be said that the wood spirit clan's understanding of flowers and plants was unparalleled. They knew the characteristics of each spirit medicine, its growth environment, its maturity cycle, and how to harvest it like the back of their hand. After half a day, Yang Kai left. Before leaving, he naturally doubled the size of the medicine garden according to their wishes. There was nothing in the new medicine garden, so Yang Kai left it to them to deal with. The next few days were uneventful. Yang Kai spent most of his time in retreat, meditating in his room. While cultivating, he recalled the insights he gained in the small sealed world. Although he was quite embarrassed at that time, it wasn't without gains. At the very least, he gained a better understanding of the world force. After a few days, Yang Kai acted as a referee for another day. That night, he called Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to participate in the exchange meeting. Last time, Yang Kai just came to join in the fun, but this time, he came prepared and had a target to exchange with. It was rare for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather together, so Yang Kai could exchange some strange seeds from them to satisfy the needs of the two wood spirits. As for what he wanted to exchange, he had a variety of monster cores in his hands. If he took them out, they would definitely cause a commotion. There were also various artifacts and pills, but Yang Kai still chose Emperor pills. 2 bottles of Emperor pills were thrown out, and sure enough, it attracted the interest of many people. As he wished, he was able to exchange them for some plant seeds. After returning to his room, he tossed them to Mu Zhu and Mu Na. Seeing Yang Kai get the seeds so quickly, the two wood spirits were naturally happy. Although they had also collected some seeds themselves, the medicine garden was now expanding, so they didn't have enough seeds on hand. The seeds Yang Kai exchanged just happened to solve this urgent problem, so they kept urging Yang Kai to bring them more. Yang Kai naturally agreed. However, he probably wouldn't be able to exchange for anything at the exchange meeting. Seeds, even if someone had them, they would just collect them casually. It was impossible for them to be treasured like the wood spirits, so naturally, there wouldn't be too many. Yang Kai could only wait until the end of this martial gathering and return to the Northern Territory to think of a way. He believed that by then, with the help of the entire Northern Territory, collecting some seeds would be a piece of cake. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on his door. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. The door opened, and a woman dressed as a maid stood outside. She bowed and said, "Elder Yang, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." This maid was arranged by the Orthodoxy Temple to serve them. In truth, the Emperor realm didn't need to serve them. They were only here to run errands and do odd jobs. "Who is it?" Yang Kai felt a little strange. Since it was someone who wanted to see him, it was definitely someone with a lower status than him. Yang Kai couldn't think of anyone who would want to see him at this time. "It's a woman. She said she's here to thank Elder Yang for saving her life. She seems to be called Jade. Chapter 3248. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, it should be the woman who fought in the 8th arena on the first day of the martial meet. Seeing that she wasn't stupid, Yang Kai smiled lightly. His first thought was to refuse. That day, he was the referee, so when the Jade Chakram was sent flying, he naturally had to lend a hand. He didn't expect the other party to repay him, but after thinking about it for a moment, since the other party was already here, it would be unreasonable to refuse, so he quickly changed his mind and said, "Bring her here." The maid nodded and left. Outside the hall, Yuchuan stood there respectfully, her hands held flat, holding a piece of washed clothing. She looked a little nervous, wondering if Elder Yang would see her. After receiving Yang Kai's help that day, she had recovered after a day of rest. She wanted to thank him immediately, but she didn't know who Yang Kai was or which great force he came from. She had been inquiring about him for the past few days and had finally found some clues. The referee who saved her and secretly fed her a spirit pill turned out to be an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's name was not unfamiliar to many people in the Southern Territory. He had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, he had been conferred the title of Guest Elder by Azure Sun Temple, and he had clashed with an elder of Star Soul Palace during the coronation ceremony. It was just that he had kept a low profile for more than a decade and was gradually forgotten. Yuchuan didn't expect that she would be lucky enough to meet such a person and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Now that she had inquired about Yang Kai's identity, she immediately rushed over. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple came in and out, and after seeing her, they all looked at her strangely. Some people even asked her why she was here, but after learning that she was here to visit Elder Yang, they didn't ask any more questions. Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, the maid returned. Jade Chakram's expression turned serious as she looked at her nervously. Fortunately, the maid smiled slightly and said, "Elder Yang invites you in." "Many thanks," Yuchuan nodded politely. The maid didn't say anything more and turned around to lead the way. Jade Chakram followed behind without looking sideways. Not long after, they came to a side room. The maid gestured, and Jade Chakram took a deep breath and stepped in. There was only one person in the room, standing by the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the distance. After hearing the sound, he looked back, and when their eyes met, Yuchuan immediately recognized him as the referee of the 8th arena. Rakshasa Sect's disciple Yuchuan greets Senior. Yuchuan stepped forward quickly and bowed. Yang's eyes, Yuchuan's eyes met, Yuchuan's eyes, and smiled, "Use Chuan." Yuzhua raised her head and stared at him with her big bright eyes. She said respectfully, "A few days ago, I was saved by Senior and received the help of the elixir. Yuzhua is here to thank you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's my duty. Miss you, you're too serious." Jade Chakram pursed her lips and smiled, "Senior, saving me is your duty, but giving me the spirit pill is a kind act." Although Jade Chakram's consciousness was hazy at that time, I didn't completely lose consciousness. If it weren't for Senior's spirit pill, Jade Chakram wouldn't have been able to continue the next few days of the competition. This was the truth. Although she didn't know what grade of spirit pill Yang Kai had secretly given her, without that spirit pill, she definitely wouldn't be able to go all out in the following matches. She suspected that the spirit pill was an emperor pill, because only an emperor pill would have such a powerful effect, allowing her to recover on the second day. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but didn't comment. Logically speaking, as a judge, he shouldn't have given the contestants any spirit pills. However, he did it secretly and believed that no one would notice. The jade pendant also wouldn't spread the news. Moreover, it was given after the competition, so it didn't matter. Jade Chakram took a step forward and raised the clothes in her hands slightly. "I've washed Senior's clothes and have come to return them." Yang Kai nodded, "Put them down." He didn't reach out to take them. It was just a set of ordinary clothes. At the time, he had casually taken them out to cover Jade Chakram's wounds and didn't think of taking them back. However, this woman's actions made Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Jade Chakram obediently put the clothes in her hands to the side and turned her head, curiously looking around the room. She didn't show any fear, but instead appeared natural and unrestrained. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said, "Is there anything else?" Although the door wasn't closed to avoid suspicion, it wouldn't be good for a man and woman to be seen in the same room. Not to mention he was now a judge. How could he privately interact with the contestants participating in the martial meet? If word of this got out, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be slandered. Yang Kai's words had the intention of sending her off. Obviously, Jade Chakram wasn't stupid and understood the meaning behind his words. Quickly taking out a set of beautiful clothes from her space ring, she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Senior's great kindness, Jade Chakram will always remember. I didn't know what to give Senior as a thank you gift, but I just happened to see a set of good clothes in the market and bought it. If Senior doesn't mind, please accept it." Her voice became softer and softer, obviously feeling that it wasn't appropriate for a woman to give a man clothes, but she really didn't know what to give Yang Kai as a thank you gift. Yang Kai's cultivation was obvious, and he had given her an emperor pill to heal her wounds. Obviously, he was quite wealthy. With her financial resources, even if she went bankrupt to buy something, it would probably be of little value to Yang Kai. Rather than waste it, She simply bought a new set of clothes. She had dirtied one of Yang Kai's clothes, so giving him a new one could be considered returning the favor. Regardless of whether it was expensive or cheap, it was still a token of goodwill. Glancing at the extremely beautiful clothes, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time someone had given him clothes, and it was someone he hadn't had much contact with, and a woman at that. If this scene were seen by others, it would be difficult for them not to misunderstand. Staring at Jade Chakram thoughtfully, Yang Kai said lightly, "As the referee of the martial meet, I will be impartial on the stage. Saving you is only part of my duty. Giving you a spirit pill was only a small gesture because the martial meet was already over. If it had been anyone else, I would have done the same." The implication was that she shouldn't think too much. Yang Kai suspected that this woman had approached him for some special purpose. If that was the case, then this woman was simply too realistic. Jade Chakram nodded. "Senior is right." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking. Although Jade Chakram didn't meet his gaze, the corner of her eye clearly sensed something. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, she lowered her head and said, "If Senior doesn't like it, then I will take it back." Her mood couldn't help but be a little gloomy. She bowed and said, "Sorry for disturbing Senior, Junior will take her leave." Speaking of which, it was only a set of clothes. How could she have the nerve to take it out? Now that she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Since it is a gift of thanks, there is no reason to take it back." Jade Chakram looked up at him with a stunned expression. Without waiting for her to recover, Yang Kai took the clothes from her hand. He didn't try it on, mainly because the clothes were too beautiful. If he wore it, he would definitely look flashy. Yang Kai didn't dare to wear it. Seeing that he really took it back, Jade Chakram suddenly smiled, revealing 2 small dimples on her cheeks. Her eyes were clear. It seemed that he had thought too much. Yang Kai observed her expression and made a judgment in his heart. Then Senior should rest, Junior will take her leave. Jade Chakram bowed again, feeling both physically and mentally happy. Wait a moment. Yang Kai raised his hand. What other instructions does Senior have? Jade Chakram half turned and looked at him curiously. I heard you mention a city square just now. Is there a city square nearby? Jade Chakram nodded and said, There is a large city square inside the Orthodoxy temple. Everything is sold there. Senior hasn't been there before? Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know about this, so he asked, Where is it? It's just below a canyon, not far from here. If Senior wants to go, I can take you there. Jade Chakram volunteered. Just point me in the direction, I'll go there myself. Jade Chakram smiled and said, It doesn't matter, my competition today is over anyway, there's nothing else for me to do. Yang Kai didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't know what the word avoid suspicion meant. When she heard that Yang Kai wanted to go to the city square, she became extremely enthusiastic, even adding, I don't know what Senior wants to buy. I'm quite familiar with the city square, so I can show Senior the way. Since she had such good intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so after hesitating for a moment, he simply nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Jade Chakram quickly waved her hand. Senior is too polite. After reaching an agreement, the two of them walked out. Yang Kai wrapped Jade Chakram in his Emperor Chi and followed the direction Jade Chakram pointed towards the city square. Casually asking about the situation of the competition over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that Jade Chakram had actually passed all the challenges without suffering a single defeat, which made him look at her in a new light. In fact, Yang Kai had seen this on the first day. Based on her performance at that time, no matter what the final result of this martial gathering was, she would definitely enter the eyes of many people. As long as the Rakshasa sect was willing to let her go, Yang Kai estimated that the top 3 great forces in the southern territory would not refuse her joining. The question was, would the Rakshasa sect be willing to let her go? Of course not. It was not easy to cultivate such a disciple, so how could they give her up so easily? Moreover, whether she was willing to leave the Rakshasa sect was still unknown. Chatting along the way, Yang Kai had more or less grasped her personality. She was quite lively and cheerful, and indeed not a scheming person. Yang Kai didn't reject such a person, not to mention she was quite beautiful and had a clear voice, so it would be nice to have her by his side. The martial gathering has always been a place for fish to leap over the Dragon Gate. If at the end of the martial gathering, someone invited you to join a better sect, what would you choose? Yang Kai asked casually. Jade Chakram suddenly said with a solemn face, "The sect has been very kind to me, and my honored master has treated me like her own parents. I will not leave the Rakshasa sect." After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Senior, do you want me to join the Azure Sun Temple?" She looked embarrassed, as if she didn't know how to choose. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "I just asked casually, that's not what I meant." "Oh," Jade Chakram nodded and suddenly pointed down, "We're here, that's the city square." Chapter 3249. The city square was very large. A canyon that was more than a dozen miles long was almost the entire territory of the city square. On both sides of the canyon, inside the caves, there were many shops. Countless cultivators came and went, and the sounds of shouting could be heard constantly. This was the market of the Orthodoxy Temple, and all the shops belonged to the Orthodoxy Temple. There were also some businesses owned by the Orthodoxy Temple's disciples, selling everything. Although it was usually lively, it was not as lively as it was now. The main reason was because of the recent opening of the martial gathering. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Southern Territory gathered here, so naturally some people came here for a stroll. Yang Kai had not yet landed when he saw the cultivator below dressed in the same clothes, and groups of disciples shuttling back and forth. In fact, every great sect had a market like this, and Azure Sun Temple also had one, but Yang Kai had not seen it before, so he thought it would not be worse than this one. Landing in front of the market, Yang Kai was not stopped, and he walked directly in with Yu Chua. Women were naturally interested in this kind of lively place, and their personalities were cheerful and lively, so after arriving here, they smiled and walked backwards, looking at Yang Kai and asking, "Senior, what do you want to buy here?" Although she was walking backwards, it was as if she had eyes on the back of her head, shaking her shoulders from time to time to avoid the crowd. "I want to buy some seeds." Yang Kai looked around. The reason he came here on the spur of the moment was to buy some seeds. The main reason was that the woodbead and woodew's demand for seeds was too great recently. Although he had obtained some from the exchange last time, it was simply not enough for them. When he sent the seeds over, the two wood spirits kept urging him to get more as soon as possible. Before, he did not think that there would be a market here, but now that he knew, he decided to make a trip here. Seeds. Yuchua was a little stunned when she heard this, seemingly not expecting Yang Kai to come here for this, but after thinking for a while, she said, "I know where they are, Senior, come with me." Saying so, she turned around and drilled into the crowd, like a fish swimming in water, her figure flexible. Although Yang Kai was not in a hurry, he did not fall too far behind. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a shop. It was a shop that sold herbs. Under normal circumstances, this kind of shop would also sell some seeds, but the quantity would definitely not be too much. In fact, this was indeed the case. Under Yu's inquiry, the shopkeeper took out some seeds. Yang Kai checked them a little and did not dislike them. He bought them and left. Who would have thought that Jade Chakram would actually haggle with the shopkeeper? She had a sharp tongue and forcefully lowered the price by about a fifth, which made Yang Kai laugh. When it was time to pay the bill, Yu Zhuang also wanted to snatch it. How could Yang Kai let her do this? Naturally, he didn't agree. After leaving the shop, Jade Chakram led Yang Kai to the next shop. She seemed to be very familiar with the place. Yang Kai wondered how many times she had been here. After half a day, they had reached the end of the 10-kilometer market. Yang Kai's harvest was also quite good. Although the seeds he bought weren't too precious, the two wood spirits didn't ask for too much, so he just let them try to grow them. "Senior, what else do you want to buy?" Jade Chakram blinked at him. "Nothing for the time being." Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked at her. "You still have to compete with others tomorrow. Go back and rest early. I'll have to trouble you today." Jade Chakram smiled, her eyes curved into a crescent shape. "It's no trouble at all. If Senior has any instructions in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." After a pause, she said, "Then I'll go first." Senior, you should also go back and rest early. Yang Kai nodded, and Jade Chakram rushed to the sky. Halfway through, she looked back at Yang Kai and waved her hand vigorously. Watching her leave, Yang Kai weighed the animal skin bag in his hand and stuffed it into the small sealed world. He placed it in front of the medicine garden, believing that Mu Zhu and Mu Lu should be able to find it. He turned around and flew towards the spirit peak where Azure Sun Temple was. The news that Rakshasa sect's Jade Chakram came to look for Yang Kai spread like wildfire among Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Murong Xiao Xiao deliberately came to ask about it, as if Yang Kai and Jade Chakram had some unspeakable relationship, making Yang Kai a little speechless. Even Gao Shueting looked at him a little strangely. Xiao Baiyi, needless to say, had a look of disdain on his face, which made Yang Kai a little angry. The following days were still uneventful. Yang Kai would come out of seclusion every few days to act as a judge in the mountain valley. As time passed, more and more cultivators were eliminated. Those who could continue to stand in the ring were more or less capable. During this period, Jade Chakram once again stood in the 8th ring. Her opponent was still a cultivator from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. This battle was even more difficult than the battle on the first day, but it was resolved by Jade Chakram's ability to adapt at the critical moment. She did her best to blast her opponent out of the ring. However, Yang Kai also saw that although Jade Chakram's ability was good, it would be difficult for her to enter the top 10. Her cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. If she also had the cultivation of a 3rd Order Dao Source realm, she would definitely be in the top 5 of this martial meet. Yang Kai did not go to the Emperor Realms exchange anymore. There was nothing good anyway. However, Gao Shueting came back to pass a message to him. Many cultivators from the Emperor Realm wanted to exchange some Emperor pills from him, and he had to name the price himself. Yang Kai ignored all of them. That day, he exchanged Emperor pills for seeds casually. How could he throw out more Emperor pills to attract covetous eyes? On the 20th day of the martial meet, the results of the individual battle rankings were released. The one who won first place was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, nor was it a disciple of the 3 great forces, but someone from the octagonal door. Yang Kai recognized this person. She was the beloved daughter of the previous sect master of the octagonal door, Su Zi. This was a huge upset, causing the 3 great forces to lose face. Yang Kai did not have much contact with Su Zi, but he knew that she had a soft spot for Luo Yuan. Back then, when Yang Kai refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the 4 Seasons realm, Su Zi asked Yang Kai for one. She wanted to give it to Luo Yuan to help him reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible, but Luo Yuan did not appreciate her kindness. Instead, he directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and forced her to swallow it. Falling flowers are filled with love, but flowing water is unintentional. After so many years, Su Zi's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. With the extraordinary treasure pill as her foundation, it was not difficult for her to break through to the Emperor realm. This time, she suppressed tens of thousands of young talents in the Southern Territory, adding luster to the octagonal door. For this reason, the unknown octagonal door once again entered the sights of many masters. In fact, since Luo Yuan ascended to the Emperor realm, the octagonal door was no longer a small sect. Its influence had expanded greatly, and Luo Yuan had also taken over the position of octagonal door's sect master. This time, Su Zi also won first place in the martial gathering's individual battle, which brought great glory to the octagonal door. Today, the octagonal door only had Luo Yuan in the Emperor realm, but in time, when he and Su Zi fully grew up, they were bound to lead the octagonal door to prosperity. One had to know that the reward for first place in the martial gathering was an opportunity to cultivate in the secluded lands of the 3 great sects. Coupled with the extraordinary treasure pill, Su Zi would likely be able to break through to the Emperor realm after coming out of seclusion this time, making countless people green with envy. Second place went to Shui Yi of Azure Sun Temple, who lived up to expectations, suppressing the participating disciples of Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Third place went to Orthodoxy Temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land had no chance to enter the top 3 this time, so the leading elder had a bitter look on his face, probably not knowing how to report back. Further down the list, most of the disciples from the great sects ranked near the top, showing the strength of their respective sects. The individual battles ended here, and the remaining 10 days were for the group battles. The competition venue was still this mountain valley. Several hundred people from the Emperor realm spent a day dismantling the hundreds of arenas and dividing the entire mountain valley into more than a dozen territory areas, each of which could accommodate hundreds of people. In the individual battles, only one referee was needed, but in the group battles, 5 referees were needed in each territory to ensure that no one died. Naturally, Kai Yang was also called up. Just like before, everyone would take turns to act as a referee, rotating once every 3 days. In order to compete for the ranking of the group battles, the disciples of each sect did their best, fighting vigorously in the arena. All kinds of tricks emerged one after another, and plots and tricks were played one after another, making people amazed. It was hard to imagine that this group of people would do anything for the ranking. But it was no wonder, the ranking was related to the face of each sect, who dared to not pay attention. Azure Sun Temple's disciples were all elites, and no matter what the ranking was in the individual battles, they were invincible in the group battles. In the first few days, they didn't meet any opponents at all, until they met the disciples of the other 2 top sects. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating again when a maid came to report that Yuchua was asking for an audience. Ever since that day, Jade Chakram had come here every few days. There was a legitimate reason for this visit, the main reason being that she was here to deliver seeds to Kai Yang. At that time, she saw that Yang Kai was very interested in the seeds in the market, so after returning, she asked her fellow disciples to help collect them, and then sent them to Yang Kai. She had already delivered 3 times, and although the things were not expensive, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was not right. This woman's eyes gradually became a little sticky, and Yang Kai was not inexperienced. How could he not know what she was thinking in her heart? Perhaps the way he saved her the first day had buried something in her heart, and through these days of contact, it gradually showed signs of taking root and sprouting. Although she was very careful to hide it, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not see it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to have a good talk with her. He really didn't want to provoke any woman now, and the matter with Ji Yao was not clear yet, so he asked the maid to bring her in. Not long after, a head popped out from the door frame, and Yuchua smiled and said, "Senior, did I disturb you?" After several contacts, she found that Yang Kai was not arrogant and was more familiar with him. "Since you're already here, what can I do if I disturb you?" Yang Kai looked at her snappily. After several contacts, they were familiar with each other. Chapter 3250. Yu Chao stuck out her tongue and flashed into the house, taking out an animal skin bag and handing it to Yang Kai as if she was presenting a treasure. "I found some more seeds for you, take a look." Yang Kai reached out and took it, muttering, "You don't need to find more in the future, it's enough." Yu Chao froze for a moment and nodded, looking a little disappointed, but she soon cheered up and asked, "Senior, why do you collect these seeds?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "How could I not pay attention to what Madam told me?" "Madam?" Yu Chao was obviously surprised. "Senior, you have a madam?" How come she had never heard of such a thing? These days, she had inquired a lot about Yang Kai, but there was no information about this at all. Yang Kai nodded, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, "I have several." Several. Yu Chao couldn't help but be a little absent-minded, her mood suddenly becoming very lonely. She was no longer as lively as before, and when she learned that Yang Kai not only had a madam, but several, she obviously became a little absent-minded, casually chatting with Yang Kai for a while before taking the initiative to leave. Yang Kai sent her to the door, looked at her departing back, and slowly shook his head. He had no choice but to reveal his personal secrets, so he just hoped to cut the Gordian knot. The group battle was still going on in full swing. The more they went on, the more elite they were, and the more intense the fights were. The foundation of many sects in the southern mountain range could be seen through the group battle. The more they could stay at the end, the more powerful the sect behind them was. Naturally, none of the 3 major forces were eliminated. Unsurprisingly, the final 3 places were contested by the 3 great forces. The group from Azure Sun Temple finally lived up to expectations and won the competition at the Dao Source Realm level. Although they lost in the competition at the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm, it was not a big deal. The rankings had all been announced, and hundreds of the Emperor Realm's tens of thousands of participating disciples once again gathered in the mountain valley. Xiao Yu Yang loudly announced the names of the top 10 in each stage of the competition and the rewards they received. The cultivator and sect whose name was called out all felt proud, while those who failed secretly swore to wipe away their shame at the next martial gathering. The Southern Territory martial gathering came to an end, but the crowd did not disperse. According to tradition, the Orthodoxy Palace, as the host, would host a banquet on the last night. Whether it was the people from the Emperor Realm who came to hold the line or the tens of thousands of participating disciples, they were all invited. The banquet would be held at night, so it would take some time. Yang Kai returned to his residence. Not long after, the maid came to inform him again that Yuzhua was asking for an audience. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He pondered for a moment and said, "Just say I'm not here." Although he hadn't made it clear last time, he had made his intentions clear. Yang Kai didn't know what Yuzhua was thinking, but he really didn't want to provoke her again. The maidservant looked at him curiously, not understanding why Kai Yang had treated Jade so well a while ago, but today he didn't even want to see her face. However, this wasn't something she could control, so she could only obediently withdraw. Outside the hall, the maid returned and looked at Yuzhua. "Elder Yang isn't here?" Yuzhua asked curiously. "I saw him come back." The maid smiled slightly. "Perhaps he went out again." Yuzhua obviously didn't believe her. She had seen Yang Kai return here with her own eyes and there was no trace of him leaving, so how could he not be here? Just as she was about to ask the maid to take a look again, she suddenly seemed to realize something and squeezed out a smile. "Thank you for your trouble." The maid shook her head and said, "Young lady is too polite." Yuzhua turned around and her eyes suddenly turned red. She flew back to where she had landed in a fit of pique, but stopped halfway, turned around, and stared at Yang Kai's room, waved her hand vigorously, and left quickly. Yang Kai stood by the window and took in this scene. He sighed slightly. Since things had come to this, he could only silently bless her in his heart and hope that she could break free from this quagmire soon. At night, the valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here and tables were set up all over the valley. Maids and attendants shuttled back and forth, and the disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace were also busy, serving up fine wine and delicacies. The Orthodoxy Palace was hosting a banquet, and such a grand occasion was rarely seen. In the place where the people of Azure Sun Temple gathered, Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "Where is Senior Sister Gao?" He didn't see Gao Shueting. Murong Xiao replied, "Senior Sister said she was feeling a little unwell, so she didn't come." "Are you okay?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Murong Xiao blushed a little and said, "It's not a big deal, I just need to rest." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. With so many people coming to toast, the people of Azure Sun Temple naturally couldn't just sit still. Under Wen Zishan's order, several people from the Emperor Realm had to go out and toast. On the way back, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and saw a figure flash by, rushing into the darkness and disappearing. "What the hell?" Yang Kai frowned, threw down the wine glass in his hand, and followed. A moment later, a few miles away, a person was waiting in front. Yang Kai walked over and cupped his fists. "Brother Luo." Luo Chen turned to look at him and said lightly, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" Yang Kai frowned. Just now, it was Luo Chen who quietly sent him a message, asking him to come over. Speaking of which, although he and Luo Chen came here to participate in the Southern Territory martial meet this time, they really didn't communicate much with each other. This guy was even less talkative than Xiao Baiyi. At the very least, Xiao Bai would occasionally speak a few words, but Luo Chen was like a mute, unable to utter a single word. He seemed to be an anomaly in the entire Azure Sun Temple. According to Murong Xiao, none of the elders in the temple had a particularly good relationship with him. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with him and didn't speak much, let alone have the slightest friendship. Yang Kai really didn't know why he called him over in the middle of the night. "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you," Luo Chen said and led the way. "Senior Sister Gao?" Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why was she being so mysterious? If Gao Shueting wanted to see him, she could have just come here directly. Why did she ask Luo Chen to pass the message? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai followed behind Luo Chen. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and said, "Brother Luo, this isn't the way back." Looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were flying out of Orthodoxy Temple, which made him feel even more strange. However, Luo Chen, who was leading the way, didn't explain at all, which made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. His figure suddenly stopped as he stared at Luo Chen's back. Luo Chen also stopped and looked back at him. "Brother Luo, what are you doing?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Luo Chen repeated, "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you." Yang Kai asked, "Why does Senior Sister Gao want to see me?" Luo Chen said, "I'm only responsible for passing the message. I don't know the specifics." Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before suddenly flipping his hand and taking out a communication artifact. He poured his divine sense into it and contacted Gao Shueting. Luo Chen's actions made him feel a little suspicious, so he couldn't care less about offending Luo Chen at this time. He had to find Gao Shueting and clarify things first. The communication artifact quickly responded. Yang Kai, who had finished his investigation, was stunned. Gao Shueting really wanted to see him, but she didn't say anything and only said that he would know when he got there. After putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai cupped his hands awkwardly at Luo Chen. After all, his actions just now clearly showed that he didn't trust Luo Chen, but it turned out that he was overthinking things. Luo Chen was still the same as before. He didn't say a word and continued to lead the way. After a while, the two of them left Orthodoxy Temple. Naturally, no one stopped them along the way. Luo Chen sped along the way. About an hour later, Luo Chen pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, "Senior Sister Gao is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "You're not going?" Luo Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Yang Kai was speechless. Serves you right for not having any friends. No one can get along with this bullshit personality of his. I really don't know how Gao Shueting made him move. Yang Kai looked in a direction. The mountain wasn't far away, so Yang Kai rushed over. When he landed on the top of the mountain, Yang Kai looked around. There was no one around. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but there were no traces of living beings. "Senior Sister Gao!" Yang Kai shouted, but there was no response. He felt that tonight's events were even stranger. First, Luo Chen was asked by Gao Shueting to pass a message to him, but now that he was here, Gao Shueting was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she hasn't arrived yet? Suspicious, Yang Kai took out the communication artifact again and poured his divine sense into it. He wanted to ask Gao Shueting, but this time, Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. Just as he was focused on fiddling with the communication artifact, a shadow silently appeared behind him in the darkness. The shadow was like a wisp of black smoke that suddenly appeared without any warning. What was even stranger was that even though it was so close, Yang Kai didn't notice it at all. The shadow slowly condensed into a blurry figure that seemed to disperse in the wind. The figure raised a hand, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed it at Yang Kai's back at an extremely slow speed. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The world was quiet, and only the sounds of birds and insects could be heard. Yang Kai was still fiddling with the communication artifact. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he didn't notice the danger behind him at all. All of a sudden, the sounds of birds and insects stopped abruptly, as if they had been frightened by something. All the sounds were completely wiped out at this moment. The dagger that had been slowly moving towards Kai Yang's back suddenly burst forth with an unimaginable speed, fiercely thrusting forward. Yang Kai felt a stabbing pain as his emperor chi erupted. The communication artifact in his hand exploded into a cloud of dust. His flesh wriggled and became as hard as iron. The foot-long dagger penetrated 5 inches into his internal organs, but it was firmly locked in place by his muscles. The black figure holding the dagger fluttered, and a look of shock burst out from where his eyes should have been, as if he hadn't expected that his attack would be blocked. Although the dagger had penetrated Yang Kai's body, it didn't achieve the desired effect. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood what the problem was. There was something wrong with this person's body. It was not something an ordinary person's body could compare to. Without giving him any time to react, Yang Kai glared at him, turned around, and threw out a punch. Chapter 3251. A violent burst of chi burst out, but it passed through the dark shadow's body and hit the air, causing a crack to appear in the void. Now that he had been exposed, the dark shadow no longer hid and stabbed forward with the dagger in his hand, intending to kill Yang Kai. Chi. Yang Kai did not move, but he was pushed back continuously. The ground under his feet seemed to have been plowed, creating two long gullies. He stretched out a hand to grab the dagger that had pierced into his waist, ignoring the blood dripping from his fingers as he stared at the dark shadow in front of him, trying to get a better look. Just now, he had been on the brink of death, which made him both shocked and angry. He was shocked because his opponent had attacked without leaving a trace, and he had not even noticed it. This person's assassination technique was simply amazing. Who in this world could block such a method? He was angry because he had actually been attacked by someone. He had been able to avert the danger not because he had detected any killing intent, but because he instinctively felt that something was wrong and moved his body to the side to avoid being hit. Otherwise, he would have been in a really bad situation. Hong hong hong. A violent force passed through the dagger and exploded in his body, turning Yang Kai's waist into a bloody mess. He had no choice but to circulate his emperor chi with all his might to resist the power of the explosion. Golden blood filled his mouth as he roared, "Who are you?" He was led here by Luo Chen and had contacted Gao Shueting before coming here, so he did not think too much about it. Who would have thought that he would be attacked here? This was obviously a premeditated assassination. He could not figure out who he had offended to use such a method to kill him. What role did Luo Chen and Gao Shueting play in this whole process? He did not want to think too much about it, but he had to. The most important thing now was to resolve the crisis in front of him and figure out the identity of the person who had attacked him. He could deal with Luo Chen and Gao Shueting later. The dark shadow did not answer and continued to push Yang Kai forward. Yang Kai scanned the dark shadow with his divine sense, but he still could not see the true face of this dark shadow. He could not even detect any vitality from it. It seemed that it was really just a shadow and not a physical body. Yang Kai was furious and threw another punch. The black shadow turned a blind eye and allowed the fist to hit its body without any resistance. Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright. There was a strong poison on the dagger, but he didn't know what kind of poison it was for it to take effect so quickly. Not bothering to probe further, Yang Kai's space principles surged as he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the black shadow. The black shadow let out a muffled groan, and its erratic body suddenly became much more solid. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. His brute force had no effect on his opponent, and even his emperor chi could not hurt his opponent. If even his space principles were not effective, then he was afraid that this time he would really be in deep trouble. Fortunately, the law of space did not disappoint him. Under the compression of space, the black shadow was indeed unable to bear it and showed signs of revealing its true body. Cut! Yang Kai roared as a moon blade appeared out of thin air, turning into a beautiful arc that cut through the black shadow's body. A burst of warm blood spread out as the black shadow was cut into 2 halves, but strangely recombined. However, the blurry face clearly showed a painful expression. Although the crescent blade did not kill him, it had injured him. Before Yang Kai could make a second move, the black shadow suddenly let go of the dagger and retreated. How could Yang Kai allow him to come and go as he pleased? Opening his 5 fingers, Yang Kai clenched his fist and the space around the black shadow suddenly froze. This move was beyond the black shadow's expectations and could be described as impossible to guard against. Only now did the black shadow realize that this person in front of it was not to be trifled with. No wonder his superiors wanted him to kill him first. Otherwise, he might have really ruined his plan. Exile. Yang Kai roared, and the space that imprisoned the black shadow began to collapse. A black hole suddenly appeared behind the black shadow, and an extremely terrifying suction force came from the black hole, wanting to swallow the black shadow whole. This black shadow was too dangerous. Even the moon blade could not kill it, so Yang Kai did not have the mood to investigate its identity. He would kill it first and think about it later. The exile secret technique was a divine technique that could banish the target into a void crack. No matter how weak the black shadow was, once it was banished into a void crack, it would not be able to escape and would eventually die of old age in the void crack. Feeling the aura of nothingness and chaos coming from the black hole, the black shadow became a little flustered. When a sharp whistle sounded from its mouth, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared from all directions, each of them holding a powerful artifact and bombarding Yang Kai indiscriminately. Yang Kai's expression changed. He did not expect this guy to have helpers, and these helpers' cultivations were all from the Emperor realm. Looking up, he was shocked to find that these figures were all very familiar. Every one of them was a face that he had just dealt with recently, and some of them were even faces that he had just met during the day. These people were actually from the Emperor realm that were led by various large sects and families in the Southern Territory to participate in the martial gathering. However, at this moment, the aura coming from these people made Yang Kai's heart palpitate. Looking up, the Emperor realm was wrapped in a faint black chi. Demonic chi! The scene in front of him was too familiar. How could he not know that the Emperor realm had already been corroded by the demonic chi, and their bodies and minds had become the demon race? How could there be demonic chi? In that moment of hesitation, his body was already enveloped by a violent energy. A small bell suddenly appeared, spinning and becoming as tall as a person, enveloping Yang Kai within. The pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and beasts on the bell seemed to come alive, quickly swimming around. The mountains and rivers bell. More than a dozen people from the Emperor realm attacked with all their strength. Even Yang Kai did not dare to casually take this attack head-on, not to mention now that he was poisoned and had a dagger stuck in his waist. With a series of rumbling sounds, the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, blocking all the attacks. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly shrank and was held in Yang Kai's hand. Turning his head, he saw that the black shadow that was about to be swallowed by the banishing secret technique had taken advantage of his distraction to break free from the shackles. In the darkness, a pair of indifferent eyes stared deeply at Yang Kai, and then its body exploded, turning into countless wisps of black smoke that scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since the attack failed, it retreated 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth, his heart filled with extreme grief and indignation. He had never suffered such a big loss since his debut. He had almost died at the hands of others, and he did not even get to see the other party's true face. He did not even know the other party's origins. It was simply a disgrace. Yang Kai did not have time to investigate either. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm had already activated their Emperor artifacts again and attacked him madly. Obviously, they were trying to buy time for the black shadow to escape. Yang Kai pulled out the dagger stuck in his waist and sealed the wound with his secret art. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of a white-bearded old man, punching him in the face. The white-bearded old man did not make a sound as he was sent flying backwards, fainting mid-air. This old man was only a first-order Emperor realm master, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? The remaining people from the Emperor realm were fearless and showed no intention of running away. For people rushed out from the left and right sides while the others held their Emperor artifacts and bombarded him indiscriminately. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them coldly as his figure flickered to avoid a barrage of attacks. The two sect masters who had rushed over were caught off guard and were blasted to pieces, not even leaving behind their bones. Yang Kai didn't know which sect's sect master had died here. The mountains and rivers bell attacked again, enveloping the three people on the right. A world-suppressing pressure descended from the sky. The three people sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. When the bell rang, they lost control of their strength and their Emperor Chi became chaotic, causing them to stagger and fall down. Before they could land on the ground, the mountains and rivers Bell had already covered their heads and trapped them. Yang Kai did not stop and flashed to the side of a beautiful woman. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and pushed his Emperor Qi. First, her Emperor Qi was imprisoned, then he slapped the back of her head, knocking her out, and threw her into the mountains and rivers Bell. In the blink of an eye, half of the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters who had set up an ambush here had been killed, and the remaining half saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, so they didn't continue to fight and instead scattered and fled. Yang Kai wanted to chase after them, but half of his body was starting to go numb. He could only grit his teeth and stop, watching them escape. After scanning the surroundings with his divine sense and confirming that there was no more danger, he reached out and grabbed the two people who had been knocked out, throwing them into the mountains and rivers Bell to suppress them. Then, his figure flickered and he hid in the sealed world bead. In the medicine garden, Yang Kai appeared with a slightly pale face. He went directly to the immortal tree and sat down cross-legged. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard the commotion and came over. When they saw Yang Kai in such a state, they were shocked and hurriedly surrounded him, casting their arts to heal him. A green light curtain enveloped Yang Kai, and with the nourishment of the immortal tree's vitality, Yang Kai immediately felt much better. In fact, the injuries he suffered this time were secondary. Although the dagger had stabbed into his body and damaged his internal organs, with Yang Kai's current physique and strong recovery ability, it was not a big problem. The key was the strange poison on the dagger. He did not know what kind of poison it was, but even with Yang Kai's current physique and second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was still poisoned. His Emperor Qi surged and cleansed the numb half of his body. With the help of the two wood spirits, that half of his body gradually recovered. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai. Otherwise, if it was any other third-order Emperor Realm Master who was poisoned by this strange poison, they would not be able to save the situation. Yang Kai was now a half-dragon, and the dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative conditions. Naturally, poison was one of them. Although the poison on the dagger was strong, it was still not enough to kill a dragon race member. Even if an ordinary dragon was poisoned, it would not be a big deal. However, Yang Kai was only a half-dragon, so it would take some effort to expel it. The two wood spirits were not only good at healing, but also at detoxifying. With the cooperation of the two, in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was no longer the normal golden color, but a green light. It was pungent and unpleasant to the nose, and when it fell to the ground, it made a sizzling sound. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his body a little. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him, but when he recalled the attack just now, he still felt a lingering fear. Chapter 3252. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had rarely met an opponent he could fight. He had even killed a few third-stage Emperor realm masters, so his mentality had inevitably changed. Today, he realized that the world was so big and there were so many capable people out there. The price of underestimating others was to suffer. It was all thanks to his half-dragon body that he was able to escape from death this time. If not for his half-dragon body, that Black Shadow's sneak attack from behind might have taken his life. If not for his half-dragon body, the strange poison on the dagger would have also caused him to die without a burial ground. It was because of the sturdiness of his half-dragon body that he was able to stop the dagger's advance with his flesh and blood, preventing himself from being fatally injured. He was able to slow down the spread of the poison and truly survive. Thinking back to what happened tonight, Yang Kai was full of doubts. He came here because Luo Chen had used Gao Shueting's name to pass on a message. Otherwise, why would he come here for no reason? The Black Shadow's ambush here was obviously premeditated. What did this have to do with Luo Chen and Gao Shueting? Previously, he had contacted Gao Shueting and received some response. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have trusted her so easily. There was also the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, which made him feel that something was wrong. The demon thought had just been discovered in the Southern Territory. During the dozen or so years when he returned to Hung Luo Star Field to fight, the Southern Territory had been hunting down and searching for those escaping demon wills. It was said that they had already been wiped out, so how could there be so many people who had become the demon race? Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. These dozen or so people were from the Emperor realm who had come to participate in the martial meet this time, and he hadn't noticed anything unusual until morning. If they had all quietly become the demon race, then what about the others? Hundreds of the Emperor realm's elite disciples from the southern territory had gathered in that mountain valley. If they were all killed, then it would be a big joke. Not daring to think about it anymore, Yang Kai flashed out of the sealed world bead. On the mountain peak, the mountains and rivers bell stood quietly. The mountain peak was a mess, and there were traces of the battle left behind. There was some movement inside the bell. Obviously, the suppressed enemies inside were trying to find a way to break out, but the suppression force in the mountain valley was extremely strong. How could they break out at will? Yang Kai punched the bell, and with a loud bang, the bell immediately quieted down. Only a few miserable cries could be heard. Yang Kai. The situation was as he had expected. This old man had become the demon race, but it seemed that he had not become the demon race for long. The demonic chi had not eroded too much, so he could still be saved. With a solemn look on his face, Kai Yang's aura suddenly underwent an astonishing change. In an instant, it became ancient and desolate. It was as if he had stepped out from an ancient and distant world, giving off a feeling of incompatibility with the current world. The power of a wizard. Yang Kai was not only from the Emperor realm, but also a wizard king who specialized in all kinds of wizard spells. From his previous contact, the power of a wizard was definitely the most effective way to restrain the demonic chi. Reaching out and pressing on the old man's head, Yang Kai chanted a complicated and strange spell. A layer of hazy light instantly enveloped the old man. In the next moment, the old man's body suddenly glowed with a pale red light. Blood. In that ancient world, Yang Kai had fought with the demon race for many years. He had the experience of saving people who had become the demon race. The bloodthirst could effectively resist the erosion of the demonic chi, and with the help of his wizard spells, it should not be difficult to pull this old man back from becoming the demon race. However, the bloodthirst was formed by stimulating the blood essence of the cultivator. This old man was not young, so his lifespan would be affected. But how could Yang Kai care about this now? He just wanted to quickly understand today's matter and then make plans. The bloodthirst was activated, and the spell changed again. This time, it was exorcism. The old man instantly trembled like a sieve. His face twisted, as if he was enduring great pain. Wisps of black smoke came out of his 7 orifices. The black smoke disappeared as soon as it left his body. It was the demonic chi that had invaded his body. It was all purified by the exorcism. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black. Even though Yang Kai had sealed his power, he still bared his teeth and roared at Yang Kai like a ferocious beast. It seemed that he would not stop until he bit off Yang Kai's flesh. The scene in front of Yang Kai reminded him of his past experience. In that ancient world, the demon race and the barbarian race fought each other. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. If he had not experienced it himself, it would be difficult to imagine how cruel the war between the two races was. But soon, the old man's struggling and roaring subsided. The demonic chi overflowing from his 7 orifices became less and less, and the darkness in his eyes gradually faded. After a few dozen breaths, the old man collapsed to the ground as if he had been fished out of the water. He blinked his eyes and asked blankly, What happened? Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly, Do you recognize me? The old man's vision gradually focused and he asked in surprise, Are you Elder Yang of Azure Sun Temple? Don't you remember what happened to you? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The old man frowned and thought for a moment. After a while, his face changed greatly. This old man what happened? He seemed to have some impression of what happened just now. He was not completely ignorant. Yang Kai said, You were eroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race. When did you become the demon race? How did you become the demon race? Become the demon race. The old man's face changed and became extremely pale. He laughed twice and shook his head. Impossible, this is impossible. He still didn't believe it. He had been chasing those demonic wills in the Southern Territory for many years. He obviously knew what it meant to become the demon race. He had even seen others become the demon race. It was a real change in temperament. They didn't recognize their own family and could even kill their own wife and daughter. But he never thought that this kind of thing would happen to him. For a moment he felt a little uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. Look at the four of them." The old man turned his head and looked at the four people lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing that the four people were still wrapped in the dark demonic chi, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had to face reality. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all the strange things that happened to him. Think about it carefully. Is there anything suspicious? The old man hesitated. This afternoon, Madame Han and I were invited by Elder Feng to see Temple Master Lei, and then, I don't remember much. Feng Ming Lei Gu? Yang Kai's face changed. To be called Elder Feng and Temple Master Lei by him, there were probably only two people in the entire Southern Territory. If these two people were the main culprits, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the Orthodoxy Hall. His face was full of worry. That's right. The old man slowly shook his head. It can't be Temple Master Lei who did this. Elder Yang, where are you going? Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yang Kai suddenly rush into the sky and rush in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He staggered to his feet, feeling incomparably weak. He turned his head and looked at the four people lying unconscious on the ground. Then he looked at the scene of the battle around him. He slapped his thigh in annoyance and said in pain, "The world is going to change." He could faintly feel that the world was about to change. With four people by his side who had become the demon race, he couldn't just ignore them. If they woke up, they would probably go out and wreak havoc everywhere. But he had some friendship with these four people, so he couldn't kill them. He could only think of a way to imprison them first, and then find Yang Kai to rescue them later. Since that Elder Yang was able to save him from his bedevilment, it wouldn't be difficult for him to save the other four. The Orthodoxy Hall was currently in chaos. There were sounds of fighting everywhere, and people were constantly running away. Bodies fell into pools of blood one after another, dying. One of the three major sects in the Southern Territory had become as cruel as hell in less than 2 hours. One after another, people from the Emperor realm covered in black gas shuttled back and forth. They killed people like they were cutting vegetables. Their pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. More than 100 people from the Emperor realm formed a circular formation, forcing all of the escaping people to retreat to the valley. That was the place where the martial gathering and tonight's feast were held in the Southern Territory. Feng Ming held the communication compass in his hand and checked the information inside. He frowned and turned to Lei Gu, saying, "There's news from that side. They failed." Lei Gu's clothes fluttered. Although his entire body was also covered in pitch-black demonic chi, he clearly didn't lose his rationality. This was because he wasn't simply corroded by the demonic chi, but rather possessed by the demonic intent. The current Lei Gu was no longer the Lei Gu from the Orthodoxy Hall. Feng Ming was clearly the same. Hearing this, Lei Gu angrily said, "How did they fail? How could such a foolproof plan fail? I don't know the exact situation, but that person escaped." Feng Ming shook his head. Lei Gu's expression turned ruthless. It was because he was afraid of that person's space divine technique that he thought of ways to get rid of him first to prevent him from using the space divine technique to mess things up. However, he didn't expect that he still didn't succeed, which made him very dissatisfied. However, he also knew that even that person failed, so even if he personally made a move, it wouldn't be much better. It could only be said that man proposes and God disposes. It seemed like he still underestimated that person's ability. "Hurry up. Try to get this done before the news is leaked," Lei Gu ordered. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flashed and he shot into the night sky. Under the night sky, Yang Kai's figure flickered. His face was tense, and while his heart was slightly relieved, he was also extremely worried. He originally suspected that this matter was related to Luo Qin and Gao Shueting, and reality proved that it was related to them. However, what made him feel slightly relieved was that it wasn't their original intention. Luo Chen and Gao Shueting were probably also corroded by the demonic qi and were then controlled by someone else. Yang Kai also suddenly recalled that Luo Chen and Gao Shueting seemed to have gone out together during the day. Now, it seemed like they were summoned by Lei Gu. Their situation was probably the same as that old man, and they were both careless. However, he couldn't understand. Didn't they say that the demon thought in the Southern Territory was already suppressed? How could they still make such a big move? Furthermore, they purposely chose the time of the martial gathering in the Southern Territory. It was obvious that the plan was grand and wasn't done in a day. They probably planned this a long time ago. Chapter 3253. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to Orthodoxy Temple, but the scene he saw made his eyes twitch. The sect protecting array of Orthodoxy Temple had been activated, and a translucent barrier of light covered the temple like an inverted bowl, protecting it completely. Before he arrived, he heard a series of screams. It was obvious that many people had already been killed. Looking at a certain location in Orthodoxy Temple, he saw black qi rising to the sky and demonic qi growing everywhere. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. If he remembered correctly, the place where the demonic qi was born should be where tonight's banquet was being held. Before he left, several hundred elite disciples from the Emperor Realm and several tens of thousands of Southern Territory had gathered there. Could it be that they had all been killed? Thinking about it again, that didn't seem right. If that was the case, there was no need for Orthodoxy Temple to draw him away. Several hundred disciples from the Emperor Realm, and many of them were third-layer emperors. If they had all been killed and corroded by the demonic qi, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself. The purpose of drawing him away was obviously because Orthodoxy Temple was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control the situation and decided to make the first move. Yang Kai's proficiency in the Space Divine technique was no secret, and once they failed to strike him, Orthodoxy Temple would have no chance to strike again. From the looks of it, although the situation was dangerous, it hadn't reached the point of no return. Yang Kai guessed that when Zishan and the others wouldn't be so easily corroded by the demonic qi and might be resisting inside Orthodoxy Temple. His figure flickered and he stopped in front of the great array. Looking around, his eyes widened in anger. Inside Orthodoxy Temple, many cultivators were scrambling to escape. They had obviously sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape from the whirlpool that was Orthodoxy Temple, but with the sect protecting array blocking them, how could they escape? They were all blocked, and many of them were killed by the pursuing demons. Others, seeing that there was no hope in escaping, hurriedly returned to find another way out. Screams, pleas for mercy, and cries of grief filled Yang Kai's ears. The people who had been alive and kicking during the day had all been reduced to meat paste in an instant, causing Yang Kai to burn with anger. Sweeping his gaze around, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly froze as he stared at a certain spot a few dozen meters away. On a small slope, a corpse was lying on the ground. The clothes were familiar, the face was familiar, but there was a hole in the chest, and the internal organs could be vaguely seen. Fresh blood dyed the slope where the corpse was lying. The blood had not dried, the eyes were not closed, and the head was tilted to one side as it lay there motionless. The originally dazzling eyes were now dim and had lost their luster. Jade Chakram? Yang Kai's lips parted as he called out softly, but there was no response. The person who had been looking for him for the past month had died just like that? Yang Kai simply didn't dare believe his eyes. The clear and melodious voice reverberated in his ears, and the figure that turned around and waved goodbye to him was incomparably clear. He still remembered the apprehension she had when she came to thank him with clean clothes, and the expectation in her eyes when they talked many times. He had once whipped a famous horse when he was drunk. Fearing that he would hurt the beauty because of his passion, Yang Kai didn't dare and wasn't willing to entangle himself with her. Thus, he shut the door and put an end to it. However, that lively figure was now lying on the cold slope, as if she had some kind of premonition. Before she died, her eyes were still open as she looked in this direction, looking at him who had returned after so long. The blood in his body suddenly became bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai avoided that pair of soulless eyes that were staring at him. He didn't dare to meet her gaze, so he lowered his head. The hair in front of his forehead cast a shadow over his eyes. He clenched his fists and roared towards the sky, "Lei Gu!" Several dozen li away, Lei Gu, who was standing in the void, turned his head when he heard this. He coldly snorted, "You actually came back." His eyes flashed and then he rushed in that direction. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's angry roar was clearly heard by quite a few cultivators who were currently running away. Right now, they were gathering towards him from all directions. They stopped in front of him and shouted through the sect protecting Great Formation, "Senior, save us!" Yang Kai looked up and swept his eyes over their panicked faces. His eyes locked onto a certain place behind everyone. Lei Gu's tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the void. His face was cold and his eyes were pitch black. Demonic chi wrapped around his entire body. As soon as he appeared, he gently waved his hand. Yang Kai's eyes shrunk. He shouted at the cultivator in front of him, "Hurry and run!" How could they still escape? Lei Gu was a third-layer Supreme Emperor. Now that he had been corroded by demonic thoughts, his bloodthirst had become his nature. An invisible slash swept over and directly cut several dozen people in half at the waist. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in the sect protecting Great Formation. All living beings wailed in grief. Being cut in half at the waist wouldn't immediately kill someone, but it would make them experience boundless fear before they died. Those miserable screams and wails added endless gloominess to this world. "You still dare to come back?" Lei Gu coldly looked at Yang Kai and sneered. "Sure enough, it was you who did this." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Lei Gu sneered and said, "So what if I did? What can you do to this king?" Yang Kai glanced at the sect protecting Great Formation in front of him. His boundless anger and guilt were suddenly suppressed. He calmly said, "You think a Great Formation can stop me?" Lei Gu said, "Then you can try." Yang Kai pointed at him, "If I don't destroy your orthodoxy temple, I swear I am not human." At this moment, a person suddenly shouted from inside, "Yang Kai, orthodoxy temple has become a demon's den. Quickly go and ask for help." Yang Kai was startled. He recognized that it was Wen Zishan's voice, but he didn't have time to pay attention to Lei Gu. He shouted loudly, "Temple Master, what's the situation inside? It can still hold on for a while. Quickly go to Star Soul Palace." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that the situation inside was probably not good. Otherwise, Wen Zishan wouldn't have told him to go to Star Soul Palace. However, going to Star Soul Palace at this time was a long journey. It would take at least a few days. By the time he returned, it would be too late. He could only reply, "Temple Master, don't worry. I have a plan." Lei Gu suddenly grinned, "Yang Kai, this king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. How about you rely on this king? With your abilities, your future is promising." "Rely on you? In your dreams?" Yang Kai angrily rebuked. His figure shook as he shouted, "Dragon transformation." A loud dragon's roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared and disappeared in a flash, entering Yang Kai's body. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly grew. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Lei Gu's line of sight slowly moved upwards as the expression on his face changed. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes as he stared at the behemoth in a daze and cried out involuntarily, "Dragon vein!" He finally understood why that person had failed. This Yang Kai actually had a dragon vein. Although it didn't seem to be orthodox, to be able to use a dragon vein to such an extent, it obviously wasn't too bad. The dragon race had tough bodies and a strong immunity to poison, so it would be strange if that person could succeed. However, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to use such a divine technique. If he had known earlier, he would have told that person to be more careful. Perhaps he really could have succeeded in one hit. Space divine technique, and a dragon vein. Lei Gu's face sank. If this child isn't eliminated, he will definitely become a big problem. Without waiting for Lei Gu to regain his senses, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and released his avatar. With a thought, he understood Yang Kai's intention. With a roar, his body suddenly grew bigger. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. What he saw today was simply inconceivable. It was already unexpected that Yang Kai could become so big, but where did this stone golem come from? It looked like a stone fire, but was there such a big stone fire? Break the formation. Yang Kai's figure was towering and his voice was like a dragon's roar. When he finished speaking, he raised his hands high with his avatar and smashed them down. It was as if two mountains were crashing down. Two huge pits immediately appeared on the light screen of the sect protecting formation. Last time, the High Sky Sect's sect protecting formation was broken by the avatar with brute force. The foundation of the High Sky Sect was not much worse than the Orthodoxy Temple. No matter how strong the sect protecting formation was, there was still a limit. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't doubt that he and his avatar could break this formation. When the pits appeared, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. However, before he could regain his senses, the sunken light screen actually bounced back at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, an extremely powerful force was transmitted through his fists. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying. His 20-meter tall body was like a collapsing mountain. He rolled along the way and trees fell down. A rumbling sound came. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that his avatar was also in the same situation. Moreover, it was even bigger and caused more of a commotion than him. While tumbling, Yang Kai struggled to adjust his body and finally stabilized himself. On the other side, the avatar was the same. Their eyes met and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation was very different from the High Sky Sect's. Lei Gu's side also heaved a sigh of relief, secretly praising their luck. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation could reflect brute force, with the strength of the two monsters in front of them, there was probably no formation in the world that could stop their wild attacks. Again, Yang Kai shouted. He took large strides forward. Although he looked clumsy, he was actually extremely fast and arrived in front of the formation. This time, he threw out a punch. Boom. The light screen of the formation caved in again, but this time, a violent force bounced back, causing his arm to go numb. He couldn't help but stagger back. The same thing happened to his avatar. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized that something was wrong. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation could actually reflect brute force. No matter how much strength he used, it would reflect the same amount of strength he used. It was simply his nemesis with his avatar. If the High Sky Sect's formation was also like this, his avatar wouldn't have been able to break it so easily that day. Ridiculous! Lei Gu sneered when he saw this. The opportunity is right in front of you. You can't blame others if you don't cherish it. When my demon race army flattens this world in the future, don't regret it. Demon race army. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With a draconic roar, a golden dragon phantom punched out and hit the light screen of the formation. This time, ripples appeared on the light screen of the formation, but there were no signs of rebound. Yang Kai understood when he saw this. Sure enough, this spirit array could reflect brute force, but it could only resolve energy attacks. In other words, it was impossible to break this spirit array with brute force. This simply made the greatest advantage of him and his embodiment useless. Chapter 3254. Seeing this, Yang Kai and the embodiment no longer hesitated and used their respective divine technique to attack the Orthodoxy Temple's array. In the ancient and profound dragon language, the secret techniques of the dragon race transformed into golden dragons that advanced one after another. The flames on the embodiment's body also burned fiercely, turning the place where he stood into a sea of fire that burned the array's light screen. For a moment, the array's light screen rippled and flashed wildly. Lei Gu snorted coldly when he saw this, and a flag appeared in his hand. He waved it and stabilized the array. Although he had been corrupted by demonic intent and his temperament had changed greatly, almost turning him into a completely different person, he could still easily control everything that Lei Gu possessed. This array flag was the main array flag of the Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting array. With his ability to control it, the array formation immediately became impregnable. Yang Kai's eyes widened. If the array wasn't broken, how could he enter the Orthodoxy temple? How could he save Wen Zishan and the others? How could he avenge those who had died? For a moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. Could it be that he had no choice but to ask for help from Star Soul Palace? But if he delayed going back and forth for a few days, who knew what would happen to Wen Zishan and the others? They might be eroded by the demonic qi and become demons. Since Lei Gu dared to make a move at this time, he obviously had great confidence. Turning his head, he saw the embodiment's body burning fiercely and burning the array, but looking at the situation, it was not possible to break the array in a short time, even if he cooperated. Lei Gu said coldly again, "Junior, you've ruined my plans. I'll make you beg for death." This time, there was already a flaw in the plan. Yang Kai was not dead, so the news here would definitely spread. In other words, the plan had failed. Fortunately, the failure was not complete. There were still so many people from the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of cultivator who had fallen into the trap, so it was better than nothing. If so many people were demonized, it would definitely be a force that could not be underestimated. It could open up the next stage of the grand plan. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped and retreated. He coldly glared at Lei Gu and used his technique to shout, "Hall Master, can you hold on for a day?" Lei Gu frowned when he heard this. He didn't know what Yang Kai meant by giving him this one-day deadline. Judging from the current situation, this boy's best course of action was to go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help, but the journey to Star Soul Palace was long. How could he return in one day? Even if he was proficient in the divine technique of space, he would not be able to do such a thing. When Zishan's voice came from inside Orthodoxy Hall, "We will do our best." Another person's voice rang out, "Boy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the Star Soul Palace." It was the voice of the Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Holy Lord, Ma Qing. He sounded exasperated. He didn't expect Yang Kai to still be here. Yang Kai gazed at Lei Gu and thundered, "All right, you guys should hold on. One day later, we will save you from the sea of bitterness." After saying this, he turned around and left. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the cold corpse on the slope and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if it was being gripped by a hand. After a few flashes, he disappeared from Lei Gu's field of vision. After he left, Lei Gu stopped urging the array flags and the flashing light of the sect protecting Grand Array gradually subsided. He turned his head and glanced at the embodiment. Sacred Spirit Stone Fire? The embodiment stood tall, looking down at him from across the Grand Array. Its two eyes were like burning flames, flickering endlessly. It was connected to Yang Kai, so there was no need for too much communication to understand Yang Kai's plan. At the same time, it was filled with anger and guilt because of Yu's death. It stayed here to restrain Lei Gu's energy so that he couldn't deal with Wen Zishan and the others wholeheartedly. On the other hand, it was waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Grand Array. It would be best if it could break the Grand Array before Yang Kai returned. Even if it couldn't, it could reduce some of the Grand Array's power and prepare for the next plan. Seeing that the embodiment didn't speak, Lei Gu said coldly, "Sacred spirits are so noble, when have they been reduced to being controlled by a human? This is a disgrace to the sacred spirits." If the embodiment was really Shihua, it might be angered, but the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai after all. How could it care about such provocation? Seeing that it didn't respond, Lei Gu frowned and gave up on this useless effort. He turned around and was about to fly inside. But before he could fly away, the embodiment urged the flames to climb up the Grand Array's light screen, burning it to the sky. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. He waved the array flags in his hand and a layer of light appeared on the light screen, isolating the power of the flames. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure shuttled through the void and it only took him a moment to return to the mountain peak where he had been attacked. The white-haired old man was meditating while the four demonic chi wrapped around him were still unconscious. After noticing the movement, the old man was startled, but when he opened his eyes, he discovered that Yang Kai had returned. Overjoyed, he called out, "Elder Yang, quickly go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help and report the matter of Orthodoxy Temple to the Great Emperors. Otherwise, the Southern Territory will be in danger, Yang Kai said hurriedly. Ah. The white-haired old man was startled for a moment before nodding fiercely, good. He then pointed to the 4 people and said, then they, go. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at him, like an enraged beast about to devour him. Facing such a terrifying gaze, the old man didn't dare to say anything else. Realizing that time was precious, he hurriedly summoned his flight-type artifact and flew towards Star Soul Palace. After he left, Yang Kai waved his hand and took the 4 unconscious people who had become the demon race into his mysterious bead world, suppressing them somewhere inside. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered countless materials, directly beginning to work on this mountain peak. Going to Star Soul Palace to ask the great emperors to take action was certainly a way out, but Yang Kai wasn't optimistic about it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the strength of the great emperors, it was just that it would take too much time. By the time the great emperors arrived here, it was likely that the matter here would have already been settled. If he wanted to resolve this disaster and avenge those who had died, he would have to rely on something else. Yang Kai had his own plans. In his mind, the scene of the cold corpse lying on the mountain peak kept flashing, the dim and lifeless eyes seemingly engraved into the depths of his soul, forever staring at him, tormenting him with every breath he took. Strictly speaking, they had only known each other for less than a month, and they weren't even close. On the path of the martial Tao, fighting and killing was normal. The death of a single person shouldn't have caused such a big emotional fluctuation, but because of the endless self-blame, the act of turning around and waving goodbye became an eternal parting. The power of the space array surged endlessly, and many materials gradually merged on this mountain peak, forming a prototype spirit array. As time passed, this spirit array gradually became more complete. After less than half a day, a brand new space array had taken shape. Without having time to inspect it too much, Yang Kai stepped onto it and stared at the location of Orthodoxy Temple for a moment before urging the power of the array. In a flash of light, Yang Kai disappeared. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. On top of the space array, Yang Kai's figure appeared, alarming the people guarding the array. Today, Bian Yuqing was still guarding the array. When she saw Yang Kai, she immediately stood up and cupped her fists. Palace Master. Her gaze suddenly focused on Yang Kai's waist, and she asked in shock, Palace Master, are you injured? Although the sneak attack from the Black Shadow was no longer serious, the bloodstains were still there, which naturally couldn't escape Bian Yuqing's observation. Where is the head chief? Yang Kai turned around and asked. Bian Yuqing was startled, feeling that there was something wrong with Yang Kai today. He was so aggressive, like a volcano that was about to erupt, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, wondering just who had injured him and who had provoked him. This was the first time Bian Yuqing had seen Yang Kai in such a state, and hurriedly replied, the head chief just returned yesterday, she should be resting. Call her over. Yes. Bian Yuqing hurriedly took out her communication compass and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she raised her head and said, Palace Master, please wait a moment, the head chief will be here soon. Although she said she would be here soon, in less than 10 breaths, Hua Qingxi had already come in from outside and glanced at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. When Bian Yuqing sent her a message just now, telling her to quickly come to the teleportation array, she looked extremely anxious, so she didn't dare to delay and rushed over without stopping to rest. When she saw Yang Kai standing there with a solemn expression, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Before she could speak, Yang Kai asked, how many people from the Emperor realm can we mobilize now? Hua Qingxi blinked and said, Palace Master, are you referring to the entire Northern Territory, or the entire High Heaven Palace? The entire Northern Territory. Then why are you mobilizing them, Palace Master? Murder, revenge, extermination. Yang Kai spat out a few words coldly between his teeth. Hua Qingxi was shocked and realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be so murderous. She said solemnly, if there's enough time, 300 to 400 people won't be a problem. During this period of time, the High Heaven Palace had led the other 3 sects and had been integrating the major forces in the Northern Territory. Although it hadn't been long, Many sects had already chosen to submit. There was no other way. With the 4 top sects working together, who in the Northern Territory could stop them? Since they had already submitted, the High Heaven Palace had given orders. Whether they were willing or not, they had to obey. Okay, I'll give you half a day to mobilize all the people from the Emperor realm and gather here. After half a day, I'll come and pick you all up. Yang Kai turned around and stepped onto the space array again. After pondering for a while, he said coldly, "Tell them that if anyone dares to not come or cooperate with me, when I have the time, I'll definitely exterminate their entire sect." Hua Qingxi's face changed color. She wanted to ask more, but Yang Kai's figure had already disappeared from the space array. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing looked at each other. They were both confused. Hua Qingxi said, "What happened to the palace master?" Bian Yuqing shook her head, "I'm not sure." He didn't say anything. Hua Qingxi frowned slightly. She could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had met with some trouble. But what kind of trouble was it that required so many people from the Emperor realm to help him? She had also seen the bloodstains on Yang Kai's body. Although she wasn't sure how serious his injuries were, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still injured. It was clear that the enemy this time was very strong. She didn't dare to delay. After a simple discussion with Bian Yuqing, they took out their communication compasses and sent out messages. They all stepped onto the space array and began to mobilize all the experts in the Northern Territory. Chapter 3255. Yang Kai had set up a lot of space arrays in the Northern Territory some time ago, so it was quite convenient to travel back and forth. Otherwise, how could they find anyone to help them in just half a day? Half an hour later, more than half of the Northern Territory had become turbulent because of the High Heaven Palace's order. Countless people from the Emperor realm were anxious, not knowing why the High Heaven Palace suddenly summoned them. Were they going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? But what good would that do for the High Heaven Palace? Many people naturally wanted to pretend to be sick and not go, or they had other excuses, but the order from the High Heaven Palace made them not dare to not go. Yang Kai had already said that he would destroy their sect, so who would dare to be perfunctory? The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by him, and now the High Heaven Palace was occupying the ruins of the Seeking Passion sect. No one wanted to become the second Seeking Passion sect. This guy was not joking, he was completely capable of destroying other sects. People were constantly teleporting to the High Heaven Palace through the space array. 3 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, the main hall gradually became overcrowded. When the latecomers saw that so many people from the Emperor realm had gathered in the Northern Territory, they immediately felt relieved. It seemed that the High Heaven Palace did not intend to burn the bridge after crossing the river, otherwise, there would be no reason for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather in one place. There were also people who gathered around Bian Yuqing to ask about the situation, but how could Bian Yuqing know what was going on? Yang Kai hurried back to say a few words and then left in a hurry. She had no idea what was going on, so she could only ignore those people's questions. However, no one dared to be presumptuous here. Seeing her cold face and not answering, they could only step back in embarrassment and show flattering smiles. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Back then, she had to look up to the Emperor realm, but now, she had to give them face. This was something that Blue Feather sect could never give her. She knew better than anyone that the one the Emperor realm was afraid of wasn't her. She was just a first-order Emperor realm master, and there were countless people here who were stronger than her. If it weren't for the High Heaven Palace behind her, this situation wouldn't have happened. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. The High Heaven Palace was in an uproar. Yang Kai had already teleported to the savage, desolate ancient lands. Inside the small treehouse, Yang Kai leapt out just in time to see a stone puppet poke its head in his direction. Not knowing what he was thinking, Yang Kai asked, "Is the elder here?" The stone mongoose pointed at the elder's treehouse, and Yang Kai dashed towards it. Not long after, he saw the elder in the treehouse. The elder looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Little friend, why have you returned?" Yang Kai didn't seem to have left for long, at most 2 months. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. "I have a matter to ask the Stone Mongoose clan for help." The elder nodded and said, "No problem." Yang Kai was stunned. Elder, aren't you going to ask me what it is? He didn't expect the elder to agree so readily. The elder chuckled. It seems that you have encountered some trouble. The Stone Mongoose clan doesn't have many friends, so how can the Stone Mongoose clan stand by and do nothing when a friend is in trouble? Yang Kai bowed deeply. Many thanks, elder, for your help. However, you should know that this matter is related to the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory? The elder raised his eyebrows. The savage wildland was in the Eastern Territory, so the Southern Territory was a bit out of his reach. However, when he thought about the space array that Yang Kai set up, he suddenly understood something. This matter is also related to the demon race. The demon race? The elder cried out in surprise. Yang Kai looked at him and said thoughtfully, Elder, do you know something about the demon race? The elder's expression was solemn. In this world, other than the sacred spirits, I'm afraid no one knows more about the demon race than the Stone Mongoose clan. The sacred spirits had their own source of inheritance. That inheritance wasn't just about power, but also the memories and experiences of past generations of sacred spirits. Therefore, no matter what kind of sacred spirit they were, they would more or less absorb some of the memories of their ancestors. Even though the demon race was a long time ago, the sacred spirits weren't completely ignorant. Although the Stone Mongoose clan didn't have the convenience of an inheritance, they had a long lifespan. The elder himself had lived through many great eras and had personally fought against the demon race. How could he not know how terrifying and difficult the demon race was? The demon race has appeared in the Southern Territory? The elder asked with a serious expression. Yang Kai said, more than a decade ago, a demon den appeared in the Southern Territory. Someone broke the seal of the demon den and released thousands of demon wills. These demon wills can corrode a cultivator's body and take over their bodies. It's very hard to guard against them. In the past decade, the Southern Territory has been hunting these demon wills. It's said that they have already been wiped out. However, I only realized last night that that was only on the surface. There are even more demon wills hiding in the dark. They are targeting the cultivator in the Southern Territory. All the large sects in the Southern Territory, hundreds of the Emperor realm, and tens of thousands of elite disciples were all involved. This junior was lucky enough to escape, but I must hurry back and save them before it's too late. There is such a thing? The elder was shocked. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he was still shocked when he heard Yang Kai say that hundreds of the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples were involved in the Southern Territory. He quickly stood up and said, the demon race is not a matter of the Southern Territory. It's a matter of the entire star boundary. Although the Stone Mongoose clan has been living in peace for a long time, we can't stay out of this matter. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Thank you, Elder. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly led the way. When they got down from the treehouse, the elder gently tapped the ground with his walking stick a few times. The Stone Mongoose immediately walked out of the treehouse one by one. Many wood spirits also flew over. Yang Kai's message was conveyed in a few simple sentences. The Stone Mongoose and wood spirits were shocked. Obviously, they all knew how terrifying the demon race was. Needless to say, under Yang Kai's command, they all walked into the small treehouse and stepped onto the space array. When Yang Kai built this space array 2 months ago, he had made some preparations. He had specifically built it to be large, just in case he needed the stone puppet's help one day, so he had never expected it to come in handy so soon. The Stone Mongoose was too big and could only teleport one person at a time. Yang Kai arranged for them to be teleported one by one before turning to the elder and saying, don't act rashly for the time being. I don't know how many people the demon race has left behind, or if there are any reinforcements. Elder, lead them to guard the space array while I summon more people to destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. Yes, little friend, don't worry. The elder nodded and was the last to enter the space array. After sending off the Stone Mongoose elder, Yang Kai rushed into the sky without stopping and rushed in a certain direction. His Emperor's Qi was released without any regard for consumption, and his space principles were constantly activated as his figure flickered. In less than half an hour, a majestic palace appeared in front of him. It was the palace of the southern Saint Luan Feng in the ancient land. Before he landed, he heard an angry shout, "Who goes there?" A charming woman flew towards him. She was wearing revealing clothes, and her demonic chi soared to the sky. She was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, no weaker than Ying Fei and the others. Yang Kai glanced at her and found her familiar. He knew that she was one of the 32 Monster Kings, but he couldn't remember which Monster King she was. He was in a bad mood and wasn't in the mood to tangle with her, so he waved his sleeve and said, "Get lost." The Monster King was furious. Although she was below the Southern Saint Realm in the ancient land, no one had ever dared to speak to her like this, not even the other Monster Kings. When a woman went crazy, she was very terrifying. Just as she was about to teach Yang Kai a lesson, she suddenly found that this person looked familiar. After taking a closer look, she was surprised and delighted. "Isn't this that guy?" Her anger turned into a smile. "So it's..." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Kai had already rushed past her and landed directly in the Luan Feng's palace. Looking around under the shocked gazes of the maids, he shouted, "Luan Feng!" The Monster King was embarrassed, but she didn't dare to lose her temper. Everyone knew that this human was related to the Blood Door and the Divine Spirit Source, so no one dared to offend him. Ying Fei and the others also didn't know how lucky they were to be able to follow him around. It was simply enviable. She was confident that her cultivation was not inferior to Ying Fei and the others, and her figure was also not bad. If she could take this opportunity to form a relationship with him, she might be able to get close to him in the future. Before she could finish her thoughts, she heard Yang Kai's angry roar. Her expression immediately changed as she wondered what was wrong with this guy today. He looked like he was going to punish her. She didn't know what he was going to do. She didn't dare to approach Yang Kai rashly, so she just floated in the air and watched anxiously. Her heart was very conflicted. If the Southern Saint Realm fought with him, should she help or not? Offending the Southern Saint Realm wouldn't bring her any good, but if she offended him, she would never be able to awaken her ancestral spirit source again. "What are you shouting for?" A cold voice called out as Luan Feng appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Her face was so gloomy that it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost from it. Staring at Yang Kai, her expression was full of disgust and disgust, secretly feeling a headache coming on. "Why is this guy here again? Last time I was taken advantage of by him, is he still not satisfied? Isn't this appetite a bit too big?" His heart was secretly annoyed, so naturally his tone wasn't too good. But when he saw Kai Yang's expression, his heart couldn't help but jump. His expression wasn't quite right. Had he provoked him? "I have something to ask for your help." Yang Kai didn't waste time and went straight to the point. So he wanted her help. Luan Feng heard this and immediately felt relieved. As long as he didn't come to find trouble with her, she raised her hand and lightly said, "Is this the attitude you should have when asking for help?" Running to her palace and shouting, he simply didn't put her in his eyes and even shamelessly asked for her help. Although she was afraid of the power behind Yang Kai, it didn't mean that she would give up her dignity as a divine spirit. She secretly decided to give Yang Kai a show of strength so that he wouldn't be so arrogant in the future. "Just tell me if you want to help me or not." Yang Kai completely ignored her thoughts and said in an extremely tough tone. The Luan Feng was angry and funny at the same time. "If you don't say what you want to help me, how can I answer you? Do you think I will agree to die if you want me to?" "Of course it is within your ability." The Luan Feng curled her lips. "I don't owe you anything, right? That's why I said I want to ask for your help." Chapter 3256. This brat was becoming more and more annoying. The Luan Feng secretly gritted her teeth. "So what if I help you? So what if I don't? Help me this time and I will remember your kindness. If you don't help me, I will leave immediately." The Luan Feng sneered, "What do I need your kindness for?" Yang Kai coldly looked at her, nodded, and soared into the sky. The Luan Feng was startled. Was he really going to leave? How could he do this without giving her any time to think? Was he crazy? Although the Luan Feng hated Yang Kai's rude and unreasonable attitude, if Yang Kai really held a grudge against her, she would have a hard time in the future. She could only raise her hand and angrily shout, "Do you think you can come and go as you please in my territory? What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and tilted his head to look at her. The coldness in his eyes almost condensed into a solid substance. When their eyes met, the Luan Feng's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai's state was not right this time. Although she found him annoying before, he was still reasonable. This time, it was as if he was a completely different person. It seemed that he had really encountered some kind of trouble, and it was a trouble that made him extremely angry. "Where are you going?" the Luan Feng asked in a low voice. "None of your business." He did not have the proper attitude to ask for help. The Luan Feng was furious. She wanted to slap this brat to death, but she knew that he was not weak. If she forced him to use all his cards, she might not be able to kill him. Moreover, once they had a falling out, the consequences were not something she could bear. She bitterly clenched her teeth and shouted, "There will be no next time." This was a promise. Yang Kai did not waste time and directly said, "Call Fan Hua and Song Go here. Also, summon the other 29 Monster King of the ancient land." He turned around and returned to the bedroom, standing not far from the Luan Feng. The Luan Feng was shocked. "What do you want?" She thought that he was only asking for her help. Who knew that he would ask for such an exorbitant price? Not only did he ask for Fan Hua and Song Go, but he also asked for the 29 Monster King. They were the strongest forces in the entire ancient land. Was this bastard planning to start a war with the sects of the great emperors? Thinking of this, the Luan Feng's body turned cold. Although she was a holy spirit, she knew her own limits. There were only a few great emperors, and every one of them was an existence recognized by the heavens and earth. If they really went up against the great emperors, not many people in the savage wildland would be able to survive. Not to mention, the sects of the great emperors had extremely strong foundations. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, he felt his hair stand on end. He had long felt that this guy was extremely daring. Wasn't his courage a bit too big? She had to admit that she was overthinking things. "What are you waiting for? I want to see them within 2 hours. Hurry up and contact them." Yang Kai saw Luan Feng standing there stupidly and was annoyed. He gave the High Heaven Palace half a day's time, and they needed to finish gathering in half a day's time as well. How could they waste so much time? Luan Feng suppressed the panic in her heart. She wasn't in the mood to care about Yang Kai's rudeness. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. "What do you want us to do? You should at least tell me, right? Kill them, save them. Who is the enemy?" After Luan Feng asked this question, her heart jumped. She was really afraid that Yang Kai would say the name of one of the great emperors. Who would have thought that Yang Kai's eyes would close and 2 words would pop out of his mouth? Demon race. Demon race. Luan Feng's expression changed. Where did the demon race come from? Although she hadn't seen the demon race with her own eyes, the inheritance she obtained from the origin allowed her to have some understanding of the demon race. In this land, there hadn't been a demon race for hundreds of thousands of years, so why would a demon race suddenly appear? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. "Are you going to keep talking nonsense with me? Within 2 hours, I want to see those 2 and the 29 Monster King. If you can help me this time, I guarantee that you will all become holy spirits in the future." Luan Feng was instantly stunned. She clenched her teeth with a bitter expression. Once Yang Kai said this, it would be fine if it didn't spread out, but once it did, the 29 Monster King would definitely submit to him. Even if the 3 great saints joined hands, they wouldn't be able to suppress it. And if she refused Yang Kai's request today, she was afraid that the 29 Monster King would hold a grudge against her. At that time, she would be in a difficult situation. "You win." Luan Feng coldly snorted and said, 2 hours isn't enough. Some of the Monster King's territories are too far from here. They won't be able to get here in 2 hours. "How long?" 2 hours. Then I will wait here for 2 hours. After saying this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and stood in place, motionless. Luan Feng glared at him and then disappeared into the depths of her palace. It was unknown what she was going to do. Yang Kai didn't monitor her. In any case, that was all he had to say. If Luan Feng was sensible, she would naturally help him. If not, it wouldn't be too late to settle accounts later. The northern territory was still gathering and it would take some time. Luan Feng was obviously angry with Yang Kai. Before she left, she had also dispersed all the surrounding maids, allowing him to stand there like a javelin, but no one came to pour him a cup of tea, her obvious disdain for him. A moment later, a fragrant wind blew and someone landed beside Yang Kai. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a seductive woman looking at him with a smile. It was the Monster King he had met before. When their eyes met, the seductive woman smiled and bowed. "This mistress, do me, greets master." She was already wearing revealing clothes, so at this moment, intentionally or unintentionally, she was showing off her beauty and flattering him. Her smile was even more brilliant than a flower. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Dumi waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. This mistress is the Monster King under Holy Senior Nan. I have long admired Master's magnificence. Seeing you today, you really do live up to your reputation." Saying so, she waved her hand and took out a recliner from her space ring, politely saying, "Master, please sit." Yang Kai gently nodded, the coldness on his face easing slightly as he sat down. Dumi suddenly leaned over and whispered, "Holy Senior has a bad temper and neglected Master. I hope Master won't blame her." As she spoke, her breath was like orchids, and a touch of fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai's murderous aura and anger dissipated a lot, and his tumultuous mood gradually calmed down. Turning his head, he looked at her faintly and said, "You said bad things about her in private. What if she heard you?" Dumir's face stiffened and she said awkwardly, "I'm just talking to Master. I believe Master won't spread it." Yang Kai looked her up and down and asked curiously, "What kind of monster are you?" Dumi smiled and said, replying, "Master, this mistress is a flower monster." As she spoke, she raised her hand and pinched the air, and a small golden flower immediately appeared between her fingers. The fragrance was strong and intoxicating. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's rare for a plant to become a spirit. It was many times more difficult for a plant to become a spirit than a body of flesh and blood." Yang Kai did not expect that the Monster King in front of him was actually a flower monster, and to be able to cultivate to the level of a Monster King, this was extremely rare. Dumi said sadly, "Master, you flatter me. This mistress has also suffered a lot, and experienced many flowing time great emperors to have today's achievements." As she spoke, she quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, she bit her lip and said, "Master, I heard that Ing Fei, Shi Lei, and Xie Wei are working under you? You already know the answer." Dumi curled her lips and said, "What can 3 men do? I'm afraid they can't even serve Master well. I don't know what the holy sages are thinking. They should send a woman to serve Master well. At the very least, they should take care of Master's daily life." "Are you very good at serving people?" Yang Kai glanced at her. Dumi eagerly said, "Master, do you want to try? I see that Master is depressed and has a lot on his mind. This is not a good thing. The war is imminent. It's best to empty your mind and body so that you can go all out. If Master doesn't mind, this mistress can show you a little." After saying that, she eagerly looked at Yang Kai, quietly waiting for his reply. After a long time, she did not see any reaction from Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and walked behind Yang Kai. Putting her hands on his shoulders, she leaned over to Yang Kai's ear and said, "Master, just relax. Leave the rest to this mistress. I will definitely satisfy you." The gentle fragrance, like an invisible hand, tickled Yang Kai's ear, making his heart ripple. It soothed Yang Kai's suppressed anger and all kinds of negative emotions. 2 soft and delicate hands rubbed his shoulders and head with varying degrees of strength as Yang Kai's monster chi and divine sense began to fluctuate. Soon, Yang Kai felt as if he was immersed in a sea of flowers. The world was vast, and the sea of flowers was boundless, making his body and mind feel ethereal. Seeing Yang Kai's tense expression gradually relax and his breathing become stable, Dumi pursed her lips and smiled. She became more attentive. Following the Luanfeng's message, more and more figures appeared in the savage, desolate, ancient land. Their demonic chi soared to the sky and their demonic chi surged. Many demon generals and commanders raised their heads, not knowing what was going on. They didn't know why their king was moving. 2 hours later, more than 10 monster kings had gathered in the Luan Feng's bedroom. The rest were on their way, and it wouldn't be long before they all gathered here. A group of monster kings came to the courtyard where Yang Kai was. They either sat or stood, staring at Yang Kai and Dumi. Dumi was not ashamed of being stared at like this. Instead, she rubbed Yang Kai even more diligently. Her slender neck was raised high like a proud rooster. Bitch. Human, wanton. Woman shameless. A beautiful female monster king saw her like this and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Her face was full of disdain. Beside him, a furry male demon monarch chuckled and said, "You can go too." The female monster king coldly snorted, "I'm not that low." The male monster king looked at her and sneered, "Why are you pretending to be pure? Which monster king in the savage, desolate, ancient land hasn't tasted you?" The female monster king was furious, "I'll tear your mouth." The male monster king reached out and hugged her, "What are you going to use to tear it? Get lost." "Alright, stop fooling around. Who knows why the Lord has gathered us this time?" Another monster king stood up and asked with a puzzled expression. Chapter 3257. The monster kings shook their heads. None of them knew why they were gathered here. They were summoned by their respective saint masters. Although they didn't know why, they were sure that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. However, Yang Kai sat there calmly, enjoying Dumi-er's service. They didn't want to disturb him. The monster kings recognized him and knew what kind of power was behind him. They didn't want to cause trouble for themselves. Time passed slowly. One monster king after another arrived. In less than 2 hours, the 29 monster kings had gathered. Luan Feng, Songgo, and Fan Ke also appeared. Seeing the three of them, the monster kings bowed. Yang Kai also finally opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. It had to be said that although Dumi-er's behavior was a bit frivolous, she was really good at serving people. She was a flower monster in human form and seemed to have her own innate divine ability that could soothe people's mood. "Is everyone here?" Kai Yang turned his head and looked around. Fan Ke's face didn't look good. Although he had heard the general situation from Luan Feng, Yang Kai's actions made him feel uncomfortable. The savage, desolate ancient land was the monster race's territory. Since when did a human become the master? After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Everyone is here." "Then let's go." Yang Kai stood up and led the way to the stone mongoose's residence. The 29 demon kings looked at the 3 saint venerables anxiously. What else could Fan Hua and the others say? They could only raise their hands. In a flash, they rushed to the sky and followed Yang Kai. Fan Ke and the other 2 arrived first, keeping pace with Yang Kai as they stared at each other in silence. Yang Kai took the initiative and said, "You 3 are very righteous. This time, you helped me with all your strength. I will remember this and repay you generously in the future." The Luan Feng coldly snorted, "You weren't like this before." She still bore a grudge against Yang Kai for being so arrogant and bossy. If he had acted like this earlier, she would have been less worried. Yang Kai turned and glared at her. "You still have the nerve to say that? What's wrong? Can't I just say it?" The Luan Feng also lost her temper and stared back at Yang Kai without showing any weakness. Yang Kai said, "If you hadn't destroyed my space array back then, would we still be in such a hurry? We can reach our destination directly through your Phoenix Net Palace. Now, it'll take us at least 2 hours to reach our destination. If we delay our important matters because of this, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Hearing him mention the past, the Luan Feng blinked and felt a bit guilty. After all, it was true that he had destroyed the space magic array, but who would have thought that he would be in such a hurry today? She turned her head and said, "Why are you yelling at me? I didn't know that this would happen." "Alright, since things have come to this, arguing is useless." Fan Hua jumped out to smooth things over. No matter what, the ancient lands didn't want to have a falling out with Yang Kai. They had to maintain the status quo. "Little brother Yang, why don't you tell us what happened?" The Luan Feng only told them that Yang Kai wanted to recruit all the high-level combatants of the ancient lands. It seemed that this matter was related to the demon race, so she didn't explain it clearly. Now that they had decided to act, they naturally had to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai heard this and was too lazy to argue with the Luan Feng. He pondered for a moment and said, "More than 10 years ago, I received an invitation to go to the southern swamp in the Southern Territory to explore an ancient cave mansion. Since they had some time on the way, Yang Kai immediately told them about the trip to the ancient cave mansion and what happened after that. Then, he talked about the martial gathering in the Southern Territory. When they heard that the demonic will had awakened and that the Southern Territory had encountered the demonic thought, the three of them were shocked. When they heard that the Orthodoxy Temple's temple master in the Southern Territory had been possessed by the demonic thought and set up a scheme to deal with the hundreds of the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples in the Southern Territory, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and felt the seriousness of the problem. So, the hundreds of the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory are still trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple? When I left, it was like this. If the array isn't broken, they won't be able to come out. I don't know what the situation inside is like." Sanggo rubbed his chin and said, "The hundreds of the Emperor realm. I don't know how many of them have not been corrupted by the demonic qi." Since Yang Kai had been attacked by more than 10 people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, then it was certain that more people had become the demon race. After all, the martial gathering had already been going on for a month. If the Orthodoxy Temple had not planned this beforehand, then the demonic qi would have been able to corrupt more people. Normally, it would not be obvious, but once it erupted, it would cause great destruction and cause more people to be infected by the demonic qi. If this cycle continued, then everyone would become a demon race. I hope the situation isn't too bad." Sanggo sighed. The Luan Feng frowned and said, "If the Orthodoxy Temple had planned this for a long time, then why did they lure you out to assassinate you? Isn't this the same as shooting themselves in the foot?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Maybe they didn't expect that they would not be able to kill me. In fact, it was indeed so." Yang Kai thought back to the previous attack and still had some lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that the assassin didn't know his background and didn't know that he had a half-dragon body, he would have been dead already. The Luan Feng shook her head and said, "What I mean is, why didn't they just leave you in the Orthodoxy Temple and let you sink into the mud? There was no need to do this." Sanggo said, "It shouldn't be a secret that little brother Yang has the space divine technique. I think they were afraid that he would notice something was wrong and run away. It would be safer to kill him first." The Luan Feng thought it was reasonable and nodded slightly. Fan Ku suddenly said in surprise, "Those demon race people really played a big game of chess." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why he suddenly sighed. Fan Ku said, "Think about it. If you didn't escape the assassination, what would have happened to the Orthodoxy Temple?" Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while. The worst result would be that everyone alive become the demon race. "Exactly," Fan Ku said, "and if these people who become the demon race returned to their respective sects and acted secretly," Yang Kai followed his words and was shocked, "the Southern Territory is in danger." Fan Ku said, "At that time, the entire Southern Territory will be the demon race's territory. Even if the great emperors act, it will be difficult to change the situation." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He realized that Fan Ku's guess might really be the Orthodoxy Temple's plan. If he hadn't escaped the assassination and leaked the news, who would have known about the chaos in the Orthodoxy Temple? Sanggo said, "Since the Orthodoxy Temple dares to attack the entire Southern Territory, they must have gathered a lot of demon race people." "With just the few of us," Yang Kai said in a low voice. "Don't worry, it's not just you, I've also invited others. This time, not a single demon race person will escape from the Orthodoxy Temple." "Others?" Sanggo looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask. He was afraid that Yang Kai would be angry and didn't have a plan. Since he had a plan, there was no need to worry too much. Yang Kai said, "In any case, when you fight those demon race people, you must be careful not to be corroded by the demonic qi. You must also be on guard against the demonic qi. I have seen people being possessed by the demonic qi with my own eyes. There were no signs before, and there were no abnormalities after the demonic qi took over. It was very strange. We understand. Fan nodded. They didn't deliberately lower their voices, so naturally, the monster kings behind them could hear them clearly. This was also Yang Kai's intention. When they heard that they were going to fight people being corroded by the demonic chi, the monster kings were shocked. This was a never-before experience. They didn't know whether the demonic chi was stronger or the demonic chi was stronger. Regardless, this was a good opportunity to perform. Once they caught Yang Kai's eyes, they wouldn't have to worry about not becoming holy spirits in the future. Luan Feng didn't tell them about Yang Kai's promise. It wasn't because she was afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word, but because if she said it, the monster kings would be deeply grateful to Yang Kai. This would shake the 3 holy sages' rule in the ancient lands. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the stone mongoose's residence. The elder didn't leave. He stood there with Mu Na, the leader of the wood spirits, and waited. Seeing the 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king descending from the sky, they couldn't help but look at each other. They secretly sighed. They knew that Yang Kai had a lot of influence in the ancient lands, but they didn't expect it to be this big. He had wiped out all the higher-ups in the ancient lands. When the 2 sides met, the elder and the 3 holy sages exchanged a few words. Then, under Yang Kai's lead, they stepped into the space array. After a flash of light, they arrived at the mountain peak. The 8 stone mongoose had been there for a long time. They were guarding the space array. When they saw the space array moving, they all turned their heads to look. The 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king appeared one after another. Everyone stared at each other, and soon, they separated into 2 sides. The relationship between the stone mongoose and the ancient lands monster kings had never been very harmonious. It was only in the past 10 years that they had eased up a little. This was also because of Yang Kai. After sending the monster kings to the ancient lands, Yang Kai asked them to wait for a while. Then, he turned around and stepped into the space array. In the High Heaven Palace, in the main hall where the space array was located, there were people moving around. Nearly 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered here. Some of them were whispering to each other, while others were watching coldly from the side. As time passed, impatience gradually spread. If it weren't for the experts from the 4 top forces eyeing them, these people from the Emperor realm from various sects would have already been in a mess. They had received orders from the High Heaven Palace to come here. They didn't know what was going on, and they couldn't get an answer even when they asked the chief steward, Hua Qingxi. Naturally, they felt uneasy. They always wondered if the High Heaven Palace had secretly raised their butcher's knife and was going to kill them. However, what good would this do to the High Heaven Palace? Ying Fei, Xie Wei, and Shi Lei stood in a triangular formation. Their demonic chi soared to the sky as they coldly looked around. Anyone who met their eyes would avoid them, not daring to act rashly. Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing Yihen, the Southern Gate Army, and the people from Ice Heart Valley gathered together. Ice Heart Valley had sent 5 people from the Emperor realm, led by Ji Yao. Her face was cold, and no one dared to approach her. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect were also gathered here. Basically, except for the 2 or 3 sects who stayed behind to guard the Emperor realm, everyone else from the 4 sects had come. Li Jiao and Mi Qi huddled together and whispered. They were also confused, not knowing what Yang Kai was doing. Chapter 3258. Amidst the whispers, a bright light flashed from the space array, and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Everyone turned their heads to look. Some of them looked serious, while others looked suspicious. After all, not everyone had seen Yang Kai before and knew that he was the High Heaven Palace's palace master. Those who knew him naturally looked serious, while those who didn't only felt that this young man had an extraordinary aura and wasn't a pushover. Greetings, Palace Master Yang. Scattered voices sounded. Those from the Emperor realm who had seen Yang Kai for the first time finally knew his identity and hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi took a step forward. Yang Kai looked around with his sharp eyes. Seeing that there were quite a few people, he was quite satisfied. His expression eased a lot, and he asked, "Is everyone here?" Hua Qingxi said, "Those who can arrive in half a day have basically arrived." The people from the Dragon Tiger sect and the Profound Cloud Pavilion haven't arrived yet. There were only a little over 200 people from the Emperor Realm gathered in the hall. There were definitely more people from the Emperor Realm in the entire Northern Territory, but Yang Kai gave them a deadline of half a day, so Hua Qingxi went to inform them specifically. Those who obviously couldn't reach the High Heaven Palace in half a day weren't notified. This was also thanks to the many space arrays that Yang Kai had set up in the Northern Territory that were connected to the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, not even a quarter of the people would be able to come. It was because of those space arrays that 200 people from the Emperor Realm could gather in half a day. The Dragon Tiger sect, the Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai nodded lightly and waved his hand. If you're not here, then don't come. Although his tone was calm and did not reveal the slightest bit of malice, the people of the Emperor Realm who were present could still hear the unfriendliness in his words. They secretly sighed. These two sects would probably no longer be able to establish themselves in the Northern Territory in the future. They might even be eradicated by this guy. They could not help but feel a little sad for the loss of the rabbit and a little angry at Yang Kai for acting arbitrarily. A sect that had only risen 30 years ago actually controlled the future of the cultivator and the rise and fall of the sect in the entire Northern Territory. No one would believe such a thing. However, the other party's fists were too big, and they also had the precedent of destroying the Seeking Passion sect. Therefore, even if they felt resentment and anger in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it. Everyone, I'm sure you're all wondering why I've gathered all of you here in my High Heaven Palace. I'll tell you now. First, it's to save people, and second, it's to kill. A middle-aged man cupped his fists and asked, "Dare I ask, Palace Master Yang, who do you want us to save and who do you want us to kill?" With so many masters gathered together, the commotion they would cause would not be small. Basically, 1/5 of the top combatants in the Northern Territory were gathered here. He really couldn't understand what kind of situation would require so many people to be mobilized. Even the 4 top forces had almost all come out. Yang Kai glanced at him. He didn't know which sect master this man was, but he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master and had a righteous aura. He didn't show any fear when facing Yang Kai's gaze, so he nodded lightly and said, "The person I want to save is a cultivator in the Southern Territory. Like everyone here, they are the sect masters and sect masters of the Southern Territory." A cultivator in the Southern Territory? An uproar broke out in the hall. No one had expected that today's matter would involve the Southern Territory. This was the Northern Territory, so far away from the Southern Territory. As the saying goes, distant water can't quench a nearby thirst. Palace Master Yang wanted to save the people in the Southern Territory, so why did he gather the people in the Northern Territory? Compared to this, everyone was more shocked by what happened to the Southern Territory's sect masters and sect masters. Why did so many people need to be mobilized to save them? Although they weren't in the same territory, since they were sect masters and sect masters, they definitely weren't weak. At the very least, they were the Emperor Realm's sect masters. If even they couldn't solve the problem, how could they? The ones we need to kill are demons. Yang Kai shouted, suppressing the noise. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at him with their eyes wide open. Even Ji Yao, who had always been cold, had a change in her expression. Yang Kai didn't care what they thought and continued, "Hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory have become the demon race's trap. They are trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple and can't escape. At any time, they could be corroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race's dangerous path. Right now, their only hope is this seat, so this seat needs everyone's help to break the Orthodoxy Temple's protective array, kill the demons, and rescue the people in the Southern Territory." These words were simply outrageous, shocking everyone present and making them feel dizzy, instinctively thinking that Kai Yang was just joking. First of all, the Southern Territory was so far away, so who would know? But Yang Kai just had to say it with certainty. Second of all, the existence of the demons was far too distant. It was said that they had been corroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race's people, but where did the demonic chi come from? The situation is like this. I don't care if you believe me or not. Once you arrive, you will naturally know. When you go to the Southern Territory, everyone must remember one thing. You must protect yourselves well and not be easily corroded by the demonic chi. You must also guard against the demonic chi's possession. If the former appears, this seat may have a chance to save you, but if the latter, good luck. Let's go. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment before immediately leading the Emperor Realm's people into the space array. The High Heaven Palace's array was not small and could transport 20 to 30 people at a time. With Yang Kai here, it didn't even need to be inlaid with source crystals. It only needed to be activated by activating the space principles. After the light flashed, groups of people disappeared. No matter what they thought at the moment, they were tactful and didn't raise any objections, obediently following the arrangements. At the back of the crowd, an ordinary-looking woman and an elderly man were gathered together. Both of them were second-order emperors and were sect masters of first-class sects in the Northern Territory. They were only slightly inferior to the High Heaven Palace, Ice Heart Valley, and the other three great forces. Except for the fact that they didn't have a third-order Emperor Realm Master and had fewer people in the Emperor Realm, their foundation was also extraordinary. The two of them were together, quietly communicating with each other. The woman said, "This High Heaven Palace is too much. First, they gave us half a day to get here, then they didn't even ask for our permission before directly asking us to fight the demons. How can they do this?" The elderly man nodded, "Yes, it's too much." Previously, everyone was forced to submit because of the High Heaven Palace's strength and prestige, so they already had resentment in their hearts. Now that they were suddenly dragged out to fight the demons and save a group of strangers from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, the resentment in their hearts deepened. The woman continued, "Do they really think that the Northern Territory belongs to the High Heaven Palace? This is just the beginning and they're already like this. What will happen in the future?" The elderly man smiled bitterly, "Life will be difficult." The woman glanced at him, "Do you want to be bullied like this forever and be powerless to resist?" The elderly man was shocked. "Resist? How are you going to resist? I advise you not to act recklessly. The foundation of the High Heaven Palace is right here. Do you see those three monster clans? Those are the three monster kings, each of them comparable to a three-layer Emperor Realm Master. How can we be their opponents?" The woman snorted coldly, "A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. The High Heaven Palace has caused a lot of trouble in the Northern Territory recently. Which sect doesn't have any complaints? Who is willing to be ordered around by them? As long as the Northern Territory's sects can unite, what can the High Heaven Palace do?" The elderly man said thoughtfully, "You want to unite with the others?" The woman said, "For the sake of the future, this is the only way. If the High Heaven Palace is tactful, they will naturally take a step back. If not, how can they compete with the entire Northern Territory? Even if the other three sects join forces, it won't work. The key is whether or not the people are united." The elderly man nodded slightly and said, "After this incident, this old master reckons that everyone is aware of the crisis. If there is a chance to resist, they won't miss it. Otherwise, if their lives are in the hands of others, I'm afraid they won't be able to live comfortably. After this incident, you and I might as well go out and walk around more. If there is a chance, it won't be too late to discuss it in detail." "That's reasonable. Then let's agree on this first. And let's not talk about it for now. It's our turn. I don't know where we are going." The woman and elderly man stood on the space array with some other people from the Emperor Realm. Suddenly, a light enveloped them and they felt dizzy. It was as if they were shuttling through the endless void. Even as strong as they were, they still felt dizzy and their knowledge sea was in chaos. When they finally came back to their senses, the uncomfortable feeling spread throughout their body. The woman felt that she was standing on solid ground. Her face was slightly pale, and even her footsteps were a little shaky. She heard a low shout in her ear, "Don't block there. Hurry up and come down. There are more people coming from behind." Before she could see who was speaking, the woman hurriedly dodged to the side. She pinched her fingers together and silently circulated her secret art to relieve the uncomfortable feeling. However, her face was full of suspicion. It wasn't that she hadn't used a space array before. This time, she came to High Heaven Palace through a space array. She had used it many times before when she was traveling around the Northern Territory, but she had never felt as uncomfortable as this time. This was the first time she had experienced such a feeling. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be happening. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could she almost not be able to withstand the pressure of a single teleportation? Opening her eyes and looking around, she saw many familiar and unfamiliar faces around her. They were all extremely pale and had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Obviously, they were all uncomfortable. The elderly man was also next to her. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, whispers came from the side. Although the voices weren't loud, everyone present was from the Emperor realm. Who couldn't hear them? The woman and elderly man were both shocked and said in horror, "The Southern Territory? Impossible, right? This is the Southern Territory? A moment ago, we were still in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. How did we end up in the Southern Territory in the blink of an eye?" Their first reaction was disbelief. However, after scanning the surroundings with their divine senses, they found that the terrain and climate here were indeed very different from the Northern Territory. It was as if they were really in the Southern Territory. Thinking about the feeling of being teleported and the records they read in the ancient books, a thought flashed through their minds. The two of them couldn't believe it. They turned their heads and looked at the space array they came from. Their eyes were burning with passion. A space array that could cross territory. Chapter 3259. It wasn't impossible to travel from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory in an instant as long as there was a space array that could cross territory. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. It seemed that only a few great emperors' sects possessed it, and it was passed down from ancient times. It was unknown whether it could still be used. The woman and the elderly man hadn't thought of this before, but after hearing the whispers around them, they finally came to their senses. Could it be that they had just used a space array that could cross territory? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was possible. Only a space array that could cross territory would have such a strong transmission aftereffect. After all, crossing hundreds of millions of miles in an instant was not something that could be compared to the previous transmission. Where did the High Heaven Palace get a space array that could cross territory? The territory occupied by the High Heaven Palace originally belonged to the Seeking Passion sect. Most of them had visited the Seeking Passion sect before, so they were aware of the Seeking Passion sect's heritage and understood that it was impossible for the Seeking Passion sect to possess a space array that could cross territory. They had long heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai, was proficient in the space principles. Could it be that he could even arrange a space array that could cross territory? If this was true, then it would be a big deal. The woman and the elderly man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The whispers around them grew louder and louder. The words, Southern Territory, appeared more and more frequently. Some people didn't believe it, while others, like them, stared at the space array with burning eyes. If this was really a space array that could cross territory, then it would be a huge treasure. Just like how Yang Kai could see the benefits brought by the flow of goods between the two territory, they could naturally see that with such a space array connecting the north and south, any sect could become rich. For the sake of caution, the woman was about to ask the people of the High Heaven Palace about it, but when she looked around, her face turned sluggish. The elderly man hadn't recovered from the shock of instantly arriving at the Southern Territory and crossing the space array, so when he saw the woman's expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" The woman didn't respond at all, but her eyes were fixed in a certain direction. The old man was puzzled. Following her line of sight, he was instantly dumbfounded. Over there stood 8 or 9 stone golems, each of them several zhang tall. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. Just by looking at them, they gave off a strong visual impact. Their bodies, which seemed to be made of stone, were filled with an indescribable sense of power. No one dared to doubt their valiant fighting strength. Could this be the legendary stone mongoose? Wasn't it said to be extinct? Why were there so many of them here? It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all there was to it. On the other side of the stone mongoose, there were a lot of silhouettes. There weren't many of them, only about 30 of them, but every one of them was emitting a terrifying demonic chi. Previously, the woman and the elderly man were too focused on the existence of the space magic array to notice the demonic chi. At this moment, when they used their hearts to examine it, their expressions changed drastically. These monster race cultivators were all Monster King level existences. None of them were a match for them. The woman and the elderly man clearly saw the three Monster Kings of the High Heaven Palace mingling with the other monster race cultivators, laughing and chatting. Counting carefully, there were 32 of them. In other words, there were 32 Monster Kings here. What kind of power was this? One had to know that most of the so-called top sects only had a single third-stage Emperor Realm Master. For example, the Fire Dragon Palace only had Li Jiao, the High Sky Sect only had Mi Qi, the Seeking Passion Sect only had one, and Ice Heart Valley only had Bing Yun. In comparison, the power represented by these 32 Monster Kings was extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, the 200 cultivators of the Emperor Realm gathered in the Northern Territory wouldn't be able to defeat them even if they joined forces. They would only stand a chance if they worked together. Were they also helpers invited by the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master? Where did this group of Monster Kings come from? Why had they never heard of the existence of these Monster Kings before? Gudong. The sound of gulping could be heard as everyone's attention shifted from the territory crossing space array to the Monster Kings. The Monster Kings obviously felt it too. Many Monster Kings opened their bloody mouths as if they were pranking them. The demonic chi on their bodies became even more terrifying, causing the cultivators of the Emperor Realm in the Northern Territory to tremble in fear. They were afraid that these guys would madly rush in and start a massacre. If that happened, they would be doomed. The woman suddenly remembered a rumor. Her pupils shrank as she stared at the two men and one woman standing in front of the 32 Monster Kings. She quietly transmitted her voice, 32 Monster Kings. What do you think? What do you think? The elderly man subconsciously replied. The woman said, I heard that in the Eastern Territory, there is a savage desolation ancient land that retains its savage aura. It has not changed even after thousands of years. And in that savage desolation ancient land, there are 4 Saint Masters, and each of them has 8 powerful Monster Kings under their command. The elderly man blankly said, for Saint Masters, and each of them has 8 Monster Kings. Wouldn't that be a perfect number of 32? Actually, he had heard of this rumor before, but it was just a rumor. Without seeing it with his own eyes, no one would dare to believe it. But there was no such coincidence in this world. There were 32 Monster Kings in the savage desolation ancient land, and there were 32 here. The elderly man's face was pale as he said, Are you saying that they came from the savage desolation ancient land? That is the Eastern Territory? The woman said, What's wrong with the Eastern Territory? We came from the Northern Territory. So that's how it is. So the 3 Monster Kings in the High Heaven Palace came from the savage desolation ancient land. The existence of Ying Fei, Xie Wei, and Shi Lei was not a secret, but many people in the Northern Territory did not understand how Yang Kai managed to subdue these 3 Monster Kings and put them in the High Heaven Palace as guards. Until now, this question that had puzzled everyone for a long time finally found a suitable answer. That makes sense. Those legendary stone mongoose that was rumored to have gone extinct probably came from the savage desolation ancient land. The elderly man gently nodded. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, If these stone mongoose and Monster King came from the savage desolation ancient land, then who are the 3 in front of us? The woman turned her head stiffly to look at him. She had thought of this question a long time ago. At this moment, she said word by word, Holy Spirit. The elderly man immediately lowered his head. After thinking for a while, he said, This old man thinks that what we said before was not well thought out. Let's take our time to think about it. Originally, they wanted to wait until this matter was over to contact the other northern territories, the Emperor Realm, to resist the pressure of the High Heaven Palace. But now that they saw that Yang Kai had casually gathered so many helpers, including the Stone Mongoose, the Monster King, and the Holy Spirit, who would dare to act rashly? Although they might all be in the Eastern Territory, with the existence of the Trans-Territory Space Magic Circle, It would only take a breath's time to travel from the Eastern Territory to the Northern Territory. Since they were here now, it meant that the Eastern Territory also had a trans-territory space magic circle. If they really pissed off the High Heaven Palace and dragged this group of people to the Northern Territory, even if all the Northern Territory's sects worked together, they might not be a match for them. Not to mention, when the time came, people would definitely be divided. The woman nodded in agreement. Actually, it's not bad to have a leading sect in the Northern Territory. It's better than being scattered. She was probably comforting herself. There were more than 200 people from the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. If the woman and elderly man could see the stone mongoose and Monster King's origins, there was no reason why the others couldn't. At this moment, when they saw so many Monster King and Holy Spirits waiting obediently here, they didn't dare to complain. They all looked down and waited obediently at the side. The shock in their hearts didn't need to be told to outsiders. Mi Qi and Li Jiao huddled together. The former's expression kept changing. He secretly felt lucky that he didn't fall out with the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a High Sky sect now. He probably wouldn't even know how he died. Li Jiao's performance was not bad. After all, he had caused a ruckus on Dragon Island with Yang Kai. He also knew about the close relationship between Yang Kai and a dragon lady. Therefore, even though he was a little shocked by Yang Kai's methods and reputation, he was one of the few people who were relatively calm. He even had a strange sense of superiority. He thought that if Yang Kai really called the dragon race from Dragon Island over, it would be very interesting. However, he didn't know what kind of attitude Dragon Island had towards Yang Kai. Logically speaking, with Dragon Island like this, they were bound to be Dragon Island's archenemy. However, the key was that Yang Kai had sex with a dragon lady. Just as everyone was shocked, Yang Kai led the last group of people to the spatial formation. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Yang Kai's gaze swept across everyone and said loudly, "This is the Southern Territory. The Orthodoxy Palace is not far away." Later, I asked that everyone work together to help me save people and prevent the demons from escaping. The most important thing for everyone is to protect yourselves and not be affected by the demonic qi. Secondly, capture those who are affected by the demonic qi. Try not to kill them if you can. Can't kill them? Everyone was shocked. Fan Ku frowned and said, "Since they have already become the demon race, why leave them alive? If they couldn't kill them, then they could only capture them alive." Although everyone present was strong, capturing them alive was still a bit troublesome. Moreover, what was the use of capturing them alive? It was easy to become the demon race, but it was extremely difficult to get rid of the demonic thoughts. In his opinion, as long as they were affected by the demonic qi, there was no need to keep them alive. I have my own plans. Of course, if I have no other choice, I would rather kill them than let a single demon escape. Yang Kai said with a serious expression, "Do you all understand?" Understood. The 200 people from the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory shouted in unison. At this time, no one dared to disrespect Yang Kai. A group of Monster King and 3 people who were suspected to be Holy Spirits were watching. First, I asked that everyone surround the Orthodoxy Palace and follow my orders. Yang Kai waved his hand and led the way towards the Orthodoxy Palace. "Let's go." A group of people followed closely behind him. A moment later, a faintly discernible curtain of light appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the Orthodoxy Temple's grand protective array. Everyone's heart trembled at the sight of this grand array. Such a grand array was the foundation of a top sect. As they approached the grand array, Yang Kai waved his hands left and right, and the several hundred people instantly split into 2 groups and flew out in an orderly manner along the Orthodoxy Temple's spirit array, stopping at regular intervals. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they had completely surrounded Orthodoxy Temple. Chapter 3260. While Yang Kai and the others were taking action, inside Orthodoxy Temple, Lei Gu, whose body was wrapped in demon qi, apparently received the news. He turned his head to look at the demon next to him and asked, "Are you sure?" The demon cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Master, I'm absolutely sure. There are more than 200 people, all of them from the Emperor realm. This demon was wearing the robes of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was obvious at a glance that he was a member of Orthodoxy Temple. His cultivation was also at the First Order Emperor realm, and he was probably an elder of Orthodoxy Temple, but at this moment, he had obviously been possessed by a demonic sense. Lei Gu's eyes flashed as he frowned. How is this possible? The layout of the Southern Territory was very meticulous, and they had taken advantage of the martial meet to plot against many Emperor realm masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples. They had been scheming against the unsuspecting, so there was no way they could have been foolproof, but they had not expected that Yang Kai would make a mistake at the last moment. He also didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had disappeared for more than a decade, would participate in the Southern Territory's martial gathering, so he sent someone to lure him away and assassinate him secretly. Who knew that even that person would fail, making him depressed? Only now did he realize that the person with the space divine technique was really good at preserving his life. And in less than a day, where did that surnamed Yang find so many helpers? And all of them were from the Emperor realm. But the demon under his command spoke with such certainty that he had no choice but to believe it. To be safe, he decided to take a look himself. After exhorting a few words to the demon, his figure flickered and he arrived at the mountain gate. Looking around, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. Yang Kai, who had been away for a day, had returned, and he had indeed brought a lot of helpers with him. In addition to Shihua, who had been staying here to monitor the situation, there were also 8 or 9 stone golems and a dozen or so people from the Emperor realm surrounding him. Looking around, outside the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Temple, there was a person standing in the air at regular intervals. When they saw him appear, they all looked up. They really were from the Emperor realm, and there were quite a few of them. Although Lei Gu wasn't sure how many people Yang Kai had brought with him, it seemed that the demon's report was correct. Where did he find so many from the Emperor realm? It had only been a day. Even if he had rushed to the various sects in the Southern Territory to inform them, it was impossible for him to find so many reinforcements in such a short time. Lei Gu's expression became a bit solemn. He vaguely felt that things weren't going well. If this plan failed, then Yang Kai would definitely be the main culprit. His heart was filled with hatred. After planning for so many years, his grand plan was going to fail in the hands of a single person. How could he not be angry? As expected, it has become the demon race. Ji Yao was standing beside Yang Kai. After seeing Lei Gu, she immediately clicked her tongue in wonder and sized him up. This was also her first time seeing the cultivator of the demonic chi and become the demon race. Even though it was her first time seeing it, the black energy on Lei Gu's body gave her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. There was a kind of rejection that came from the depths of her soul. Was this the demonic chi? It really was filthy. Lei Gu, today will be the day of your death. Yang Kai shouted through gritted teeth. The sight of his enemy made his eyes turn red. Lei Gu's expression was cold and he didn't say a word. He suddenly turned around and left, not even intending to say a word to Yang Kai. He came here mainly to see if the information was wrong. Now that it was confirmed, there was no need to stay any longer. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He knew that this guy was going to cut off all means of retreat, so he immediately shouted, "Is the temple master here?" His voice was activated by his Emperor Chi and like rolling thunder, it spread into the depths of Orthodoxy Temple. A hearty laugh immediately came from inside. Not dead yet. Temple Master, hold on a little longer. I'll save you now, Yang Kai shouted again. When Zi Shan's voice came, okay. Although he didn't know what was going on outside, since Yang Kai had returned, he must have found help. Now that everyone's hope of escaping was on Yang Kai, he could only trust him unconditionally. Little brat, why aren't you attacking? If you keep talking, your temple master is going to become the demon race. Ma Qing's exasperated voice also came. When Zi Shan laughed, bullshit, you're the one who's going to become the demon race. Yang Kai grinned when he heard this. Fortunately, they were still in the mood to bicker. This meant that the situation hadn't reached the most critical point yet. He raised his hand high and his voice resounded in all directions. Everyone, heed my order. Clanging sounds could be heard as swords and sabers were drawn. Emperor artifacts were summoned one after another. Monster Chi and Emperor Chi were rolling, ready to attack. Yang Kai's raised hand swung down fiercely as he shouted, "Attack!" As he spoke, a dark moon blade slashed forward and slammed into the light curtain of Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array. A poochie sound immediately rang out as the light curtain caved in slightly and ripples spread out from the center of the impact. In the next moment, hundreds of attacks of various shapes and sizes bombarded the light curtain from all directions, causing it to sway unsteadily. For a moment, the sky darkened as the world energy became chaotic and various principles intertwined like a net. Before the light curtain of the grand array could be stabilized, it began to sway from side to side. It looked like it was about to collapse, but to everyone's surprise, the light curtain actually withstood a round of fierce attacks and did not collapse in the first place. Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array was naturally extraordinary. If someone had been in charge of it, it might have been able to repair itself quickly, but at this moment, this spirit array was only defending itself on its own. There was no one in charge of it, so even if it had some self-repairing ability, it was of little use. It wasn't that Lei Gu didn't want to stay here to preside over the spirit array, but he also knew that the situation was hopeless. With so many masters joining forces to attack, even if he was in charge, the spirit array wouldn't be able to last much longer. Rather than wasting time here, it was better to think of something else that might give him a chance. The first wave of attacks had only just stopped when the second wave arrived, and it was even more ferocious than the first. The heavens and earth changed color and the universe was turned upside down. Everyone in the Emperor realm felt an indescribable sense of excitement rise in their hearts. Never before had so many masters taken action together. Just the momentum alone was enough to shock anyone who saw it, and as a part of this scene, the helpers Yang Kai had brought naturally shared the glory of this event. With a series of rumbles, the spirit array collapsed and the light curtain that had been covering Orthodoxy Temple burst like a soap bubble. "Kill!" Yang Kai roared and was the first to rush in. Beside him, Jiao also followed closely behind, her figure graceful, but as she rushed into Orthodoxy Palace, she turned her head and glanced to the side. On a small slope, there was a woman's corpse. She had a beautiful figure and beautiful features, but her eyes were wide open, as if she had died with a grievance. She didn't know what the relationship between this woman and Yang Kai was, but just now, Yang Kai had clearly glanced in that direction, and after looking, there was a trace of pain in his eyes. Ji Yao's eyes flashed and she pointed down. A snowflake floated out and lightly fell on the woman's corpse. The snowflake didn't melt and instead released an extremely cold aura. In the blink of an eye, the woman's corpse was sealed in a block of ice. A group of demon dwellers wrapped in black chi rushed in. They all had dull expressions and seemed to have lost their minds. They were like walking corpses. They wore different clothes, but they were obviously disciples of the various sects in the Southern Territory. They waved their weapons and charged at the group of people from the Emperor realm without any regard for their lives. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt. His figure was erratic as he flitted past one demon dweller after another. He reached out and gently patted them on the back of their heads. The group of demon dwellers suddenly fell from the sky like dumplings and into the forest below. Yang Kai didn't kill them. Others might not be able to solve the problem of being corroded by the demonic chi and becoming the demon race, but he could dispel the demonic chi and let these demon dwellers regain their consciousness. Otherwise, if he really started a massacre, the Yuan Chi in the Southern Territory would definitely suffer a great loss. But at this time, he didn't have the time to take care of them one by one. He could only knock them out as soon as possible. They didn't fly too high, so even if they fell like this, it wouldn't be fatal, not to mention there was still the forest below. The people behind Yang Kai also followed suit. While urging their Emperor Chi to protect themselves, preventing the demonic chi from corroding their bodies, they also knocked out their enemies. The demon dwellers who rushed over were all below the Emperor realm, so how could they be a match for them? Even if they didn't fear death after becoming the demon race, they still didn't have the qualifications to fight the Emperor realm. One by one, the demon dwellers fell unconscious, creating a spectacular scene. But there were too many of these demon dwellers, at least 1,000, and this was only from the direction of the sect gate. If the demon dwellers in the other directions of the Orthodoxy temple were included, Yang Kai estimated that in just one day, the number of disciples from the southern territory who had become the demon race had reached tens of thousands. With Yang Kai taking the lead, the dozen or so people stabbed into the camp of those who had become the demon race like a sharp knife. Wherever they went, no one was able to withstand a single blow. That's all there is to it, huh? A First-Order Emperor Realm Elder from the High Skies sect laughed. Before, Yang Kai had gathered so many masters and made such a big scene that it was inevitable that people would feel nervous. They thought that the so-called demon dwellers were very powerful, but now that they had fought against them, they realized that they were just SOSO. It seemed that whether it was a demon dweller or not, strength was the foundation of everything. He wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Most people who came into contact with the demon dwellers for the first time had the same thought. The demonic chi of the demon dwellers was indeed a little strange. It was extremely corrosive and full of evil and filth, but everyone had their emperor chi protecting their bodies and many of them were wearing artifact armors, so they weren't afraid of the thin demonic chi at all. Although the dozen or so people were surrounded by thousands of people, they talked and laughed as usual. Although there were many demon dwellers, with the methods of these dozen or so people, it would probably take less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea to knock them all out. When that time came, they would converge and directly attack the depths of the Orthodoxy temple. Lei Gu would definitely not be able to escape. But at this moment, many of the demon dwellers' faces suddenly turned red and their bodies swelled up as if they were being inflated. Their bellies swelled up as if they were pregnant for 10 months. Painful sounds came from their throats as the demonic chi on their bodies fluctuated violently. The sudden turn of events caused many people to be stunned. Their movements couldn't help but slow down a lot, but everyone felt a faint sense of crisis. "Be careful!" Yang Kai's face changed as he let out a loud shout. He grabbed the neck of one of the demon cultivators and squeezed it hard, trying to make it faint. However, the demon cultivator just stared at him with his eyes wide open and showed no signs of stopping his body from expanding. Chapter 3261. With a loud bang, the demon cultivator exploded, leaving no corpse behind, but there was no blood spattering. Instead, the demon cultivator turned into a mass of pitch-black demonic chi that wrapped around Yang Kai. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk as the sounds of explosions rang out one after another, the demon cultivators exploded, causing Yang Kai's heart to sink. Up in the sky, where the Orthodoxy temple had been fighting, the dense mass of demonic chi grew rapidly like black mushrooms as the demon cultivators exploded, covering a large area in the blink of an eye, forming a black cloud that covered a radius of more than a dozen kilometers. The dozen or so disciples of the Emperor realm who were following closely behind Yang Kai were caught off guard and were all wrapped up in this black cloud. Even Yang Kai was not spared. Everyone who had been talking and laughing a moment ago suddenly paled. The thin demonic chi that they had not taken seriously until now had become hundreds of times denser and its power had risen sharply. With a sizzling sound, the demonic chi began to corrode everyone's protective emperor chi. Even as strong as the disciples of the Emperor realm, they felt their protective emperor chi on the verge of collapse. In a very short period of time, holes began to appear in their protective emperor chi, causing many of them to cry out in panic. No one needed to say anything. The dozen or so people almost did not hesitate as their figures flickered and they frantically fled. When everyone escaped from the black cloud's range and looked back, their faces were filled with lingering fear. No one had expected those demon cultivators to self-detonate, and the power of their explosions was so terrifying. Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Previously, there had been thousands of demon cultivators rushing towards them, but they had only knocked out 300 to 400 of them, but in that instant, at least 500 to 600 of them had self-detonated. In other words, just in their direction, the elite disciples of the Southern Territory had lost 500 to 600. It must be the same in the other directions. It could be said that the Southern Territory's elite disciples had suffered heavy losses. "Brother Chin!" A terrified voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and narrowed his eyes. He saw a middle-aged man standing there with a helpless look on his face. His emperor chi had been broken, and his body was wrapped in a dark demonic chi. This demonic chi was like a living creature, drilling into his body through his pores and orifices, causing his aura to change dramatically in a very short time. Even his eyes were covered in this dark demonic chi. Yang Kai didn't know who this person was, but he should be a helper that he had recruited from the Northern Territory. He also didn't know which sect he was from. When the people around him saw this, they all turned pale with fright and hurriedly scattered to the side, staring at him vigilantly, afraid that he would suddenly attack them. The man himself was obviously a little confused, his hands spread out in front of his eyes as he stared blankly, then looked up at Yang Kai and begged, "Palace Master Yang, save me." If the demonic chi completely eroded his mind, he would be no different from those demon cultivators who had self-detonated before. At that time, his life and death would be out of his control, and he wouldn't even know when he would self-detonate. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai appeared in front of him, his aura suddenly changing dramatically. As he chanted an incantation, a ray of light shot out from his hand and enveloped the man. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the dark demonic chi seemed to have encountered its nemesis, and as the light enveloped the man, the dark demonic chi rushed out of his pores before dissipating. The man's chaotic mind stabilized, and a feeling of escaping death filled his heart as he excitedly said, "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Although he didn't know what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used, he could clearly feel that the demonic chi that had invaded his body had been expelled. "Be careful." Yang Kai glanced at them coldly. They were from the Emperor realm, and they had almost become the demon race. How foolish. He also saw that it was not that the demonic chi was difficult to guard against, but that it was the first time these guys had come into contact with demon cultivators, and they had been a little careless just now. Otherwise, they would have only needed to maintain their emperor chi to protect themselves, and this situation would not have happened. Perhaps it was also because those demon cultivators had self-detonated at close range. Otherwise, how could he have lasted so long under the monstrous demonic chi outside Maplewood City when he was only from the First Order Dao Source realm? Even if the demonic chi was corrosive, as long as he protected himself and did not give it a chance, it would not be a big problem. Wizard technique. On the crown of a big tree in the distance, a dark shadow lurking in the shadows saw this scene, and his eyes could not help but shrink. Others did not know what method Yang Kai had used to expel the demonic chi, but he knew that it was the wizard technique. In ancient times, the demon race had suffered a great loss at the hands of those great wizards, and it was because of this that he was so shocked. There was actually someone in this era who knew the wizard technique? And looking at the way he had cast it, it seemed that he was extremely proficient in the wizard technique, otherwise, it would not have been so easy to cast an exorcism technique. But how was this possible? Heroes were created in every era, and every era had its own laws. With the current laws of heaven and earth, how could there be someone who could cultivate the wizard technique? Before he could finish his thoughts, his eyes suddenly blurred, and a figure stood in front of him like a ghost. This person was shocked and quickly retreated without thinking. Condense. A cold voice entered his ears, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He looked up and saw that Yang Kai, who was originally a few li away, had appeared in front of him at some unknown time. And after he spat out that word, the surrounding space suddenly solidified, turning into a formless cage that surrounded him. He struggled with all his might, urging his own strength to break free from the power of imprisonment, but he felt like he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the more he sank. Demonic intent. Yang Kai stared at his pitch-black eyes and coldly snorted. This person was clearly different from those demons who had fearlessly rushed over. Although those demons who had been corroded by the demonic chi had become the demon race, they had lost their ability to think. Meanwhile, this person in front of him could move on his own. This person had undoubtedly been possessed by the demonic intent, just like Lei Gu. And from his appearance, he should be an elder of the Emperor realm from the Orthodoxy Palace. You deserve to die. This person gritted his teeth and growled, his body suddenly expanding. He was about to self-destruct. Obviously, he knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent and was even more unwilling to be captured. "You want to self-destruct in front of me? Look at me!" Yang Kai shouted as a golden slit suddenly appeared in his right eye and poured out his spiritual energy in a seemingly corporeal manner. The demonic intent who was about to self-destruct was stunned, his inflated body involuntarily shriveling. Before he could react, Yang Kai had grabbed him by the neck and stuffed him into the sealed world bead to be suppressed. Yang Kai didn't kill him because there were still many things he didn't understand. If he left him alive, he might be able to get some useful information. In addition, Yang Kai also wanted to see if he could save this person from being possessed by the demonic intent, just like how he had rescued those who had been corroded by the demonic qi. After succeeding in his attack, Yang Kai turned around and looked back, his brow furrowing. He saw the huge black cloud in the sky tumbling, and then hundreds of vortexes appeared. The dense black qi poured into these vortexes and soon disappeared. In a flash, the black cloud disappeared and hundreds of figures with demonic qi appeared again. They were part of the thousands of demon dwellers just now. Of the thousands of demon dwellers, 500 to 600 had self-destructed, and 300 to 400 had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai and the others. The remaining 100 or so had been hiding in the black cloud all this time and only now revealed themselves. And after devouring the demonic qi formed by their companions who had self-destructed, each of them had greatly improved in strength. The aura they exuded was not much weaker than that of the people of the Emperor realm. What the hell? The High Sky Sect elder's eyes trembled, his face full of shock. Only now did he realize how ridiculous he had been for underestimating the enemy. At first, they didn't put the 1,000 or so demon dwellers in their eyes, but who would have thought that in the end, they would be able to gather a force that could fight against them. But soon, everyone found that something was wrong. Because although the hundreds of demon dwellers had greatly improved in strength, they stood in place stupidly, like wooden stakes. "Hurry up and knock them out!" Yang Kai shouted, his heart understanding. It seemed that these demon dwellers who had been corroded by the demonic qi temporarily did not have the ability to move on their own. The reason they had rushed over just now was because they had been driven by someone. And the one who had driven them should be the Orthodoxy Temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic qi. Now that he had captured the one who had driven them, the hundreds of demon dwellers immediately became like puppets with their strings cut. The dozen or so people heard the voice and carefully rushed over to the 100 demon dwellers, but after a few exchanges, they found that these demon dwellers showed no signs of resistance and were knocked unconscious one after another. Seeing this, Yang Kai was even more certain of his conjecture. These demon dwellers who had been corroded by the demonic qi really did not have the ability to move on their own. He didn't know whether it was because they had always been like this or because they had become the demon race for too short a time. At this moment, there was no time to think about it. Yang Kai soared into the air and looked around. He saw that the Orthodoxy Temple had been divided into more than 20 battlefields, each of them fiercely engaged in battle. The situation on his side could be considered good. The Northern Territory expert from the Emperor realm who had been corroded by the demonic qi had been saved by him and did not become the demon race. The Orthodoxy Temple elder who had driven the demon dwellers had been captured by him, and the demon dwellers had also lost the ability to move. However, the other battlefields did not have such a good start. Yang Kai could clearly see that the Northern Territory experts from the Emperor realm had already become the demon race and were turning against their former allies. These demon dwellers were enraged and could only fight back. They could not kill the demon dwellers, so a lot of their energy and manpower were tied up. The demon dwellers who had swallowed a large amount of demonic qi and had greatly increased their strength had also rushed in without fear of death and were fighting to the death with the allied forces from the Eastern and Northern Territory. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he turned his gaze towards a certain place down below and sent a few words to the Stone Puppet Clan elder with his divine sense. The elder and the 8 stone mongoose elders pushed forward layer by layer, beating the demon dwellers until they were in a sorry state. Their bodies were special and did not fear the demonic qi at all, so they were not worried about becoming the demon race. They also had extraordinary strength and were invulnerable. Ordinary experts from the Emperor realm were no match for them, not to mention the demon dwellers. If it were not for the fact that they were too strong and did not dare to casually attack, they would have already killed the demon dwellers. Chapter 3262. Hearing Yang Kai's message, the elder's expression changed and he immediately whispered a few words to the 8 stone mongoose. In the next moment, the 9 stone mongoose clan members spread out in all directions. On top of a tree, an orthodoxy temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic sense carefully concealed his aura and concealed his body, perfectly blending in with his surroundings. Many people passed by above or below him, but no one noticed his presence. He hid here and looked at a battlefield a few kilometers away, controlling hundreds of greatly improved demons to fight against a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm. At that moment, his vision suddenly darkened as a mountain appeared in front of him, blocking the light above his head. The orthodoxy temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic sense was startled and looked up, only to see a 10-meter-tall stone mongoose staring at him. I was discovered. I was actually discovered. And I was discovered by a stone mongoose at that. Where did the stone mongoose get such keen insight from? The orthodoxy temple elder was confident that his hiding was flawless. Unless there was a 3-layer Emperor realm mirror searching for him, it would be impossible for him to be discovered. Without any hesitation, the orthodoxy temple elder retreated. However, right at this moment, something tightened around his feet as if he was being grabbed by a large hand. He turned his head in horror and revealed a look of disbelief. The hand that had grabbed his ankle wasn't a giant hand, but a vine. His demonic chi shook, and the vine immediately exploded into dust. But this momentary delay gave the stone mongoose a chance to attack. A huge fist came smashing down like a mountain, hitting the orthodoxy temple elder squarely in the chest. In an instant, the orthodoxy temple elder felt as if he had been struck by lightning, the sound of bones breaking resounding from his chest as he fell to the ground like a rag sack. Before he hit the ground, pieces of his internal organs spurted out from his mouth and nose, and his neck tilted to one side as he breathed his last. Even if this orthodoxy temple elder was possessed by the demonic sense, he was only a first-order Emperor realm master. The stone mongoose clan members were all extremely strong, and even a 3-layer Emperor realm master would be severely injured by a single punch from one of them, let alone an orthodoxy temple elder. The stone mongoose turned around and ran in another direction. A murmur came from behind. The stone mongoose didn't have keen senses, but with the guidance of the wood spirits, things were different. The wood spirits and the stone mongoose tribe worked together and fought side by side in every battle. The wood spirits had an unparalleled ability to sense trees. The demonic wills hidden in the trees might be difficult for others to detect, but the wood spirits only needed to communicate with the trees around them to know where the ambush was and provide the stone mongoose with the correct guidance. The 9 stone mongoose moved together. One by one, the demonic wills hiding in the orthodoxy temple were dragged out, either dead or injured. Without the control of these demonic thoughts, the devil cultivator quickly lost their ability to fight. They all stood there foolishly, allowing others to knock them out, and fell down like raindrops. Yang Kai looked around coldly and soon fixed his eyes on a certain direction. It was the valley where the martial meeting was taking place. When he left a day ago, the valley was filled with dark demonic chi. Today, when he returned, it was even more ferocious than the day before. When Zishan and the others were trapped in that valley, the situation here was settled. Those who were possessed by the demonic wills were mostly eliminated. Without these people, the remaining devil cultivators wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. He no longer hesitated and rushed towards the valley. Halfway there, 3 streaks of light came from 3 different directions and landed beside him. They were Fanku, Songgo, and Luanfeng. Obviously, they had seen his movement and came to help. No matter how much they hated Yang Kai and how much they wanted to slap him to death, Yang Kai still had that woman behind him. She was the natural enemy of all divine spirits. Before that woman entered the blood door, she had been intimate with Yang Kai. They also knew how important Yang Kai was to her. If Yang Kai really died in front of their eyes, when that woman came out, the 3 of them would definitely have a hard time. Therefore, Fan Ku and the others had to stay by Yang Kai's side to prevent any accidents. The four figures sped along without the slightest obstruction. Soon, they arrived at the side of the valley and landed on a mountain peak. The three holy spirits furrowed their brows as they glanced over. Their eyes were filled with dread. This was because the valley was filled with rich demonic chi. The demonic chi was rolling and squirming like a living creature. They didn't know how such demonic chi was formed, but they were certain that once they fell into it, they would definitely have a hard time. In the middle of the valley, there were some sounds of fighting, as if someone was trapped inside. "Boy, you ruined my plans. Do you think you can save them?" Wishful thinking, Lei Gu's voice came from somewhere in the valley, drifting erratically, making it impossible to distinguish the direction. "Hiding your head but showing your tail. If you have the ability, why don't you fight me head-on?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Lei Gu laughed loudly. "Naive, this king will deal with them first before dealing with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the devil chi in the valley began to churn even more violently. Cries of alarm rang out from the center of the valley, mixed with cries for help. Yang Kai's expression changed. "Junior sister Murong." He clearly heard Murong Xiaoxiao's voice and wanted to rush over, but he was pulled back by Luan Feng, who glared at him and said, "What are you doing? Are you courting death? Let go." Yang Kai angrily flung her hand away. Fan Wu's figure flickered and blocked in front of him, quickly saying, "Yang Kai, don't be impulsive, that guy is clearly deliberately provoking you and leading you into a trap. If you really rush over, you'll fall into his trap." Song Dog also advised, "Yes, the demonic chi here is so strong. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the open. We need to think about it carefully." "Think about it carefully, my ass." Yang Kai spat at the three divine spirits and said with a ferocious expression, "My friends are all inside and I don't know how long they can hold on. If I don't go save them, do you think I'll just stand here and watch?" "But you can't just rush over like this. At the very least, you need to know what's going on inside," Fan Wu said with a frown. "How about this? Call everyone outside over and we'll work together to expel the demonic chi in this valley. The situation will be clear at a glance." Yang Kai's face was gloomy, but he didn't insist, seemingly knowing that this was the only way. But at this moment, Murong Xiaoxiao's exclamation came again. "Lei Gu, you're courting death." Yang Kai's expression darkened and his space principles fluctuated, directly disappearing from where he stood. His voice came from the boundless demonic chi as he rushed in without a care. Fan Wu and the others were dumbfounded. The Luan Feng's chi fluctuated as she said resentfully, "Idiot." Song Dog also shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Fan Wu's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "What are you still standing around for? Follow him." Regardless of whether they were willing or not, since Yang Kai had rushed in, they had no choice but to follow. Fortunately, the three of them were holy spirits and were naturally resistant to the demonic chi, so they weren't afraid of the demonic chi for a short period of time, but as time passed, no one could guarantee anything. What they were most worried about was Yang Kai. Who knew what kind of conspiracy Lei Gu had prepared to deal with him, but he had actually jumped into such an obvious trap. It was simply a miracle that he had survived until now. As soon as they stepped into the demonic chi, the three holy spirits' hearts sank because they had lost track of each other in an instant. The demonic chi was surging in all directions, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Even up, down, left, and right had become a blur. Bursts of ghostly cries and wolf howls rang in their ears, disturbing their minds, and murderous intent surged in all directions. Faintly discernible shadows shuttled back and forth like fish, their speed extremely fast, making it impossible for them to track them. In this unique environment, the demonic chi could definitely exert 120% of their strength, but they had to be on guard while resisting the demonic chi's corrosion. The situation was not optimistic. The three of them were quite loyal. After entering, they kept shouting Yang Kai's name, hoping to get a response, but it seemed that they were the only ones left in this world. Who else was there? In the darkness, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew forward. Murong Xiaoxiao's exclamations kept ringing in his ears, as if she was fighting with someone. Following the sound, he couldn't find anyone. Suddenly, Murong Xiaoxiao's scream came to an abrupt stop, causing the veins on Yang Kai's forehead to bulge as he came to a stop. The surroundings were silent, and no matter how Yang Kai listened, he couldn't hear anything else. The sudden stop of the screams seemed to indicate that Murong Xiao Xiao had encountered an accident. This caused Yang Kai's face to distort. He raised his hand and summoned his myriad sword. As his emperor chi surged, a shocking sword wave slashed down as he shouted angrily, "Lei Gu, get out here!" Lei Gu didn't react at all. Instead, where the sword wave passed, another scream rang out. Yang Kai froze for a moment before recognizing that it was Xiao Baiyi's voice. Rushing over, he saw a man leaning against a big tree, dressed in white robes and covered in blood. His hands were covering the wounds on his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to stop the blood from gushing out. "Xiao Bai." Yang Kai walked up to him and asked in a trembling voice. Xiao Baiyi raised his head and looked over, his face pale, but after seeing Yang Kai, he smiled bitterly. "Junior brother Yang, your injury?" Yang Kai stared blankly at the wound on Xiao Baiyi's body that ran from his shoulder to his crotch. It was a sword wound, and there were still remnants of his own emperor chi fluctuations. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "Junior brother, you don't have to blame yourself." Xiao Baiyi smiled at him as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "I can't hold on any longer, you should run as far away as possible." Yang Kai still stood in place, his eyes fixed on the sword wound on Xiao Baiyi's body. His whole body seemed to have been immobilized, his eyes trembling slightly, filled with fear and guilt, as if he hadn't expected that he would hit Xiao Baiyi with his sword. Chapter 3263. Run! Xiao Baiyi suddenly mustered up his strength and roared, his violent movements aggravating his injuries. The Emperor Qi covering his body immediately collapsed and boundless demonic qi poured into his mouth, nose, and wounds, causing him to show signs of becoming the demon race in a very short time. A painful roar came out of his mouth as Xiao Baiyi struggled to maintain a thread of clarity. His eyes trembled violently and were gradually replaced by darkness. Just as his eyes were about to be completely filled with darkness, he suddenly showed a bitter smile and then desperately pushed his strength. His body swelled and burst open with a bang. Pieces of flesh and blood sputtered in all directions, as if a flower made of blood had bloomed under the tree. Yang Kai roared towards the sky, his voice filled with grief and indignation as his Emperor Qi surged violently and his eyes turned red. His roar came to an abrupt end as he looked around coldly and said in a gloomy voice, "Lei Gu, if I don't tear you to pieces, I swear I'm not human." As soon as these words fell, Lei Gu's laughter rang out in his ears. Yang Kai was enraged. His myriad sword bloomed with light as it slashed out in all directions, cutting into the darkness and disappearing. With the release of the sword, his mood became more and more unstable, and his eyes became redder and redder, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. It was an extremely frightening sight. "Brother Yang!" A soft and uncertain voice called out from behind him. Yang Kai didn't even look at it, turning around and slashing out with his sword. The sword chi easily broke through this person's protective Emperor Qi and passed through everything. Murong Xiao Xiao, who was covered in blood and in a sorry state, stared at him in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Then, from between her eyebrows to her chin, a line of blood appeared, and with a loud bang, her body split in half, blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground, instantly dying. Yang Kai's breathing became heavy as his blood-red eyes flashed, but that was all. The black qi around him tumbled and poured into his body without leaving a trace, but he didn't seem to notice it. After a while, his whole body became covered in demonic qi. Lei Gu's voice sounded again. "How does it feel to slaughter your fellow disciples? How does it feel to become the demon race?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and continued to wield his myriad sword mechanically. One after another, familiar or unfamiliar figures came from all directions, but they were all mercilessly cut in half by Yang Kai. Within 10 steps, everyone was killed. Soon, the ground was piled with layers and layers of corpses. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai finally stood up, gasping for breath. Black qi swirled around his body, and his eyes turned pitch black. Even though his cultivation had reached the second-order emperor realm, He couldn't maintain this kind of unrestrained release of power for too long. In the darkness, two figures stood tall, looking in the direction of Yang Kai through the thick demonic qi. These two were none other than Lei Gu and Feng Ming. "It should be about time," Feng Ming asked. Lei Gu furrowed his brow, as if he wasn't sure, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. However, to be cautious, he slowly shook his head and said, "He has the bloodline of the dragon race, so he has a natural resistance to demonic qi. It's best to be careful and wait a little longer." Feng Ming said, "It's not like the dragon race hasn't become the demon race before. What's more, his dragon race bloodline isn't pure. If his state of mind didn't show any flaws, he might be able to resist for a while, but he accidentally killed his fellow disciples, causing his heart demon to rise. Now that he's in this boundless demonic qi, it's already hard for him to last this long. I think he has completely become the demon race." Lei Gu nodded and said, "That's true." He was still a little hesitant. Feng Ming volunteered, "I'll go take a look. This person is rare. If I can use him, it will be a great contribution in the future." "Be careful," Lei Gu warned. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flickered as he walked towards where Yang Kai was. He wasn't careless. Although he was almost certain that Yang Kai had already become the demon race, he still needed to be on guard. His demonic essence surged, ready to retreat at any time. And following his footsteps, the boundless demonic qi took the initiative to open up a path, revealing a scene shrouded in darkness. The distance between them was less than 10 zhang. Feng Ming carefully examined Yang Kai's situation while slowly walking forward. Soon he arrived 3 feet in front of Yang Kai. Without any warning, his hand suddenly turned into a claw, grabbing at Yang Kai's chest. His claw overflowed with energy, and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was clearly powerful. With a qi sound, the claw pierced 3 inches into Yang Kai's chest, and blood splashed out in an instant. Yang Kai still didn't move, as if he couldn't feel any pain. Seeing this scene, Feng Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He was certain that Yang Kai had really become the demon race. After all, he had killed so many people without hesitation, and there were even a few of his fellow disciples among them. How could he resist the corrosion of the demonic qi under the influence of the inner demon? And from the outside, this brat had indeed been affected by the demonic qi. His actions just now were just a final test. If he had only pretended to become the demon race, then he would have reacted to his fatal attack. Now that he didn't resist, it meant that he had succeeded. On the other side, Lei Gu also let out a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. This time, he could finally report to his superiors. Originally, he didn't know how to report the failure of the Southern Territory. But now, as long as he could capture Yang Kai, he could completely offset this mistake. This person was proficient in the power of space, and he also had some dragon race bloodline, which would be very useful in the future. Feng Ming had already retracted his hand. Yang Kai's chest was instantly bleeding, but his expression was dull, as if he didn't feel anything. He walked around Yang Kai in a circle and seriously examined him. Feng Ming nodded and said, "Good, good, good." Once again standing in front of Yang Kai, he suddenly took out a pitch-black box from his chest. That box was made of an unknown material, neither gold nor jade. When he opened the box, a seed-like thing appeared inside. The seed was also pitch-black and was only the size of a mung bean, but it fluctuated with a clear divine soul fluctuation, as if it wasn't a seed, but a person. Feng Ming reached out and pinched that seed, and slowly pressed it between Yang Kai's eyebrows. The moment the two touched, the pitch-black seed attached itself to Yang Kai's forehead and, as if it had come to life, squeezed into Yang Kai's head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a figure appeared in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. This figure was wrapped in black qi and constantly distorted, making it impossible to see its facial features clearly. "Is this how you possess others?" A voice suddenly called out. The black figure was startled and turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see Yang Kai's soul avatar floating quietly above his knowledge sea, holding a long saber in his hand as he smiled towards them, his smile full of ridicule and ridicule. "You haven't become the demon race." A hoarse voice called out, making it impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, but it was filled with disbelief. Seeing Yang Kai's soul avatar, how could the black figure not know that they had been deceived? If Yang Kai had really become the demon race, his soul avatar would definitely have become the demon race at this moment. All he needed to do was swallow Yang Kai's soul avatar and occupy Yang Kai's body. How was this possible? The situation of Yang Kai's body had clearly become the demon race and was being eroded by the demonic qi, so how could he still maintain his consciousness? Yang Kai had even beaten him at his own game and waited for him here. Moreover, under Feng Ming's attack just now, he had not resisted at all, so how could he be sure that Feng Ming would not take advantage of this opportunity to take his life? How audacious! How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. The black figure flickered, turned into a cloud of black mist, and tried to escape from Yang Kai's knowledge sea. However, in this world, Yang Kai dominated everything. It was easy to enter, but if he wanted to leave, he would need Yang Kai's permission, or he would need to use a stronger force to tear through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Although the black figure's strength was extraordinary, he was only a demonic sense. Without the support of a physical body, he could not display his full strength, so how could he break through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea? For a time, the black figure was like a beast trapped in a cage, struggling left and right, unable to escape, and unable to even send a message to the outside world. Yang Kai pointed the soul-severing saber at him from afar, his expression cold. Being locked on by this aura, the black figure clearly felt that a great disaster was looming over him, and even though he did not have a physical body, he still felt cold all over. He was also decisive, knowing that he could not escape from someone else's knowledge sea, so he simply turned around and rushed towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to die together with him. Chop! With a shout, the soul-severing saber trembled and turned into a saber light, slashing towards the black figure's body. With a mournful scream, the charging black figure was split in two and then exploded, disappearing without a trace. After dealing with the demonic sense that invaded his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and his soul avatar escaped from his knowledge sea. In the darkness, Yang Kai opened his eyes, moving his pitch-black eyeballs, and a faint expression appeared on his stiff face. Feng Ming stood in front of him with his hands behind his back, nodding when he saw this. "Let's go." He did not have the slightest suspicion, turning around and leaving. Yang Kai looked at his back, really wanting to stab him to death, but he still held back. Passing through the thick demonic qi, the two quickly arrived in front of Lei Gu, and Feng Ming smiled. "It's done." Lei Gu was also full of smiles, looking at Yang Kai and nodding. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Master." The smile on Lei Gu's face suddenly froze, and Feng Ming's expression also became stunned, turning his head to look. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, keenly feeling that he seemed to have given himself away. What could be wrong with just calling him master? Before he could finish his thoughts, Lei Gu and Feng Ming suddenly split up, retreating rapidly. Yang Kai also made a prompt decision. Under the urging of his space principles, the surrounding space instantly froze, and at the same time, two moon blades slashed towards Lei Gu and Feng Ming. Everything happened in a hurry, so he did not have time to prepare a killing move. As expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Lei Gu was actually able to shatter space with his powerful strength. His figure was only slightly hindered by the Moonblade, allowing him to avoid the Moonblade's attack. Chapter 3264. Feng Ming, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. He was imprisoned by the space principles, and before he could even react, the Moonblade had already arrived in front of him and pierced through his body. A crescent-shaped hole immediately appeared on his chest, and one could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 organs from the wound. He lowered his head and looked at the hideous wound on his chest and abdomen. His eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Ming's physical body was at the second-order Emperor realm, which was almost the same as Yang Kai's, but he was beaten to such a state in a single exchange. Of course, this was because he was caught off guard, but the other party's methods were just too shocking. If he was really just Feng Ming, he would definitely be unable to move after this attack and could only wait for death. However, he was born from a demonic spirit, so even if he was fatally wounded, he didn't immediately collapse. Instead, a large amount of demonic qi grew from the wound on his chest and abdomen, wriggling and filling up the wound. On the other side, after Lei Gu dodged the moon blade, he let out a roar and used all his strength to break free from the restraint of the space principles. He retreated with a terrified expression, wanting to return to the darkness. As long as he could dodge a few of Yang Kai's attacks, he would be able to conceal himself again. In this boundless demonic qi, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to find him. How could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? After the 2 moon blades were sent out, Yang Kai raised his hand and threw out a small, pitch-black beast that was about a foot long. The small beast looked like an ordinary dog, but as soon as it appeared, its eyes shone with a terrifying light, filled with joy and excitement. Return to ruins. When Yang Kai returned from the frozen earth, he kept the return to ruins in the High Heaven Palace. When he went to Dragon Island, he didn't bring it with him. Since the enemies this time were demons and many demonic spirits, and the return to ruins was Nemesis, how could he not bring it with him? Previously, when he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he summoned it and quietly stuffed it into the sealed world bead. Lei Gu was slightly taken aback by the appearance of the void end. He still didn't understand why Yang Kai would bring out this little beast at this time, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror from the depths of his heart, as if he had encountered his natural enemy. The myriad sword rose up, turning into a sword net that enveloped Lei Gu, sealing off his escape routes. Meanwhile, Return to Ruins immediately pounced in front of Lei Gu. Its large mouth split open, and its small dog head immediately became larger than a house. Its mouth was filled with nothingness and primal chaos as it bit down on Lei Gu's head. Return to Ruins. Lei Gu turned pale with fright. Just now, he didn't recognize the identity of the Return to Ruins because it happened so suddenly. Now that he saw this strange situation, how could he not remember that this was the Return to Ruins? The strange beast Return to Ruins was a famous existence in the entire demon territory. Any demon race that had lived long enough would know how terrifying it was. Although the Return to Ruins in front of him wasn't a terrifying existence that could devour an entire world, at the very least, it had a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins. This was something that made all demon race members pale in fright when they talked about it. An extremely terrifying aura was transmitted from that pitch-black mouth. Lei Gu only felt his entire body turn cold. Coupled with the blockade of Yang Kai's sword net, there was no way out at all. Seeing that he was about to be bitten by the Return to Ruins, Lei Gu suddenly waved his hand. A figure charged out from the side, blocking in front of Lei Gu. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her dress fluttered, and her beautiful face was filled with indifference. Her eyes were completely covered in darkness. Gao Shueting. Yang Kai's eyes widened when he saw this, and the sword net that enveloped Lei Gu instantly dissipated. He previously guessed that Gao Shueting was poisoned, and now that he saw it, it was indeed so. She and Luo Chen were probably corroded by the demonic qi and turned to become the demon race. Gao Shueting blocked in front of him and didn't move at all. She didn't have any intention of resisting at all, so how could Yang Kai kill her? When he retracted his move, he saw the Return to Ruins closing its mouth, wanting to swallow Lei Gu and Gao Shueting. Without even thinking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and arrived at the side of the Return to Ruins, kicking out. With a whimper, the Return to Ruins was sent flying. When Yang Kai turned back to look at Lei Gu, his face couldn't help but distort. Despicable! On the other side, Lei Gu took advantage of this gap and pressed his hand on Gao Shueting's head. The demonic qi in his hand was fluctuating, and he could kill Gao Shueting at any moment. Lei Gu didn't have any joy of escaping from death at all. His expression was twitching, and he looked at Yang Kai with eyes that were about to spit fire. He didn't expect to be played by this brat. The main reason was that his acting was too realistic. He didn't dodge Feng Ming's fatal attack and allowed Feng Ming's claw to pierce 3 inches into his chest. How could he be so sure that Feng Ming was just testing him? Right now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to use Gao Shueting as a hostage. It was more like a trapped beast fighting. It shouldn't be like this. After planning for so many years and using so many demonic seeds, under normal circumstances, he should have captured the several hundred people from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of elite disciples in the Southern Territory. Then, he would have quietly turned the entire Southern Territory into a part of the demonic territory. However, the plan went wrong with Yang Kai first, so he had no choice but to change his strategy. What was even more hateful was that Yang Kai actually summoned so many powerful helpers in a single day, making his plan unable to succeed at all. In the end, he was even played at his own game, so Lei Gu's mood was naturally very bad. After disappearing for more than 10 years, why did he appear at this crucial moment? Moreover, he kept ruining his plans. Release them. Yang Kai shook the myriad sword and pointed at Lei Gu. Lei Gu stared at Yang Kai with a sinister expression. He was indifferent, as if he had already disregarded his own life and death. Yang Kai stared back at him without backing down. Seeing that he had no intention of compromising, he also felt a headache. He had already considered this situation before, but he didn't know where Gao Shueting was, so he couldn't save her first. As expected, Lei Gu still took her as a hostage. What made him feel the most helpless was that Gao Shueting had become the demon race, so she didn't have any intention of resisting. Instead, she was obedient to Lei Gu's orders. Whimpering sounds could be heard as the endless abyss crawled up from the side and whimpered a few times at Yang Kai, looking very aggrieved. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of paying attention to it, it rolled its two small eyes and fixed them on Feng Ming. Feng Ming's body was heavily injured, but he used the demonic qi to seal his wounds, so it didn't seem like his life was in danger. However, after being stared at by Return to Ruins, he immediately felt his hair stand on end. He quietly moved closer to Lei Gu. Return to Ruins crawled on the ground, his small eyes following his footsteps. Suddenly, he jumped up without any warning and pounced at Feng Ming as fast as lightning. Feng Ming's expression changed greatly. He wanted to dodge, but Return to Ruins' bloody mouth suddenly fell from the sky. The stench enveloped him. Feng Ming roared, "Save me!" The shouts came to an abrupt end, and only the sound of someone swallowing could be heard. A lump visibly bulged out of the ultimate's throat and rolled down his throat all the way to his stomach. In the past, when Return to Ruins' bloodline had just been activated, Feng Ming had been swallowed once. However, Return to Ruins was still too weak at that time. Feng Ming relied on his powerful cultivation to fight his way out of Return to Ruins and escape. However, after all these years, Return to Ruins had already grown. In the reincarnation world, Return to Ruins had swallowed a large amount of demonic qi and the demon race, turning them into his own strength. Feng Ming had been possessed by the demonic qi and turned into a demon. Even if he was in perfect condition, Return to Ruins would still have a headache. Plus, he had already been heavily injured by Yang Kai, so how could he resist? He was swallowed in one bite. Lei Gu's expression kept changing. The corner of his eyes cautiously watched Return to Ruins as his face slightly twitched. After Return to Ruins swallowed Feng Ming, it curled its tongue and looked at Lei Gu eagerly as if it wanted to swallow him as well. Ever since it returned from the reincarnation world, it hadn't eaten anything to its liking. Now that it finally encountered a demon, it naturally wanted to feast. However, Yang Kai didn't allow it, so it didn't dare to act rashly. It could only settle for the next best thing. It opened its mouth and released a powerful suction force. The demonic qi in the surroundings surged into its mouth and decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. "You can't escape." Yang Kai indifferently looked at Lei Gu. "Quickly surrender and I can spare your life." Lei Gu calmly said, "Do you think this king is a 3-year-old child?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Your life isn't worth that much in my eyes." Lei Gu fiercely said, "But her life is different." While speaking, the hand pressing down on Gao Shueting's head slightly tightened. Gao Shueting immediately revealed a pained expression. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" Lei Gu said, "Why didn't you become the demon race?" This question had been bothering him and he couldn't wait to find out the answer. Not to mention Yang Kai's actions just now, even now, Yang Kai was also wrapped in demonic qi. He was clearly being corroded by the demonic chi, but why was he able to maintain his consciousness and not become the demon race? If he couldn't find out the answer to this question, he couldn't be at ease. What can a mere demonic chi do to me? Yang Kai sneered. The dantian in his body was sealed with an even purer ancient demonic chi. Compared to the demonic chi around him, it was simply a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Even if he didn't have the dragon race bloodline, Yang Kai still had a strong resistance to this demonic chi. While speaking, his body shook. When his whole body released bloody light, the demonic chi that invaded his body was all pushed out and returned to its original state. What about the demonic chi? Lei Gu's face twitched. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Where did the demonic chi come from?" Lei Gu said, "You killed so many people, many of them were from the same sect." Yang Kai snorted and said, "You want to affect my mind with just a few illusions? How can you be sure?" Lei Gu shouted. Those who were killed were indeed illusions, but in this boundless demonic chi, they were extremely real existences. Watching the fellow disciples who were on good terms with him die under his own sword, even if he had some doubts, there would definitely be flaws in his mind. Unless this person's heart was as firm as a rock, his will was firm, or he had a way to distinguish between reality and illusion. Shabai. Yang Kai showed an unfathomable smile. What? Lei Gu frowned, obviously not understanding. Don't ask if you don't understand, it will only show your ignorance, Yang Kai snorted coldly. When he first met Xiao Bai, he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. He had to admit that Lei Gu's method was really good, but when he said Xiao Bai, he knew something was wrong. Xiao Bai never admitted that he was Xiao Bai, he would only reiterate his name very seriously. Chapter 3265. Before entering the valley, Yang Kai suspected that Lei Gu was luring him into a trap. The most obvious was Murong Xiao Zhao's 2 screams. The 2 screams were more urgent than the last, and their intentions could not be more obvious. Yang Kai naturally rushed into the mountain valley alone with a furious look on his face, wanting to see what Lei Gu was up to. Everything that happened after that was just going with the flow, and the result was just as he had hoped. He had hooked a big fish like Lei Gu, but now, because of Gao Shueting, he was holding back. As the two exchanged a few words, the demonic chi in the valley had been greatly reduced, all of it entering the stomach of Return to Ruins. The darkness gradually dissipated, and the valley's original scenery gradually revealed itself. Figures stood tall, and there were many corpses on the ground. The entire valley was no longer green like before. It was a mess as far as the eye could see, and the ground was almost dyed red with blood. At the center of the valley, several thousand people were gathered, arranged into one array after another, and shrouded these people in either strong or dark light. These people were the people from the Southern Territory who had participated in the martial gathering this time, and had yet to become the demon race. It could be seen that they had been relying on the array to last until now, but no matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, their faces were all pale, and they were clearly at the end of their rope. Around this group of people were tens of thousands of demon dwellers, surrounding them. The dissipation of the boundless demonic chi surprised everyone. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk as the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, powerful auras appeared one after another, filling the valley in an instant. It was the group of helpers Yang Kai had brought. Fan Hua and the others saw that Yang Kai was safe and sound, and they were slightly relieved, but their gazes were quickly attracted by Lei Gu. Everyone could see that Yang Kai seemed to be confronting Lei Gu at this moment, and Lei Gu had a woman who had become the demon race as a hostage. They did not know what relationship that woman had with Yang Kai. Little Xue Ting. When Zi Shan's voice came, and his face was unprecedentedly solemn. When his purple robe fluttered, he had already arrived beside Yang Kai, his gaze deep as he looked at Lei Gu. There was no need for him to ask. He could tell what the situation was. Lei Gu's expression was gloomy as he slowly scanned his surroundings. Seeing the experts standing in great numbers in all directions, he also understood that the situation was hopeless. The plan this time could be said to have failed miserably. His heart was filled with hatred. Although there were still tens of thousands of demons that had become the demon race, the strength of those people was mixed. Moreover, The time it took for them to become the demon race was too short. They needed to be distracted to control them, so they couldn't be of much use. At most, they could only mess up the situation a little. Do you think you can escape? Yang Kai looked at Lei Gu and said indifferently, do you believe that with a single order from me, not even your bones will remain? Lei Gu laughed loudly, of course I do. However, before I die, I can drag her down with me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yang Kai nodded. I believe it too. After a pause, he said, I'll say it again. Your life isn't that valuable in my eyes. Let her go and I'll let you go. An angry shout came. It was Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Holy Master, Ma Qing. He was covered in blood, but it was unknown whether it was his own or someone else's. He was in a sorry state. He stared coldly at Lei Gu and said, he is the culprit of this matter. We can't let him go. Moreover, this matter has obviously been planned for a long time. If we capture him, we might be able to get some information out of him. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan both tilted their heads and looked at him. Ma Qing glared and said, if we let him escape this time, there may be another catastrophe in the Southern Territory. Gold Envoy Xiao, what do you say? Xiao Yuyang frowned and didn't say a word. He naturally agreed with Ma Qing's words. He also knew that Ma Qing's words were not selfish. The Southern Territory had been besieging and suppressing demonic wills for more than 10 years. Originally, he thought that most of them had been killed. Even if there were a few that slipped through the net, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Who would have thought that the entire Orthodoxy temple would fall without anyone noticing? No one knew who made such a big move and what their purpose was. If they could capture Lei Gu, there was hope that they would be able to get some information out of him. They would be more prepared in the future. At the very least, they would know who else among the masters in the Southern Territory had been possessed by demonic wills. Just based on this point, Lei Gu couldn't easily get away. But at this time, he couldn't make the decision. He was the Gold Envoy of Star Soul Palace. Normally, he could represent Star Soul Palace. With one order, no cultivator in the Southern Territory would dare to disobey, but at this moment, Xiao Yuyang turned his head and glanced at the unfamiliar masters around him. He smiled bitterly in his heart. His words were probably useless. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan were obviously trying to snatch Gao Shueting back. If he really went against them, he would be the one to lose face. Ma Qing saw that Xiao Yuyang didn't speak and naturally knew what he was worried about, so he didn't count on him. He looked at Wen Zishan and said in a deep voice, Temple Master Wen, this Ma knows how you feel, but I still hope that Temple Master Wen will consider the overall situation and the people of the Southern Territory. You are the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple. Every word and action of yours is a role model for the millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory. Think twice. When Zishan's face was filled with pain as he slowly said, Brother Ma, if Madam Qi falls into such a situation, what will you do? Madam Qi was his first wife. She had a second-order Emperor realm cultivation and was standing next to him at this moment. Ma Qing's face twitched a few times as he gritted his teeth and said, You have to give up something to gain something. His voice was filled with sorrow, as if he had really given up on Madam Qi. As soon as these words came out, a woman in a palace dress next to him couldn't help but tremble and lower her beautiful eyes slightly. When Zishan smiled bitterly, Brother Ma is so bold, shut him up. Yang Kai suddenly winked at Fan Hua. Fan Hua's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ma Qing, raising his hand and pointing at him. Ma Qing was shocked, and the long sword in his hand swung out a series of sword flowers towards Fan Wu. Fan Hua coldly snorted as a savage aura burst out from his body, instantly making Ma Qing feel as if he was in an ancient world. The Emperor Qi in his body was somewhat chaotic, and his sword moves were full of flaws. Fan Hua's hand was like a butterfly flitting through flowers, passing through the sword flowers and accurately landing on Ma Qing's chest. His fingertips were bursting with energy, ready to kill Ma Qing at any time. The group of people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land were shocked. They never thought that their holy master would be subdued in one move. Fortunately, Fan Hua didn't intend to kill him, otherwise, Ma Qing wouldn't be alive right now. Although the Holy Master had consumed a lot of his strength and was now like a crossbow, how could he be defeated so easily with his foundation as a third-order Emperor Realm Master? A divine spirit! Ma Qing's eyes trembled as he stared blankly at Fan Hua in front of him, unable to believe his eyes. The one standing in front of him was actually a divine spirit. Although Ma Qing had never seen Fan Hua before, he couldn't be wrong about the special aura he was exuding. This person was actually a divine spirit in human form. Although he didn't know what kind of divine spirit it was, with such strength, even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for him, let alone now. What frightened him even more was that a divine spirit actually obeyed Yang Kai's orders. What was wrong with this world? How could Yang Kai command a divine spirit? Fan Hua looked at him coldly. This king is not in a good mood, so don't force me to kill you. He gently tapped Ma Qing's chest, causing him to take a few steps back. Ma Qing opened his mouth, but Madame Qi, who was standing next to him, tugged at his sleeve. In the end, he just sighed. He could tell that this divine spirit in front of him wasn't just bluffing, he really had the intention to kill him. In the valley, thousands of Southern Territory cultivators and tens of thousands of demon dwellers were facing each other, but it was completely silent. It seemed that everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Kai and Lei Gu. These two were the key to solving this matter. All right, now we can have a good talk. Yang Kai looked past Gao Shueting and stared at Lei Gu. If you want to die, you can do it now. I guarantee that you will die without a complete corpse. When Zi Shan's eyes flashed and his heart jumped to his throat. Fortunately, Lei Gu's expression didn't change and he didn't have any intention of killing him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It seems that you want to live. That's right, it wasn't easy to possess a body and be reborn. Now that you've occupied the body of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, it's time to be free and unfettered. Who would want to die? His eyes narrowed as he waved his hand. But look around, do you think you can escape? You're threatening me. Lei Gu coldly snorted. Yang Kai said, I'm just letting you see reality. I forgot to introduce you. Do you see that one over there? That's the divine spirit Fan Qi from the Eastern Territory. And this one is the divine spirit Song Go, and this beautiful lady is the divine spirit Luan Feng. And these are the 32 monster kings under them. Luan Feng heard this and curled her lips. On the other hand, the 32 monster kings all showed fierce expressions. They urged their monster qi and rolling demonic qi to increase pressure on Lei Gu. The cultivator in the Southern Territory was inexplicably frightened. They were already shocked when they saw Ma Qing being subdued by Fan Qi in one move. Only now did they realize that there wasn't just one divine spirit here, but three. And there were 32 monster kings. What kind of power was this? It was simply unheard of. Even Star Soul Palace couldn't pull such a force over, right? What made people feel slightly relieved was that they seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai, so they didn't have to worry about causing trouble in the Southern Territory. And there are more than 200 cultivators in the Emperor Realm in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai pointed to the side. Everyone raised their heads and puffed out their chests, unwilling to lose to those monster kings. Lei Gu angrily shouted, I'm not scared. Yang Kai calmly said, I don't mean to scare you, I just want to tell you that we can have a good talk. What kind of talk? Lei Gu said in a low voice. Even when he was talking, he was hiding behind Gao Shueting, not giving anyone a chance to take advantage of him. You want to live, I want her. The solution is simple, I let you go, you let her go. Lei Gu sneered, let me go first. When I'm sure it's safe, I'll let her come back. Yang Kai coldly laughed. Do you think that's possible? When Zi Shan interrupted, I'll trade for her, you can take me as a hostage and let your demonic qi fill my body. Chapter 3266. Hearing this, Lei Gu sneered, why would this king do something unnecessary? Gao Shueting was the best hostage in his hands, so there was no need to exchange her for Wen Zishan. If he really did that, there would be too many variables. Not to mention the possibility of accidents during the demonic qi infusion, Wen Zishan's cultivation was one minor realm higher than Gao Shueting's, so it wouldn't be easy to control him. If not for this, There would have been a third-order Emperor Realm Master among the cultivators who were eroded by the demonic qi to become the demon race this time. It wasn't that Lei Gu and Feng Ming didn't want to, but it was too difficult to implement, so they settled for the next best thing, which was the first-order and second-order Emperor Realm Masters. What do you want? When Zishan no longer had his usual carefree attitude, and his face was unprecedentedly serious, I only want her to be safe. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Lei Gu snorted. I said, let me go. When we reach a safe place, this king will naturally let her go. That's impossible. When Zishan slowly shook his head, how can I believe something without any guarantee? Lei Gu said calmly, if you want her to be safe, you can only gamble. At worst, we'll all die together. He pushed his demonic qi, and Gao Shueting immediately groaned. Stuff. When Zishan's face changed drastically, and he raised his hand and shouted. Lei Gu was about to say something when Yang Kai suddenly said, we can't agree to your proposal, and you don't agree to my proposal either. How about this, let's each take a step back. Lei Gu turned his gaze to him, let's hear it. Yang Kai said with his hands behind his back, I'll let you go, but I have to follow you. When we reach a suitable place, hand over my senior sister Gao to me. This is my bottom line. If you can't accept it, then there's no need to talk about it anymore. Lei Gu did not answer, but his eyes flickered. When Zishan's heart was in his throat as he secretly circulated his emperor qi, ready to take action immediately if anything went wrong. The scene in the valley seemed to be frozen. There was no sound, no movement, and time had never passed so slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, looks like you don't agree. As he spoke, he raised his hand and shouted, Monster King, listen up. Boom, when the demonic qi soared into the sky, the 32 Monster Kings figures swayed and surrounded Lei Gu and Gao Shueting in 3 layers. Their escape routes were completely sealed. Every Monster King's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light. Their eyes were filled with eagerness. I'll count to 3. If he still doesn't answer, go and tear him apart. Yang Kai's eyes coldly stared at Lei Gu. His raised hand raised a finger, and then a number jumped out from his mouth. When Zishan's body tensed up, his 2 fists clenched and unclenched, unclenched and then clenched again. The nervousness in his heart could not be any greater. 2. A second finger was raised. 32 killing intents simultaneously enveloped Lei Gu. The monster qi in every Monster King's body stirred. They did not care about Lei Gu or Gao Shueting. To them, these two were strangers. At this moment, they only listened to Yang Kai's orders. Since he said to tear Lei Gu apart after the count of 3, then they would really rush up and tear him apart. They did not care about Gao Shueting's life or death. Being enveloped by these 32 killing intents, the demonic qi on the surface of Lei Gu's body surged. Even though he currently had a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm cultivation, against these 32 Monster Kings' combined forces, there was no way he could survive. He would probably die without a burial site in just one exchange. He stared deeply at Yang Kai, looking into the depths of Yang Kai's heart through his eyes. He wanted to see even the slightest bit of hesitation and deliberate mystification. However, to his disappointment, Yang Kai's expression did not change. There was only determination in his eyes. When the 3rd finger was raised halfway, Lei Gu said in a low voice, "Only you can follow." Of course. Yang Kai put down his hand and put it behind his back. He was calm, but the group standing behind him could clearly see that his hand was slightly trembling. It was clear that his heart was definitely not as calm as he looked on the surface. They could not help but doubt. If Lei Gu still did not speak, would Yang Kai really be able to make the 32 Monster King rush over? Make way. Yang Kai waved his hand. The 32 Monster Kings surrounding Lei Gu immediately split into 2 sides, making a path. When Fan Hua, Song Go, and Lan Feng saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. This was the Monster King under their command. Since when did a human have the right to order them around? Yet these disappointing fellows actually obeyed without any hesitation. It was simply infuriating. Please. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Lei Gu said unhurriedly, "You better keep your word. If this king finds out that you left any traces for them to follow, or if this king discovers their aura, you will bear the consequences. Put your heart in your stomach. Yang Kai sneered. Lei Gu snorted coldly. He urged his demonic essence, wrapping it around Gao Shueting as he rushed out through the opening in the encirclement. Yang Kai followed closely behind, unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking in the direction the two left, Wen Zishan looked hesitant. Naturally, he was not at ease with Yang Kai chasing alone. He originally planned to quietly follow behind, but Lei Gu's words made him hesitate. If he accidentally exposed his aura and Lei Gu noticed, Gao Shueting would be finished. He could also track from far away, but if the distance was too far and he could not grasp the direction of the tracking, Yang Kai would not have a chance to leave a mark. Ma Qing sighed and patted his shoulder. Brother Wen, since that boy has made such a suggestion, he will definitely be able to bring Elder Gao back. You just wait and see. After he finished speaking, he saw that Wen Zishan did not react, so he could only walk back. He looked at his wife and disciples and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The group of disciples shook their heads when they heard this. Madame Qi, however, stared at him coldly, causing Ma Qing's forehead to break out in cold sweat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he asked, "Madam, what's wrong?" Madame Qi flicked her sleeves and walked to the side, her cold voice sounding, "When you go back, write a letter of divorce to me. Holy Master Ma, you are a righteous man. As a woman, I may drag you down in the future. It's better for us to go our separate ways, lest I ruin your reputation one day." The cold sweat on Ma Qing's forehead became even more intense as he quickly chased after her. "Madam, why do you say that?" He knew that what he had just said to Wen Zishan had probably hurt his wife, but that was just talking about the matter as it was, so there was no logic to it. On the other side, Wen Zishan, who had been standing silently in place for a long time, finally closed his eyes in pain. After hesitating for so long, he still did not have the courage to chase after Yang Kai and Lei Gu. It was already too late to move now, so he could only pin all his hopes on Yang Kai, hoping that he could bring Gao Shueting back in one piece, but the hope was too slim. Although Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, Lei Gu was not to be trifled with either. He was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and Gao Shueting had already become the demon race under his control. He really could not think of any way Yang Kai could take Gao Shueting back. Just as he was thinking this, he felt someone walk up to him and tug at his sleeve. He opened his eyes and looked down, only to see a 7- or 8-year-old little girl looking up at him with clear black and white eyes. "You are?" Wen Zishan looked at her suspiciously. Although she was just an ordinary-looking little girl, he did not dare to underestimate her in the slightest. This was because when he saw this little girl fight just now, the aura on her body was so strong that even he felt a little inferior. He did not understand how Yang Kai had so many monsters around him. Not only did he easily mobilize 3 holy spirits and the 32 Monster King, but even a little girl was so powerful. There was also that little black dog that could devour demonic qi. Each one was stranger than the last. "Do you want to chase after them?" Lu Yan asked. When Zishan's expression brightened, "Can you track where they went?" Lu Yan shook his head. "I can't." When Zishan's eyes instantly dimmed, but unexpectedly, Lu Yan pointed to the side and said, "He can." Looking in the direction he was pointing, he saw a stone man half the height of a human standing there quietly, winking at him. Him! When Zishan was puzzled. This stone man seemed to be a little different from the other stone men. He seemed to be more lively and spirited. Seeing Wen Zishan looking at him, the stone man said, "Follow me." He reached out and pointed at Fan Ku and the other 2 holy spirits. "The 3 of you come with me." Fan Ku and the others looked at each other, but did not ask any more questions. They all nodded. The Dharmakaya turned around and left. Lu Yan quickly followed. Wen Zishan did not hesitate and followed closely behind Lu Yan, followed by the 3 holy spirits. They flew as fast as lightning, spiritual mountains and rivers flashing under their feet. The group of people's cultivation had almost reached the level of perfection, so their flying speed was naturally not too slow. After flying for a while, Wen Zishan said suspiciously, "They are not going in this direction." Lu Yen turned around and raised a pinkish-white finger to her lips, blowing it. When Zi Shan's face twitched slightly, and he did not dare to say anything more. He could only follow behind silently, hoping that they were going in the right direction. Along the way, the Dharmakaya took the lead, and the rest of the people tried their best to restrain their auras and follow behind. They turned here and there, pretending to be serious. However, except for Lu Yen and the Dharmakaya who were unwavering in the direction they were going, when Zi Shan and the three holy spirits were confused. They chased all the way and did not detect the slightest aura of Yang Kai or Lei Gu, so they did not know if they were going in the right direction. What made Wen Zishan even more anxious was that the Dharmakaya would sometimes stay in a certain place for a long time before moving again. During this time, there was no trace of investigation at all. It was completely spontaneous, flying wherever it wanted to go. Thousands of miles away, Yang Kai had his hands behind his back and was strolling leisurely, following closely behind Lei Gu. At first, Lei Gu wanted to rely on his speed to shake off Yang Kai, but after several attempts, he knew that it was impossible. Chapter 3267. In terms of flying speed, Yang Kai might not be as good as Lei Gu. After all, there was a difference in cultivation levels. However, Yang Kai had the space divine technique and could ignore the obstruction of space. Even if he desperately tried to open up a bit of distance, Yang Kai would still instantly catch up. How could he shake him off? After trying a few times, Lei Gu didn't do anything useless. However, he was indeed careful enough. He constantly changed directions while flying and even deliberately circled around a certain place a few times. This was all to prevent people from following behind. Yang Kai also let him be. He didn't say anything and just followed behind him not far away. Lei Gu would never have thought that Yang Kai had a technique like the Avatar. He didn't need to deliberately leave behind any imprint. The sole deep connection between himself and the Avatar was the best guide. The Avatar could sense his existence, and he could also sense the Avatar's existence. However, outsiders would never be able to sense this invisible connection. After 2 days, Lei Gu finally confirmed that there were no pursuers behind him. Only then did he release his speed and rush in a certain direction. After flying for another 2 days, a vast swamp suddenly appeared in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. They had actually already arrived at the southern swamp. Yang Kai didn't know if Lei Gu came here on purpose or not, but the southern swamp was where the first devil cave appeared. Since Lei Gu came here, he clearly wasn't shooting without reason. Either there were other helpers lying in ambush here and Lei Gu wanted to borrow the power of these demons to deal with him, or Lei Gu wanted to use the terrain here to completely hide. Regardless of the situation, he couldn't continue to go deeper. That was why before Lei Gu truly entered the southern swamp, Yang Kai's figure flashed and blocked his path. Lei Gu's figure paused. His large hand was still on Gao Shueting's head. He coldly snorted and said, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai leisurely sighed and said, "Even if we can see each other off for 1,000 miles, we still have to part in the end. I have already fulfilled my promise, now it's your turn." Lei Gu indifferently said, "It's not enough." Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "You've been running for a few days now, and no one else is chasing after you except me. Let go of my senior sister, and I'll let you go." Lei Gu snorted and said, "I have the final say on when to release it. It's not up to you to tell me what to do." Yang Kai said impatiently, "If you don't let go, am I supposed to keep following you? Lei Gu, don't go overboard. Otherwise, it will only make me doubt your sincerity. If you don't agree, then I can only fight to the death with you." Lei Gu frowned. He turned his head to look around and muttered, "Fine, I'm afraid no one will chase after us here. So, give me back my senior sister." Yang Kai reached out his hand. Lei Gu grinned sinisterly. "I'm returning it to you, do you dare to take it? Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, it's 2 against 1 right now. Aren't you afraid that this king and your senior sister will work together to kill you?" Yang Kai said with a calm expression, "You can try." Lei Gu looked up to the sky and laughed. "Brat, you're bold because you're skilled. This king admires you very much. Why don't you pledge allegiance to my demon race? With your skills and courage, If you pledge allegiance to my demon race, your future will definitely be smooth. Becoming great emperors won't be a fool's dream. Yang Kai said with a tired expression, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and let her go. My patience is limited, don't force me to make a move." Lei Gu's smile faded and he said with a cold snort, "Since you insist, then take it." When he finished speaking, he reached out and gently pushed Gao Shueting's back. Gao Shueting immediately flew towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Gao Shueting arrived in front of Yang Kai, but before Yang Kai could make a move, the demonic qi on the surface of her body suddenly squirmed and swelled crazily. An extremely dangerous aura radiated from her body. She even opened her arms as if she wanted to hug Yang Kai. "Shameless!" Yang Kai shouted in exasperation. He knew that Lei Gu definitely wouldn't let her go so easily. As he said, he would even control Gao Shueting to join forces with him to deal with him. However, Yang Kai never expected that Lei Gu would directly control Gao Shueting to self-destruct. If Gao Shueting really self-destructed, then all his efforts would have been in vain. Moreover, at such a close distance, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. The self-destruction of a second-order Emperor Realm Master was absolutely terrifying. At that time, Lei Gu could take the opportunity to kill him. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't unprepared. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's left eye turned into a golden vertical eye. His spiritual energy surged out like a tide and enveloped Gao Shueting. At the same time, he opened his hand and clenched the sealed world bead. He urged the sealed world bead to open a world entrance, and a huge vortex appeared in front of his palm. Gao Shueting, whose demonic qi was surging and fluctuating dangerously, plunged into the vortex and disappeared in an instant, as if she had been swallowed by an invisible beast. Yang Kai immersed his mind into the sealed world bead without stopping, and then urged the power of the sealed world bead to suppress her. Only when he saw with his own eyes that the demonic qi on the surface of her body showed signs of stabilizing did he relax. With a bang, a huge impact came from his chest and abdomen. An incomparable pain spread throughout his body, causing him to snap back to his senses. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood and looked dispirited. However, with the help of this impact, he took the opportunity to retreat a few thousand meters. A few thousand meters away, Lei Gu looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He was holding a round hammer in his hand, and his eyes were full of shock and uncertainty. Gao Shueting had disappeared right under his nose. He couldn't help but wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Using Gao Shueting's self-destruction to cause a certain amount of damage to Yang Kai, then taking the opportunity to take his life, this plan could be said to be foolproof. Unless Yang Kai didn't care about Gao Shueting's life and death and dodged. However, under his watch, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of dodging at all, and Gao Shueting's sudden disappearance right before she was about to self-destruct made his plan go awry. Lei Gu's reaction was also fast. Even though Gao Shueting had made a mistake, he still rushed forward and took advantage of the moment when Yang Kai was distracted to smash his hammer into Yang Kai's chest. Lei Gu had used all his strength in that attack, so a second-order Emperor Realm Master would definitely not be able to survive. He would definitely be smashed to pieces. What surprised him even more was that Yang Kai didn't die. Although the sound of bones breaking could be heard, a large part of his chest caved in, and his aura became extremely weak. He was still alive. Only now did Lei Gu realize that he had underestimated the strength of Yang Kai's physical body. He had seen Yang Kai transform into a half-dragon with his own eyes, so he naturally understood that he had underestimated the strength of that half-dragon body. But now that things had gotten to this point, Lei Gu had no intention of retreating. Even if this little brat in front of him had the space divine technique, how long could he last with such a heavily injured body? The failure of the plan in the Southern Territory was all because of him, so how could Lei Gu let him live freely? He was determined to kill him here. For eyes met, Lei Gu's murderous intent surging and his eyes cold. Yang Kai's aura was weak and his face was pale, but he still grinned. This grin was fine, but it affected his injuries and caused him to spit out another mouthful of golden blood. Lei Gu raised the round hammer and pointed it at Yang Kai. "Boy, you ruined this king's plans. Today you will die." As soon as his words fell, the round hammer turned into a stream of light and instantly arrived above Yang Kai's head, smashing down with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Before the attack even arrived, the void shattered, and cracks appeared one after another. Yang Kai held his breath and raised his hand. The mountains and rivers bell appeared and spun straight towards the round hammer. With a loud bang, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out like an invisible blade, splitting the whole world into two. The mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly as it was smashed away, and the watermelon hammer was also blocked. Yang Kai couldn't withstand it and fell down, smashing into the swamp. His face was covered in dirt, but he didn't dare to stay in place. He hurriedly soared into the sky, put away the mountains and rivers bell, then turned around and fled in the direction he came from. When a tiger falls to level land, it is bullied by dogs. When a dragon swims in shallow water, it is teased by shrimps. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of Lei Gu even if he was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill him. But just now, in order to suppress Gao Shueting's self-destruction, he had no choice but to delay for a moment. Lei Gu's Emperor artifact directly smashed into his chest, displacing all his internal organs. If it weren't for his half-dragon body supporting him, he would have been crushed to pieces. Even so, he was seriously injured at this moment. How could a third-stage Emperor Realm Master attack with the full power of an Emperor artifact be so easy to withstand? The circulation of Emperor Qi in his body was slightly blocked, making it inconvenient for him to attack. Even though he used the mountains and rivers bell to block the other party's attack, he was just barely hanging on. If he didn't escape now, he wouldn't be able to escape once he was entangled by Lei Gu. He was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have hidden Lu Yen in the sealed world bead. With Lu Yen as his trump card, Lei Gu wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. As long as he delayed until reinforcements arrived, Lei Gu would die. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to do so before. Now, he could only rely on himself to deal with Lei Gu. As he fled, a gust of wind blew behind him and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Yang Kai looked up and suddenly had the urge to curse. Above his head, a dense number of hammer shadows smashed down. Obviously, Lei Gu was really angry and wasn't going to let him leave alive. Yang Kai took a deep breath, endured the pain all over his body, and began to circulate his space principles. The hammer shadows in the sky smashed down, creating huge craters in the ground. Yang Kai was also smashed to pieces. However, Lei Gu's gaze suddenly turned and looked to the other side. Not far away, Yang Kai's figure appeared strangely. Obviously, he had used the Space Divine technique to avoid the fatal attack. Lei Gu roared in anger. He had long heard that those proficient in the Space Divine technique were the best at escaping. Now that he saw it, he knew that this reputation was not in vain. However, from the distance Yang Kai had teleported, he could infer that the other party was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. He wouldn't be able to use this kind of life-saving method more than a few times. He immediately soared into the sky and chased after Yang Kai, shouting, "Boy, where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai was amused when he heard this. He was a little worried that Lei Gu wouldn't chase after him, but if that was the case, he could only turn back and entangle with him. That would be too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would capsize. In his current state, he really couldn't fight with his full strength. Chapter 3268. Fortunately, Lei Gu seemed intent on killing him and didn't plan on letting him go, saving him some effort. Yang Kai quickly grabbed a handful of spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth, cursing in a muffled voice, "Are you fucking crazy? If you dare chase me again, I won't be polite with you." Lei Gu sneered, "Boy, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Are you satisfied with the burial place this king chose for you?" While speaking, the round hammer in his hand turned into layers of light and shadow, smashing down on Yang Kai until he could only dodge. There were several times when the hammer narrowly missed him, but Yang Kai used the Space Divine technique to dodge. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible for them to escape from the wrath of an enraged third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai was the only one who could do this by teleporting, but he was in such a sorry state that Lei Gu was in a good mood. Previously, in Orthodoxy Temple, This boy had summoned several hundred helpers to surround him, eyeing him covetously. Now, the wheel of fortune had turned and he finally understood what it meant by the saying, "The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years" meant. However, there was one thing that Lei Gu had to admit. This brat's life-saving skills were truly top-notch. That space divine ability was unfathomable, making people envious. If he didn't know that not everyone could cultivate the power of space, Lei Gu might have spared him and captured him alive to carefully interrogate him about the specific cultivation method. But it was also because of this that Lei Gu's determination to kill him became even more firm. If he didn't take this opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai today, he wouldn't have many chances in the future. After chasing for a while, Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. His vitality was simply unimaginable, but Lei Gu clearly saw that every time he used the teleportation secret technique, he would spit out a mouthful of golden blood. It was clear that the burden was too great and he couldn't bear it. "Boy, if you stop now, this king can still give you a quick death. If this king catches you, you'll beg for death." Lei Gu threatened as he chased. Yang Kai was seething with anger. With a face full of grief and indignation, he said, "The world is so big. If you don't take this opportunity to escape, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. Do you really think I came here alone?" As soon as this statement came out, Lei Gu was shocked and couldn't help pausing while controlling his Emperor artifact, but he quickly reacted and roared, "No matter how eloquent you are, don't even think about leaving this place alive today." He clearly thought that Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things. Of course, when they left the Orthodoxy Palace one after another, there would definitely be people following behind them. However, after a few days of hard work, Lei Gu believed that there was no one who could hide his tracks. Even if there were people chasing after him, he would have long shaken them off. At this moment, Yang Kai was trying to scare him. He was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. "Fine, fine, fine. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand and felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He hurriedly urged his space principles to use the same technique, but when he moved, a sharp pain came from his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Even the Emperor Qi in his body suddenly became chaotic, preventing him from using the space divine technique. This shocked him greatly. The embodiment had already set up a trap with Lu Yen and the others, waiting for him to step into it with Lei Gu. If he was killed by Lei Gu here, then all his efforts would have been in vain. It wasn't the first time he had suffered such heavy injuries, nor was it the first time he had been chased into such a sorry state, but it was the first time he felt so close to death. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai abruptly turned around and slashed down with the myriad sword with all his strength. Everything paled in comparison, leaving only the light of this sword in the world. The round hammer smashed down, and the sword light collapsed. Yang Kai spat out blood, and the sound of bones breaking rang out from his arms. His entire body flew out like a rag sack. Injuries on top of injuries, but he had made the most accurate response at the most critical moment, saving his little life. Using the power of the round hammer to fly out, he waved his hand and released the two wood spirits from the sealed world bead. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly still didn't understand the situation, and when they appeared, they were at a loss. "Lend me a hand," Yang Kai said with difficulty. As soon as he spoke, blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were greatly alarmed when they saw this. They turned their heads to look at Lei Gu, who was chasing behind them. How could they not know that Yang Kai was being chased? The two of them glanced at each other, and without hesitation, the two of them used their techniques. Their bodies suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of light that gathered behind Yang Kai's shoulder blades. In an instant, two exquisite wings appeared on Yang Kai's back. When the wood spirit race fought side by side with the stone mongoose, they would always use this method to assist. Yang Kai had seen the elders and the wood spirit race's chief do this before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. With a flap of his wings, his entire body flew forward like an arrow that left a bow, his speed incredibly fast. Lei Gu, who was chasing behind him, was stunned when he saw this. He revealed a look of suspicion. What kind of technique was this? He was clearly about to kill Yang Kai, yet he actually made another pair of wings. This was simply a bit inconceivable. Moreover, with that pair of wings, this brat's running speed suddenly became much faster. Lei Gu was furious. He put away the round hammer, and the demonic qi around his body rippled. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he used, but he actually quickly chased after him, not letting him go at all. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu didn't understand the situation. They only knew that Yang Kai was currently avoiding being chased, so they used all their strength to fly away. However, Lei Gu was determined to kill Yang Kai, so how could they escape? The distance between the two sides quickly closed, making the two wood spirits very anxious. The frequency of their wings flapping became faster and faster. Yang Kai weakly pointed in a direction for them. Then he closed his eyes and silently operated his secret technique, catalyzing the effects of the spirit pill he had just swallowed. During the chase, the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed. When they passed by a valley surrounded by mountains, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Light shot out from his eyes in all directions. Behind them, Lei Gu, who was flying into the valley, suddenly felt alarm bells ring in his heart. An incomparable feeling of danger spread through his entire body, making him suddenly stop and vigilantly look around. 100 zhang away, Yang Kai leisurely turned around and spat out a mouthful of blood. He calmly looked at Lei Gu and said, "Chase, why aren't you fucking chasing anymore?" After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, in addition to his powerful recovery ability, Yang Kai finally let out a sigh of relief. Although there was still a long way to go before he fully recovered, at least he wasn't as weak as before. Lei Gu coldly glanced at Yang Kai when he heard this. He turned around and was about to leave. A figure flashed behind him. Fan Hua blocked the path with his hands behind his back. He indifferently said, "This path is blocked." Lei Gu's eyes narrowed when he saw this. His body didn't move, but his expression shifted to the left. However, another figure suddenly appeared on that side, revealing a woman in a white palace dress. When he looked to the right, another thin and short man also appeared like a ghost. Lei Gu's heart sank. He naturally knew who these three people were. Yang Kai even specially introduced them to him a few days ago, so he knew that these three were all holy spirits. How could it be like this? They had actually been lying in ambush here, waiting for him to walk into the trap. And from Yang Kai's previous actions, he was actually stupid enough to be lured into this trap. The only thing Lei Gu couldn't understand was how they had secretly contacted each other. He didn't see any movement of him taking out a communication compass, nor did he see any traces of him leaving a secret mark. Three holy spirits. Lei Gu couldn't even smile bitterly. He wasn't a match for one holy spirit, let alone three. For a moment, his intestines turned green with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have directly escaped into the southern swamp. What was the point of chasing? Now, he had fallen into the other party's trap. He probably couldn't escape. At this critical moment of life and death, he was very decisive. There were holy spirits blocking the way from his left, right, and back. He couldn't resist. His figure flashed and pounced forward. Only the front was the only way out. Yang Kai wasn't his match at all in his current state. Facing the aggressive Lei Gu, Yang Kai stood in place without moving. The corner of his mouth held a mocking smile. Lei Gu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He realized that Yang Kai should have hidden something, but now that the arrow was on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. The demonic qi around his body surged, turning into a giant palm that grabbed at Yang Kai. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, he could make those three holy spirits hesitate. He could then use the same trick and leave calmly. The demonic qi giant palm broke through the air. Just as it was about to capture Yang Kai, a petite figure suddenly flashed behind Yang Kai. That figure was a 7- or 8-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was very cute. But this little girl's next move made Lei Gu's soul leave his body. She opened her mouth and blew out a breath. That breath suddenly turned into a monstrous flame that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. The moment the pitch-black demonic qi giant palm came into contact with the flame, it was burned to pieces and became unrecognizable. Not only that, the flame turned into a flaming blade in the air and slashed down, heading straight for his face. The aura of death enveloped him. Lei Gu's expression changed drastically. Although he couldn't recognize what kind of flame it was, he knew that he couldn't touch it. He raised the round hammer and it suddenly became as big as a house, blocking above his head. The flaming blade slashed the round hammer but couldn't break through its defense. However, when Lei Gu withdrew his Emperor artifact, he saw a small flame burning on the round hammer. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish it. For a moment, the burning round hammer flashed wildly. I already told you if you continue to chase after me, I won't be polite anymore, but you just won't listen, *cough*. Yang Kai clutched his chest. He wanted to ridicule Lei Gu a few more times, but he was powerless to do so he could only give up. Lei Gu's face was ashen. He knew that he couldn't escape today no matter what. The hatred in his heart couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Do it. Yang Kai gently waved his hand. 4 figures pounced at Lei Gu from the front, back, left, and right. 4 fierce murderous intents locked onto him. Lei Gu raised the round hammer high and shouted, "Demon race is immortal." While speaking, the demonic qi around his body fluctuated violently. His entire body also rapidly expanded. Seeing this, Fan Ku and the others stopped and retreated. Chapter 3269. With a boom, dust returned to dust, and dust returned to earth. Lei Gu exploded into a cloud of blood mist and scattered in the air. Fan Ku and the other 2 were shocked. They were moved by his decisiveness. Even if they knew that they were going to die, not many people in this world would choose to self-destruct. If they were in his shoes, the 3 of them would definitely fight like cornered beasts. Although the final result was already decided, who would know the result if they didn't fight? Is the demon race really so cruel? The 3 of them shuddered. While they were in doubt, they saw Yang Kai fly down with a weak face and search around the rubble. The Luan Feng frowned and flew down gently. She said in annoyance, "What are you looking for instead of healing yourself?" Yang Kai coughed softly and said, "As long as the demon heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die." In the 1000 illusionary dream world, he dealt with the demon race all year round. He knew that the powerful demon race had strong vitality. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their demon heart was not destroyed, they could miraculously revive. If he wanted to kill this kind of demon race, he had to completely destroy their demon heart. Although Lei Gu was determined to self-destruct, Yang Kai still had to guard against him escaping. Fortunately, he didn't find anything similar to the demon heart. It seemed that after being possessed by the demon will, it was different from the normal demon race. After having Lu Yen burn this area, Yang Kai finally relaxed. Even if Lei Gu really planned to escape under the burning of Lu Yan's true phoenix fire, he probably wouldn't have the chance to revive. The avatar sneaked over from the side. Originally, it was hiding below to prevent Lei Gu from escaping, but who knew that it didn't have the chance to fight at all? However, this time, it was thanks to the connection between it and Yang Kai that it could safely set a trap and catch Lei Gu off guard. If it wasn't for this, how could Yang Kai easily agree to follow Lei Gu alone? His avatar was his greatest trump card. The few of them huddled together and didn't say much. Yang Kai was heavily injured and urgently needed to be treated, and the mess at the Orthodoxy Palace still needed to be cleaned up. The 32 Monster King was still there, and without the 3 holy spirits, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause. Don't judge them by how obedient they were in front of Yang Kai, but in reality, they were all arrogant and unruly people. No one was in the mood to stay here, so they immediately returned the way they came. Yang Kai handed the sealed world bead to Lu Yen for safekeeping while he hid in the sealed world bead to heal his wounds. The existence of the sealed world bead was his biggest secret and trump card, but as his strength grew, there was no need to deliberately keep it a secret anymore. Fan Ku and the other 2 would definitely not publicize this matter, so it was not a big deal to expose it in front of them. Lu Yen and the others naturally didn't need to talk about their return, but Yang Kai came to the medicine garden and sat cross-legged under the immortal tree. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both used their secret techniques to draw out traces of essence from the immortal tree to heal him. Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to heal himself many times before, but most of the time, he just took the leaves and consumed them directly. The immortal tree didn't have many leaves in total, so after being plucked a few times by Yang Kai, it was almost bare. With only a few leaves left, Yang Kai didn't dare to touch them, lest he damaged the immortal tree's foundation. However, the Wood Spirit Clan's magical methods allowed them to draw out the vitality of the immortal tree and inject it into Yang Kai's body without harming it. Coupled with Yang Kai's powerful physique and restorative abilities, it only took 3 days for him to fully recover, a speed that made Yang Kai very happy. Without the assistance of the 2 wood spirits, it would have taken him at least a month to fully recover from his injuries this time. In his happiness, he naturally praised Mu Zhu and Mu Lu's magical methods, causing the 2 wood spirits to blush and become extremely bashful. After recovering, Yang Kai finally had the time to deal with Gao Xueting's matter. Gao Xueting was eroded by the demonic qi, causing her body and mind to become the demon race. Previously, she was controlled by Lei Gu and almost self-destructed. Fortunately, Yang Kai pulled her into the sealed world bead in time to suppress her, otherwise, she would have been dead by now. With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai arrived at the loft where Gao Xueting was being suppressed. Pushing open the door and walking in, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. That was because when she sensed someone approaching, Gao Xueting suddenly turned her pair of black eyes and looked at him. Then, a strange sound came from her throat and her expression became ferocious, as if she couldn't wait to eat Yang Kai's flesh and drink Yang Kai's blood. This change made Yang Kai frown, because according to his previous observations, the demons in Orthodoxy Temple were divided into 2 types. The first type was like Lei Gu and Feng Ming, possessed by a demonic sense. This type of demon was pure demon and had their own thoughts and thoughts. They were wholeheartedly devoted to the demon race. The second type was like Gao Xueting and many other cultivators in the Southern Territory who had become the demon race. They were eroded by the demonic qi. This type of demon didn't have their own thoughts and was controlled by the former type of demon. But now, Gao Xueting clearly had some self-awareness, but it wasn't Gao Xueting's own consciousness. From her ferocious expression, it was a reaction after becoming the demon race. Yang Kai arrived in front of Gao Xueting and looked at her with a complicated expression. He softly called out a few times, but Gao Xueting didn't respond at all. She only roared and struggled. If it wasn't for the suppression, she would have already pounced on him and fought him to the death. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that after becoming the demon race, all the demons without self-awareness would become like this and rely on their own instincts? If that was the case, then the Orthodoxy Temple would be in trouble. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's aura suddenly changed, becoming ancient and desolate. It was as if he had walked out of an ancient painting. His hands formed a seal and he chanted an incantation. A ray of light entered Gao Xueting's body. It was the bloodthirst technique. Although it was the most commonly used wizard technique, it wasn't a high-level wizard technique, but it was proven to be very effective in resisting the corrosion of demonic qi. In an instant, a red light shone brightly. The essence blood in Gao Xueting's body was stimulated, and her entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of crimson light. A trace of pain flashed across her face. At the same time that the red light shone brightly, boundless black qi also spread out from Gao Xueting's body. It tangled with the red light and neutralized it. Gao Xueting's expression also fluctuated. Yang Kai changed his incantation and used the exorcism technique. A cool light descended from the sky, cleansing Gao Xueting's body and mind. Sizzling sounds could be heard as strands of black smoke seeped out from Gao Xueting's body. As if they had encountered some kind of nemesis, they fled for their lives before disappearing into thin air. Yang Kai stood in front of Gao Xueting with a solemn expression as he impatiently used the exorcism technique. As time passed, the demonic qi seeping out from Gao Xueting's body became thinner and thinner. The flickering black and red light also gradually became red. Finally, the black in Gao Xueting's eyes faded away. She blinked her eyes blankly and focused her vision. She immediately saw Yang Kai standing in front of her with a smile on his face. His aura was ancient and strange. "Junior brother," Gao Xueting said softly. She seemed extremely weak. "Senior sister Gao, you're awake." Yang Kai sighed in relief. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Gao Shueting after such a long delay. Fortunately, the ancient wizard technique was indeed the nemesis of demonic qi. His efforts weren't in vain. Why are you? Gao Shueting still didn't understand the situation. She only felt that her entire body was weak. Moreover, there were some very uncomfortable remnants of power in her meridians and body. Senior sister, do you still remember what happened before? Yang Kai asked her. What happened before? Gao Shueting frowned and thought about it blankly. Southern Territories Martial Gathering, Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai reminded her. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this. Her pupils shrank as she anxiously said, Orthodoxy Palace is plotting something. Junior brother, quickly go and warn the palace master. Yang Kai said, Senior sister Gao, please calm down. Orthodoxy Palace's plot has already been crushed. Lei Gu and Feng Ming have also been executed. Lei Gu and Feng Ming are dead? Gao Shueting's expression changed as she asked, What are they plotting? Yang Kai asked in return, How much do you know, senior sister? Gao Shueting slowly shook her head, I'm not too sure. That night, junior brother Luo and I received Grand Elder Feng Ming's invitation and went to his residence as guests to discuss cultivation experiences. There were more than 20 people who went with us, but after drinking something, they fell asleep and didn't wake up. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood that Gao Shueting and the others had probably become the demon race because of that thing they drank. He had been wondering before how the Emperor Realm's people could become the demon race so easily. As long as they sensed something was wrong, they should have been able to resist for a while by circulating their Emperor Qi. At the very least, they should have been able to send a message. Now, it seemed that Feng Ming had used a method similar to poisoning to cause Gao Shueting and the others to be corroded by the demonic qi from the inside. Naturally, they couldn't defend against it. They probably didn't expect Feng Ming to do such a thing. After all, they knew each other very well, and they had been friends for more than a year or two. Since they were unprepared, it was easy for him to succeed. What about junior brother Luo? Gao Shueting asked. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. He really hadn't seen Luo Chen before, but now it seemed that Luo Chen was most likely dead. Then what is this place? Yang Kai smiled and said, This is a small world. Senior sister Gao, please recuperate in peace. We will return to the Orthodoxy temple soon. Saying so, he took out a bottle of healing emperor pills and placed it beside her. She had been corroded by the demonic qi, and her yuan qi had been severely injured. Previously, she had almost self-destructed under Lei Gu's control. Although it had been forcibly suppressed by Yang Kai, it had still caused some damage to her. Gao Shueting didn't hold back. She took out a spirit pill from the jade bottle and popped it into her mouth. While refining the pill, she asked, What happened? It's a long story. Yang Kai sighed and sat cross-legged in front of Gao Shueting. He briefly told her what had happened in the past few days. Gao Shueting's expression kept changing. She didn't expect the Southern Territory Martial Gathering to involve such a shocking plot. Although Yang Kai spoke calmly, how could she not know that if it wasn't for Yang Kai following them and using his mysterious methods to pull in a group of powerful reinforcements from the Northern and Eastern Territories, the Southern Territory would have been finished. If the Orthodoxy Temple's plot had succeeded, there would have been hundreds of the Emperor Realm that had become the demon race and tens of thousands of elite cultivator that had become the demon race scattered throughout the Southern Territory. In time, the entire Southern Territory would have become a den of demons. Chapter 3270. Orthodoxy Temple, originally one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory, was now in a mess, with broken walls everywhere, and the traces of the battle were clearly visible. On the mountain peaks, the remaining cultivator camps were set up, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Whenever they recalled what happened a few days ago, they couldn't help but shudder. A group of people from the Northern Territory, on the other hand, were tirelessly shuttling through the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, inquiring about their well-being. The Ancient Land's 32 Monster King occupied one of the spirit peaks and found a lot of good wine and food from who knows where, drinking and having fun. The atmosphere of celebration was in sharp contrast to the gloomy atmosphere in the Southern Territory. To them, the life and death of humans was of no concern. If they hadn't come with Yang Kai this time, it would have been impossible for them to intervene in the affairs of the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory was also happy to see this. After all, each of the monster kings was not to be trifled with. The monster race's temperament was perverse and violent, so if they really mingled with humans, it was likely that conflicts would arise. No one here could restrain them, so if they liked to drink and have fun, let them be. A few days later, Murong Xiao Xiao, who was quietly floating in the air and monitoring the surrounding movements, suddenly looked serious and carefully looked in a certain direction, a moment later shouting happily, "They're back!" Schwa. When Zishan's figure suddenly appeared beside her and looked nervously in that direction, only to see several figures quickly rushing over. The one in the lead was Yang Kai, followed by the 7 or 8-year-old girl and the 3 holy spirits from the Eastern Territory, and there was no one else. When Zishan's face suddenly became extremely pale, and his fists were tightly clenched. Murong Xiao Xiao seemed to have realized something as well. Her pretty face changed slightly, and her eyes turned red. "Temple Master!" Yang Kai flew in front of Wen Zishan and cupped his fists. Suddenly, he saw that both Wen Zishan and Murong Xiao Xiao's expressions were a little strange and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Wen Zishan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Where's Lei Gu?" Yang Kai replied, "Fortunately, Lei Gu is dead." Wen Zishan nodded, "All right, thank you for your hard work." He opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he didn't dare to ask. He was afraid that he would get an answer that he didn't want to hear. Murong Xiao Xiao asked on his behalf. She choked a little and said, "Where's Senior Sister Gao?" Only then did Yang Kai understand why these two people's expressions were so grave. It turned out that they were worried about Gao Shueting's safety. His expression turned solemn, and he said in a low voice, "Senior Sister Gao, she..." Murong Xiao Xiao suddenly covered her mouth, bean-sized tears slid down her cheeks, crying like a person in tears. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking, "I haven't finished speaking yet, what are you crying for?" He turned his head to look at Wen Zishan and found that he actually had a sorrowful expression on his face. Even his body was swaying a few times, as if he would fall at any moment. "Senior Sister Gao is a little injured, but it's nothing serious." Yang Kai finished the sentence, at the same time waving his hand and releasing Gao Shueting from the sealed world bead. As soon as she appeared, Gao Shueting was obviously still not used to it. She hurriedly circulated her Emperor Qi to stabilize her body. Looking up, she asked curiously, "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Murong Xiao Xiao's tears were still flowing, but she stared at Gao Shueting with a pair of wide eyes. Then, her tears turned into laughter as she called out tenderly, "Senior Sister Gao." Gao Shueting nodded slightly, then looked at Wen Zishan and frowned slightly, "What's wrong with you?" Wen Zishan swallowed hard and walked towards Gao Shueting step by step, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Only when he was in front of Gao Shueting did he stop and reach out to touch her face. A blush appeared on Gao Shueting's cold face as she leaned back slightly and bit her red lips. "What are you doing? Don't move!" Wen Zishan shouted in a low voice. Gao Shueting's body stiffened for a moment, but as expected, she obediently stayed still and let the big hand touch half of her face. The slight trembling of the hand made her heart flutter as she realized that Wen Zishan seemed to be worried about her safety. A shy look immediately appeared on her face, but her heart was warm. How many years had it been since she saw him so nervous? The last time was when she sneaked out to play when she was a child and was almost bitten to death by a monster beast. In a trance, time seemed to turn back, and the bits and pieces of hundreds of years together were imprinted in her heart. In the next moment, Wen Zishan suddenly pinched Gao Shueting's face and lifted it slightly. His eyes widened as he asked nervously, "Does it hurt?" Yang Kai, who was watching the show with relish, covered his face and couldn't bear to watch. The blush on Gao Shueting's face receded, and a cold light bloomed in her eyes. She stretched out a leg from under her skirt and kicked Wen Zishan's lower abdomen, sending him flying with a bang. Gao Shueting's face was as cold as frost as she coldly snorted, "Does it hurt?" When Zishan bent his waist and covered his abdomen with his hand, but he laughed heartily. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. What's wrong with you? Gao Shueting rubbed her face and turned to Murong Xiao Xiao. I'm fine, sorry for making you worry. Murong Xiao Xiao immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, but after a moment, her expression darkened. Brother Luo, he was killed. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Brother Luo is dead? Murong Xiao Xiao nodded as tears flowed down her cheeks again. Although he had already guessed it, he couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news. He didn't have much contact with Luo Chen, but after all, they were both from Azure Sun Temple, so he couldn't help but feel sad for him. What about Xiao Bai? Yang Kai asked. Although he was sure that the Xiao Bai he killed before was definitely an illusion, he didn't know the specific situation of Xiao Bai Yi. Murong Xiao Xiao said, Brother Xiao was injured, it's not a big deal. When Zishan also returned to his usual posture at this moment and sighed slightly, this time, the Southern Territory has really suffered heavy losses. Yang Kai glanced down and roughly understood the situation with a sweep of his divine sense. The losses were indeed heavy. It was estimated that 1/3 of the hundreds of people in the Emperor realm had died, and more than half of the tens of thousands of elite disciples had died. After this battle, the Southern Territory wouldn't be able to recover for at least 500 years. What's the situation over there? Yang Kai suddenly pointed to the valley where the martial meet was held and asked. The valley was wrapped in countless vines at this moment. Looking at it, the entire valley seemed to have become a ball formed by vines, and inside the ball, a terrifying dark demonic chi was constantly emitting, turning even the vines pitch black. Hundreds of petite wood spirits were spread out under the protection of the stone mongoose and seemed to be casting spells. When Zishan said, It's the work of the wood spirits you brought. They seem to have a way to suppress the demonic chi, so we gathered all the people who become the demon race there. After saying that, he sighed again, but this isn't a solution at all. Their methods can't solve the problem at the root. Sooner or later, those people will be completely eroded by the demonic chi. When that time comes, there will be no turning back. I'll go take a look, Yang Kai said and rushed over. Ma Qing and Xiao Yuyang were also there. After all, no one knew if the wood spirits' methods would work. If the cultivator who become the demon race suddenly attacked again, someone had to be able to subdue them. The two of them had already seen Yang Kai return, but because of their duties, they couldn't run over to ask. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai come over, Ma Qing anxiously asked, How's the situation? Lei Gu is dead. Ma Qing and Xiao Yuyang's expressions brightened when they heard this. They clapped and said, Good. If Lei Gu had really escaped, who knew what would happen in the future? Since Lei Gu had been killed, this matter was basically solved. All that was left was to deal with the cultivator who become the demon race. They also had a headache. There were many of these cultivator, more than 10,000 of them. If they had really killed them in a fight, it would have been fine, but now that these 10,000 demons had been captured, it was difficult to kill them, but they couldn't release them either. Needless to say, it was very worrying. Among these tens of thousands of people, there were disciples from almost every sect and sect, who could be so determined as to slaughter tens of thousands of people. Although the wood spirits were suppressing the devil chi with their miraculous methods, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Xiao Yuyang said thoughtfully, Elder Yang, do you have a way to awaken the consciousness of these demons? He also saw Gao Shueting come back safe and sound, so he had this guess. Gao Shueting had also become the demon race before. Now that she looked no different from normal, it meant that the demonic chi that had invaded her body had been expelled. Only Yang Kai or the three divine spirits could have such a magical method. After seeing Yang Kai's methods this time, he had higher expectations for Yang Kai than the three divine spirits. I'll try. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Xiao Yuyang didn't say it, he would do it anyway. He turned to Mu Na and said, Patriarch, please withdraw your secret technique. Mu Na nodded when she heard this. She worked together with a group of wood spirits to cast a spell. The ball of vines that wrapped the entire mountain valley suddenly retracted, revealing the situation inside. More than 10,000 demons stood there motionless. Yang Kai looked at them for a while. He knew that if his guess was right, they should have become the demon race for too short a time, so they didn't have the ability to move on their own, unless there was a demonic chi driving them. However, this was also convenient for him to cast his secret technique. His figure flickered and he appeared in the air above the center of the mountain valley. He waved his hand and threw out the few demons from the Emperor realm that were suppressed in the small sealed world. These demons were the ones who had attacked him on the mountain peak before and were captured by him. They had been suppressed in the small sealed world before, but now that he was going to expel the demonic chi, he naturally released them as well. After everything was ready, Yang Kai took a light breath and closed his eyes. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai remained calm. Suddenly his eyes opened and his aura underwent an incredible change, becoming extremely ancient and desolate. Xiao Yuyang and Ma Qing were both stunned and looked at each other. They didn't know what kind of magic this was and how it could be so strange. A complicated incantation sounded and Yang Kai slowly pointed his finger downward. A light bloomed and a halo suddenly appeared, sweeping across the bodies of the 10,000 cultivator. Chapter 3271. As if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, an incredible scene appeared when the halo of light dissipated. The tens of thousands of demons released a bright red light as if they had been injected with chicken blood, their auras rising sharply. When Zi Shan, Ma Qing, and Xiao Yuyang's expressions changed at the same time, revealing looks of horror. Ma Qing cried out involuntarily, "What kind of secret technique is this?" This kind of secret technique was simply unheard of. As the red light shone, the auras of the tens of thousands of demons soared, increasing their strength by a large margin. Such a secret technique could be called a miracle. Just imagine, if two evenly matched groups of people were in a bloody battle, and one side suddenly received the support of such a secret technique, the outcome of the battle would be without suspense. Not to mention, Yang Kai's secret technique could cover tens of thousands of people. Ma Qing, Xiao Yuyang, and Wen Zishan had never seen such a thing before, so all three of them were a little dumbfounded. On the other hand, Fan Ku and the others, who had come to see what was going on, looked at each other. Songgo frowned and said, "Why do I feel like this is?" The last few words were said so softly that even Ma Qing and the others couldn't understand them. Fan Ku nodded and said, "A little." Luan Feng frowned and said, "It shouldn't be. How could he use such a secret technique?" Although the three of them had never seen such a secret technique before, they each had similar memories in the divine spirit source inheritances, but because they had never seen it before, they weren't too sure. The three of them chatted one after another, causing Ma Qing and the others' hearts to itch unbearably. They couldn't help scratching their ears and scratching their cheeks, wondering if there was something they couldn't say openly. Why were they being so secretive? However, in front of three holy spirits, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. At this moment, Yang Kai changed the incantation in his mouth and pointed his finger downwards. A pure white light appeared at the tip of his finger and a halo of light spread out. As the milky white light swept over, the tens of thousands of demons let out painful groans. Immediately after, traces of demonic chi overflowed from their bodies and turned invisible. Ma Qing's eyes widened. It really works. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to expel the demonic chi from the demon dwellers' bodies before, but they couldn't find a way. The strange demonic chi was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if they could get rid of some of it, they couldn't get rid of it completely. They also couldn't do it as easily as Yang Kai. One had to know that they could only expel it one-on-one, but Yang Kai had used this secret technique on tens of thousands of people at once. The difference between the two was immeasurable. The ancient wizard's spell. Fan Hua's face brightened as he exclaimed in a low voice. If it was just a suspicion before, then it was confirmed now. The secret technique Yang Kai used was actually an ancient wizard's technique. Ancient wizard spells? Ma Qing gawked, looking at Fan Hua in surprise. He asked humbly, "Brother Fan, do you mean this is a secret technique from the antiquity time?" Fan Hua glanced at him but didn't respond. He was a divine spirit, and all the Monster King subordinates were comparable to third-layer Emperor realm cultivators. Ma Qing's cultivation was only at this level, and when he came to the ancient wildlands, he was just a subordinate, Yet he dared to call him brother. It would be strange if Fan Hua paid him any attention. Seeing the disdain in Fan Hua's eyes, Ma Qing's face turned red, but he didn't dare to do anything because his fists weren't as big as Fan Hua's. Wen Zishan laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he said calmly, "This kid's luck is not shallow. He even obtained an ancient secret technique. This is a great help." Fan Hua said lightly, "It has nothing to do with obtaining it." "What do you mean?" Wen Zishan looked at him curiously. Perhaps it was because of Yang Kai, but Fan Hua's attitude towards Wen Zishan was quite good. He pondered for a while and said, "In today's star boundary, there are secret techniques from the antiquity time, but have you seen anyone use them?" Wen Zishan frowned and said, "I haven't seen anyone. Maybe that person treasured them and hid away to cultivate." Luan Feng chuckled, "You can't cultivate them." Wen Zishan was stunned. "Why is that?" Luan Feng said, "Every era has its own world principles, and under the corresponding world principles, corresponding secret techniques are born. The wizard technique is something from the antiquity time and can only be cultivated under the world principles of the antiquity time. Today's star boundaries world principles cannot meet the requirements of cultivation." Ma Qing and Wen Zishan looked at each other. Is there such a thing? Although their cultivations were not low and their knowledge was not shallow, they had never heard of such a thing. Only divine spirits who had inherited memories from their source could know a thing or two about it. Xiao Yu Yang nodded slightly and said, "I have heard similar remarks from the great emperors. The great emperors once said that the star boundaries' many secret techniques would not have been able to bear fruit in another era." Fan Hua nodded, "Exactly." Ma Qing was stunned. But since Elder Yang can perform it, it means that he has succeeded in cultivating it. Why is that? Yes, why is that? Not only did he not understand, but the three divine spirits also did not understand. They even suspected that Yang Kai had some kind of opportunity in the ancient wildlands. They even suspected that the ancient wizard technique was successfully cultivated in the ancient wildlands. The reason why the savage, desolate, ancient ground was given such a name was because this place had inherited the aura of the ancient, desolate, ancient ground, which had not changed over the years. The world principles of the savage, desolate, ancient ground were slightly different from the environment of the entire star boundary. An ordinary cultivator would be suppressed to a certain extent after entering the ancient wildlands. Everyone thought that it was because of the ancient wild aura, but in fact, it was caused by the different world principles. If there was any place in the world where Yang Kai could cultivate the ancient wizard technique, it would be the ancient wildlands. But Fan Hua and the others had never heard of any wizard technique inheritance in the ancient wildlands. Besides, Yang Kai had not been in the ancient wildlands for a long time. Where did he learn it? Since you three know that it is the ancient wizard technique, do you know what it is? Ma Qing asked again. Fan Hua said, "If I am not wrong, that kid used the bloodthirsty technique for the first time." Bloodthirsty technique? Ma Qing raised his eyebrows. Fan Hua said, "Stimulating the essence blood in the target's body can increase his power greatly for a certain period of time. I believe that you all know the same kind of secret technique." Ma Qing was shocked. He was jealous for a long time. So it was this kind of secret technique. Of course, they knew the same kind of secret technique. Not to mention them, even an ordinary cultivator would know the same kind of secret technique. It was just a matter of whether it was good or bad. However, when the essence blood was stimulated, it could increase one's power for a short period of time. After that, the cultivator would be weakened and fall into a long period of recovery. This is one of the fundamental wizard techniques that the ancient barbarians relied on to survive. The Luan Feng continued, "The ancient barbarian race didn't have the martial Tao that we have today. Only a small portion of them had outstanding aptitude and were able to cultivate witchcraft. The rest of them had to temper their bodies and bones. However, there were also rumors that some of them were able to reach Saint Realm with their physical bodies. Their means weren't inferior to today's great emperors. It was because of the strong bodies of the ancient barbarians that they could endure the bloodthirsty technique again and again. They could survive in the harsh environment. With the current body of the astral world cultivator, I am afraid that they could not endure more than a few times." "There is such a thing." Ma Qing sighed. After knowing the truth about the bloodthirsty technique, there was no need to be jealous. After all, it required a strong body to support it. The three of you are really knowledgeable. Although he knew that they had learned all of this because of the origin inheritance, it was not as if flattery was free. Fan Hua and the others did not explain the second secret technique, but everyone knew that it should be a secret technique similar to the clear mind technique. However, it was much more effective than the clear mind technique. It could almost be said that it was the nemesis of the demonic qi. Yang Kai patiently performed the exorcism technique again and again. Low roars and painful howls constantly came from the valley. Traces of demonic qi escaped from the tens of thousands of demons' bodies and quickly dissipated like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Half a day later, the situation of the tens of thousands of demons in the valley was much better. Some of them had gradually regained their consciousness and sat down cross-legged, adjusting themselves while cooperating with Yang Kai's exorcism technique. One day later, Yang Kai had to stop and rest for a while. Continuously performing the exorcism technique had almost dried up his emperor qi. He took a few emperor pills and took some source crystals to meditate and recover. Only after an hour did he start again. After 3 full days, the demonic qi in the tens of thousands of demons in the valley was completely removed. But not all of them. At least 1,000 of them had been completely devoured by the demonic qi. Even Yang Kai's exorcism technique could not save them. It would only cause them harm and had no effect at all. For a time, the mountain valley was filled with misery. The cultivators who had recovered were led by their respective elders to different places to rest. As for how to deal with the remaining thousands of demons, Xiao Yuyang and the others had already decided. Since they could not save them, they could only give them a quick death. Xiao Yuyang did it himself. With one move, he almost overturned the entire valley. Thousands of demons were buried along with them. The scene became even more tragic. Soft sobs could be heard everywhere. This time, all the major sects that came to participate in the martial meet in the Southern Territory had suffered losses, regardless of their strength. The worst few sects were almost wiped out, leaving only a few survivors. Azure Sun Temple also suffered losses. One of their elders from the Emperor realm had died. Among the disciples who came to participate in the martial meet, almost half of the Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm cultivators had died. Only a few Dao Source Realm cultivators died. This was the result of Wen Zishan's protection when he sensed that something was wrong. Otherwise, it would have been even worse. Yuan Qi was greatly damaged. The real Yuan Qi was greatly damaged. Elder Yang, I still need you to take a look at these people. While they were resting, Ma Qing, Wen Zishan, and Xiao Yuyang came together. Behind them, a group of people from the Emperor realm escorted 2 batches of people. There were not many people in these 2 batches. One batch only had 7 or 8 people, while the other batch only had 12 people. From the outside, there was nothing special about these people. It was just that their cultivations had been sealed. The 7 or 8 people on the left had gloomy faces and their hearts were dead. The 12 people on the right, on the other hand, were constantly shouting that they had been wronged. Most of these people were from the Emperor realm. The remaining people were a mix of good and bad. Chapter 3272. The black puppy returned to ruins also followed along and was held in Lu Yan's arms. It bared its fangs and growled at the second group of people. These people seemed to be extremely afraid of it, and each of them had a deep fear in their eyes. Yang Kai glanced at them thoughtfully before fixing his gaze on the first group of 7 or 8 people and asking, "Have they all been possessed by the demonic will?" When Zishan nodded with a heavy expression, "Yes, see if you can save them." "It'll be difficult." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he had never tried, he knew that these demon dwellers who had been possessed by the demonic will were fundamentally different from those who had been eroded by the demonic qi. Even if he had the ancient wizard's technique, there was probably no hope. "Let's try," Ma Qing pleaded. One of them was an elder of heavenly martial holy land, and he really couldn't bear to be defeated here. Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right, but Holy Master Ma shouldn't expect too much." As long as Elder Yang does his best, Ma Qing smiled bitterly. Yang Kai got up and walked over to the demon dwellers, looking at them with interest. To be honest, even at this moment, he couldn't see anything wrong with these demon dwellers. They were no different from ordinary people. It was no wonder that the entire Southern Territory was still in the dark about the fall of Orthodoxy Temple. There were men and women, old people and young people among these 7 or 8 people. Yang Kai walked around them and stopped in front of a young man at random. When their eyes met, the young man's eyes showed obvious nervousness. Yang Kai smiled at him and chanted an incantation. He pointed a finger at the young man's forehead, and a milky white light bloomed from his fingertip and poked into the young man's forehead. As the light spread, the young man trembled all over and his face became extremely ferocious. A bestial howl came from his mouth as he struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, many restrictions had already been placed on his body, so how could he break free? Under the effects of the exorcism technique, the young man was quickly surrounded by demonic chi. As the exorcism technique took effect, the demonic chi on the young man's body continued to dissipate, but his essence, chi, and spirit also withered. In a very short time, his face became pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat as if he had been fished out of water. After a while, his eyes rolled back and he completely fainted. Yang Kai stood and slowly shook his head. Seeing this scene, Ma Qing and the others sighed. They had mentally prepared themselves before coming, but when they saw with their own eyes that Yang Kai's method had no effect on these demons, they gave up. After all, these demons had been possessed by the demonic chi and their wills had long been devoured. These demons had changed fundamentally, so even if Yang Kai's exorcism technique could get rid of their demonic chi, it would also damage their foundation. Even if it could get rid of all the demonic chi, these people would become walking corpses without their own thoughts. Yang Kai knew this very well. Previously, when Feng Ming took out the demonic seed to erode his knowledge seed and tried to possess him, he still remembered it clearly. It's hopeless. Yang Kai glanced at Ma Qing. Did you get any useful information from them? When Zishan sighed, no, these guys are all tight-lipped and are ready to die. I couldn't get anything out of them. Is that so? Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Lu Yen. Lu Yen immediately walked up and handed Return to Ruins to him. Yang Kai held Return to Ruins in one hand and stood in front of the demons. He glanced at them and said, "If you want to live, tell me what you're planning. If the information is useful, I may spare your lives." The 7 or 8 people looked at him quietly, but no one answered except for the young man who had fainted. Yang Kai nodded. "You're all not afraid of death. Very good." As he spoke, he gently patted Return to Ruins on the head. The little black dog roared and suddenly stretched its head out. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a demon standing in front of Yang Kai. This scene made the eyelids of Ma Qing and the rest twitch. Even though they had already seen this strange little black dog's means before, they were still a little shocked. It was not strange for a demonic beast to eat humans, but the key was that the ruins of N did not eat humans, but demons, and yet nothing happened. Previously, it had even swallowed the boundless demonic chi in the valley, which was really amazing. When Zishan looked thoughtful, he knew about the existence of Return to Ruins. Gong Yu found Return to Ruins in the Azure Sun Temple. At that time, it almost swallowed Feng Ming. It swallowed the combined attack of more than 10 people from the Emperor realm and bounced it back. According to Gong Yu, this little beast seemed to have the bloodline of the strange beasts in the demon territory, so it was normal for it to have such a strange performance. After swallowing a demon in one bite, the rest of the demons were restless. They looked at Return to Ruins as if they were looking at their natural enemy, full of fear and dread. However, their powers were sealed, so they could not escape even if they wanted to. Yang Kai looked at them calmly and said, "Think about it slowly. If anyone has thought it through, feel free to speak. As long as you can provide some decent information, I will keep my word." As soon as he finished speaking, Return to Ruins opened its mouth and swallowed a second demon. Yang Kai did not speak anymore. He just carried Return to Ruins and walked forward step by step. Every time it came in front of a demon, Return to Ruins swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed 5, leaving only 2 standing there. Their eyes were filled with hatred, but they still did not say a word. Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed helplessly. As expected, They are all tough men. He turned to look at Ma Qing and the others and said, I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything out of them. Ma Qing said with a cold face, if that's the case, then we won't keep them. If they weren't demons, Ma Qing might have thought of a way to use a secret technique like the soul-sucking technique to pry into the secrets in their minds. However, this was related to demons, so no one had the guts to do so. If they were contaminated by the demon qi, it would not be worth it. There was no use in keeping them, so they could only eliminate them by the roots. Return to Ruins swallowed the remaining 2 demons in 2 mouthfuls. With a look of dissatisfaction, it glanced at the dozen people on the other side. What's the situation with them? Yang Kai asked curiously. You'll have to ask your pet beast. When Zishan frowned, it keeps barking at these people. I don't know if there's a problem with it. After the battle in the valley, the major sects were gathering the survivors and collecting the bodies of the dead and injured. However, Return to Ruins suddenly ran in front of a cultivator and kept barking. In view of its strange behavior before Return to Ruins, when Zishan and Ma Qing were cautious and ordered people to detain the cultivator, who knew that Return to Ruins would keep shuttling through the crowd and find a dozen people one after another, resulting in the current situation. I'm innocent, Temple Master Wen. I'm a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. How could there be a problem? A young girl defended herself with a bitter face. The others also chimed in. Yang Kai said, whether there's a problem or not, we'll know once we try. He took a step forward and went straight in front of the girl. The girl was shocked and took a few steps back. What do you want to do? Yang Kai opened his big hand and directly grabbed her head. When he used his exorcism technique, the girl's face suddenly changed. Traces of black qi poured out of her body and she wailed. Everyone's faces changed when they saw this. There really is a problem. Ma Qing's face was dignified. When Zishan also had a look of lingering fear on his face as he looked at the returning ruin in amazement. He knew that if it weren't for this little beast's abnormal performance this time, he and the others would have been deceived. When was a person's mind at its most relaxed? It was when victory was won after a great battle. The dust from the Battle of Orthodoxy Temple had already settled. No one had expected that there would be demons hiding in the crowd, and no one had the ability to distinguish them. If these people were allowed to leave this place alive, perhaps a 2nd or 3rd Orthodoxy Temple would appear one day. Yang Kai checked one by one and found that the dozen people found by Return to Ruins had all been secretly possessed by the demon. He didn't know if they had already been possessed before or if they had done it during the chaos. Looking at the dozen people's different backgrounds and cultivation levels, it was probably the latter. Since they had already been possessed, there was nothing to say. In a short moment, they were all in Return to Ruins' stomach. When Zishan said, do you want to ask your pet beast to look again? What if there are still remnants of the demon? Previously, there was no way to distinguish who had been possessed by the demon. Now that they had a weapon like Return to Ruins, they naturally had to choose carefully. Yang Kai nodded and said, that's fine. Saying so, he threw Return to Ruins to Lu Yen, take it with you. Lu Yen took Return to Ruins, turned around, and left. Not far away, Wu Chang watched this scene. His expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. More than a month ago, when they met at the gates of Orthodoxy Temple, Wu Chang was still rude and mocking Yang Kai, boasting shamelessly that Yang Kai had the qualifications to fight him. But who would have thought that in just a short month, this opponent that he didn't take seriously before would actually speak to his holy lord as an equal? And the incident at Orthodoxy Temple was almost single-handedly saved by Wu Chang. If it weren't for him, so many people in the Southern Territory would have been wiped out. Wu Chang thought about the 200 or so helpers he had casually pulled from the Emperor realm, then thought about the arrogant 32 Paths Monster King, then thought about the 3 holy spirits that obeyed his orders. Wu Chang felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. He didn't know when, but this person who was of the same generation as him had walked so far ahead of him, becoming a person from a different world from him. Now that he thought about his bold words from more than a month ago, he realized that he was too laughable and childish. At that time, this person probably didn't take him seriously, right? Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a deep sense of defeat, like he was a clown. Chen Wenhao, who was standing beside him, seemed to have sensed the change in his mood. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Everyone has their own fate. This person's fortune is as high as the heavens, 1 in a billion. Not everyone can compare to him. Wu Chang sighed softly and said, I know. He paused for a moment, then said, when we go back this time, I'll go into seclusion. Once I make another breakthrough in my cultivation, I'll go out and travel. Chen Wenhao turned to look at him and nodded, that's fine. The flowers in the greenhouse couldn't withstand the wind and rain. Chapter 3273. At the entrance of Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai slowly walked over to a small slope and stared down at the cold corpse, a trace of sadness flashing across his eyes. At this moment, the corpse was wrapped in a layer of ice, so even after several days, there was no sign of damage, let alone being bitten by wild beasts. The fatal wound was on her chest, penetrated by a sharp weapon like a sword. It was the only place where he could see that she did not suffer any pain before she died, but her eyes were wide open and filled with fear and helplessness. Temple Master! Hua Qingxi stepped forward and called out softly. Why are you here? Yang Kai asked as he squatted down and brushed his big hand across the cold corpse, melting the ice immediately. He then gently closed her eyes and smoothed the messy hair on her forehead. Elder Ji asked me to stand guard here. Hua Qingxi replied, quietly observing Yang Kai's expression, knowing that Ji Yao was right. Her temple master really did know this dead woman, but she did not know what their relationship was, but seeing the guilt and sadness on Yang Kai's face, it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary, but it was not to the point of romantic love. Yang Kai nodded. When Ji Yao had broken through the Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array with him, he had also noticed that Ji Yao had used a secret technique to freeze Jade Chakram's corpse, but at that time, the battle was imminent and he had no time to linger. It was only now that everything was settled that he had the time to come and investigate. The dead were already gone, but her voice and smile continued to play in his mind. If she had not died here, with Jade Chakram's performance at the martial gathering, she would have had a good chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future, but the path of martial Dao was filled with thorns, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. In fact, Yang Kai did not have much of a friendship with her. This time, 20 to 30,000 people had died in the Southern Territory, and even more than a third of Azure Sun Temple's disciples had died, but she was the only one who made Yang Kai feel regret and heartache. What an inexplicable feeling! Looking at the person in front of him, Yang Kai could recall the scene when she suddenly turned around and waved at him after he refused to see her. No one would have thought that the moment she turned around would be forever separated. Hua Qingxi waited for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, she reminded him, Palace Master, those people over there are her fellow disciples. They want to bury her body. Kai Yang looked up and saw a dozen or so people standing not far away, some fear in their eyes. The one leading them was a young woman who looked to be in her 30s. Behind her was a group of women, but all of them had bleak expressions on their faces. There were even a few younger ones who were sobbing softly. Please come over. Yang Kai nodded. Yes. Hua Qingxi nodded and walked over to the other side. She walked over to the woman and said a few words to her. After a while, she brought the dozen or so people over. Rakshasa Sect's Qin Pei greets Elder Yang. The young woman bowed and glanced at Yu Chao's body. Her eyes suddenly turned red, but she didn't cry immediately because Yang Kai was right in front of her. Yang Kai glanced at the crowd and found that Qin Pei had the highest cultivation among the dozen people, but she was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The others were only from the first-order Dao Source Realm, while the rest were Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. You are Yu Chao's fellow disciples? Yang Kai asked. Qin Pei nodded and said, Yes, I am Yu Chao's senior sister. What about your sect master? Yang Kai looked at her. Although the Rakshasa sect was not a powerful sect in the Southern Territory, Yang Kai remembered that they had a sect master from the Emperor realm. This time, it was their sect master who led the team to participate in the martial gathering. Qin Pei lowered her head and said in a choked voice, Sect master also went. As soon as she said this, the women behind her who were sobbing couldn't help crying. The Rakshasa sect was a female sect, and any female sect would always attract attention. It was inevitable that some lecherous men would have ideas about them. In the past, they had a sect master from the Emperor realm, and they had arranged marriages with the surrounding sects and families, so they were relatively stable. Now that their sect master had died tragically, and only 2 Dao Source realm cultivators who came to participate in the martial gathering were left, it could be said that their foundation had been damaged. In the future, it would be difficult for the Rakshasa sect to establish itself in the Southern Territory. As long as this news spread, the fate of the many female disciples of the Rakshasa sect would be worrying. Thinking about the future, how could the group of women hold back their grief? Yang Kai was silent. Qin Pei took out a cloth bag from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. This is... Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Qin Pei wiped her tears and forced a smile. Junior sister Yu Chao asked me to collect some seeds a few days ago. She probably wanted to give them to you, but I collected them a little late and didn't have time to give them to her. Yang Kai pursed his lips and reached out to take the cloth bag, but he felt that this small bag was extremely heavy. Qin Pei continued, Junior sister Jade Chakram admires Elder Yang very much, some time ago. As she spoke, she couldn't continue, covering her mouth and sobbing. The dozen or so women behind her also began to cry in grief. Hua Qingxi was also upset by this scene and her eyes were a little red. After a while, Qin Pei calmed down and took a deep breath, smiling. Junior sister Yu Chao was really lucky to have met Elder Yang before her death. Yang Kai's hand holding the cloth bag tightened slightly as he felt his chest tighten. Qin Pei continued, if Elder Yang doesn't mind, I would like to bring Junior sister's body back to the sect for burial. Yang Kai nodded gently, speechless. Qin Pei crouched down and gently stroked Yu Chao's head before putting her body into her space ring. Many thanks, Elder Yang. Qin Pei bowed deeply and was about to leave with her dozen or so companions. Wait a moment. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and called out to her. Qin Pei turned around and asked, Does Elder Yang have any other instructions? What do you plan to do in the future? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. A trace of confusion flashed across Qin Pei's eyes as she shook her head. These past few days, she had also thought about this problem. With the sect master dead, where would the thousands of Rakshasa sect disciples go? Currently, the highest cultivation in the Rakshasa sect was only an elder from the third order Dao Source realm who had stayed behind to guard the sect. This kind of strength was not enough to protect the foundation of the Rakshasa sect. The Rakshasa sect had always been allied with a few sects and families through marriage, but without the deterrence of the Emperor realm, these marriage partners would most likely want to swallow the Rakshasa sect more than anyone else, so how could they possibly protect the sect? The future of the Rakshasa sect could already be foreseen, unless they could pull in powerful foreign aid. However, without knowing the root of the problem, even if they managed to pull in foreign aid, it was likely that they would invite a wolf into the house. All kinds of scruples made the future of the Rakshasa sect bleak. Do you want to revive the sect or join another sect? Yang Kai asked. If it's the latter, I can recommend you. Both the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory are fine. The choices in the Southern Territory are limited, but you can choose any sect in the Northern Territory. You can join whichever sect you want. Qin Pei's eyes lit up when she heard this. Elder Yang is willing to help the Rakshasa sect? Yang Kai said, Jade and I can be considered friends. Although she went, I can't just sit by and do nothing when her sect is in trouble. Qin Pei couldn't help but be overjoyed when she received a positive answer. The dozen or so Rakshasa sect disciples also looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. In their opinion, the Emperor realm had always been high and mighty. Unless one was a venerable sovereign, they had no right to speak to it as an equal. This was also why they had been standing far away, not daring to approach. This was because Hua Qingxi, who was guarding Jade's corpse, was from the Emperor realm. Although the sect master was amiable when she was alive, no one dared to act presumptuously in front of the Emperor realm. This was the case for a first-order Emperor realm master, let alone a second-order or third-order Emperor realm master. This Elder Yang was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so his status was much higher than that of the Emperor realm. Qin Pei was a little cautious when she spoke to Yang Kai just now, but who would have thought that he would be so amiable and even say that he was friends with Jade? The word friend was too heavy. Which the Emperor realm would be willing to be friends with a Dao Source realm master. Even if there were, it was extremely rare. If Jade heard this, she would probably be overjoyed. When she thought of Jade, Qin Pei's expression was full of sadness. She said firmly, "We want to revive the sect." The Rakshasa sect was the place where they grew up. It was the home of this group of women. If it could be revived, who would be willing to abandon it and live under someone else's roof? The group of women behind her also nodded vigorously. "Is that so?" Yang Kai pondered for a while, then said, "Has your Rakshasa sect ever hired an honored guest elder?" Qin Pei shook her head. The Rakshasa sect only had the Emperor realm. If they really wanted to hire an honored guest elder, they would definitely choose the Emperor realm. However, the Emperor realm generally had their own sects. Who would go to the Rakshasa sect to be an honored guest elder? There was no need to hire a Dao Source realm master. "Hire me. I will be the Rakshasa sect's honored guest elder in the future." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Qin Pei was immediately stunned. When she heard the meaning in Yang Kai's words, she also knew that Yang Kai intended to help them revive the sect, but she didn't expect that he would use such a method. In her mind, Yang Kai would at most announce to the outside world that he was sheltering her so that some people with bad intentions would be wary of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. She had never imagined that Yang Kai would actually be willing to lower himself and become an honored guest elder of Temple Luo sect. This was an honored guest elder. Even if he had the title of honored guest, it was tantamount to bearing the mark of the Rakshasa sect. In the future, if the Rakshasa sect was in trouble, how could Yang Kai not lend a helping hand? Seeing that Qin Pei didn't answer, Yang Kai touched his nose and said, "Is it that only women are allowed to exist in your Rakshasa sect? If that's the case, I can recommend someone to you. Her cultivation isn't worse than mine." He was naturally referring to Ji Yao. He believed that Ji Yao would be willing to help with this small matter. No. Qin Pei hurriedly waved her hands. What kind of joke was this? Even if the Rakshasa sect really did have this rule, it was now gone. What kind of person was Yang Kai? He was the biggest contributor in the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple this time. He could easily command more than 200 people from the Emperor realm, more than 30 Monster King, and 3 Holy Spirits. Even if he wasn't from the Emperor realm, no one in this world would dare to look down on him. With him as the Rakshasa sect's honored guest elder, who would dare to act rashly? Chapter 3274. It is our sect's blessing that Elder Yang is willing to be an honored guest, but our sect is poor and doesn't have much income. In terms of monthly salary, Elder Yang may have to suffer a little. Qin Pei's voice became softer and softer, and by the end, her face had turned red. She was really worried that she couldn't afford to hire Yang Kai. If it was an ordinary Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, it would be fine, but the key was that Yang Kai was not an ordinary the Emperor realm. If they really hired him, the monthly salary would be too little, and if it was too much, the Rakshasa sect wouldn't be able to afford it. Yang Kai raised the bag of seeds in his hand. "This is enough." Qin Pei looked at him gratefully. That bag of seeds wasn't rare and only cost her less than 100 source crystals. She knew that if it weren't for Jade Chakram, he wouldn't have done such a loss-making business. He really treated Jade Chakram as a friend. For a moment, she was sad and grateful. If Jade Chakram was still alive, she would probably be very happy. Suddenly, she said, "What about Azure Sun Temple?" Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. If he came to the Rakshasa sect to be an honored guest, would Azure Sun Temple agree? Yang Kai said, "It's okay, Temple Master Wen won't object." "Many thanks, Elder Yang." Qin Pei bowed deeply. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Take your fellow disciples and find a place to rest. When the matter here is settled, I will go with you to the Rakshasa sect to settle the matter." Qin Pei respectfully responded, and then led the group of women away. Yang Kai turned to Hua Qingxi and said, "Inform me when the great emperors come." He had previously sent an old man to the Star Soul Palace to ask for help, and it was about time. Xiao Yu Yang had already set off to meet the great emperors, and it would take at most 2 days. Hua Qingxi nodded and watched Yang Kai leave. The matter at Orthodoxy Temple had basically been settled. With the return to ruins ability, there was no need to worry about hidden demons. The monster kings from the Emperor Realm and wild ancient lands in the Northern Territory couldn't stay here any longer. Yang Kai summoned them and led them to the space array he had arranged before, and sent them back. The group of people from the Northern Territory were still fine. After witnessing Yang Kai's appeal this time, each of them was more obedient than the last. If he asked them to stay, they would stay, and if he asked them to leave, they would leave without a second thought. On the other hand, the monster kings of the ancient wildlands all looked at Yang Kai with reluctance, as if he was a piece of delicious meat. If it weren't for the 3 divine spirits, they would have already pounced on him to try and win him over. Even so, when they were sending them off, the expressions of the monster kings were more bitter than the last. The female monster king, Dumi, had a tender and sweet look on her face as she openly teased, "Master, when you have time, you must come to the wild ancient lands to visit this servant. This servant will miss you." The Luanfeng's face immediately darkened. Fan Hua and Zhongguo also looked worried, sighing in their hearts. After bustling about, they finally sent the group away. Yang Kai turned around and sighed, "Junior sister Yao, do you think I can't see you sneaking around?" Not far away, behind a big tree, Ji Yao's figure appeared and walked over step by step. There weren't many people from Ice Heart Valley, so when he sent them off, Yang Kai didn't see Ji Yao's figure at all. With a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that she was hiding nearby, but he didn't point it out and only spoke now. Their eyes met and Yang Kai said helplessly, "You're not going back?" Ji Yao said, "I'll accompany you." Saying so, she took the initiative to grab Yang Kai's hand and flew off in a certain direction. Her jade-like hand was soft and smooth as if it had no bones. Her fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, making him involuntarily relax and feel refreshed. Yang Kai didn't know what she wanted to do, but he didn't resist and let her pull him along. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. At this time, the Orthodoxy Temple was completely empty. The surviving cultivators who came to participate in the martial gathering were basically all gathered in the valley. The disciples of the Orthodoxy Temple were almost all dead, so there was not a single person in the buildings on the mountain peak. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the mountain peak that Ji Yao unintentionally chose was where the group of people from Azure Sun Temple used to live. Breaking straight into a room and closing the door, Ji Yao let go of Yang Kai, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and stood there, her heartbeat suddenly becoming much faster. Yang Kai looked back at her and saw her putting on a look of resignation. He couldn't help laughing. "What are you doing?" Ji Yao opened her eyes and looked at him, asking back, "What are you doing?" She looked at him with a look that said, "Do whatever you want." Yang Kai was a little speechless. "You were the one who dragged me here, okay? Now you're asking me what I want." But thinking about it, he guessed some of Ji Yao's thoughts and felt a little warm in his heart. "I'm not that fragile." Ji Yao stared at him with her 2 big eyes, not knowing whether to believe him or not, but she was caught off guard by Yang Kai pulling her into his arms. Suddenly, her body stiffened and she said in surprise, "Didn't you say?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "I'm not that fragile, but since someone took the initiative to deliver themselves to me, there's no need to be polite." With a little force, the 2 rolled onto the bed. Ji Yao suddenly felt like crying, but no tears came out. While trembling all over, she felt a big hand roaming around her body. The fingertips seemed to carry an electric current. Wherever it passed, it made her body and mind surge, causing her already tense nerves to become even more tense. His heavy breath followed her lower abdomen all the way up, blowing across her chest and neck, and finally sprayed onto her face. Ji Yao quickly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes constantly trembling. In the next moment, she felt her lips being unscrupulously invaded, and a suppressed sound came from her throat. Yang Kai's actions this time were extremely rough, without the slightest hint of tenderness. His big hand rubbed, causing Ji Yao to feel pain, and the suction coming from his lips made her feel like she was suffocating, as if she could die at any time. After a long time, their lips parted, and Ji Yao gasped for breath. Although she didn't open her eyes, She could clearly feel a pair of sharp eyes sizing her up, causing her cheeks to roll hot, not daring to open her eyes. Just when she thought it would be difficult to escape this time, Yang Kai suddenly lay down, his head resting on her lower abdomen, not moving for a long time. Ji Yao opened her eyes suspiciously, slowly got up, moved Yang Kai's head to her thighs, and lowered her head to size him up. For eyes met, Yang Kai smiled slightly and Ji Yao said, "Do you feel better?" As she spoke, she reached out to tidy up Yang Kai's messy hair, her movements gentle like a newly married wife. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her soft hair, patting it gently in his palm. "After we go back, I will go see Senior Bing Yun." Ji Yao's delicate body trembled, and she nervously said, "See her? For what?" Yang Kai looked up at her and said matter-of-factly, "Naturally, it's between you and me. I believe Senior Bing Yun won't stop it." Originally, he didn't want to be fickle, but after this incident with the jade bracelet, his mentality had some subtle changes. He was less indecisive from before and more decisive. The blush on Ji Yao's face immediately faded, and she became a little pale. "No." Yang Kai was stunned. "No?" Ji Yao shook her head. "Don't tell master." Yang Kai was stunned and then smiled. "Do you think Senior Bing Yun is blind? She probably already saw through your thoughts, but if that's really the case, you'll have to suffer a little. You know, I still have Su Yen and the others." "I know, but don't tell master." Yang Kai was really surprised. "Why?" "There's no why, just don't say it." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You and I are already like this, why do you still want to hide it? Isn't it better to just open things up and be above board?" Ji Yao didn't speak, but she kept shaking her head. Yang Kai's heart sank and he said with some discomfort, "You don't want to, no." Yang Kai said, "Then do you know what you and I are doing now is considered stealing?" He was worried about Ji Yao's face, but he didn't say the rest. Ji Yao lowered her head and said, "Stealing is stealing, the current situation is quite good." Yang Kai looked at her with a stunned expression, wishing he could crack open her head and see what was inside. Ji Yao suddenly said coldly, "If you dare to tell anyone, I will enter secluded cultivation and never see you again." Yang Kai was shocked and quickly comforted her. Okay, I won't say it, I won't say it." Ji Yao's expression returned to normal, and she sat there quietly, looking down at Yang Kai's face, her eyes filled with gentleness. The room was extremely quiet. Yang Kai was lying on Ji Yao's supple thighs, his entire body wrapped in a faint fragrance, and he felt all the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few days disappear, his body and mind completely relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, took out a communication artifact from his space ring, and poured his divine sense into it, then stood up and said, "The people from Star Soul Palace are here." "Your hair!" Ji Yao called out. Yang Kai's hair was now a mess, so if he really ran out like this, it was likely everyone would know what he had done. Yang Kai quickly turned around and sat down on the bed. Ji Yao knelt behind him and tidied his hair before pulling him up and smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes, her expression serious. Yang Kai smiled lightly and reached out to pull her into his arms. Ji Yao vigilantly placed her hand on his chest and frowned. "Business is more important." Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her, but it was only a light kiss. After a while, the two walked out of the hall together and flew towards the mountain valley. Somewhere in the mountain valley, Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, and the others had gathered. Xiao Yuyang, who had gone to greet the great emperors, had also returned. There was also a burly old man who didn't look young, but his hair was black and his aura was astonishing. There was also a white-haired old man with a restrained light in his eyes. These two were Star Soul Palace's great elder, Lei Hong, and second elder, Shui Zhengmao. Both of them were powerful third-layer emperors, and if Xiao Yuyang was included, the entire Star Soul Palace had 3 third-layer emperors. The background of the great emperor's sect was obvious. Chapter 3275. This group of people had obviously learned about what happened to Orthodoxy Temple on their way here, so at this moment, all of them wore dignified expressions. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air, everyone turned to look and when Zishan said, "Yang Kai is here." This was not the first time Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao had seen Yang Kai. Last time, when Yang Kai went to Star Soul Palace to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda, everyone had seen him before, so naturally, they were not unfamiliar with him. At this moment, they were all a little surprised. If Xiao Yuyang had not told them in advance, they would not have believed that Yang Kai had single-handedly saved Orthodoxy Temple. He had actually been able to bring in so many strong reinforcements in just one day and even seemed to be able to arrange a domain-crossing space array. Such a talent was simply astonishing. Thinking back to when he went to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace to gain experience, Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao didn't pay much attention to him, but now they treated him as an equal in their hearts. Temple Master, Holy Master Ma, Gold Envoy Xiao. Yang Kai landed and cupped his fists one by one before greeting Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao. Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao exchanged a glance before suddenly bowing deeply. Elder Yang turned the tide and saved many of our fellow Taoists in the Southern Territory. On behalf of Star Soul Palace, we cannot thank you enough. Protecting the Southern Territory was the responsibility of Star Soul Palace, but Star Soul Palace was unaware of Orthodoxy Temple's plot, resulting in many casualties in the Southern Territory this time, which was a great blow to Star Soul Palace's prestige and reputation. If Orthodoxy Temple's plot had really succeeded, Star Soul Palace would not only have lost face, but even the foundation of the entire Southern Territory would have been shaken. The gratitude of the two at this moment was sincere. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Both of you are too polite, it was only my duty." He then sighed, "It's a pity that things happened so suddenly that I was unable to do my best, causing my Southern Territory to suffer great losses. I am ashamed." Xue Jingmao shook his head and said, "If not for Elder Yang, the Southern Territory would have been in great trouble. Being able to save so many people is all thanks to Elder Yang." Yang Kai smiled modestly, "Fortunately, I made some friends, so I dare not claim any credit." Xue Jingmao and Lei Hong were silent. Previously, the two of them had looked down on Yang Kai, and even when Yang Kai went to Star Soul Palace, they did not take him seriously. The main reason was because Yang Kai's other elder Tan Junhao had died at Yang Kai's hands. Regardless of whether Tan Junhao had really done anything wrong or not, he was still, Tan Jun was elder, Tan Junhao had died at Yang. Of him was Tan Star Yang, Tan Stars Yang Stars, Sun Yang's them. Yang Sex Yang. It was only today that her impression of him changed. He was neither arrogant nor rash, and his temperament was extraordinary. It was no wonder that he could progress faster and further than his peers. "Everyone from Star Soul Palace is here?" Yang Kai glanced at the group of people not far away. Many of them were from the Emperor Realm, and there were at least 100 of them. With so many people from the Emperor Realm, it was obvious that Star Soul Palace was not the only one who had come. Xue Jingmao said with shame, "When we heard the news, we traveled day and night to get here. We also called some people from other sects to come, but we were still a step too late." The main reason was that Star Soul Palace was a bit far from here, and the people who had gone to report the news were delayed for a few days, so they had only arrived now. Coming here to take a look, the matter had been resolved. They had made a wasted trip, but they could not just go back like this. While it was true that Orthodoxy Palace's plot had been crushed, this matter still needed to be investigated thoroughly. "Where are the great emperors?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. He did not see the great emperors. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the great emperors to not show up for such an important matter. He had sent someone to Star Soul Palace to report the news in hopes that the great emperors would come. As long as the great emperors showed up, Lei Gu and the others would not be enough. As soon as this was said, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing also showed puzzled expressions. Ma Qing said, "Yes, why don't we see the great emperors?" Xue Jingmao heard this and said, "The great emperors heard that the matter here had been resolved, so they returned to Star Soul Palace." Everyone was a little speechless when they heard this. Since they were already here, why didn't they come and take a look? After all, this matter was not a trivial matter, so they should have personally checked it out. But the great emperors had actually returned halfway, but since this matter concerned the great emperors, no one dared to say anything. Yang Kai asked casually, "Did Princess Lan Sun not come?" Lei Hong said, Her Highness the Princess is in seclusion today. Thank you for your concern, Elder Yang. Yang Kai nodded. Shui Jingmao said, although the great emperors did not come, Great Elder and I can handle this matter. I have some questions to ask little brother Yang. He quietly changed the way he addressed Yang Kai to little brother Yang, but it sounded much more cordial. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Elder Shui, feel free to ask. This one will tell you everything I know. Shui Jingmao said, I have already heard the general situation from Elder Shao, but I don't know anything about what happened on your side. If little brother Yang doesn't mind, Yang Kai smiled slightly, it's nothing. The situation is like this. On the last day of the martial gathering, I suddenly received a message from Elder Luo Chen asking me to go out. She briefly recounted how she was lured out by Luo Chen and didn't hide anything, including how she was ambushed and assassinated. In fact, I have something I want to ask you all. Yang Kai frowned, recalling what happened that night and still feeling some lingering fear. Shui Jingmao thoughtfully asked, what is it? Yang Kai said, the person who tried to assassinate me in the dark night was so quiet that I didn't even notice him approaching me from behind. After I counterattacked, his figure turned into smoke and dissipated. It is impossible for such a person to be unknown. I don't know if any of you have any impression of such a person appearing in my southern territory. If there were any fish that escaped the net this time, that assassin was the only one. Yang Kai was severely injured by him, but he couldn't even see his face clearly. He didn't even know if the other party was a man or a woman. This was a great loss. What was certain was that the assassin was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and was extremely proficient in the Tao of assassination. Yang Kai even suspected that the assassin was an existence close to the great emperors that Yang Yan mentioned before. According to Yang Yan, there were still some old monsters in this world. Their cultivations had already reached perfection and could not be improved any further. However, the capacity of the worldly bottle was limited and could not pry into the Tao of the great emperors, so they were stuck at a bottleneck. Most of these old monsters lived in seclusion in the mountains or quietly cultivated. Ordinary people could not see them. If such a person took action, it would make sense. However, Yang Kai did not feel the slightest bit of demonic qi from the assassin. In other words, the assassin did not become the demon race, so why would he collude with the Orthodoxy Temple? Everyone frowned when they heard this. Ma Qing said, I have never heard of such a method. He turned to look at Wen Zishan and asked, what do you think? Wen Zishan also slowly shook his head. Shui Jingmao said, maybe, it was not done by someone from the southern territory. Lei Hong was shocked. You mean? Yang Kai looked at them and frowned. What do you two think? Shui Jingmao pondered deeply for a moment before he said, such an elusive assassination method isn't something that can be cultivated overnight. According to my knowledge, there's a place in the world that can foster such a figure. As soon as he said this, Ma Qing and Wen Zishan seemed to have thought of something and were shocked. That can't be, right? Yang Kai also suddenly realized, Shui Jingmao is saying that the West. Shui Jingmao immediately raised his hand and said, there is no real evidence, so I dare not jump to conclusions. Yang Kai knew what he was worried about, so he did not continue the sentence. However, after being reminded, he felt that it was possible. The assassination technique was extraordinary, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to have such an ability. A third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of assassination. All the signs pointed to that force. But how did the matter in the Southern Territory involve that place? And how did it get mixed up with the demon dwellers? Lei Hong frowned and said, it shouldn't be. That place is still a part of the territory. How could they do such a thing? Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. If you have any intentions in the future, please pay more attention and don't relax your vigilance. Brother Yang being able to escape this calamity was a stroke of luck. If that person harbors ill intentions and sets his sights on others. Shui Jingmao didn't finish his words before shuddering. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most terrifying. The person who attacked Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of assassination. If he was targeted, he would have to sleep with his eyes open. However, if Yang Kai could escape from that person, the other third-layer Emperor Realm Masters believed that they should be fine. But just because they were fine didn't mean that their fellow disciples were fine. How many third-layer emperors could there be? There were too few clues, and Yang Kai only fought with that person for a moment. Even he didn't know whether the person was a man or a woman, so he couldn't count on others. Next, Yang Kai briefly explained what happened. After learning that Yang Kai could really arrange a space array that could cross territory, everyone was amazed. Although they had already investigated the space array before, guessing and confirming it were two different things. However, it was also thanks to the space array that Yang Kai was able to gather so many helpers in a single day and resolve the crisis in Orthodoxy Temple. What he said was similar to what Xiao Yuyang and the others knew. The only difference was that they didn't know Yang Kai's experience. After learning that Yang Kai had followed Lei Gu all the way to the southern swamp and set up a trap to kill him, everyone couldn't help but sigh. There weren't many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters in any place, so they had a good relationship with each other. Lei Gu had been possessed by a demonic spirit and lost his ability to think, ultimately ending in tragedy, so it was natural that everyone felt sad. Next up was to settle down the survivors of the various sects in the southern region. As time passed, the news of what had happened here gradually spread throughout the entire southern region. The experts from the various sects who had been left behind to guard the Orthodoxy Temple rushed over to investigate the situation. They also wanted to confirm the extent of their own casualties. Almost every day, there were people going in and out of Orthodoxy Temple. In less than 10 days, Orthodoxy Temple became quiet as everyone who needed to leave had left. After this incident, the Southern Territory would likely fall into a state of recuperation for a long time. Chapter 3276. If one were to say who benefited the most from the Orthodoxy Temple incident, it would be Yang Kai. Almost all the sects in the entire Southern Territory, large and small, owed Yang Kai a favor, pushing his reputation to an incredible level. The sect masters and patriarchs of these sects all went to thank Yang Kai, and naturally said that they would not dare to disobey his orders in the future. Whether it was sincere or not, with these people's declarations, Yang Kai would not be hindered in the Southern Territory in the future. After half a month of busy work, the Orthodoxy Temple finally quieted down. Everyone who needed to leave had left, and the huge sect became empty. It was hard to believe that this place was actually one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory, which had been bustling with activity not long ago. At this moment, Yang Kai, Qin Pei, and a group of women had already set off for the Rakshasa sect. Since he had agreed to be an honored guest elder, Yang Kai naturally would not delay. Now that he was in the Southern Territory, he might as well resolve this matter first. He was originally an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, and now he was acting as an honored guest elder of another sect. Logically speaking, it was somewhat inappropriate, and no one from the Emperor realm had ever done so. However, Wen Zishan did not mind this matter, probably because he had heard some news. Instead, he told Yang Kai that if he needed any help, Yang Kai would naturally be grateful. Compared to a top sect like Azure Sun Temple, the Rakshasa sect could only be regarded as a second or third-rate force in the entire Southern Territory. It was stronger than Blue Feather sect and Thousand Leaves sect. After all, it used to have the Emperor realm, but that was it. Now, even the Rakshasa sect's sect master had fallen in the Orthodoxy Temple, and most of its Tao Source realm elites had died, greatly reducing its strength. It could be said that without Yang Kai's intervention, such a sect would have been swallowed up by a nearby force in less than half a year. The group of women had uneven cultivations, and their flying speeds varied. Yang Kai did not want to waste too much time, so he simply summoned his flowing cloud shuttle and took them to the Rakshasa sect. The flowing cloud shuttle was a flight artifact that Hou Yu had tailored for Yang Kai, so its speed was needless to say. After 7 or 8 days, a spirit mountain in the distance appeared in their sights. Qin Pei pointed to the front and said, "We're here." Yang Kai looked around and found that the place occupied by the Rakshasa sect was quite good. Of course, compared to the Orthodoxy Temple and his own High Heaven Palace, it was more than enough for the Rakshasa sect's own forces. Putting away the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai released the dozen women. Seeing the familiar scene and smelling the scent of home, and thinking about their fellow sect members who had died and their previous experience of escaping death, no matter who it was, they could not help but feel like they had been reborn. Their hearts ached and they almost cried again. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He was most afraid of these women crying, so he hurriedly changed the topic. It seems that the news of your sect master's death has spread. Qin Pei was taken aback, but after looking around, she immediately understood what Yang Kai was referring to. At this moment, the Rakshasa sect's sect defending array was in an active state, and in the jungle outside the array, there were many ghostly figures lurking. Qin Pei could clearly feel the auras of several Dao Source Realm Masters mixed in. Her heart trembling, she knew that Yang Kai was right. The news of the sect master's death had indeed spread, and the surrounding forces that had a good relationship with the Rakshasa sect could not wait to target the Rakshasa sect. If not for this, how could there be so many spies in this mountain forest? It was almost foreseeable that if she had not returned with Yang Kai this time and had led the remaining disciples back by herself, they would have been ambushed before they even entered the sect. Inwardly, he hated these fellows for being so unsightly. After all, among the forces that were on good terms with them, there were many disciples who had married out from Luocha sect. When the sect leader was still alive, they often had dealings with each other and helped each other. But when the sect leader died, their repulsive faces were revealed so quickly. They were also sentimental about the fickleness of human relationships. As her thoughts drifted, she suddenly felt an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Yang Kai's body, radiating out in all directions. In an instant, it covered a large area. This aura was vigorous, but mixed with a cold, murderous intent, causing people to shudder. The dozen or so female disciples all shivered as they looked at Yang Kai in horror. After these days of contact, everyone felt that this person from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai, was different from the rumors. He was easy to approach and very easy to talk to. Previously, several female disciples had asked him some questions about cultivation, and he had patiently answered them, which had greatly benefited the group of Rakshasa sect disciples. If Qin Pei had not been afraid of delaying Yang Kai's rest, and had given strict orders not to disturb him, it was likely that Yang Kai would not have had any free time on the way back. But at this moment, this amiable man had turned into an existence that was like a bloody Azura. Just the leakage of some of his aura had caused people to have difficulty breathing, and their hands and feet were cold. Only now did they understand that no matter how close the Emperor realm was, it was still the Emperor realm. It was not something they could look up to. Pucci, the birds in the forest were alarmed. They flapped their wings and tried to fly, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not fly. It was as if there was an invisible force that deprived them of their ability to fly, and they fell to the ground one by one. At the same time, the figures hidden in the forest also retreated, as if they were facing a great enemy. No longer caring about hiding, they all used their movement skills and quickly fled. The news of the fall of the Rakshasa sect's sect master in Orthodoxy Temple had already spread. After all, so much time had passed, and with people spreading the news, it was impossible to hide it. They also heard that someone from the Emperor realm had agreed to come to the Rakshasa sect as a guest elder, and this person from the Emperor realm seemed to be a second-order Emperor realm master. It was none other than Yang Kai, who had become famous after the incident at Orthodoxy Temple. However, whether this news was true or false was not known because it came from within the Rakshasa sect. Perhaps it was a smokescreen spread by the Rakshasa sect in order to protect itself, so they naturally wanted to investigate. If the news was true, it would not be too late to adjust their plans, but if it was false, then there was no need to worry about it. The Rakshasa sect was a fat piece of meat that everyone could take a bite out of. The Rakshasa sect had not been established for a long time, but it had still existed for hundreds of thousands of years, so there was bound to be some savings in the sect. Not to mention this, the 1,000 female disciples were already a huge fortune. However, the aura of Yang Kai from the Emperor realm instantly shattered their delusions. Only now did they understand that the news was true. Yang Kai, who had shone brilliantly in Orthodoxy Temple, had actually come to the Rakshasa sect. Whether or not he was going to serve as a guest elder, with this person here, no one dared to have any ideas about the Rakshasa sect. Inevitably, they felt a little jealous. The Rakshasa sect was filled with women, but Yang Kai, a man, had managed to sneak in. His luck with women was simply too good to be true. Looking at the figures below who were fleeing like stray dogs, Qin Pei's expression was extremely complicated. She even saw a few familiar figures and knew their names and where they came from. When the sect leader was still alive, she had some dealings with those people. More or less, they could be considered friends. But it was precisely these people who were on good terms with her that were so impatient to make a move against the Luocha sect. Clenching her fists, Qin Pei came to a realization. Only with great strength would one have the qualifications to have a foothold in this world. Let's go. Yang Kai's voice woke her up. When she turned her head to look, she found that Yang Kai's terrifying aura had unknowingly disappeared, and he had returned to his previous amiable appearance. A few of the female disciples with lower cultivations patted their chests lightly as they glanced at each other and stuck out their tongues. Looking at Kai Yang's back, they couldn't help but feel some fear. Master, please wait a moment. I will ask the Great Elder to activate the formation. Qin Pei said and took out her communication compass to contact someone. After a moment, the Rakshasa sect protecting formation slowly closed. Qin Pei took the lead and led the way, and the group landed on the platform at the peak of the mountain. On the platform, a woman who looked to be in her 30s was standing there. Her figure was enchanting, but her temperament was rather dignified, like a lady from a noble family. She wore a light green dress that was extremely simple, and it accentuated her curvaceous figure. The aura on her body was also at the level of the third-order Dao Source realm. This was the Rakshasa sect's great elder, Taoingru. She was also the only person from the third-order Dao Source realm in the entire Rakshasa sect. This time, the Rakshasa sect's sect master had personally led the team to the Southern Territories martial meet. She had been left behind to guard the sect, so she had managed to escape a calamity. If she had really followed them, she didn't know if she would have returned alive. Behind Taoingru, there were several hundred women wearing the same pink dress. They stood on both sides, and every single one of them possessed extraordinary beauty. However, they were extremely quiet. At that moment, their beautiful eyes were wide open as they looked toward the sky. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. Yang Kai landed with Qin Pei and glanced around. He smiled faintly, thinking that the Rakshasa sect attached great importance to him. There were only 1,000 disciples in the sect, but in order to welcome him, 70% of them had been dispatched. It seemed that except for some disciples who were in seclusion or had tasks to complete, the rest were all here. Early on, when Yang Kai was still dealing with various trivial matters in Orthodoxy Temple, a Dao Source realm cultivator from the Rakshasa sect hurriedly returned and reported that Yang Kai was going to be an honored guest elder. As such, the Rakshasa sect had long since made preparations. Qin Pei stepped forward and said a few words to Taoingru. Taoingru immediately stepped forward and bowed gracefully. Rakshasa sect's Taoingru greets Master. Master has worked hard. Yang Kai raised his hand and smiled. Great Elder doesn't need to be so polite. From now on we are all family. Hearing this, Taoingru breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Although she had heard that Yang Kai was going to be an honored guest elder, she still felt that it was a little unbelievable. A second-order Emperor realm cultivator who was also an influential figure in the entire Southern Territory, even if it was because of the Jade Chalice, there was no need for him to come to the Rakshasa sect to suffer. Before seeing Yang Kai, Taoingru was a little worried, wondering if Yang Kai had other intentions. After all, there were many people who had designs on the Rakshasa sect right now. If Yang Kai also had ulterior motives, then the entire Rakshasa sect would be powerless to resist. At this moment, seeing that he was gentle, polite, and approachable, Taoingru felt quite relieved. Chapter 3277. I'm sure you already know why I'm here. Yang Kai went straight to the point. Taoingru nodded and said, the Rakshasa sect is without a leader now that the master has fallen. It's our fortune that the Rakshasa sect is able to serve as the guest elder of the Rakshasa sect at this time and protect our foundation. I, along with all the disciples of the Rakshasa sect, am extremely grateful. We will definitely follow the master's lead in the future. She bowed again after saying this. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. You can do whatever you want in the future. I'm just a figurehead." Tao Yinruo raised her eyes to look at him. She wanted to speak again but was interrupted by Yang Kai. "I know the Rakshasa sect's current situation, but I don't know much about the Rakshasa sect. It's not my place to criticize the matters of the sect. That's all I have to say. There's no need for Grand Elder to say anything more." Hearing this, Tao Yinruo finally understood that Yang Kai really didn't have any ulterior motives towards the Rakshasa sect. He only felt guilty about the Jade Chakram incident, so he came all the way here to protect the Rakshasa sect. His heart was filled with gratitude, and all the worries from before were swept away. She wasn't worried that Yang Kai was playing hard to get. After all, his cultivation level was so high that if he really wanted to use force, no one in the Rakshasa sect could resist him. In addition, with Yang Kai's current reputation, even if Yang Kai really did something to the Rakshasa sect, no one in the Southern Territory would stand up for them. There was actually such a person in this world. For a moment, she looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. What she said just now was also a kind of subtle test. Qin Pei reminded from the side, "Grand Elder, please invite Master inside to rest. The Master must be tired from the journey." A trace of embarrassment appeared on Tao Yingruo's face as she said in annoyance, "It was this concubine's negligence. Master, please." As she said this, she stepped aside and made way for him. Yang Kai nodded and walked forward without looking sideways. The hundreds of female disciples on the side of the road all looked at him, their beautiful eyes full of curiosity and sizing him up. Tao Yingruo secretly observed. She saw Yang Kai walking like a dragon or a tiger with an extraordinary momentum. The most rare thing was that he did not even glance at any of the female disciples. This was not a display of arrogance, but an indifference that was not moved in the face of so many beauties at one's fingertips. This time, Tao Ying really put her heart at ease. He invited Yang Kai into the main hall to talk and offered him some fragrant tea. The few remaining Dao Source Realm Masters of the Rakshasa sect accompanied him, so it was inevitable for them to get to know each other. The Rakshasa sect originally had one master from the Emperor Realm and 13 Dao Source Realm Masters, but after the incident at Orthodoxy Temple, the Emperor Realm sect master fell, and even more than half of their Dao Source Realm Masters died, leaving only 5. Among these 5, Tao Yingruo's cultivation was the strongest, being from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, followed by Qin Pei and another 2nd Order Dao Source Realm Master. The remaining 2 were only from the 1st Order Dao Source Realm. With such strength, even the Blue Feather sect couldn't compare to it, so it naturally attracted the attention of many great forces. Yang Kai didn't know much about the Rakshasa sect. He only learned about it from Qin Pei on the way here. The Rakshasa sect didn't have a long history. Its founder was the current sect master, Yuluo Sha, and it had only been a few hundred years since then. Less than 1,000 years was indeed a short time for a sect. Most of the disciples in the Rakshasa sect were orphans and were basically brought back by disciples who went out to explore. The atmosphere in the Rakshasa sect was quite good, and the senior sister and junior sister were friendly. Even if there were some small conflicts, it was not a big deal. The Rakshasa sect controlled a city nearby, and most of the sect's expenses came from this city. It also had a copper lode. Since Yang Kai was going to be the Rakshasa sect's guest elder, Tao Yingruo naturally wanted Yang Kai to know more about the Rakshasa sect, so she reported many things to him one by one. Originally, the status of a guest elder couldn't be compared to a legitimate elder, but Yang Kai's cultivation was far superior to theirs. In the future, the Rakshasa sect would have to rely on him for protection, so Tao Yingruo and the others subconsciously lowered their status. If Yang Kai wasn't a man, they might have even asked him to be the sect master. After hearing many reports, Yang Kai was dizzy. Tao Yingruo obviously saw this and sighed in her heart. She felt that she had really measured the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. Looking at Yang Kai like this, even if she really gave the Rakshasa sect to him, he might find it troublesome. It was ridiculous that she was worried that he might have other intentions. However, because of this, Tao Yingruo was more and more relieved about Yang Kai. With such a person who had no desires to protect the Rakshasa sect, as long as they had enough time, would the Rakshasa sect not be able to rise? She tentatively asked Yang Kai if he was willing to be an official elder of the Rakshasa sect, but Yang Kai declined, so she immediately dropped the matter. The coronation ceremony has been prepared before, and I plan to hold it half a month later. I wonder if Elder Yang can wait that long? Tao Yingrua asked. When Yang Kai heard this, he thought for a moment and nodded, yes. He could roughly guess Tao Yingrua's intention. She wanted to announce it to the world at the coronation ceremony. After all, although she had previously ordered people to spread the news that Yang Kai would come to the Rakshasa sect to be a guest elder, there was no proof. How could others believe it? However, the coronation ceremony was different. It was an extremely formal ceremony. Once the ceremony was held, it would mean that Yang Kai had really put the brand of the Rakshasa sect on him. This was something that no one could deny. Yang Kai guessed that Tao Yingrua would send out invitations and invite many people to witness it. It was a small matter, so he let her do as she wished. After all, she had no ill intentions or selfish motives. She was thinking for the Rakshasa sect. Seeing that Yang Kai had no objections, Tao Yingrua smiled and stood up. In that case, please rest for a few days, Elder Yang. As she spoke, she gave Qin Pei a look. Qin Pei immediately stood up and said, Elder Yang, please come with me. Yang Kai nodded, stood up and said goodbye to the others. He then followed Qin Pei out. The Rakshasa sect did not occupy a large area, but it was not small either. Although it was not as grand as the High Heaven Palace where hundreds of peaks gathered, there were still 20 to 30 peaks. Qin Pei flew all the way to the highest and steepest peak with the densest spirit chi and landed on it. There was a jade pavilion on the peak. Immediately, more than a dozen female disciples came to greet them. Qin Pei waved her hand and asked them to stand up. Then she pointed at Yang Kai and said, This is our Rakshasa sect's guest elder, Elder Yang. In the future, you must serve him with all your heart. More than a dozen female disciples responded respectfully. A bold girl secretly looked up at Yang Kai, then quickly lowered her eyes. Qin Pei then turned to look at Yang Kai and said, This is the sect master's residence. When senior sister Tao heard that Elder Yang was coming, she ordered people to tidy it up. Elder Yang, please see if there is anything you don't like. If there is, please tell me and I will do my best to adjust it. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Sect Master Yu's residence? This is not appropriate. Since it was the sect master's residence, it was not appropriate for him, a guest elder, to live here. Although Yu Luocha was dead, the Rakshasa sect would definitely appoint a new sect master. Wouldn't this be like a dove occupying a magpie's nest? Qin Pei pursed her lips and smiled. This is senior sister Tao's idea. Elder Yang, you don't have to refuse. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right then, I'll have to trouble junior sister Qin. Hearing him address her like this, Qin Pei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but soon a smile spread across her face. Then Brother Yang, please rest first. If you need anything, just tell them and they will satisfy you. Bowing respectfully, Qin Pei said her goodbyes, but Yang Kai always felt that the look she gave him before she left was somewhat meaningful, and the words she said to him were quite provocative. A group of female disciples who served him and satisfied any of his requests, it would be difficult for him not to want more. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and turned to look at the dozen female disciples, causing them to immediately lower their heads. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. These dozen or so female disciples, regardless of their cultivation, were all beautiful and had exquisite figures. This was not surprising as the entire Rakshasa sect was filled with women. Finding a few with beautiful faces and beautiful figures was naturally not a problem. He didn't look carefully before, but now that he did, Yang Kai found that these dozen or so women each had their own merits. Some were dignified, some were charming, some were quick-witted, and some were naive. Especially the two leading women, one of them had beautiful watery eyes, as if they were naturally covered with a layer of mist. When Yang Kai stared at her, she immediately blushed and lowered her head. Her every movement unintentionally exuded a strong charm, making people want to hold her in their arms and dote on her. This kind of natural seduction was something Yang Kai had seen many times before, but only Shan Qing Luo, the beguiling demon queen, could compare to her. Her seductive appearance wasn't deliberate, but rather inadvertently revealed, which was the most attractive thing to a man. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He didn't know if the Rakshasa sect had a similar charm technique. If there was, letting this woman cultivate it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The other woman gave Yang Kai a pure feeling. Her entire person seemed to be without the slightest impurity. She was soft and weak, making people want to protect her. It was as if anyone who looked at her was a kind of blasphemy. However, it was this kind of extreme purity that made people want to destroy her. Needless to say, these people were the cream of the crop in the Rakshasa sect, and the two leaders were probably the most outstanding among the thousands of female disciples in the Rakshasa sect. Yang Kai laughed in his heart. It seemed that Tao Yingrua had put in a lot of effort for him, sending these two seductresses. Coupled with Qin Pei's words before she left, if Yang Kai had the slightest idea, he was afraid that something would happen between him and these two female disciples. Once something really happened, would Yang Kai not think about the Rakshasa sect in the future? Women really did think too much. However, if he was in their shoes, Yang Kai could understand the thoughts of Tao Yingrua and the higher-ups of the Rakshasa sect. In the entire Rakshasa sect, there was nothing worthy of Yang Kai's fondness and attention, except for beauty. This was not a honey trap, but a small trick. Yang Kai would not blame them. Moreover, with so many beauties accompanying him, it was better than being alone or facing a group of men. At the very least, it was pleasing to the eyes. Disciple Ran Yiru greets Elder Yang. The pure and flawless female disciple curtsied gracefully. Immediately after, the other woman, who was so charming that she was about to drip water, also hurriedly curtsied. Disciple Yu Karen greets Elder. Chapter 3278. The voices of these two women were just like their temperaments. One was like a ghost in an empty valley, the other was sweet and pleasant. Especially Yu Kuren, when she opened her mouth to speak, Kai Yang felt as if his bones had lightened by 3 tails. His whole body felt as if it was floating in the air. The cultivation of these two women was not high, but it was not bad. They were both in the third-order Origin King realm, and if they advanced further, they would be in the Tao Source realm. For the current situation of the Rakshasa sect, the Tao Source realm was the true cornerstone. If Tao Yingrua was willing to use these two, it was obvious how much importance she attached to Yang Kai. It was impossible to not attach importance to him. The safety of the sect depended on Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really wanted to do something, not to mention these two female disciples, he would not hesitate to recommend himself to him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'm sure you know about this king's origins, so there's no need to be reserved. Let's get along well." Disciple dares not. The two women lowered their heads. Yang Kai smiled slightly and let them be, turning around and walking inside. Seeing this, Ran Yi-ro and Yu Karen quickly followed behind, leaving the other female disciples outside. After entering the hall, the two women followed closely behind. They would only answer 1 or 2 questions when Yang Kai asked them, otherwise they would remain silent, assuming the attitude of a disciple. Although Ran Yi-ro acted naturally and gracefully, Yang Kai could still feel their nervousness and apprehension. The two women had been ordered to serve Yang Kai. Before this, they had received Tao Yingrua's instructions and had clearly told them that they couldn't refuse any of Elder Yang's requests. They were not children, so they naturally knew what Tao Yingrua meant. They had grown up in the Rakshasa sect, and although they had come into contact with some men during their travels, those men gave them a very bad feeling. Their eyes were full of covetousness and possessiveness. None of them were to their liking, so they had an instinctive rejection of other men. However, the Rakshasa sect was where they were born and raised. When the sect was in trouble, they naturally could not stand idly by. When they accepted this task, the two women had already accepted their fate. How could they treat this elder who could take them from them at any time? Naturally, he had to be extra careful. This was originally the residence of Yu Luocha, the leader of the Rakshasa sect. Naturally, the furnishings in the house had a feminine style. However, under Tao Yingrua's arrangement, most of these traces had been removed. The various items in the hall should have been newly purchased. Although there was still some lingering fragrance everywhere, it was not harmful. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to finish looking around the entire place. Then he leisurely walked out and led the two women to stroll around the Rakshasa sect. Although the journey was tiring, it wasn't hard for him and he wasn't in a hurry to rest. Since he wanted to protect the Rakshasa sect, he naturally had to understand this place better. Moreover, sometimes, experiencing the different scenery and local customs was also a kind of experience for his state of mind. Within the Rakshasa sect, there were 20 to 30 spiritual peaks of various sizes. Each peak had its own unique scenery. Let's start with the Rakshasa peak where I live. Along the way, Ran Yuru and Yu Karen accompanied him. As usual, they answered all his questions. When they reached a certain place, Ran Yuru said, "In front is the forbidden area. It is inconvenient for this disciple to follow. Please forgive me, elder." As she spoke, she and Yu Karen both stopped. Forbidden area? Yang Kai also stopped and glanced in that direction. He didn't find anything special. He nodded and said, "Since it is a forbidden area, let's look elsewhere." Every sect had its own forbidden area. The Rakshasa sect naturally also had one. Ordinary disciples weren't qualified to set foot in this kind of place unless there were some powerful experts in the sect. Yu Karen said, "If elder wants to go, you can go by yourself." Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Isn't that inappropriate? Others said it was a forbidden area. What was the point of him going there? Yu Karen smiled sweetly. Two small dimples appeared at the corner of her mouth. "It's okay. Martial Uncle Tao said that elder can go wherever he wants in the Rakshasa sect." Since others said so, Yang Kai didn't hold back. In any case, if the Rakshasa sect really had any secrets, he wouldn't care too much. He might as well go and see what the forbidden area was like. He ordered the two women, "Then wait for me here for a moment. I will be back soon." The two women respectfully answered. When they looked up, Yang Kai had already disappeared. They looked at each other and were secretly shocked. Although they hadn't seen many people in the Emperor realm, they had seen 3 or 5 people in the Emperor realm. They had never seen someone in the Emperor realm as mysterious as Yang Kai. Compared to him, their sect master seemed to be on a different level. With that thought in mind, Yu Karen secretly transmitted her voice. "Senior sister, Elder Yang seems to be easy to get along with." The two women had been on tenterhooks for several days. After all, they were suddenly assigned to the Rakshasa sect by Tao Yingrua to serve the incoming guest elder. They were more or less worried that the newcomer would be a rough and bad-tempered man. It wasn't until they met him that they realized that Yang Kai wasn't what they thought. Not only was he not ugly, he even gave off a somewhat handsome vibe. His personality also seemed to be extremely gentle. "Elder Yang is easy to get along with, but we can't overstep our boundaries," Ran Yiru said with a serious expression. Ran Yiru said sternly, "You should speak less. If you do, you need to change your voice. Otherwise, the elder will think you're seducing him." Yu Karen blushed and said with tears in her eyes, "My voice is like this. What should I do?" Ran Yiru looked at her with a headache. "You're doing it again." Not to mention a man, even she herself felt a rush of excitement when she heard her words just now. That sweet voice was like an invisible hand that constantly scratched at her heart. Yu Karen lowered her head and said with an aggrieved expression, "All right then, I won't speak in front of Elder Yang anymore." Ran Yiru sighed. The sect is now under the protection of Elder Yang. You and I are his personal attendants and represent the sect's face. You and I have been senior sister for many years, so we naturally know your temperament. However, Elder Yang is just a newcomer. If he really misunderstands anything, not only will he look down on you and me, he will also look down on the sect. Senior sister is right. Yu Karen raised her eyes and nodded heavily. She then pinched her mouth and said vaguely, "Then I'll be a mute from now on." Ran Yiru shook her head. "That's not necessary. If Elder Yang really asks you something, you can't not answer." "I'll remember." Yu Karen nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Suddenly, her eyes turned and she bit her red lips. "Senior sister, let me ask you something." "What is it?" Ran Yiru had a bad feeling when she saw her strange expression. Yukarin squirmed and shyly said, "When night comes, if Elder Yang really?" She could not continue. Blushing, Ran Yiru poked her head and gritted her teeth. "You damned girl, what are you thinking about?" Yukarin held her head with both hands. "But Marshal Uncle Tao said it before. And don't you know that those in the Emperor realm have countless wives and concubines? I heard that every night. Every night what?" Ran Yiru's voice trembled. She felt her cheeks burning as she asked. "No woman, no joy." Yukarin lowered her head and spat out the words. Ran Yiru fell silent. Yukarin looked up and tilted her head to look at her. She waved her hand in front of her face and shouted, "Senior sister." Ran Yiru smiled freely. Yin and Yang intercourse, the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it really reaches that step with his identity and status, wouldn't he be worthy of us? We should be the ones climbing up his social ladder. Yukarin's eyes immediately lit up, and he said with a look of worship, "Wow, senior sister, you're so open-minded." Ran Yiru pinched her cheeks and gritted her teeth. "Isn't it because you kept asking? You're not allowed to ask again, and you're not allowed to talk about this again." Yukarin's eyes were watery from the pain. She begged for mercy. "Senior sister, please spare me. I was wrong, okay?" The so-called forbidden area was just a valley behind Rakshasa Peak. Yang Kai walked around and didn't find anything worth paying attention to. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here wasn't much denser than other places, and there wasn't anything in the valley that could help one cultivate. This made him feel strange. Since it was a forbidden area, there should be some secrets hidden here, but this valley seemed ordinary no matter how he looked at it. He turned his gaze and stared at a cliff. If there was anything worth paying attention to in this valley, it would be this cliff. This cliff was as smooth as a mirror and looked extremely flat. It was hard to imagine how such a flat cliff was formed. Yang Kai went forward and knocked on it for a while. He found that it wasn't the work of man, but the work of nature. For a moment he was amazed. The cliff was just an ordinary cliff, and Yang Kai didn't find any secret mechanisms or restrictions. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to pry into other people's secrets. He was just curious. Tao Ingrua had said that there was no place in the Rakshasa sect that he couldn't go. Since she was so generous, there was no reason for him to hold back. After investigating for a long time, Yang Kai returned the way he came with a dark expression. He was sure that the valley was just an ordinary valley, and the cliff was just an ordinary cliff. There were no secrets to be found. Why was such a place called a forbidden area? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Of course, if he asked Tao Ingrua, he might be able to find out something, but Yang Kai gave up. If he could find out, it was his own ability. If he couldn't find out and purposely asked, it would make him seem like he couldn't wait to covet other people's secrets. On the way back, Ran Yiru and Yukarin were still standing at the same spot. When he walked up, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. It was because the two girls' cheeks were slightly red and their body fragrance was overflowing. He couldn't bear to look away. They obviously noticed it as well and were a little embarrassed. He continued to walk around the Rakshasa sect under the guidance of the two girls. Occasionally he would encounter patrolling disciples. Most of them had seen Yang Kai before, and even if they hadn't, they could tell from Ran Yiru and Yukarin's attitude. Naturally, they let him go without any hindrance. Chapter 3279. Half a day later, they had toured the entire Rakshasa sect. Yang Kai brought Rani Ro and Yukarin out again. 19? Yes, they went straight out of the sect. In the main hall, the remaining 5 Tao Source Realm cultivators of the Rakshasa sect were busy preparing for the coronation ceremony and making invitations. Suddenly, a female disciple walked in and whispered a few words in Qin Pei's ear. Qin Pei waved her hand to dismiss her and laughed. "Our honored guest elder really can't stay idle." Tao Ingrua asked, "What happened?" Qin Pei replied, "He went out with 2 disciples." Tao Ingrua's beautiful eyes lit up. "Where did they go?" Qin Pei said, "I heard that they went out for a walk. They should have gone to Luo City." Luo City was a city under the jurisdiction of the Rakshasa sect. It had a population of several million and most of the expenses of the Rakshasa sect came from this city. They went to Luo City. Tao Yingrua pondered for a moment and her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "Good, good." The few Dao Source Realm cultivators looked at her with strange expressions. Qin Pei said, "Senior sister, you mean?" Tao Yingrua put down the invitation in her hand and took a sip of tea. "Why did we spend so much effort to prepare for the coronation ceremony and send out invitations?" Qin Pei thought for a moment and said, "Naturally, it's to create momentum." The only sect master of the Emperor realm was dead and Yang Kai took the initiative to ask to be the honored guest elder. How could the Rakshasa sect not make use of such a good opportunity? The greater the momentum created now, the more the surrounding forces would not dare to underestimate the Rakshasa sect in the future. Tao Yingrua said, "And this momentum is on Elder Yang. We're just borrowing his strength to create momentum, but it's different if he shows up himself. Just wait and see." His trip to Luoqing this time is equivalent to announcing his relationship with our killing Rakshasa sect in advance. Let's see who dares to underestimate our sect in the future. The few Dao Source Realm cultivators' eyes lit up when they heard this. Qin Pei said, "Senior sister, are you saying that Elder Yang did it deliberately?" Tao Yingrua nodded and said, "If not, why didn't he have a good rest when he just arrived?" She smiled and said, "We owe him a big favor." Everyone was enlightened and their faces were filled with gratitude. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned with Ran Yi-ro and Yu Karen. Since then, they had been living on Luo Sha Peak, secluding themselves and cultivating. But the effect of his trip was soon revealed. Although Luo City was under the control of the Rakshasa sect, the shops in the city did not belong to the Rakshasa sect alone. Most of the surrounding forces had businesses in the city. Yang Kai, Ran Yi-ro and Yu Karen swaggered through the streets of Luo City. It was difficult for people not to notice them. Naturally, they sent the news back to the forces behind them one by one. The disciples of the Rakshasa sect who returned with the invitations reported that the forces who received the invitations were all very polite to them. They all said that they would definitely be present at the coronation ceremony. Several forces even had masters from the Emperor realm personally come forward to receive the invitations. All kinds of signs indicated that the Rakshasa sect's crisis had passed. With Yang Kai's protection, no one dared to have any ideas about the Rakshasa sect. When the news reached the Rakshasa sect, Tao Yingrua and the others were overjoyed. They prepared for the coronation ceremony even more carefully than when they prepared for the coronation ceremony. But then again, the entire Rakshasa sect was like a dragon without a leader. There were no masters from the Emperor realm, so no one was qualified to assume the position of sect master. For the time being, Tao Yingrua, who was the strongest among them, temporarily took over the position of sect master. Only when she reached the Emperor realm would she truly take over the position of sect master. On this day, while Tao Yingrua was busy, Yang Kai suddenly came to her uninvited. Tao Yingrua did not dare to neglect this great hero who had saved the Rakshasa sect. She hurriedly invited him in and personally served him fragrant tea. After taking a seat, Tao Yingrua asked, "Elder Yang, are you used to living here? Is there anything wrong with the service of the disciples?" Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. "I'm used to wandering outside. It's the same wherever I live. Yi-ro and Karen also serve me very attentively." "That's good." Tao Yingrua pursed her lips and smiled. "If you need anything, just tell them." There was one thing that she was very curious about. According to Ran Yi-ro and Yu Karen's daily report, since returning from Luoqing that day, Yang Kai had been cultivating and did not see them at all. In this world, there were really men who were not moved by beauty. Just this point alone was enough to make Tao Yingrua admire him. She believed that Yang Kai knew why she arranged for Ran Yi-ro and Yu Karen to go over. If Yang Kai really wanted to, it was just a matter of pushing the boat with the current. Whether it was Ran Yi-ro, Yu Karen, or the dozen or so female disciples, they could not resist. As time passed, Tao Yingrua became more and more satisfied with this guest elder. He only gave and did not ask for anything in return. What else could she say to such a person? "I came here today to consult the next sect master about something." Yang Kai looked solemn. Tao Yingrua said, "Elder, If you have anything to say, my Rakshasa sect will definitely obey. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's not a big deal, but I want to leave something in the Rakshasa sect. Something? Tao Yingrua was stunned. Yang Kai said, I believe the next sect master has heard that I cultivate the law of space and can set up a territory-crossing space array. Tao Yingrua nodded. This information was not a secret since the incident at the Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai was able to get more than 200 people from the Emperor Realm, 3 Holy Spirits, and more than 30 Monster King as helpers in just one day because of the space array that could cross territory. Otherwise, how could he travel back and forth between the Eastern Territory, the Northern Territory, and the Southern Territory in just one day? Hearing him mention this, Tao Yingrua's eyes lit up. She said excitedly, Elder, you mean? Yang Kai nodded and said, That's right, I want to set up a space array in the Rakshasa sect that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. You know that I can't stay here all year long, so I will leave after the coronation ceremony. In the future, the Rakshasa sect will have to rely on yourselves. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. If the Rakshasa sect really encounters any danger one day and I'm not there, you won't be able to resist. If there is a space array, it will be different. You can go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to ask for help at any time. Although she had guessed it when Yang Kai really said this, Tao Yingrua was still very excited. To be honest, it wasn't that she hadn't considered this before. Yang Kai was willing to come to the Rakshasa sect to be the guest elder. It wasn't impossible to ask him to connect the Rakshasa sect and the High Heaven Palace together, so as to seek long-term and effective protection. However, she didn't know what Yang Kai needed to set up a space array. In her opinion, a magical thing like a space array that could cross territory would definitely consume a huge amount of energy. She might not be able to afford it even if she sold the entire Rakshasa sect. Secondly, she didn't want to give Yang Kai the impression that she was insatiable. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would actually take the initiative to mention it. She was immediately delighted and said, Elder is really a good person. Yang Kai laughed and said, It's a small matter, but this still needs the agreement of the acting sect master. Agree, of course I agree. Tao Yingrua nodded quickly. Her state of mind that she had cultivated for so many years almost collapsed. At this moment, her expression was like a child who had gotten a new toy. Suddenly, she was startled and said, But what does Elder need? Elder, please draw up a list and I'll send someone to collect it. I don't need anything else. If you have space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, just give me some. Yang Kai had collected a lot of materials for arranging space arrays, and he had more than enough to arrange 100 more. But since the other party had said so, he just accepted a few as a token of appreciation. Good, I'll have someone find a way to collect these 2 things. There's one more thing. Does the acting sect master have any thoughts on where to set up the space array? Since he wanted to set up a space array, he naturally had to choose a place with tight security. Tao Yingrua said, Where does Elder think is the most appropriate place to set it up? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, Looking at the entire Rakshasa sect, the forbidden area behind Rakshasa Peak is the most suitable, but it is a forbidden area after all. Tao Yingrua immediately said, Wherever Elder thinks it is, this mistress has no objections. Her straightforwardness surprised Yang Kai, but he still nodded and said, All right, then it will be in the forbidden area. Tao Yingrua suddenly smiled faintly and said, Elder, you went to investigate the forbidden area. Were you disappointed? Yang Kai said awkwardly, I wasn't disappointed, I was just a little curious. Tao Yingrua pursed her lips and smiled, It's normal to be disappointed. Usually, there's nothing special about the forbidden area. If you want to take a look at it, you'll have to wait until the night of the full moon. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, The night of the full moon? Tao Yingrua shook her head and said, I don't know the specific situation. I only heard the sect master mention it once. Only on the night of the full moon will some unexpected changes occur in the forbidden area. If Elder is interested, you might as well wait a few more days. The night of the full moon will be in 5 days. Then I'll have to take a look. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. He had gone to investigate the forbidden area once before and was greatly disappointed. However, he didn't expect that there would be another mystery in the forbidden area that wouldn't reveal itself until the time was right. This aroused his curiosity, and he made up his mind to take a closer look on the night of the full moon in 5 days. It could be seen that in order to repay his kindness, the Rakshasa sect had completely let down their guard against him. If he were in their shoes, Yang Kai could understand their feelings. No matter what, simply giving them something couldn't be maintained for a long time. He asked a few more questions, but to his surprise, Towing Rua had never been to the forbidden area and naturally didn't know what would happen on the night of the full moon. In the entire Rakshasa sect, only Yu Luocha was qualified to set foot there. After bidding farewell to Towing Rua, Yang Kai directly rushed to the forbidden area in the valley and took out a large pile of materials to arrange a space array. After half a day, the space array had already taken shape. Yang Kai casually refined a transmission token and called Ran Yi and Ro Nu over. He told them the use of the transmission token and taught them how to open the space array. He asked them to pass on the message to Towing Rua. With this space array, the Rakshasa sect would no longer have any worries in the future. After Towing Rua received the transmission token, she personally came to thank him. Yang Kai simply took her to experience the transmission token and directly sent her back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. She was amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 3280. In a flash, 5 days had passed. In the forbidden area of the mountain valley, surrounded by lush trees and fragrant flowers, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and looked up at the sky. The weather was good, with a bright moon and few stars, and the night sky was dark. There was nothing unusual in the surroundings, and as time passed, the full moon slowly climbed high in the sky. At this moment, a strange fluctuation of power suddenly appeared. This fluctuation was so weak that if Yang Kai had not been paying attention, he would not have noticed it. "It's here," Yang Kai muttered to himself in a low voice, his expression turning serious as he began to perceive the surroundings more attentively. The Rakshasa sect's forbidden area only had some abnormal changes on the night of the full moon, which really made him curious. Under his perception, the surroundings fell into a calm state again, as if what happened just now was just an illusion. But after a short while, the strange fluctuation of power appeared again, and this time it was much clearer than before, disappearing as soon as it appeared. "Where is it?" Yang Kai looked around with great interest, his eyes shining brightly. The third fluctuation soon appeared, and Yang Kai, who had been prepared for it, immediately looked in a certain direction and was immediately stunned. Because that direction was actually the brilliant cliff that he had observed before. When he came here to investigate 5 days ago, the cliff that had left the deepest impression on him was probably this cliff. It was as smooth as a mirror and clear as a mirror. There was not the slightest trace of human effort. It was all the work of nature. But now, the abnormality was actually this extremely flat cliff. Yang Kai was a little surprised and swept the cliff with his divine sense inch by inch, wondering if there was some kind of profound barrier here that could hide it from his detection. But after searching for a while, he still found nothing. Fortunately, the strange fluctuation of power appeared more and more frequently, faster and faster, until finally, a strange scene appeared on the smooth cliff, as if it had turned into a mirror. The mirror was strange and varied, but it was impossible to see clearly. And with the change of the cliff, a massive amount of world energy was produced in the mountain valley, filling it to the brim. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. Feeling around, he found that the world energy in this valley was comparable to the heaven-rank secret area of the Spirit Lake Palace outside Maplewood City. If an ordinary cultivator could cultivate in this place, 1 day of cultivation would be equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for others. The valley was not like this during the day. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was not much stronger than the surroundings. It was really amazing that there would be such an astonishing change on a full moon night. But Kai Yang faintly felt that this kind of change was only a superficial one. The most important thing was probably the smooth surface of the cliff. He exerted his eyesight and stared deeply at the cliff, trying to find some clues from it. Looking at it, Kai Yang suddenly let out a cry of surprise. This was because he actually felt something inexplicable from the refraction of the brilliance of the cliff. As he focused his attention, The folding and flipping rays of light actually had the tendency to turn into words. The more he focused, the clearer he could see. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and took note of it. A moment later, he was surprised to find that this was an extremely good cultivation method. This time, he was really surprised. On a full moon night in the forbidden area of the Rakshasa Sex Valley, a cultivation method was born on the cliff. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. This cultivation method was incomplete, but after carefully examining it, it seemed to be suitable for women to cultivate. It was somewhat similar to the Rakshasa sex cultivation method. Thinking about it this way, he guessed that the Rakshasa sex cultivation method was born from this cliff. It was likely that Yu Luocha had discovered something unusual here and obtained this opportunity, which allowed her to cultivate all the way to the Emperor realm. It was precisely because of this that she established a sect here and established the Rakshasa sect. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were fluctuating, the scene on the cliff changed again. It was no longer a blurry and distorted text, but a distorted figure appeared. The figure seemed to be dancing on the cliff under the moonlight, but there was a mysterious divine technique in its every movement, which was intoxicating. If one could immerse themselves in it and comprehend it, they would definitely gain a lot. Yang Kai didn't know how this strange scene was formed, but it could be man-made or natural. He could only sigh. The world was really full of wonders. Immersing his mind in it, he carefully comprehended it and verified it with what he had learned. He also gained a lot. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Yu Luocha's luck was really bad. If she was given enough time, with this opportunity alone, she would definitely be able to reach the Third Order Emperor realm in the future. Unfortunately, he actually died in the Orthodoxy Palace, dying young before he had the chance to mature. But now, Yang Kai understood why Yu Luocha had turned this place into a forbidden area, even forbidding Taoing Rua and the others from approaching. This kind of thing was naturally best enjoyed alone. Otherwise, once news of it spread, it would attract many people's greed. Of course, Yu Luocha's selfishness was a factor, but it was also human nature. But then again, Yu Luocha's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, so her comprehension was definitely not very good. Otherwise, with this opportunity, she wouldn't have only grown to this level. At a certain moment, the light on the cliff suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai, who was immersed in all kinds of comprehension, felt something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. His gaze was so deep that it seemed to be able to cross the barrier of space and look directly at a certain place. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Yang Kai got up and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the mountain valley. Quietly staring at the void in front of him, Yang Kai's space principles suddenly fluctuated. His hands slowly stretched forward and then disappeared, as if they were inserted into the void. Open! With a loud shout, space was torn apart and a void crack formed. Yang Kai plunged into it. The surroundings were filled with nothingness and chaos, and there was also a terrifying turbulence surging in the void. Anyone who came here would have a difficult time, and if they were careless, they would be swallowed by the void and get lost in this void crack. Yang Kai was still not afraid. It wasn't the first time he had come to this kind of place. Principles fluctuated around his body, and the surging void turbulence was pulled away by an invisible force. He then wrapped his space principles with his divine sense and spread it out in all directions to investigate carefully. After a while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He slowly shook his head and returned the way he came. Reappearing in the mountain valley, Kai Yang discovered that the night had unknowingly passed and it was now almost daytime. Standing in place, Yang Kai looked around, then looked up at the sky and then at the smooth cliff in the distance. A thoughtful look flashed across his face as a bold guess emerged in his heart. If he was not mistaken, he probably understood what was going on with the changes in the forbidden area in this mountain valley. Unfortunately, he couldn't grasp any clues throughout the night and only realized it when it was almost over. If he wanted to fully understand it, he would probably have to wait another month. He would have to wait until the next full moon to find out the truth. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. On the way back to Rakshasa Peak, Ran Yi Ro and Yu Karen respectfully greeted Yang Kai outside the hall. Yang Kai walked past them and walked into the room, his voice drifting over, "Inform me when the ceremony starts." "Yes," Randy Rowe and Yu Karen respectfully replied. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been cultivating behind closed doors and did not go out. It wasn't until the day of the ceremony that Yang Kai dressed up under the service of Randy Rowe and Yu Karen. It was not the first time he had experienced a crowning ceremony. The last time he was in Azure Sun Temple, it was funny to say that both were crowning ceremonies for guest elders, but each one was grander than the last. Even if other sects hired guest elders, they would not hold any ceremony. At most, they would send a notice to the surrounding sects that they were on good terms with, telling others that this person was already a guest elder of their sect. In the future, when they go out and meet them, everyone would give face. But whether it was Azure Sun Temple or Rakshasa sect, they all attached great importance to Yang Kai. Not to mention Azure Sun Temple, Rakshasa sect's safety now depended on Yang Kai. How could it not be grand? Guests from all around came to congratulate. Not only the guests from nearby forces who received the invitation, but even many people from Rakshasa sect who had never dealt with rushed over. Facing the unexpected arrival of the Emperor Realm one after another, the disciples in charge of welcoming guests in front of the mountain gate were under a lot of pressure. Tao Inruo, Qin Pei, and the others also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't expect so many people to come to their own crowning ceremony. There were only 5 Dao Source Realm Masters in the entire Killing Luo sect, so they had no choice but to send 3 of them to greet the guests outside the mountain gate, while the remaining 2 were busy greeting the guests. They simply had no time to spare. But they all knew that the reason why they came uninvited was not to give face to Rakshasa sect, but to give face to Yang Kai. The incident at Orthodoxy Temple had been brewing for such a long time that it had already spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. Not to mention, all the slightly famous sects in the Southern Territory at that time had been involved. Basically, everyone who was still alive owed Yang Kai a life-saving grace. Since they came to congratulate, they naturally brought gifts. The disciples in charge of registering the gifts were shocked to the point of numbness. The countless natural treasures left the female disciples of the Temple Ghost sect, who had not seen much of the world, flabbergasted. When they registered the gifts, their hands that held the brushes trembled. With so many people coming, the originally prepared seats were far from enough. Tao Inruo urgently mobilized the disciples and increased the number of seats by nearly 5 times, barely making up for the gap. On this day, the entire Rakshasa sect's thousands of disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, were all working around the clock. They didn't have the time to rest at all. After the event, the number of people from the Emperor Realm who came to congratulate Rakshasa sect was more than 100. There were also countless cultivator from other realms. There were almost 1,500 guests in the entire main hall. This number was more than all the disciples of Rakshasa sect. It really showed Tao Inruo and the others what the influence of a single person was. The ceremony was held as scheduled. Under the congratulations of countless people, Yang Kai became the Rakshasa sect's guest elder. Now that his status was confirmed, Tao Inruo and the others finally felt relieved. Chapter 3281. The grand ceremony only lasted for 1 day, but it wasn't until 3 days later that the Rakshasa sect finally calmed down and sent off the various guests. 24. During these 3 days, Yang Kai had been dealing with the various great emperors. Since he had become the Rakshasa sect's guest elder, he could only take advantage of his position and use this grand ceremony as a bridge to establish good relations between the Rakshasa sect and many other sects. This result made Tao Inruo and the others overjoyed. It could be said that their goal of hiring Yang Kai as their guest elder had been achieved. In the future, no one would dare to casually provoke the Rakshasa sect in the entire Southern Territory. With Yang Kai's golden signboard, the Rakshasa sect only needed to develop step by step, and there would always be a chance for them to rise again. This was not something Yang Kai needed to consider. He had the High Heaven Palace to protect the Rakshasa sect only because of the Jade Bracelet, so it was impossible for him to stay here for a long time. Originally, he had planned to leave after the grand ceremony. In any case, he had left a territory crossing space array. If the Rakshasa sect really encountered any trouble, Tao Inrua could go to the High Heaven Palace to ask for help. However, because of the forbidden area in the mountain valley, Yang Kai had to delay his departure for a while. He planned to wait until the next full moon before leaving. On Rakshasa Peak, Tao Inrua led the few Dao Source Realm Junior sisters over. After Ran E. Ro reported, Yang Kai received them in the guest hall. The 5 Dao Source Realm Junior sisters lined up in a row below. After bowing together, Tao Inrua said, "The Rakshasa sect will never forget Elder Yang's kindness. In the future, if Elder Yang has any orders, the Rakshasa sect will definitely obey." Yang Kai raised his hand and helped them up. He waved his hand and said, "Acting sect master is too polite. I am now a member of the Rakshasa sect. This is my duty." Tao Inrua said gratefully, "The Rakshasa sect is really lucky to have Elder Yang." While speaking, she gave Qin Pei a meaningful look. Qin Pei walked forward with a space ring in her hands and respectfully handed it over. "This is..." Yang Kai took it and glanced at her suspiciously. Qin Pei said, "This is the congratulatory gift from various guests during the grand ceremony. The disciples have a tally and made jade disc. Elder Yang, take a look and see if there is anything missing." Naturally, they couldn't leave these things behind. Yang Kai gave Yang face. Naturally, they couldn't leave these gifts and handed them all, gifts. Yang Kai Yang. Eh. This was an unimaginable wealth for the entire Rakshasa sect, but it was nothing to him. The High Heaven Palace now controlled the entire northern territory. The annual income was beyond imagination. What was this little thing? Yang Kai didn't intend to share these things with the Rakshasa sect. He knew that even if he said it, Tao Inrua and the others wouldn't agree to accept it. These women weren't so thick-skinned. Moreover, it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If the Rakshasa sect wanted to develop in the future and obtain cultivation resources, they must have a long-term business. He had already made plans for this. If acting sect master is free, you can go to the High Heaven Palace and look for my head chief. Maybe you can discuss with her a way to make the Rakshasa sect rich. In the future, the disciples will need various resources for their cultivation. Tao Inrua's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Thank you, Elder Yang. I will go in a few days." Yang Kai nodded and said, "When you go, tell her that I will stay here for a month. I will go back after a month." "Okay." For Tao Inrua and the others, it didn't matter how long Yang Kai wanted to stay in the Rakshasa sect. After all, even the forbidden area in the valley was open to him. What else could he not want? It would be best if he could have something with Ran Yiru and Yu Karen. Unfortunately, this wish didn't come true. In the following 20 days, Yang Kai stayed in his room as usual and didn't come out. Not to mention Tao Inrua and the others, even Ran Yiru and Yu Karen didn't see Yang Kai again. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was a full moon night. Yang Kai came to the forbidden area in the valley early and couldn't help but frown. The last time he came here, the moon was bright, but this time, the weather wasn't good. Dark clouds covered the sky and the whole world was dark without the slightest bit of light. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't know if the change in the weather would have any effect on the forbidden area, but if it was as he had guessed before, the weather didn't matter much. He waited quietly, and at a certain moment, the familiar feeling appeared again. Yang Kai's expression brightened and he felt that his previous guess was right. However, this time, he didn't pay attention to the smooth cliff because there was no moonlight and there was no abnormality on the cliff. He directly went to the last place he noticed last time. Not long after, another weak energy fluctuation appeared. This time, Yang Kai, who was prepared, opened his eyes wide and stared at the void in front of him, his heart filled with excitement. Sure enough, as he had guessed, when the energy fluctuation appeared, an imperceptible crack appeared in the void, but the crack disappeared in an instant, so the energy fluctuation also stopped abruptly and wasn't obvious. Last time, Yang Kai had noticed this anomaly, but his mind had been immersed in the smooth cliff until the last moment, so he was unable to track the source of the energy fluctuation. There must be something in the void crack. Every full moon night, the unknown existence would break through the void, causing a void crack to appear in the valley. Then, under the refraction of the moonlight, some of the situation inside the void crack would be reflected onto the smooth cliff. So, the source was not the cliff, but the inside of the void crack. Yang Kai couldn't help rubbing his fists and couldn't wait to find out what mysteries were hidden in the void crack here. Even if others noticed this, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so as long as he could track the source of the energy fluctuation, he could directly tear space and enter the void crack to investigate. Although Yang Kai had also torn space last time, the void crack was unpredictable and unpredictable. Even if he used it in the same place, he couldn't find the source. After several energy fluctuations, the fleeting void crack finally appeared in its entirety. If it weren't for Yang Kai, even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to detect it. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai inserted his hands into the void crack, tore it to the sides, and flashed inside. Inside the void crack, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment as he stared blankly ahead, almost unable to believe his eyes. Everything that had happened before made him speculate that there might be something hidden in this void crack, and in fact, his guess was right. This time, he had followed the traces and found something. But what was hidden here was not a rare treasure or divine weapon as he had imagined, but a person, a woman. It should be a woman. A man wouldn't wear such a flowery dress. The woman was sitting cross-legged in the void. She was so thin that she was only skin and bones. Her eyes were sunken in and her hair was silver white. Her eyes were dim and lifeless, like the eyes of a dead fish. Her entire body was filled with faint vitality, as if she could die at any moment. Yang Kai was shocked. How could there be a woman here? He knew that the void crack was extremely dangerous. Not to mention that he wasn't proficient in the Tao of space. Even someone like him could lose his life if he got lost in it. However, he had never thought that he would one day find a woman in the void. Judging from her appearance, she should be one of the unlucky people who got lost in the void crack, but who knew how long she had been lost? She was so thin that she was just skin and bones. It had to be known that those who could enter the void crack were not weak, and since they were strong, they would naturally carry some recovery spirit pills, source crystals, and the like. But judging from the situation of this woman, Yang Kai estimated that she had been trapped here for thousands of years, otherwise her body would not have shrunk so much. The moment he saw her, Yang Kai almost imagined a scene. After being trapped in this endless void crack for so many years, all the items in his space ring had been consumed, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the vitality of his physical body to maintain his vitality. After an unknown number of years, almost all of his flesh and blood had been consumed, resulting in his current emaciated appearance. Who was she, and how did she get trapped here? What shocked Yang Kai even more was that she was still alive. Her vitality was indeed faint, like a candle in the wind and rain, about to be extinguished at any time, but she was still alive. Because when Yang Kai saw her, her dim eyes suddenly moved stiffly, as if they had not moved for a long time, but they immediately fixed on Yang Kai. Staring at each other, her eyes flashed with joy and disbelief as if she had just escaped death, and a gurgling sound came from her throat. Seeing this scene, at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The woman's mouth, which was as dry as tree bark, opened and closed a few times, but she was unable to make any sound. With this movement, her originally faintly discernible vitality was rapidly consumed, and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat, truly afraid she would die. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from his space ring, pinched it between his fingertips, and walked over. The woman's eyes were immediately attracted to the spirit pill in Yang Kai's hand, like a starving ghost who had seen some delicious food, her weak breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Yang Kai sighed secretly. Although he couldn't feel any powerful aura from this woman at the moment, she had been able to survive in the void for thousands of years, so her strength was absolutely terrifying. At this moment, just an Origin King grade spirit pill was enough to make her so weak, so Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. She no longer had the demeanor of a master. Chapter 3282. To be honest, Yang Kai didn't know whether this woman was good or evil after finding her in the void, so he didn't know how to deal with her for a while. This woman was a heinous existence, so if he saved her life, wouldn't that be the same as helping her commit a sin? However, if this woman had accidentally broken into this place and was trapped here, it would be too cruel for him to just sit back and watch. He was definitely this woman's last chance, and if he didn't do anything, she would definitely die. So, in any case, Yang Kai decided to restore her vitality first. It wouldn't be too late to make a decision after he learned more about her origins and nature. Stepping forward, Yang Kai handed over the spirit pill in his hand. The emaciated woman stared at it eagerly, trying to swallow it, but sadly, she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth and could only look up at Yang Kai pleadingly. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, suddenly feeling that he had been too cautious. Even if this woman had really been heinous in the past, in her current state, it would take her at least a few dozen years to recover. With no other choice, Yang Kai reached out, opened her mouth, and stuffed the spirit pill into her mouth before circulating his emperor chi to help her swallow it. A look of gratitude flashed across the woman's eyes before she closed her eyes and began to adjust her breathing. Yang Kai didn't remain idle either, placing his hand on her shoulder, and regardless of whether she agreed or not, carefully pouring his emperor chi into her body to help her refine the medicinal efficacies. As a result, Yang Kai understood the situation in her body like the back of his hand, and he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. He didn't know what kind of cultivation this woman had at her peak, but at this moment, her physique was shriveled up and her meridians were almost completely shriveled up. Yang Kai had to concentrate and carefully circulate his emperor chi, otherwise if he wasn't careful her body would explode and she would die. An Origin King grade spirit pill was naturally not enough for her to fully recover. Even with Yang Kai's help refining all the medicinal efficacies, she only managed to stabilize her unstable vitality. Her emaciated appearance didn't change at all, but her dead fish eyes finally regained some color. Yang Kai sighed with emotion. It was said that even ants would struggle to survive, let alone humans. However, if a person was really trapped in this place for thousands of years, Yang Kai felt that it would be better to just die. At least death would be the end of everything. Being trapped in this place was simply torture. But this woman had survived. What kind of strong willpower and tenacity did this require? The cultivation of this woman's temperament was definitely unimaginable, which was why she was able to persist under such conditions. After refining the Origin King grade spirit pill, the woman stared straight at Yang Kai with a look of longing in her eyes, obviously wanting Yang Kai to give her more pills. Yang Kai pretended not to understand and stood there scratching his face. Seeing that there was no result, the woman didn't press the issue and closed her eyes again. After recovering for a while, she opened her mouth and a string of words came out. It was obvious that she hadn't spoken for a long time. Even though she had obtained a spirit pill to maintain her vitality, she still couldn't form a sentence. After struggling for a long time, she finally managed to form a complete sentence, "Many thanks." These two simple words seemed to have exhausted all her strength, so after saying them, she closed her mouth and fell silent. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "It was nothing. May I ask what honored sir's name is?" The woman was startled and a blank look appeared in her eyes. Yang Kai observed her expression and wondered if she had been trapped here for so long that she had even forgotten her own name. But very soon, the woman tried her best to reply, "Sound. Bamboo." A person's name was their brand throughout their life. Even if they forgot it for a while, they could always recall it after some thought. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. This name was quite strange. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to have heard of this surname among the people he had dealt with. "This junior is Yang Kai." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "I am the current guest elder of the Rakshasa sect. I inadvertently found something in the forbidden area and followed the traces here. I didn't expect to see honored sir here. The abnormality in the forbidden area of the Rakshasa sect was caused by honored sir?" Xing Yuzhu nodded. It was unknown whether it was because she was a woman of few words or because it was difficult for her to speak. Sure enough. Yang Kai laughed dumbfoundedly. Everything that had happened in the forbidden area had led him to guess that the root cause was in this void crevice. And after seeing this Yu Zhu here, Yang Kai immediately concluded that those anomalies must be man-made. Sheng Yuzhu was trapped here, so she used the great divine technique to leave clues through the tiny space crack. If someone really found this clue, they would definitely be curious about the space crack and find her. But this kind of inexplicable clue could only be found by Li Wui of the Spirit Beast Island in this world except for Yang Kai. Because only the two of them were proficient in the law of space and could perceive the existence of the space crack. Otherwise, the sect master of the Rakshasa sect, Yu Luocha, wouldn't have been unaware of it. She only thought that the situation in the forbidden area was a blessing from heaven and earth, a blessing from heaven to the Rakshasa sect. In that case, what Yu Luocha had comprehended from the smooth cliff was intentionally left behind by Xing Yuzhu. Therefore, Yu Luocha could be considered as Xing Yuzhu's disciple. The entire Killing Luo sect could be considered as Xing Yuzhu's disciples and grand disciples. Looking at Xing Yuzhu's current situation, it was obvious that she didn't have the ability to do those things. Yang Kai estimated that the method had been used thousands of years ago and had been maintained in an incredible state. That was why the situation changed every full moon night. How long have Honored Sir been trapped here? Yang Kai asked again. He was really curious about this question. Sheng Yuzhu slowly shook her head. I don't really remember. This was a really sad answer. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but cry for her. She didn't remember how long she had been trapped here. Obviously, it had been a long time, so long that she couldn't calculate the time. Does Honored Sir understand the law of space? Yang Kai thought of another matter. The space crack in the forbidden area of the valley couldn't have appeared for no reason. It could only have been man-made. Xing Yuzhu said, I have been trapped for too long. I can only think of a way. After a long pause, she said with difficulty, I just know a little. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. That space crack was too small, as fine as a hair. Yu Luocha had been cultivating in the forbidden area for thousands of years and still hadn't noticed it. If Yang Kai hadn't been proficient in the law of space, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. It was reasonable for Xing Yuzhu to say that she only knew a little. If she didn't know a little, she wouldn't have been able to create that space crack. If she was proficient in it, she would have already expanded the space crack and escaped. Yang Kai estimated that her attainments in the law of space were only at the entry level, far from touching upon the law of space. Little brother! Xing Yuzhu suddenly called out. What can I do for Honored Sir? Yang Kai looked at her. Xing Yuzhu said, Since you can come here, it means you can tear space. Can you take me away? After talking for a while, her ability to express herself gradually became smoother, and her hoarse voice gradually became smooth, but she still lacked breath. When she said this, her eyes were full of desire. After waiting for so many years, a person had finally come to her, and at first glance, she could tell that this person was proficient in the law of space. If she wanted to escape, she had to rely on Yang Kai. How could she not grasp such a good opportunity? Yang Kai touched his chin and said with a troubled expression, But I don't know if Honored Sir is a good person or a bad person. Xing Yuzhu blinked and said, If I say I'm a good person, will you believe me? Shaking his head, Kai Yang sternly replied, Naturally I don't believe you. Xing Yuzhu said, If I were a bad person, I wouldn't have been schemed against back then and be stranded here, unable to see the sun all year round. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Words are no proof. If Honored Sir is really an evil person, I can't let you go. Xing Yuzhu sighed and said, How can you prove whether I am good or evil? I have been trapped here for who knows how many years. Even if there were people I knew back then, I'm afraid most of them are already dead. You don't necessarily know those who haven't died. Do you want to go out and inquire? That's not impossible. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Then who do you know? Well, if you think they can't live until now, you don't have to say anything. Just pick a few of them and tell me. Xing Yuzhu laughed and said, You are very careful. Yang Kai said solemnly, I can't help it. Forgive me. Xing Yuzhu thought for a while, and the first name that popped out of her mouth startled Yang Kai. Is Wukong still alive? Yang Kai's eyes widened, and his face was full of excitement. Wukong? Which Wukong? Xing Yuzhu looked at him thoughtfully. You seem to have heard of this name. So, he succeeded? Yang Kai's head was dripping with cold sweat. Which Wukong are you talking about, honored sir? Xing Yuzhu looked at him meaningfully. No one else. It's the one you are thinking of, the one who practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics? Yang Kai was shocked and asked in a deep voice, Honored sir, are you acquainted with Wukong? Xing Yuzhu chuckled. Of course, it's all thanks to him that I'm trapped here. What? Yang Kai felt that his brain was not enough. This skinny woman in front of him was trapped in this crack of the void because of Wukong? So, wasn't she from the same era as Wukong? For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help sweating. Previously, he guessed that Xing Yuzhu must have been trapped here for a long time, at least thousands of years. But if she was from the same era as Wukong, thousands of years were nothing. That was tens of thousands of years. Just thinking about it made him shudder. A person who was trapped in this dark place for tens of thousands of years didn't go crazy. Instead, she kept trying to send messages to the outside world to lead people to rescue her. Xing Yuzhu was definitely an experienced old monster. Suddenly, Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and sneered, Honored sir, do you think I am easy to fool because I am young? Xing Yuzhu was stunned and asked, What do you mean? She didn't understand why Yang Kai suddenly turned hostile. Yang Kai snorted, Wukong, also known as the heaven-devouring great emperor, is the first person in history. If he really attacked you, would you still be alive? Are you telling me that you are also one of the great emperors? Chapter 3283. This was obviously impossible. If this Xing Yuzhu was really one of the great emperors, she would have broken through the void and left this place. 21. The great emperors inherited the fortune of heaven and earth and were recognized by the heavens. They were not existences that could be trapped in the void. He really succeeded, Xing Yuzhu murmured. The expression in her eyes was a little strange. She paused and said, It's no wonder you misunderstood. It's just that when I was trapped here by his trap, he was not yet one of the great emperors. Yang Kai's mouth opened wider than an egg in an instant. The amount of information in this sentence was a little too much. Wukong had been famous for too long. The name of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor was known by everyone in the entire astral world. But who knew when he became one of the great emperors? And Xing Yuzhu actually told Yang Kai that when she was trapped here, Wukong had not yet become one of the great emperors. Then the question was, how long had she been trapped here? It was a long time after Wukong became one of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, and the War of the Great Emperors could be traced back to 30,000 years ago. In other words, this Xing Yuzhu had been trapped here for at least 30,000 to 40,000 years. And for such a long time, Xing Yuzhu could not get out of here. After painstakingly studying, she had just entered the threshold of the power of space. She could barely open a space crack and send out a message. Yang Kai almost suspected that she was lying. How could a person survive in this place for so long? Xing Yuzhu ignored him and said, Back then, Wukong and I were on par with each other in terms of strength. We both had the potential to become great emperors. Because of this, Wukong plotted against me. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. You competed with Wukong for the position of great emperors? This was such a heroic thing, and it was actually done by a woman. It was hard to imagine. Such a person must have been very famous back then. Xing Yuzhu smiled bitterly. Before I was plotted against by him, and then I drifted into the void until today. Yang Kai looked at her sympathetically. This enmity is really big. The battle for the great Tao was unscrupulous. It was not that Wukong was despicable and shameless, although he was not a good person. It was just that Xing Yuzhu was not a good person. However, the hatred between them was irreconcilable. Xing Yuzhu's reaction to this matter at this moment was quite ordinary, without any resentment or hatred. This made Yang Kai think highly of her, thinking that she wasn't a bad person. But this way, he could be sure that Xing Yuzhu's previous cultivation was probably the kind that Yang Yan said. She was only half a step away from becoming great empress. But because she had not been recognized by heaven and earth, she could not become great emperors. Such a character was not comparable to an ordinary third-layer emperor. If the conditions were right, she could challenge for the position of great emperors at any time and replace the current 10 great emperors. Sheng Yuzhu looked Yang Kai up and down again and said, "You don't look too old, but you are actually a second-order emperor. In time, you may be able to compete with the heroes of the world." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Where the heart goes, the body goes." Sheng Yuzhu nodded and said, "Very good. With such ambition, there will be a place for you in the future." After a pause, she said, "You haven't told me yet. Is Wukong still alive?" Yang Kai sighed, "He's dead." Of course, this was not the truth. Although Wukong's physical body was destroyed, his soul was entangled with Duan Hongqin. They shared a body, so it could be said that he was in a half-dead state. The reason why he answered like this was because he wanted to see how Sheng Yuzhu would react. If she showed any abnormal behavior, Yang Kai would have to consider whether to take her out or not. Hearing this, Sheng Yuzhu was obviously stunned and said in a daze, "He's dead." Yang Kai said solemnly, "The heaven-devouring great emperor wreaked havoc in the territory of the great emperors. Wherever he passed, he destroyed the stars. The great emperors could not bear it and joined forces to kill him in the shattered star sea." Sheng Yuzhu looked at him and asked, "When did this happen?" "About 30,000 years ago." "It's been so long." Sheng Yuzhu had a complicated expression and sighed faintly, success because of the heaven-devouring great emperor, failure because of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Karma is a circle. Yang Kai said, "Senior, you should be happy." Sheng Yuzhu nodded and said, "Yes, I should be happy. In the early years, I thought that he would not have a good end. I didn't expect that he would end up being attacked by so many people. Well, since he's dead, all the grudges have been settled. Let's not talk about him. How many of Duan Hongqin, Yao Jun, Zhan Wuhen and Chu Tianji do you know?" Yang Kai's cold sweat slid down his forehead and his face twitched. He said, "Senior Hongqin is the role model of my generation. I've met him a few times. I've also met the great emperors of Serene Soul, Yao Jun. But who are this Zhan Wuhen and Chu Tianji?" Sheng Yuzhu said 4 names. 2 of them were the great emperors. Although Yang Kai did not know who Zhan Wuhen and Chu Tianji were, he had some guesses. Sheng Yuzhu said, "Zhan Wuhen practiced the Iron Blood Catalog and was the most combative. Perhaps he has another name now, but his real name is unknown. As for Chu Tianji, he's just a fraud, but he has the ability to see through the mysteries of heaven." Yang Kai's cold sweat poured down even more. He said weakly, "Senior may be referring to the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the great emperors of heaven's revelations." He wailed in his heart. She was indeed an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The people she knew were all the great emperors. However, this was not surprising. He had asked her to find a few people who might still be alive to talk to. Naturally, she would choose those with top-notch strength. Since these top-notch existences had survived until now, they would naturally not be unknown. With this relationship, no matter how powerful she was now, if she really went out, who would dare to provoke her? Even if the great emperors met her, they would still have to give her some face. They are all the great emperors. Sheng Yuzhu's eyes showed a look of nostalgia, as if she was recalling the past. She quickly recovered and said with a smile, "They shouldn't be dead, right? You just need to ask them who I am, and they will naturally tell you. They are all still alive." Yang Kai wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a bitter face, "But the great emperors are all mysterious people. I can't find them. Of the 4 great emperors, Duan Hongqin was probably still entangled with Wukong in the ancestral territory. Although the Iron Blood Great Emperor was in charge of the Star Court, he was also mysterious. The last time he appeared in the Western Territory, it was a pity that he did not meet with him at all. Instead, he destroyed his territory-crossing space array and intercepted Lin Yun. Yang Kai estimated that if he met the Iron Blood Great Emperor again, he would not have a good face. After all, he almost kidnapped Xiao Yun. As for the great emperors of Serene Soul, needless to say, last time in the Eastern Territory, he had a little conflict with his daughter Yao Lin and almost killed her. In the end, It was the soul of the great emperors of serene soul who came to solve the problem. This was not a small matter. The great emperors of gloomy dark did not pursue the matter, so how could he take the initiative to send himself to them? It was said that the great emperors of heaven's revelations lived in the Divine Design Valley, but Yang Kai did not know where the Divine Design Valley was in the territory and where the door was. In the end, it was because Xing Yuzhu's level was too high. Although she was now skinny and weak when she spoke, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With tens of thousands of years of friendship, all the people she knew were illustrious and famous. Then what should I do? Xing Yuzhu was a little helpless. It had been too long. If it had been thousands of years, it would have been fine. The Emperor realm had a long lifespan, so she could mention a few more names and let Yang Kai investigate. However, after tens of thousands of years, how many of them had survived to the present? Almost all of them were great emperors. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "No need to trouble yourself. I will take you out." Xing Yuzhu was surprised. "Aren't you afraid that I am a bad person?" Yang Kai smiled freely. "Even if you are a bad person, you have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. How much cultivation do you have left now? Even if you want to do evil, I am afraid that you are powerless. What's more, if you are really a heinous person, Wukong's fate is an example of what happened to you." Since Xing Yuzhu knew so many great emperors, those great emperors obviously knew what kind of person she was. If such a day really came, the great emperors would definitely not sit by and do nothing. They were not afraid of what she would do. Xing Yuzhu said gratefully, "Thank you." After a pause, she said, "But I am not a person who is used to accepting favors. Since you saved my life, I may be able to give you something in return." Yang Kai said seriously, "It's nothing. You don't have to worry about it." He was not playing hard to get. In Yang Kai's opinion, Xing Yuzhu probably did not have many good things on her. Even if she had some good treasures, what did he lack? The mountains and rivers bell in his hand was enough to interest the great emperors. Xing Yuzhu could not take out a secret treasure that was more powerful than the mountains and rivers bell. Xing Yuzhu said, "Listen to me first, and then refuse." She looked as if she was sure that Yang Kai could not refuse the temptation. Yang Kai was also interested and put on a posture of listening attentively. Xing Yuzhu said, "As I said before, you are young, but you have such a cultivation base. In time, you may have a chance to compete with the heroes of the world. But have you ever thought about why there are only 10 great emperors in the world?" Yang Kai said, "I have heard that the world is like a bottle, and the capacity of the bottle is limited. It cannot accommodate more than 10 great emperors. I don't know if it is true or not." Xing Yuzhu said with some surprise, "You actually know this? I just heard it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xing Yuzhu nodded and said, "Yes, the bottle of heaven and earth can only accommodate 10 great emperors. If you want to become a great emperor, you can only wait for the position to be vacant and compete with the heroes of the world." Yang Kai sighed, "That will take years." The life of the great emperors was very long. Unless they died in an accident, how could there be a vacant position? After the War of Emperors, several great emperors were born, but it was all thanks to Wukong. In the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, several great emperors died at the hands of Wukong. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, the Flower Shadow Great Emperors, the Night Shadow Great Emperors, and even the Bright Moon Great Emperors were all promoted later. Chapter 3284. Therefore, these people had to thank Wukong. Without Wukong's massacre, they would not have had the chance to become supreme emperors. But there's always a chance, isn't there? After all, the great emperors are not immortal. Xing Yuzhu smiled slightly. Perhaps she was a beauty at her peak, with a sweet smile, but at this moment, it was not suitable for her to smile, because it was uglier than crying. "Your biggest advantage is that you are young." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior, you are right." He had only been cultivating for 100 years, and with his talent, it was not a problem for him to cultivate to the 3rd level of the sovereign realm, or even half a step away from the great emperors. He had a long life, and by that time he might have a chance to stand at the peak. Xing Yuzhu said slowly, if there is such a day, I will tell you how to become great emperors." Yang Kai's body shook, and his eyes lit up. He stared at Xing Yuzhu and said, "Senior, do you know the secret of becoming great emperors?" This was a question he had always been puzzled about. He only knew that if he wanted to become great emperors, he had to master the power of heaven and earth. He did not know anything else. However, great emperors were so noble that even if he could master the power of heaven and earth, he might not succeed. Now, Xing Yuzhu's words gave him infinite hope. Xing Yuzhu said, "If I had not been plotted against by Wukong, I might have had a chance. I have experienced a similar thing once. Do you think I don't know?" Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. He couldn't wait to use violence to pry open this Yuzhu's mouth and dig out all his secrets. If he could really understand the secret of becoming a great emperor, then when the time came, he would be ahead of everyone. But after all, he was not the kind of person who could not distinguish right from wrong. How could he go against his conscience when Xing Yuzhu returned the favor? He had to admit that Xing Yuzhu's reward was a bit big. Although it sounded unreliable, it was more valuable than any secret treasure. He grinned and said, "Can't you tell me now?" Even though he knew it was impossible, he still had to give it a try. Perhaps the other party would really be kind enough to teach him. Xing Yuzhu shook her head slowly. "It's not the right time. It's useless to tell you. You'd better work hard on your cultivation. Opportunities are for those who are prepared." Yang Kai nodded, no longer insisting. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. "Then when the time comes, Junior may have to compete with Senior. Is Senior not worried about provoking a strong enemy? Even if there was an opportunity, it would be extremely slim. It would be impossible for the position of great emperors to be vacated like the last battle in the Shattered Star Sea. The death of any one of the great emperors would shake the world. Therefore, even if there was an opportunity in the future, it would most likely only appear in one position. Xing Yuzhu was creating a powerful enemy for herself, and this enemy would know everything she knew. Hearing this, Xing Yuzhu smiled and said, "In the battle of the Great Tao, it's either you die or I live. What's more, do you really think that when the time comes, there will only be two of us? At that time, everyone in the world who is qualified will sense it. At that time, maybe you and I can join forces." So that's what Senior thinks. Yang Kai's doubts were all gone. He had to admit that what she said was very reasonable. At that time, all the old monsters hiding in the world would probably swarm up. What difference would it make if there was one more person or one less? On the contrary, they could join forces with Yang Kai to resist the enemy and fight to the death at the last moment. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He cupped his fists and said, "Junior is very grateful for Senior's kindness. Now let's get out of here." "Thank you." Xing Yuzhu nodded gently, trying to suppress her voice, but it was obviously trembling, which showed how excited she was. After all, she had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. If she didn't get out, she was afraid that she would really turn into a pile of bones. Yang Kai knew that she couldn't move freely, so he didn't hesitate. He directly walked over and apologized, then reached out and picked her up. She was light to the touch, as if he was holding a pile of bones, which made Yang Kai sigh. She was only half a step away from the great emperors, but she had fallen into such a situation. How much had she suffered over the years? Not to mention that she was a woman. He didn't know how she had provoked the Wukong, but before she could fight for the position of great emperors, she had been plotted against. The law of space surged, and Yang Kai opened up a passage along the way. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the valley. The rich aura of heaven and earth rushed in from all directions, and Xing Yuzhu couldn't help but moan in his arms. Her turbid eyes suddenly bloomed with an amazing brilliance. How many years had it been since she felt the aura of heaven and earth? In that void crack, there was only endless nothingness and chaos. If she hadn't had the protection of her divine ability, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for so many years. Yang Kai clearly felt that Xing Yuzhu's body was trembling slightly, and he could understand her feelings. He deliberately changed the topic. "This is the Rakshasa sect in the Southern Territory. Senior may not have heard of it, but this sect has just suffered a great calamity. Countless masters have died. I have some connections with one of the masters in this sect, so I came here to serve as a guest elder and try to protect him. If Senior doesn't mind, why don't you temporarily cultivate in this sect and wait until you recover a little before making a decision? My body is on the brink of death, do as you please. Xing Yuzhu didn't mind at all. She just greedily breathed in the surrounding air, as if she had been reborn. Yang Kai said, since Senior doesn't mind, then you can follow my arrangements. Wait a minute. Just as Yang Kai was about to leave, Xing Yuzhu suddenly patted him on the arm. Yang Kai didn't know what she meant, so he just stood there and didn't move. At this time, it was dawn in the east. After waiting for a long time, the warm light slowly enveloped the earth. Xing Yuzhu looked to the east. When she saw the sunrise, her eyes were filled with sadness and excitement. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to see this scene. Yang Kai was speechless. He thought that she had something to deal with, but who knew that she deliberately stayed to watch the sunrise? It could only be said that no matter how long she had lived, a woman was still a woman. But then again, Yang Kai sincerely admired her. If he was trapped in the void for tens of thousands of years, even if he had the means to save his life, his character would have changed greatly. The mad demon would have gone crazy, but Xing Yuzhu didn't. It could be seen that her temperament and perseverance were strong. Yang Kai had no doubt that as long as she was restored to her peak level, when it came to the battle of the Great Tao, he might not be her opponent, and perhaps no one in the world could be her opponent. But so what? Xing Yuzhu didn't mind sharing her biggest secret, so how could Yang Kai, a grown man, be afraid? As a martial artist, we should have a clear mind and forge ahead. Looking to the east, Yang Kai's heart was filled with infinite pride. The conversation with Xing Yuzhu made him feel a little urgent. Opportunities were indeed left to those who were prepared. Although he didn't know when the opportunity would come, before that, he must have the qualifications to compete with the heroes of the world. If he didn't even have the qualifications, even if the opportunity came, he could only watch it slip through his fingertips. Therefore, strength was the key to everything. He must improve his cultivation to the qualifications to participate in the competition. After accompanying Xing Yuzhu to watch the sunrise for a while, Yang Kai took her back to Luosha Peak. Ran Yi-Ro and Yu Karen were shocked when they saw Yang Kai coming back with a skinny woman. Mainly because Xing Yuzhu's current image was too horrible, but they didn't dare to ask anything. Under Yang Kai's instructions, they respectfully arranged for her to enter a room. After the two women left, Yang Kai said, Senior, you can rest here for the time being. If you need anything, just let me know. Xing Yuzhu said without any pretense, can you lend me some source crystals and spirit pills? I will pay you back in the future. Yang Kai's top priority was to quickly improve his strength and prepare in advance. Xing Yuzhu naturally had to restore her strength as soon as possible, but Yang Kai didn't know if her cultivation had declined after being trapped for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it had, but with her perseverance and determination, it wouldn't be too difficult to recover. She spoke freely, so Yang Kai didn't hesitate. He took out an empty space ring and filled it with millions of high-rank source crystals and some spirit pills for her. Xing Yuzhu thanked him gratefully. When Yang Kai walked out of the door, he bumped into Tao Yingrua, who was rushing over. Elder. Tao Yingrua cupped her hands and glanced inside the hall. Apparently, she had received some news and came to see what was going on. Yang Kai said, Acting Sect Master came at the right time. I have something to tell you. He was about to tell Tao Yingrua about Xing Yuzhu and let her know that Xing Yuzhu would be recuperating in the Rakshasa sect in the future, but before he could speak, he heard Xing Yuzhu's voice. Tell her to come in. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, Acting Sect Master, go in. That senior seems to have something to say to you. Senior. Tao Yingrua was shocked. In her opinion, Yang Kai was already a high and mighty existence, but Yang Kai actually called someone senior. Could it be that the person he brought back was a third-order Emperor Realm Master? But according to Ran Yi-Ro and Yu Karen's report, that person seemed to have difficulty moving and his aura was weak. He was so thin that he was just skin and bones. How could such a person be Yang Kai's senior? Thinking so, she didn't dare to neglect and hurried in after excusing herself from Yang Kai. Yang Kai waited quietly outside. Ran Yi-Ro and Yu Karen walked over and knelt down at his feet, saying in low voices, "Please forgive us, elder." Both of them lowered their heads and looked very pitiful. Yang Kai looked down at them in surprise, but after thinking for a moment, he couldn't help laughing. He guessed that these two women were afraid that he would blame them for informing Taoing Rua, but then again, even if they weren't here, Yang Kai would still have gone to find Taoing Rua. After all, this was the Rakshasa sect, and he really couldn't bring someone back for no reason. Helping them up, Yang Kai casually comforted them and finally let them relax. Chapter 3285. After waiting for a long time, Taoing Rua finally came out. Yang Kai turned his head to look and couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that Taoing Rua's face was rosy at this moment, and she looked refreshed. Yang Kai asked curiously, what made the substitute sect leaders so happy? He was also a little worried in his heart. He didn't know what Xing Yuzhu had said to make her so happy. Taoing Rua didn't answer, but bowed gracefully. "Thank you, Elder Yang. Elder Yang is really the good news of my Rakshasa sect." Yang Kai touched his nose and was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Taoing Rua smiled and said, "When Elder came, you brought back my Rakshasa sect's patriarch. If this isn't good news, then what is?" "Patriarch? Patriarch?" Yang Kai was shocked, and Ran Yiru and Yu Karen, who were next to him, also opened their mouths in a circle. They didn't understand how their own sect had a patriarch. Wasn't the founder of the Rakshasa sect the previous sect leader, Yu Luocha? They didn't understand, but Yang Kai quickly reacted. If his previous guess was right, then the cultivation methods of the entire Rakshasa sect were passed down by Xing Yuzhu. Although she just wanted to attract others' attention to rescue herself, this kind of inheritance was an undeniable fact. Yu Luocha was her disciple, so the entire Rakshasa sect was naturally her disciples and disciples. It was just that Yu Luocha herself didn't know this. At this moment, Xing Yuzhu revealed this matter to Taoing Rua because she wanted to use this place to slowly recover her strength. Although the Rakshasa sect was not strong, it was still a sect. With the whole sect as a backing, Xing Yuzhu would recover faster. "I've already confirmed that the patriarch is indeed the source of many cultivation methods and secret arts of our Rakshasa sect. However, she was trapped in the forbidden area because of the evil people. Although the previous sect master had received all her teachings, he did not discover the place where she was trapped, causing the patriarch to suffer for so many years. This time, it's all thanks to the elder's keen eyes that the patriarch was rescued. The entire Rakshasa sect is extremely grateful. In the Rakshasa sect, there was no relationship more reliable than the status of master and disciple. Taoing Rua had already confirmed that the previous sect master, Yu Luocha, had attained the cultivation of the Emperor realm because of Xing Yuzhu's teachings. Then, there was no doubt that Xing Yuzhu was the patriarch of the Rakshasa sect. Therefore, even though it was the first time they met and Xing Yuzhu's image was sensational, Taoing Rua immediately acknowledged her identity and treated her as a disciple. "It was a coincidence. I must congratulate acting sect master." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Congratulations to you too." Taoing Rua winked at Yang Kai. "Elder, you're also a member of the Rakshasa sect." "That's true." Yang Kai laughed. After the coronation ceremony, he already had the brand of the Rakshasa sect on him. This was something that no one could deny. Taoing Rua's expression turned solemn. "However, I'll have to ask the elder to keep this a secret. The patriarch's cultivation is now at its lowest, and she still needs a long time to recover." "Of course." Yang Kai nodded and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was originally worried that Taoing Rua and the others would have any opinions about Xing Yuzhu being placed in the Rakshasa sect. He had already made up his mind that if Taoing Rua and the others showed any signs of dissatisfaction, he would send Xing Yuzhu to the High Heaven Palace to cultivate. However, he did not expect that Xing Yuzhu would play such a trick and directly confirm her status as the patriarch. It seemed that she was willing to stay here. So, how could the Rakshasa sect not welcome her? Taoing Rua was also very clear that since this patriarch was able to create the Emperor realm through the void when she was in trouble, her strength had already reached the peak. If they could gain her favor, how could the Rakshasa sect not be afraid of not being able to rise? In time, the Rakshasa sect would be even more glorious than before. "You too, what you saw and heard today cannot be leaked. If you find out anything, you will be killed without mercy. Tao Inrua turned her head and looked at Rani Rua and Yu Karen sternly. Yes. The two women did not dare to disobey and hurriedly bowed. They knew in their hearts that they had probably come into contact with some secret of the sect. After chatting with Yang Kai for a while, Tao Inrua hurriedly left. She probably wanted to share the good news with the other Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although this matter was top secret, there were only 5 Dao Source Realm cultivators in the Rakshasa sect now. Some things could be concealed, but some things did not need to be concealed. The matter of the Rakshasa sect had been settled, and Yang Kai was not in the mood to continue to stay. Although he did not know how long it would take for Xing Yuzhu to fully recover, the Rakshasa sect had the protection of his name, so no one would dare to cause trouble. So, the next day, he bid farewell to Xing Yuzhu, Tao Inrua, and the others. What surprised Yang Kai was that in just a day, Xing Yuzhu's situation had greatly improved. Although she still looked thin and weak, her condition was undoubtedly much better than the day before. The relationship between Xing Yuzhu and the Rakshasa sect also allowed him to leave with peace of mind. Since Xing Yuzhu had admitted that she was the ancestral founder of the Rakshasa sect, she would not have any adverse thoughts towards the Rakshasa sect. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai returned leisurely. On High Heaven Peak, Yang Kai summoned Hua Qingxi and asked about the sect's affairs and the current situation in the Northern Territory. He learned that everything was as usual in the sect, and that the 100,000 disciples were diligently cultivating. Although they had rushed to the Southern Territory to provide support last time, the High Heaven Palace did not send many people. Many people still did not know that incident had happened. However, in the Northern Territory, after seeing Yang Kai's incredible appeal, they did not dare to do anything rash. Previously, Yang Kai had joined forces with the other 3 top sects to sweep through the Northern Territory. Under their powerful strength, they were suppressed by the Iron Blood sect along the way. However, there were more people who were not convinced. After experiencing the incident in the Southern Territory, even if there were still people who were not convinced, they did not dare to do anything. The entire Northern Territory was extremely respectful on the surface. It could almost be said that in the Northern Territory, the High Heaven Palace covered the sky with one hand. In addition, 2 other sects were destroyed: the Dragon Tiger sect and the mysterious Cloud Pavilion. The strength of these 2 sects was similar to that of the Rakshasa sect. They both had a powerhouse from the Emperor realm and about 1,000 to 2,000 disciples. They were second or third class sects. However, on a certain night more than a month ago, they were uprooted at the same time. From the Emperor realm to the ordinary disciples, not a single one was left. You did it. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi and asked. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly and shook his head. It has nothing to do with the High Heaven Palace. It has something to do with the Palace Master. Yang Kai blinked and said, Me? How come I don't know that this matter has something to do with me? During this period of time, he had been staying in the Southern Territory and had not returned to the Northern Territory at all. Even if someone died, what did it have to do with him? If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely refute it. However, the person who said this was Hua Qingxi. He would definitely not speak without thinking. Hua Qingxi said, Palace Master, have you forgotten that when many people from the Emperor realm gathered in the Northern Territory that day, the people from these 2 sects were absent? You once said that if they did not come, then they did not have to come. Yang Kai touched his chin and said, Did I say that? At that time, he was eager to save people and was full of anger because of Yuzu's death. It was not strange that he said anything, but he really did not remember. Moreover, even if he said that, it was not a big deal, right? These 2 sects could have rushed to the High Heaven Palace to gather within the time limit, but they did not appear at that time. Obviously, they did not take the orders of the High Heaven Palace seriously. They were the kind of existence that agreed on the surface but disobeyed on the surface. Yang Kai did not deny that at that time, he had the intention to cause trouble for them. However, that was his own idea and he never said it out loud. It could even be said that now, he did not take it seriously. However, he did not expect that these 2 sects had already been destroyed. Hua Qingxi said, More than a month ago, Michi joined forces with more than a dozen large and small sects to uproot these two sects. The heads of the two sects from the Emperor realm were also sent over, along with the wealth that these two sects had accumulated over the years. Bastard! Yang Kai was furious. Who told him to do it? Hua Qingxi lowered his eyes and said, "At that time, Palace Master's words may not have been intentional, but it is inevitable that there will be people who will listen with the heart." Yang Kai was speechless. If that was the case, then these two sects were really destroyed because of him. Hua Qingxi said, "It turns out that Palace Master did not plan to cause trouble for them." Mi Chi flattered the horse's leg. "Does Palace Master want to punish him?" Yang Kai's expression twitched. "How should I punish him?" Hua Qingxi said, "That will depend on Palace Master's intentions. If you feel that Mi Chi has gone too far, you can cripple his cultivation and make him apologize. You can seek justice for the people who died. If not, you can issue an official document in the name of the High Heaven Palace to show that this matter has nothing to do with the High Heaven Palace. It was all Mi Chi's own doing." Yang Kai said lightly, "If apologizing is useful, what is the point of cultivating? What's more, Mi Chi has already done this. If you cripple his cultivation, won't it make it more conspicuous?" He paused and said, "Sister Hua, you seem to be a little resentful." Hua Qingxi lowered her head and said, "I don't dare, but after all, these are thousands of lives." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Sister Hua, if you have something to say, just say it. You are too distant." Hua Qingxi sighed and raised her head to look at Yang Kai. Palace Master has made a name for himself at a young age, and his cultivation is also extraordinary. Now, you are even the dragon head of the Northern Territory. This mistress is worried that you will be confused by all the facades in front of you and find it difficult to adjust your mentality. Just like this time, you might still think that the deaths of those people have nothing to do with you." Yang Kai listened quietly and did not interrupt her. Hua Qingxi said, "But in fact, they did die because of you. It was just unintentional words. Does Palace Master realize his own power from this matter?" When this was said, Yang Kai suddenly felt frightened. Just as Hua Qingxi said, he did not feel that the destruction of the two sects had much to do with him. He only felt that Mi Chi was too hateful and twisted his meaning. But now, after listening to Hua Qingxi's explanation, he was awakened. Indeed, with his current strength, it was possible for him to annihilate those two sections. But with just one sentence, 2,000 to 3,000 people died. Yang Kai found it hard to accept. In a trance, he seemed to see his hands dripping with blood. Hua Qingxi said, "In your position, you should be careful with your words and plan accordingly. Palace Master, please take this as a warning." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly and said, "I will remember." Chapter 3286. Seeing that Yang Kai was so agreeable, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This time, she would rather not give Yang Kai face and expose the matter. She was afraid that when Yang Kai obtained power, some unexpected changes would occur. The increase in strength and the expansion of power could often awaken some dark things. But now, it seemed that Yang Kai hadn't changed. Therefore, Hua Qingxi straightforwardly said, "If the High Heaven Palace wants to unify the Northern Territory, we can't just rely on strength alone. That's a method in the early stages. If we really want to win everyone's support, we have to rely on the will of the people. Although the suppression of the Iron Blood sect will be effective, it will inevitably cause resentment in people's hearts. The destruction of two sects is not a small matter. Recently, many sects in the Northern Territory are uneasy. They are afraid that we will target them next time. Although we don't have such intentions, they don't know." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Mi Chi is reckless and reckless. He should be punished." Hua Qingxi cupped her hands and said, "Palace Master is wise. What is Palace Master's decision?" Yang Kai asked back, "What does Sister Hua think?" Hua Qingxi pondered and said, "Although Mi Chi misinterpreted Palace Master's meaning, he still did do bad things with good intentions. If the punishment is too harsh, I'm afraid that the world will think that the High Heaven Palace is timid. If the punishment is too light, it will be meaningless. This subordinate thinks that we can order him to give up his position and retire in the High Sky sect from now on. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. Sister Hua is very thoughtful. Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, if Palace Master wants to say that I will get rid of him after he has outlived his usefulness, then just say so. Your meaning is already written all over your face. That's not true. Yang Kai said that he was wronged, but he really thought so in his heart. Previously, the reason why the High Heaven Palace could sweep through the Northern Territory was because they were strong enough. Secondly, it was because they had joined forces with the other 3 top sects to test the pressure in the Northern Territory. During the whole process, Mi Chi had put in a lot of effort. Especially after seeing the strength of Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace, Mi Chi himself took the lead and led the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect to suppress many forces in the Northern Territory. Now that the overall situation was determined, if they ordered him to give up his position, wouldn't it be like getting rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness? Hua Qingxi said, Mi Chi isn't a villain, but he is ambitious and difficult to control. We can use this matter to give him a warning. At the same time, we can also support a puppet in the High Sky sect and truly control the High Sky sect. This was Hua Qingxi's main purpose. Of the 4 great sects in the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley had a close relationship with Yang Kai, and the Fire Dragon Palace only followed Yang Kai's lead. The only variable was the High Sky sect. This time, if they got rid of Mi Chi and secretly supported a controllable sect master, they would really be able to control the Northern Territory. At that time, once the High Heaven Palace issued an order, the 3 top sects would respond as one. Would the other forces in the Northern Territory dare to go against them? Of course, Yang Kai could sense Hua Qingxi's intentions and immediately felt that it was a wise decision to let Sister Hua become the chief steward. Her cultivation might not be very high, but she had grown up in Star Soul Palace since she was a child, so she had been exposed to a lot of things. When dealing with such matters, she was able to do as she pleased, making it easy for her. Naturally, Yang Kai had no objections and let Hua Qingxi do as she pleased. After this matter was discussed, Mi Chi's fate was set. When the time came, Hua Qingxi would lead the 3 Monster King to the High Sky sect. Mi Chi probably wouldn't even dare to think about resisting. Hua Qingxi then said, Temple Master will need to go to Orthodoxy Temple. Yang Kai asked, is it about the outer star astral winds? Every top sect had its own foundation. In the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Azure Sun Temple had the Divine Ascension Mirror, Orthodoxy Temple had the Outer Star Astral Winds, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land had the Martial Intent Hall. Any one of these places was a rare treasure trove. Although the Orthodoxy Temple had been destroyed and all of its disciples had been killed, its heritage had not been destroyed. Not to mention the paradise they had originally occupied and the wealth the Orthodoxy Temple had accumulated over the years, just the astral winds alone were enough to make many people drool. However, Orthodoxy Temple's wealth had all been taken out by the elders of Star Soul Palace and distributed to the sects in the Southern Territory as compensation for their heavy losses this time. However, that vast territory had been taken over by Yang Kai in the end. In the Orthodoxy Temple incident, Yang Kai had turned the tide and saved tens of thousands of elites in the Southern Territory. This alone was a great contribution. If he had any requests after this incident, the Southern Territory would have to carefully consider them. Yang Kai didn't have any other requests, just the Orthodoxy Temple's territory. Even though Star Soul Palace was somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to agree, and Azure Sun Temple naturally wouldn't drag Yang Kai down. If Yang Kai obtained the Orthodoxy Temple's territory, Azure Sun Temple would also benefit. These 2 sects didn't have any objections, so even if Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Holy Master Ma Qing had any objections, it was useless. So now, the Orthodoxy Temple's territory was Yang Kai's private property. He had previously considered moving the Rakshasa sect to the Orthodoxy Temple. After all, the Spirit Mountains and great rivers occupied by the Orthodoxy Temple were not inferior to the High Heaven Palace in the slightest. If the Rakshasa sect could really move there, it would be of great help to their future development. But after thinking about it, he didn't have much involvement with the Rakshasa sect. The reason why he wanted to protect them was just for peace of mind. Now that there was the matter of Xing Yuzhu, this idea was completely gone. It just so happened that there were too many disciples in the High Heaven Palace. Although the High Heaven Palace's territory was extremely good, the 100,000 disciples in the sect were still too terrifying. No sect in the world had so many disciples. The Orthodoxy Temple could definitely share some of the pressure, not to mention the extraterrestrial astral wind in the Orthodoxy Temple, which could help the cultivator temper their body. Yang Kai knew the importance of a strong body better than anyone else. Last time, he was secretly ambushed. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have already died. If it were others, even if they had such a treasure, they would be helpless. After all, one was in the Northern Territory, and the other was in the Southern Territory. Who could take care of both sides? Yang Kai was different. A space array connected the North and South, completely ignoring the barriers of space. No matter which side had a problem, the other side could quickly provide support. Unless someone could sneak in and destroy the space array in one fell swoop. During the time that Yang Kai stayed in the Rakshasa sect, the High Heaven Palace was already preparing to take over the Orthodoxy Temple's territory. They were preparing to set up a High Heaven Palace branch in the Southern Territory. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. The Southern Gate Army had already been sent over by Hua Qingxi to prepare to set up a large array in the Orthodoxy Temple. Once the array was completed, they could preside over the migration of the disciples. Hua Qingxi was preparing to migrate 50,000 people over. When that time came, it would definitely greatly reduce the pressure on the High Heaven Palace. After all, these people were all cultivators who had just followed Yang Kai from the Lower Star Territory. They were all in a state of cultivation and had a high demand for heaven and earth energy. With 100,000 people gathered in the High Heaven Palace, how could the heaven and earth energy be supplied? If half of the people were sent out, the pressure would definitely be greatly reduced. The astral wind is truly mysterious. This subordinate has experienced it once before. It has the miraculous effect of tempering the body. Now that the Rhino Thunder Monster King is guarding there is no need to worry about safety. However, the space array needs to be rearranged by the palace master. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Hua Qingxi sighed again. The number of people in the Emperor realm in our palace is still too small. If we set up a branch in the Southern Territory, the only thing I'm worried about is that there aren't enough masters to guard it. It's inevitable that some people will covet it. The High Heaven Palace's the Emperor realm consisted of Yang Kai and Lu Yen. Below them were the three monster kings, Ji Ying, Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing, the Southern Gate Army, Hou Yu, and the newly promoted Yi Hen. There were more than 10 people in total. Such a number would be terrifying to other sects. Anyone who was the palace master would probably wake up laughing. However, strictly speaking, Ji Ying, the Southern Gate Army, and Hou Yu were all special talents. If a battle really broke out, Yang Kai would definitely not let them participate. They would definitely be protected first. The three monster kings were quite strong, but they were born in the Eastern Territory's ancient wildland and were not raised by High Heaven Palace. They were also from the monster race. The rest of them were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Not to mention the Emperor Realm, even the number of Dao Source Realm cultivators could be counted on one hand. Therefore, although the High Heaven Palace seemed to be deeply rooted on the surface, in reality, only its own people knew the situation. It would take a long time to change the current situation. I'll solve this problem. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Hua Qingxi glanced at him, as if she had understood something, and she smiled. After discussing with Hua Qingxi, they would go to Orthodoxy Temple tomorrow to take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. The next day, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi set off together. Palace Master didn't rest well last night? Hua Qingxi observed his expression and smiled mischievously. Yang Kai glanced at her and snorted, "With a beauty in my arms, naturally I couldn't rest." Hua Qingxi blushed and couldn't help but spit, "You're so shameless." However, she didn't expose him. As the chief steward of High Heaven Palace, how could anything that happened in the palace be hidden from her? Last night, Yang Kai indeed wanted to flirt. After all, he had been running around outside for a while, and it was rare for him to come back, so how could he let a beauty be alone? However, according to what Hua Qingxi knew, he didn't succeed at all. Xia Ningchang was immersed in learning alchemy from Ji Ying and had no time to pay attention to him. When he went to Medicine Pill Peak, he was kicked out by Ji Ying. If there was anyone in High Heaven Palace who dared not give Yang Kai face, it would be Ji Ying. Alchemists hated being disturbed when they were refining spirit pills. Ji Ying was a disciple of the great emperors of wondrous alchemy and was usually amiable, but when he was in a state of alchemy, he was like a completely different person. Su Yen was sent to Ice Heart Valley, but this time, she didn't even get to see her. Shan Qing Luo also went to the ancient wildland under Ying Fei and Xie Wuwei's arrangements. The environment inside the ancient wildland was very suitable for a dragon lady like her to cultivate. Shui Yu was also in retreat. The pitiful Sir Palace Master had 4 wives in vain, yet he spent the whole night alone. Just thinking about it made him feel miserable, but his mouth was as hard as a duck's. Hua Qingxi had to give him some face, so she didn't say it out loud. Chapter 3287. In the Southern Territory, outside the Orthodoxy Palace, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi came through the space array. As soon as they stepped out, Yang Kai destroyed the result of their hard work. In any case, they were going to redecorate the Orthodoxy Hall, so there was no need for them to stay. Not long after, they entered Orthodoxy Temple together. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and noticed that there were many people moving about inside Orthodoxy Temple, numbering at least 1,000. These people had been sent by Hua Qingxi to assist the Southern Gate Army in surveying the terrain of Orthodoxy Temple and to assist him in arranging the spirit array. At this moment, the South Gate Army was floating in midair, constantly looking left and right, gesturing with their hands, and muttering something under their breath. They were extremely focused. Sensing that someone was approaching, he turned his head and immediately greeted with a solemn expression, "Palace Master, Head Chief." Yang Kai nodded and stood beside him. Looking down at the scenery below, he asked, "How's the situation?" The South Gate Army asked, "What is Palace Master referring to?" Yang Kai asked, "How long will it take to set up the array?" The Southern Gate Army pondered for a moment before replying, "The Orthodoxy Temple Spirit Array is already quite good, so there is no need to completely change it. Give me another month and I should be able to support the Spirit Array. At that time, I just need to carefully repair it and it should be completed within half a year. This is your forte. I'll need you to put in a lot of effort. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell the head chief." Dajuan of the South Gate grinned. "If it weren't for head chief support, I wouldn't have been able to guarantee this." He was now the chief array master of the High Heaven Palace. When it came to setting up arrays, Hua Qingxi would fulfill all of his requests. If he wanted people and materials, he would give them. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to set up an array of a top sect? Back then, he had traveled through the Northern Territory. Although his reputation was great, he was still a loner. There were many things that he didn't have the ability to do. However, now that he had the entire High Heaven Palace as his backing, there were only arrays that he couldn't think of in this world. There was no array that he couldn't set up. Suddenly, he felt that this was not bad. Nothing could make him happier than being able to fulfill his ambitions at will. After staying in the High Heaven Palace for so many years, he had finally calmed down. Now, even if Yang Kai wanted to drive him away, he would have to think it over carefully. After all, without the support of the High Heaven Palace, he, as an array master, couldn't make bricks without straw. Although joining another sect was a way out, which sect could give him as much support as the High Heaven Palace? Not only him, but Ho Yu as well. In the beginning, when Ho Yu was caught by Yang Kai, he tried to escape several times. But as time passed, didn't his temperament gradually settle down? It was only because everyone in Towering Palace was polite to them, and they gave them enough respect and authority. They also fully supported them so that they could build their own achievements in their respective fields. Where else could they find such a good master? Whether it was him or Ho Yu, they both found a group of disciples in the High Heaven Palace and prepared to nurture them well to see who was qualified to inherit their legacy. With this layer of relationship, They were even closer to the High Heaven Palace. Now, in the High Heaven Palace, there were 3 special spirit peaks: Elixir Peak, Weapon Peak, and Array Peak, which could be said to be full of talents. Including the guys from Chenya Peak who studied the path of puppetry, the High Heaven Palace disciples had too many choices in the future. Not liking cultivation? It didn't matter. Alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, puppetry, there would always be one that suits them. After saying a few more words of encouragement to the Southgate army, Yang Kai left alone. There were many forbidden areas in the Orthodoxy Palace, but the most heavily guarded area was where the astral winds were. This place was guarded by layers of arrays, and if anyone trespassed without permission, they would either die or be injured. However, as soon as the Southern Gate army arrived, they broke through most of the spirit arrays here. Now, the forbidden area was unimpeded. Yang Kai was amazed by this sight as he walked. Although he had long heard of the astral winds, this was the first time he had seen it. The forbidden area was located in a long canyon, and as far as the eye could see, it was a gray world, and there seemed to be no end to it. Around the canyon, the wind whistled, and just by hearing it, one could tell that it was extremely terrifying. The surrounding cliffs were full of marks, as if they had been cut by swords and sabers. Those marks were not left by swords and sabers, but by the astral winds. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked around for a while. When he probed with his divine sense, he could not help but feel as if there were swords and sabers on his body. The astral winds that were everywhere seemed to be able to cut his divine sense into pieces. Fortunately, his divine sense was strong, otherwise he might have been injured. Without hesitation, he stepped into the canyon. When Yang Kai took a step forward, it was as if he had entered another world. The air around him began to flow rapidly, rolling up bursts of wind. This invisible breeze seemed to have transformed into a sharp weapon, cutting into Yang Kai's body over and over again. The clothes on his body did not have the slightest protection, and even Yang Kai's protective Emperor Qi was ignored. The omnipresent astral winds directly passed through his Emperor Qi and acted on Yang Kai's skin and flesh. This discovery surprised him, and he thought to himself that it was no wonder this damned place could temper one's body. As strong as he was, his protective Emperor Qi was useless here, let alone others. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on his physical strength to resist. Yang Kai did not know where the astral winds in this canyon came from, but they seemed to be constantly growing. Yang Kai's physical body was so strong that he was naturally not afraid of the weak cuts, and he walked step by step against the astral winds. As he walked further and further, the astral winds grew stronger and stronger. On the cliffs around the canyon, holes of various sizes appeared one after another. The large holes were large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, while the small holes could only accommodate 1 person. Yang Kai estimated that these holes were left behind by the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple. When one came here to cultivate, they would always encounter danger. Once they felt that they could not hold on any longer, they could hide in a nearby hole to heal. The deeper he went, the stronger the astral winds became, but Yang Kai did not feel them at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. This was a good place, a good place. With this foundation in High Heaven Palace, it would be easy for the disciples to temper their bodies in the future. All they needed to do was cultivate here for a while and the strength of their bodies would increase. With a strong physical body, it would be convenient to do anything and could even affect the success of future cultivation. The canyon was very long. Yang Kai walked for a full hour but still could not see the end. However, the astral winds here were already causing him to feel pain on his skin. Occasionally, they would cut some small wounds on his body, but these wounds would heal in an instant, smoothing out in front of his powerful recovery ability. Suddenly, a burst of suppressed roars came from up ahead. Yang Kai listened for a moment, smiled slightly, and then tapped his feet, increasing his speed by quite a bit. Not long after, a giant figure appeared in front of him. It was around 78 feet long and 50 to 60 feet tall. Lightning flashed all over its body and it exuded an extremely fierce and terrifying aura. At first glance, this behemoth looked like a rhinoceros with a single sharp horn on its head. It shook its head and wagged its tail constantly. As the astral winds swirled around it, its huge body was constantly bleeding, but it did not retreat. Instead, it continued to roar, its voice shaking the surroundings. As if it sensed someone approaching, the behemoth turned its head, its two eyes the size of iron pots filled with blood-red light. When their eyes met, Yang Kai gently nodded and flashed into a nearby pit. Strangely enough, as soon as he entered, the omnipresent astral winds all around disappeared. A moment later, a burly figure flashed in. It was Shi Lei. With an embarrassed expression, he said, "Master, why are you here?" It was indeed embarrassing to accidentally let Yang Kai see his true form. Although he was born in the monster clan, he rarely showed his true form since he transformed, except when he was in a stalemate with the enemy and had to fight desperately. Although he was not fighting with anyone just now, he was trying his best to resist the destruction of the astral winds, so his image was quite embarrassing. Naturally, Shi Lei did not want to be seen by others. "I came to see what the astral winds are like." Yang Kai smiled slightly and gestured with his hand. Shi Lei immediately sat down cross-legged in front of him and shook his head. "This place is good. Master, it was a very wise decision to want this base." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Monster King also thinks this place is good?" Shi Lei said, "Of course. If you give me some time, my physical body can be improved to a higher level." Yang Kai nodded. "It's really good that it works on Monster King." Shi Lei laughed, "But it's still quite dangerous here. If you don't have enough strength, you'll be courting death." As he spoke, he was shocked. He suddenly remembered that Yang Kai was clearly standing not far from him just now, but he looked calm and relaxed. How could he be in such a sorry state? Only then did he understand that Yang Kai's physical fitness was much stronger than his. This made Shi Lei feel a little discouraged. He was the monster king of the ancient land. In terms of strength, he was in the top 3 among the 30 or 20 monster kings. How could his physical body be inferior to a human? The reason why he, Ying Fei, Xie Wei followed Yang Kai's lead was naturally because he was a descendant of Tianxing. They hoped that Yang Kai had a good relationship with the descendant of Tianxing and could be close to him when the blood door opened again. But as they got to know each other better, the 3 monster kings realized that Yang Kai was not an ordinary first-order or second-order emperor realm master. If they really fought, they might not be his match. Not to mention that he had even subdued a dragon girl. Every time they thought of this, the 3 monster kings were convinced. Yang Kai nodded. "Since this place is useful to Monster King, then Monster King can cultivate here with peace of mind. You can also guard this place while you're at it." Shi Lei smiled. "That's exactly what I wanted." Yang Kai changed the topic. "Speaking of which, among the 32 monster kings of the ancient land, I'm only familiar with the 3 of you. I wonder what the temperament of the other monster kings are like?" Shi Lei rubbed his chin. "Those guys? Anyway, they're not easy to deal with. Take Big Bear for example. He looks like a simple-minded guy, but he's full of evil tricks. He's insidious." He looked like he had suffered a big loss at Big Bear's hands and was full of resentment. Suddenly, he smiled wretchedly. "But those female monster kings are very tasty, especially that Hu Fei. It's said that she has the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox. TSK. He shuddered and said seriously, "Master has to be careful when you meet this dragon lady. Don't fall for her tricks. Her charm is unparalleled in this world." Chapter 3288. An hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the pit and continued forward. Shi Lei stood behind and watched quietly until Yang Kai's figure disappeared before he sighed. In this canyon, the deeper one went, the greater the pressure one would have to endure. This place was already the limit of what Shi Lei could reach, otherwise, it would not have been able to temper him. If he went any further, he would not be able to bear it. But Yang Kai, on the other hand, was actually strolling leisurely, leaving him in the dust. How heaven-defying is this body? Shi Lei looked up at the sky and sighed. He was upset. He was a demon king, but he was actually inferior to a human. He made up his mind and roared angrily. He rushed out of the pit and revealed his huge true body. He continued to receive the baptism and tempering of the astral winds. In the depths of the canyon, Kai Yang's body was constantly bleeding. There was not a single place on his body that was unscathed, but his wounds were quickly healed by his powerful restorative abilities. This cycle of healing was of some help to him, but the results were minimal. As he went deeper, there were no more pits in the surrounding cliffs. He estimated that no one had ever reached such a deep place since the establishment of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was impossible for there to be a pit here. After walking forward for another incense stick's worth of time, he had reached the end of the canyon. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation of space force appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he looked up. 1,000 meters away, in the air at the end of the canyon, there was a void crack more than 100 meters long, like a scar between heaven and earth that would never heal. From the void crack, terrifying astral winds constantly blew out, pushing forward along the canyon. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Only now did he understand where the astral winds in this canyon came from. It turned out that they were blowing out from the void crack. Heaven and earth had their own principles and could repair themselves. For example, when Yang Kai tore through space, it would not take long for the torn space to be restored to its original state under the effect of the world principles. However, this spatial crack in front of him had existed for an unknown number of years, and he did not know where it connected to. Astral winds continuously gushed out from it, and even the laws of heaven and earth were unable to repair it in time, allowing this spatial crack to be maintained for a long time. This scene made Yang Kai click his tongue in wonder, and a feeling of eagerness gushed out from the depths of his heart. He really wanted to know where the spatial crack connected to, and why there had been astral winds for so many years. He acted as soon as he thought of it. With the fluctuation of the spatial laws, he arrived in front of the spatial crack in a flash and plunged into it without hesitation. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai rushed out in a panic, his entire body turning into a bloody gourd. Only after retreating several thousand meters did he manage to shake off the sense of crisis he felt. Looking back at the spatial crack, he felt a lingering fear mixed with inexplicable excitement. When he rushed into the spatial crack just now, he discovered that he had arrived at a void crack, but this void crack was filled with a massive amount of astral winds, the power of which was not something the canyon could compare to. As soon as he came into contact with the astral winds, he was injured. If he had not withdrawn decisively, he would have been reduced to a skeleton by the astral winds. At that time, no matter how powerful his physical body was, he would have died on the spot. Although it was just a glimpse, Yang Kai felt an unusual aura from the void crack. It was an aura capable of destroying all things and seemed to be the source of the astral winds. Orthodoxy Temple had been around for tens of thousands of years, and since its establishment, the astral winds had already existed, constantly blowing across the canyon's forbidden area. However, everything had a source, and the astral winds were no exception. It was impossible for them to remain unchanged for tens of thousands of years. And the source was hidden in that crack in the void. It was a pity that Kai Yang didn't even know what it was, let alone take it out of it. However, it was undeniable that it was definitely an incredible item. Perhaps it was a treasure that even great emperors would be wary of. Yang Kai's heart stirred, but after carefully weighing his current strength, he had no choice but to turn around and leave. Currently, he was not strong enough to take out this treasure for himself. Perhaps he would have to wait until his cultivation soared. Not long after, Yang Kai returned to Shi Lei's cultivation room. When the two met face to face, Shi Lei was shocked. "Master, what happened to you?" Yang Kai's appearance at this moment was quite disheveled. His golden blood had dried up, as if he had been covered in a layer of gold, and even his aura was somewhat weak. It was obvious he had been injured. Yang Kai sniffed and said, "There was an accident. It's too dangerous inside, so Monster King, please be careful." Saying so, he dove into a nearby pit to adjust his breathing. Shi Lei's expression was dignified, but he didn't suspect anything. Even Yang Kai had suffered such a big loss inside, let alone him. With this warning, he wouldn't dare to go too deep in the future. Half a day later, Yang Kai walked out of the pit, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then said goodbye to Shi Lei and left the Forbidden Canyon. He met up with Hua Qingxi and the Southgate Army again and chose a suitable place in the Orthodoxy Palace to arrange a space array. the Southgate army enthusiastically helped him, even putting aside their own matters. The reason why the Southgate army stayed in the High Heaven Palace was because they had seen Yang Kai's magical method of arranging space arrays, and wanted to stay and learn a thing or two. Unfortunately, although he had mastered the basic method of arranging space arrays and could arrange a decent space array, it was all in shape and had no effect of passing through the void. After many years of painstaking study, he discovered that he had fallen into a big hole. Only by being proficient in space principles could he arrange a space array with its proper charm and display its effects. However, this didn't prevent him from learning other things. In this world, the grand Tao of array formations could be understood everywhere. For an array formation grandmaster like the Southgate army, he could draw inferences and draw some useful experience and information from it. With his help, arranging the space array was extremely simple and easy because this place would be the High Heaven Palace's branch in the Southern Territory in the future, and 50,000 disciples would migrate here, so a small space array would definitely not work. Yang Kai spent a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades to arrange the largest space array possible, which could transport up to 100 people at a time. By the time they were done, a day had passed. Yang Kai made some adjustments to the space array here, connecting it with other space arrays, then bid farewell to Hua Qingxi and the Southgate army. By the time Yang Kai reappeared, he was already in the ancient desolate lands. Walking out of the small treehouse, Yang Kai went to visit the elder and the wood spirit matriarch, Mu Na, to thank them for their assistance last time. At the same time, he also brought them many gifts. During the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple, the Stone Mongoose clan had contributed a lot. It was them who first opened a gap in the demonic chi when the situation was unfavorable, controlling the demons who had been possessed by the demonic chi. At the last moment, the wood spirit matriarch used her clan's secret technique to suppress the demonic chi in the tens of thousands of demons, creating a large space for Yang Kai to use her exorcism technique and save the many elites in the Southern Territory. The two clans were both clans that stood aloof from worldly affairs. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's request, they probably wouldn't have left the place where they had lived for generations and participated in so many disputes. Yang Kai would naturally remember this favor in his heart. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai returned to the topic at hand. "Elder, you are very knowledgeable, so I would like to ask you about someone." The elder smiled slightly and said, "I've just lived a bit longer. May I ask who you want to ask about?" "Elder, have you heard of the name Xing Yuzhu?" Yang Kai naturally didn't come to the ancient desolate lands specifically to inquire about Xing Yuzhu's background. He just happened to come along. Although he didn't think Xing Yuzhu was an evil person, there was nothing wrong with being careful. After all, Xing Yuzhu had promised him some things, so it would be easier for him to cooperate with her in the future if he knew more about her. The Stone Mongoose clan had a long lifespan, especially the elder, who could be said to be a know-it-all in the star boundary, so Yang Kai naturally had to consult him. "Xing Yuzhu?" The elder repeated before slowly shaking his head. "I haven't heard of her before." "Elder hasn't heard of her before?" Yang Kai was stunned. The elder said, "This is a very special name. If I had heard of her before, I would have naturally remembered her. I don't know what is so special about her that you care so much about her." Yang Kai sighed. "It's like this." He then briefly described what he saw in the Rakshasa sect, but didn't mention Xing Yuzhu's promise to him. Even so, the elder and Mu Na were stunned. The elder was shocked. There is actually such a person in this world. Mu Na also covered her mouth with her hand as she exclaimed in amazement. Living for tens of thousands of years in the cracks of space by herself, how astonishing is that? She paused for a moment before continuing. "She's so pitiful." Yang Kai nodded. "I was also shocked, so I came to ask Elder." The elder shook his head. "I really haven't heard of this person before." Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Elder, do you mean that her origin is a bit strange?" The elder said, "That's not the case. Although I have lived for a long time, I don't know everything. Especially tens of thousands of years ago, my Stone Mongoose clan began to live in seclusion in the ancient lands. I don't know much about the War of the Great Tao. I only heard a few rumors occasionally, and I don't even know who was involved at that time. But since she mentioned the names of several great emperors one after another, her identity can't be fake. She might really be someone from that period. But in your opinion, is she good or evil? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't feel any malice. The elder smiled. Then it's nothing. She has been trapped for tens of thousands of years. How much cultivation can she have left? Even if she is an evil person, she is still not one of the great emperors. If she really dares to go out and do evil, there will be people to deal with her. Yang Kai nodded. I chose to bring her out because of this consideration. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to do this. I must ask around first. Chapter 3289. After bidding farewell to the Stone Mongoose Elder and Mu Na, Yang Kai went straight to the Luanfeng's palace. Outside of the Phoenix Palace, the two monster commanders guarding the palace looked majestic and murderous. Suddenly, a figure flashed and landed in front of them. One of the monster commanders saw this and shouted, "What?" But before he could finish his words, he swallowed them back down because he saw Yang Kai's face clearly. Yang Kai's name was widely known in the ancient lands. Not to mention the Monster King, even the monster commanders, and monster soldiers under the Monster King's command were well known. Yang Kai had barged into the Phoenix Palace several times, but the Luanfeng didn't dare to do anything to him. Who in the Phoenix Palace didn't know this fiend? When the Sacred Senior came back last time, she gave a strict order to kill Yang Kai without mercy. If anything happened to him, she would take care of it. That was her order. But how could the monster commanders dare to do so? Not to mention whether they were a match for Yang Kai. Even if they could, they wouldn't dare to do so. As such, when they saw Yang Kai walk straight over, the two monster commanders guarding the gate automatically ignored the order to kill without mercy, and instead put on a smile and cupped their fists in greeting. So it is Senior Yang. Would the Luanfeng be angered to death by this scene? Yang Kai nodded and crossed his hands behind his back, calmly walking past the two monster commanders. If this scene had been seen by someone who didn't know what was going on, they would have thought Yang Kai was simply returning home. The monster commander who spoke first saw that the situation was not good and quickly followed him. He nodded and bowed. Master, what brings you here? As he spoke, he signaled the other monster commander with his eyes, telling him to quickly inform the Sacred Senior. The main reason was that every time Yang Kai came to the ancient land, he would go straight to Feng Luo Palace. As long as he came to Feng Luo Palace, nothing good would come out of it. The Lord's anger had not subsided yet, and now, Yang Kai was here again. Who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? Yang Kai was not afraid of the Lord, but it did not mean that they were not. If the Lord was angry, they would be the ones to suffer. Do I need to tell you? Yang Kai gave him a sideways glance and reached out to push him to the side. Long Rang strode forward, and the demon commander staggered, but he didn't have any temper. He could only follow behind Yang Kai in an attempt to stop him. But how could he stop them? Yang Kai was enraged, so he grabbed it and threw it out. A group of maids came towards them. Their eyes widened as they looked at them, and then they scattered with a loud bang. They fled in such a panic that they didn't know where to go. Yang Kai touched his nose and said with a dark face, "What is the meaning of this?" He turned his head and looked around, but there was no one around. He sneered and said, "Madam Feng, I am here to see you." His voice was loud and clear, and it spread throughout the entire Feng Luo Palace. As long as one was not deaf, they would definitely hear it. However, the Luanfeng obviously did not want to see him, so there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai snorted and his eyes turned. He released his divine sense and scanned around. Then his body flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already in a courtyard. In the courtyard, a beautiful little girl was doing something. Suddenly, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile, and she could not help but be surprised. After taking a closer look, the little girl said, "Ah, I recognize you." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I also recognize you, little girl. We meet again." The little girl in front of him was none other than the Luanfeng's daughter. When Yang Kai first entered the Star Boundary, he fled from Blue Feather Sect to Maplewood City. On his way there, he happened to encounter the little Luanfeng being surrounded. It was at that time that he truly witnessed the power of a divine spirit. It was also at that time that he saw the Luan Feng's true body for the first time, leaving an indelible impression on him. But he never would have thought that he would have such a deep relationship with the Luan Feng Luo Palace. Even now, he was on equal footing with the Luan Feng Luo Palace. It had been several dozen years, but the little Luan Feng had not grown up at all. This was not because she was malnourished, but because she was a legitimate divine spirit. Her growth period was extremely long. In fact, Yang Kai had always been curious about who the little Luan Feng's father was. He had never heard of the Luan Feng having a lover, so the question was, where did the little Luan Feng come from? She couldn't have jumped out of a rock, right? Your name is Tianlong, right? Yang Kai asked with a harmless smile on his face. The little Luan Feng nodded and pointed at Yang Kai. You are Yang Kai, the worst person in the world. The smile on Yang Kai's face instantly stiffened and his expression twitched. Who told you this? Nonsense. Mother said so, the little Luan Feng replied innocently. Yang Kai angrily said, she's talking nonsense, how could I be the worst person in the world? The little Luan Feng tilted her head and looked at him, giggling. Mother told me to beat you when I grow up, are you very strong? Yang Kai took a deep breath. A child's words carry no harm, but Luan Feng, just you wait. Forcing a smile, he said, when you grow up, you will know whether I am strong or not. Suddenly changing the topic, he asked, are you playing alone? The little Luan Feng rolled her eyes and said with a smile, you want to play with me? Then you better be careful, I will set fire to you. Yang Kai said in surprise, that won't do, I will be burned to death by you. Ha! The little Luan Feng laughed and held her stomach. The way you lie is really interesting. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself that he was really stupid. The little Luan Feng looked like a little girl, but in fact she had lived for at least a few dozen years. How could he possibly treat her with common sense? Using the same methods he used on ordinary children to deal with her was simply asking for humiliation. He gently nodded. Tianlong, you are born noble and your future is limitless, but after all, you are still a child. A child needs a playmate. Do you want me to find you a playmate? She can play with you and you won't be so lonely in the future. The little Luan Feng raised her chin and said arrogantly, that depends on whether she has the qualifications or not. Yang Kai faintly smiled, how about a fire phoenix? The little Luan Feng was surprised, but she immediately said with a smile, you are bluffing, where can you find a fire phoenix to accompany me? Yang Kai shook his head, I am not bluffing, there is a fire phoenix in my high heaven palace. And she is about the same age as you and is also a little girl. I believe that you two should have a lot of common interests, after all, you two can be considered to be from the same family. Really? The little Luan Feng had an expression of interest. It can't be any more real. The little Luan Feng seriously thought for a moment, pursed her lips and said, I know what you are thinking, but if what you said is true, then I won't be angry with you. Whether it is true or not, you will know when you go to the high heaven palace with me, Yang Kai said earnestly. My high heaven palace has a lot of fun things. The little Luan Feng humphed, I am not that playful, but... She hesitated. Obviously the fire phoenix that Yang Kai mentioned was very attractive to her. Enough. A cold voice sounded. The little Luan Feng raised her head and rushed over with a smile, hugging the thigh of a beautiful woman dressed in a palace dress. She raised her head and called out, Mother! The Luan Feng's face was so cold that it was almost scraped off a layer of frost. She patted the little Luan Feng's head and looked at Yang Kai with disdain. Do you have any shame to lay your hands on a child? Yang Kai faintly smiled. Madam Feng, I didn't do anything to Tianlong, I just thought that she had a miserable childhood and wanted to find a playmate for her. He then looked at the little Luan Feng and said, You can ask your mother if what I said is true or false. As expected, Tianlong opened her mouth and asked, Mother, he said that he has a fire phoenix that is about the same age as me. Is it true? The Luan Feng couldn't help but get angry. This person is full of nonsense. How can you believe him? Yang Kai's face darkened. Madam, I can't pretend that I didn't hear that. You know the truth. It's not like you didn't see it last time. Not only you, the Monster King, Brother Fan, and Brother Tsong Dog have also seen it. You can teach the child, But why do you have to slander me? The Luan Feng gritted her teeth. You asked for it. Yang Kai said, if not, how can I see you? I'm afraid that you won't see me this time, right? The Luan Feng was angry. Do you think that a woman like me is easy to bully? Is that why you come to my Feng Luo palace every time? Yang Kai was surprised. Madam, what do you mean? I just feel that I feel like old friends with you at first sight, that's all. The Luan Feng was angry. Who would feel like old friends with you at first sight? You should go and find Fan Song Dog and Fan Song Dog. She was furious. Yang Kai had come to ancient lands several times, and each time, he went straight to Feng Luo Palace. She had never seen him go to Fan Song Dog and Fan Song Dog's territory. Yang Kai sighed. My heart shines on the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Sigh. The Luan Feng only responded with 2 words, ha. Yang Kai's face became serious. Madam, don't be angry. It won't be good if you hurt your body. The Luan Feng was angry. It's none of your business. She was a holy spirit and a woman, but she was provoked to swear. It showed how bad her mood was. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. I'll go and have some tea. We can talk about other things after you calm down. Get lost as far as you can. Feng Luo Palace doesn't welcome you. The Luan Feng left with Tian Long after saying that. Yang Kai was embarrassed, but he didn't say it out loud. The Luan Feng was on the verge of exploding. If he provoked her again, he was afraid that the loss would outweigh the gain. When a woman was angry, she was unreasonable. So, Yang Kai decided to wait until she calmed down. Because of this, Yang Kai decided to stay in Feng Luo Palace. Shamelessly staying here. No one greeted him. The maids and guards in Feng Luo Palace stayed far away from him, treating him as if he was invisible. However, he didn't feel it at all. He found a room to meditate and wait. After a few days, the Luan Feng was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He would come out for a walk occasionally, as if this place was his home. The Luan Feng naturally couldn't ignore him. She sent people to watch him every day. When she learned about this, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Chapter 3290. Don't you have anything else to do? After a full month, Luan Feng finally met with Yang Kai in the guest hall. She coldly asked, I heard that you have a high heaven palace in the Northern Territory. Why are you here in the ancient wildlands instead of guarding your own territory? Yang Kai grinned. Everything is normal over there. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. Luan Feng asked, what about the Southern Territory? What happened in the Southern Territory last time is clearly related to something big. Even the demon dwellers appeared. Perhaps there is some kind of conspiracy brewing. Don't you want to know the truth? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. My roots are in the Northern Territory. The Southern Territory's matter is just a coincidence. No matter what kind of conspiracy there is, even if the sky falls, there will be a tall person to hold it up. I'm not in a hurry. Luan Feng looked at him angrily. Speak, what do you want? Drink tea, drink tea. Yang Kai raised his teacup and gestured. Luan Feng snorted. Speak. I don't have time to waste with you. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and put down the teacup with an awkward expression. Since Lady Feng insists, this Yang won't hide it anymore. Luan Feng sneered again and again, wanting to curse him for being so shameless, but considering her identity, she refrained from doing so. She had never seen such a shameless person before, and she doubted that Yang Kai's skin was thick enough to defend against her own divine ability. Yang Kai's expression became serious. This time, I only have one thing to ask of Lady Feng. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. Luan Feng closed her eyes and waited for him to open his mouth. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would spit out the world-extinguishing black flames. Borrow people. Yang Kai spat out 2 words. Borrow what people? How many people? Luan Feng narrowed her eyes. Yang Kai casually said, if I want to borrow, I want to borrow the Monster King. I don't need many, just give me 3. You have 3 Saint Venerables, so each of you can give me 1 person. This isn't too much, right? Ah. Luan Feng laughed. Yang Kai seriously asked, Lady, why are you laughing? Luan Feng said, If I don't laugh, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill you. Although her expression was smiling, her tone was cold. Yang Kai nodded. Prng. Luan Feng smashed the table next to her with her palm, splashing tea everywhere as she clenched her teeth and shouted, Yang Kai, don't go too far. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the ancient lands just because you have the support of a descendant of Tianqing? Yang Kai to Luan Feng, she said. You still dare to say no? The Luan Feng was furious. If that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have dared to look down on me and my ancient lands. The ancient lands have always been a forbidden area for humans, yet you can come and go as you please. You even left a space array here. That's fine, but you dare to enter my Phoenix Gathering Palace as you please? Do you still have this queen in your eyes? Yang Kai lowered his head and allowed her to vent her anger for a while. When her anger subsided, he smiled and said, Lady is too serious. I really didn't mean that. I respect Lady very much. Luan Feng sneered, Do you think I'll believe you? Yang Kai solemnly said, What I said is the truth. Saying so, he patted his chest as if he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Luan Feng heaved up and down. She wanted nothing more than to slap Yang Kai to death. But if she could, she wouldn't be so angry. She said that Yang Kai had the support of a Heaven's Punisher descendant because she was angry. In fact, she knew that even without the Heaven's Punisher descendant, she couldn't do anything to him. After meeting Ying Fei and the others last time, Luan Feng heard some shocking news. Yang Kai actually had an unclear relationship with a pure dragoness. Moreover, he seemed to have gone to Dragon Island and returned unscathed. She didn't know what happened on Dragon Island, but she couldn't underestimate him just based on this point. She snorted and flicked her sleeve. No matter how eloquent you are, don't think you can get away with this queen this time. Yang Kai bitterly said, Madam, you don't have to be so ruthless. I just want to borrow 3 Monster Kings. There are still 29 Monster Kings in the ancient land. Even if you give me 3 more, there will still be 26. It's just a small matter to you, it won't shake the foundation of your rule. Luan Feng was so angry that she laughed. You have the nerve to ask for 3 more? I already lent you 3 last time. What do you think a Monster King is? My ancient land is so big and there are only 32 Monster King in total. You want 3 more? How much wealth does the ancient land have for you to take? I won't lend you any more. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, This is the last time, this is definitely the last time. If I have any ideas about Monster King in the future, I will be a dog. Luan Feng looked at him with a disbelieving expression and suddenly said, This queen is curious, why do you want 3 more Monster Kings? With Shi Lei and the others guarding your High Heaven Palace, isn't that enough? Yang Kai sighed, Of course the High Heaven Palace alone is enough, but Madam also knows about the matter of the Orthodoxy Temple. This Yang is not talented but has already taken the Orthodoxy Temple from the Southern Territory and is preparing to set it up as a branch of the High Heaven Palace. So I still need other powerhouses to guard it and maintain stability. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to disturb Madam. Luan Feng was surprised. You also took the Orthodoxy Temple? Did Star Soul Palace actually agree? Yang Kai smiled. It's just a piece of land without an owner. Why would Star Soul Palace be reluctant to part with it? Luan Feng nodded. Boy, your ambition is not small. You are developing well in the Northern Territory and now you want to reach out to the Southern Territory. Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, I had no choice. This was the truth. There were too many disciples in the High Heaven Palace, otherwise, he wouldn't have set his sights on the Orthodoxy Temple. However, seeing that Luan Feng's tone showed signs of loosening, Yang Kai hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. That's how it is, madam, please help me. I only need 3 Monster Kings. Luan Feng said lightly, This queen already said, don't even think about getting your way this time. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. For you, the ancient land has already yielded time and time again, so don't push your luck. Feeling her determination, Yang Kai frowned. You really won't lend it to me? Luan Feng coldly said, There are some words I don't want to say twice. Yang Kai nodded. Since Madam says so, I won't insist. Luan Feng was speechless. She didn't expect Yang Kai to admit defeat so easily. Before she could rejoice, Yang Kai asked, "By the way, madam, may I ask which monster king submitted to the northern Saint Shihua?" "You're asking this?" Luan Feng suddenly realized something halfway through her words. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink as she gritted her teeth. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand to release the embodiment. The embodiment also cooperated very well and assumed a domineering pose, looking very majestic. Yang Kai pointed at it and smiled at Luan Feng. Although Shihua died back then, his successor is now here, intending to take over the northern barren land. "Madam, please inform Brother Fan Wu and Brother Tsanggo. Also, tell the northern monster kings and monster commanders to quickly return and report." The embodiment grinned at Luan Feng, causing her face to darken. She gritted her teeth and said, "So that's what you're planning?" Yang Kai sighed, "I have no other choice, please forgive me, madam." Luan Feng raised her chin and said, "So what? Do you think ancient land will have a place for him after he refined Shihua's origin?" "Yang Kai, don't be so naive. If they backed down this time, ancient land would no longer have the confidence and strength to resist Yang Kai in the future. This was because ancient land's perseverance and defense had been destroyed by Yang Kai time and time again." Yang Kai said indifferently, "This king is very grateful to ancient land and the three saint sovereigns for the matter of orthodoxy temple. This king is also willing to maintain a good cooperative relationship with the three saint sovereigns, but if madam really insists on stopping me, then don't blame this king for not taking into account our old friendship. People strive to climb higher, who wants to flow lower? I want to know if the 29 monster kings will still wholeheartedly serve you after learning that the three saint sovereigns are obstructing their future." Luan Feng was furious and her beautiful face turned pale. "Do you have any conscience? How dare you threaten me?" Yang Kai said, "Madam, I only want the three monster kings to stay in the southern territory. This is not too much of a request, right?" Luan Feng was silent. Her eyes kept moving between Yang Kai and the avatar. She was also miserable in her heart. She knew that she couldn't stop this no matter what. Yang Kai first threw out the successor of Shihua, then he would have the righteous reason to occupy the northern territory. At that time, he would summon the 8 monster kings back and Luan Feng and the others wouldn't be able to stop him. Moreover, for the monster kings, being able to follow Yang Kai was definitely a good thing for their future. If the saint sovereigns insisted on stopping them, they would definitely be dissatisfied and it would be very disadvantageous for ancient land. Seeing the change in her expression, Yang Kai knew that the goal of this trip was basically achieved. He said with a smile, "Madam, there is something I don't know if I should say." Luan Feng said angrily, "You have always liked to go against me. Is there anything you don't dare to say in front of me?" Yang Kai coughed lightly. "It seems that madam has a deep misunderstanding of me. Fine, time will reveal a person's heart. Let's not talk about me for the time being. Let's talk about little Tianlong." Luan Feng's face suddenly turned cold and a murderous intent filled the air. "If you dare to have any ideas about Tianlong, I will not rest until you are dead." She could compromise on anything, but when it came to her daughter, it was her reverse scale. Yang Kai mentioning little Luan Feng's name at this time undoubtedly touched her sensitive nerve. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Madam, I am afraid that you have misunderstood. I don't want to do anything to Tianlong. No matter how despicable and shameless I am, I will not do anything to a child. I just feel that although she is your daughter, it is unknown whether she can inherit everything from you in the future. It is said that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, but there are always exceptions to everything, right?" Luan Feng said proudly, "How can this queen's daughter be lacking?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Fine, even if little Tianlong can inherit everything from madam and promote Luan Feng's name, so what? Does madam not want little Tianlong to improve on your foundation?" Chapter 3291. As soon as this statement came out, the Luan Feng's expression froze. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai calmly explained, "As madam just said, I have a descendant of Tian Xing behind me. I'm sure I don't need to repeat what Tian Xing did in the past. Inside the celestial punishment palace, I'm afraid there are countless Holy Spirit sources. If not for this, why would the monster kings of the ancient lands be so respectful to me and even grant me my every request? Isn't it all because they want a chance to become a holy spirit in the future? You're a freeloader, yet you have the nerve to make such a big fuss. The Luan Feng showed a look of disdain. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and continued, "This king is also a man of great fortune. Years ago, I accidentally took in a girl who turned out to be a descendant of Tianxing. Moreover, her bloodline also magically awakened. It's not that I want to brag, but my Ru'a, she listens to everything I say. When she comes out of seclusion, I'm sure she won't refuse if I have a request." "What does this have to do with Tianlong?" The Luan Feng frowned. Yang Kai showed a faint smile. "Madam is a Luan Feng. Although you belong to the Phoenix clan, as far as I know, it's only a side branch, right? Compared to the orthodox Phoenix clan, there is still a gap. Tianxing killed countless holy spirits in the past, including the dragons and phoenixes. Don't tell me the holy spirit sources aren't inside the celestial punishment palace?" With that said, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. Under the cover of picking up the teacup, he quietly observed the Luan Feng's expression. Sure enough, her expression kept changing. He knew she wouldn't be able to refuse this temptation no matter what. Sure enough, after a while, the Luan Feng finally spoke. "Do you have the confidence to let Tianlong into the celestial punishment palace?" Yang Kai immediately answered, "Even if I give up this old face, Ru'a, she will definitely agree." The Luan Feng took a deep breath and gently nodded. "Boy, the reason why this queen doesn't want to let you become a monster king is not because of selfishness. After all, you are a human. If you have too many monster kings under you, then you will be accused of colluding with the monster race. It's not good for you." "Yang Kai, this king appreciates Madam's kindness, but without strength, everything else is just empty talk." The Luan Feng's eyes flashed. Fan Hua and Song Haun might not agree. Yang Kai grinned. "With Madam here, how could they not give me face? I know that although Fan Hua has always been in charge of the few holy venerables in the ancient land, in terms of strength, Madam is the leader." "Don't flatter me." The Luan Feng stood up, turned around and walked out. "Where's Madam going?" Yang Kai looked at her graceful back and asked. "Just wait. I'll give you an answer within 5 days." With her words, Yang Kai knew that there was no problem. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Thank you, Madam, for your help." In the end, his efforts were not in vain. Moreover, Yang Kai also knew that since he had opened a gap with the Luan Feng this time, if he had any requests for the ancient land in the future, they would not refuse. On the other hand, if he failed this time, he could forget about getting any benefits from the ancient land in the future. His mood was very good. He turned around and returned to his room to wait. In Fan Hua Palace, Song Haun rushed over after receiving the news. The 3 holy venerables gathered and their expressions were not good. "He's gone too far. Last time, we went to help him. Who would have thought that this brat would come after us so quickly? He actually wants 3 monster kings. Why doesn't he just die?" Song Haun was furious. He looked like he was going to fight Yang Kai to the death right now. Fan Hua sighed. "We've been seeking fortune and avoiding disaster in the ancient land for so many years. Who would have thought that we would end up in the hands of a brat? The heavens are unfair." Song Haun's eyes flashed coldly. "Why don't we go and kill him now to avoid trouble in the future?" The Luan Feng glanced at him and said, "Aren't you afraid that the descendant of Tianxing will come after you after he comes out?" Song Haun's momentum weakened. He mumbled a few words with a resentful expression. As a holy spirit, mentioning the name Tianxing was like a mouse hearing a cat. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Fan Hua said solemnly, "Moreover, I'm afraid that he won't be killed so easily now." When Yang Kai first came to the ancient land, he displayed extremely terrifying combat strength. At that time, he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. With his talent, he was definitely more powerful than before. Not to mention, he was proficient in space principles. If Fan Hua didn't confine heaven and earth in advance to prevent him from escaping, he wasn't confident that he could take him down. And once they went against him, the consequences weren't something they could bear. Song Hound said, "Then what should we do? Are we going to let him eat us?" Fan Hua turned to look at the Luan Feng and asked, "Madam Feng, what did you talk about with him?" The Luan Feng lowered her eyes and said, "I also tried my best to refuse, but he shamelessly brought the stone mongoose who had refined the stone fire source here. He said that he wanted the stone mongoose to live in the wild north and inherit the position of Northern Holy Master. He also threatened to spread the news to all the monster kings. This mistress had no other choice." Despicable! The Tsang dog was furious. Fan Hua's eyes flashed. He keenly felt that the Luan Feng seemed to be hiding something, but he didn't ask because he knew that he wouldn't get an answer even if he asked. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "It seems that we can't stop him." The Luan Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "Although we can't stop him, it doesn't mean that we can't trip him up." Fan Hua looked at her and asked, "What do you mean?" The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. "As you two know, he has a wife called Shanqing Luo. She inherited a divine spirit source and turned into a monster cultivator. She is now cultivating in my ancient land." Fan Hua and the Tsang dog nodded gently. They had naturally heard about this. Shanqing Luo was personally sent back by Ying Fei. The news had spread throughout the ancient land, so there was no danger in the ancient land. It was only because the ancient land's environment was suitable for her that she chose to cultivate here. The Tsang dog's eyes lit up. "Does Madam mean that we should take action against Shanqing Luo?" The Luan Feng shook her head and said, "There's no need for that. I have met that woman and she is not bad. She seems to have inherited the heavenly moon demon spider source. In time, she will become a powerful member of my monster race. Since she is one of us, why should we deal with her?" The Tsang dog said, "Since we don't want to deal with her, why mention her?" The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. "That little brat looks like a dog, but he is a womanizer. Do you know that he has 4 wives? What's more, he has an ambiguous relationship with a woman from Ice Heart Valley and a dragon girl. If we count the descendants of Tianxing," the Tsang dog listened with fascination, "tisk, his luck with women is boundless." Fan Hua, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and said, "Having too many women is not necessarily a good thing." Luan Feng nodded. His 4 wives are all acquaintances and none of them are very strong. The woman from Ice Heart Valley seems to be only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. We also met her in the past. She was that crazy woman, but I heard she's not crazy anymore. As for the remaining 2, one is a dragon girl and the other is a descendant of Tianxing. No matter who they are, they will not submit to others." The Tsang dog said, "If the 2 of them meet." The thought of it made him shudder. A dragon girl and a descendant of Tianxing were natural enemies. It would be fun to watch. However, no one knew when a descendant of Tianxing would come out of seclusion. The Luan Feng smiled and said, "Before that, we can add more wood to the fire. If he is troubled by a group of women, I am afraid he will not have time to care about the ancient lands." The Tsang dog asked, "How do we add more wood to the fire?" The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. "Isn't this a good opportunity? He wants 3 monster kings, so we will give him 3 monster kings. I just don't know if he will have such a good appetite." The Tsang dog was confused, but Fan Hua suddenly understood. He smiled and stroked his beard. "Yes, Madame Feng is right." "What are you talking about? Can you be more clear?" The Tsang dog scratched his head. Fan Hua and the Luan Feng looked at each other and smiled. The 3 monster kings were soon assembled, one for each of the 3 saint masters. In Feng Luo Palace, Yang Kai stared at the 3 monster kings standing in front of him, dumbfounded. He did not know what to say for a moment. It was not that the 3 monster kings were weak. Each of the 32 monster kings of the ancient lands was an extremely powerful existence. The reason why Yang Kai was so speechless was because the 3 monster kings were all women. Moreover, each of them was more charming than the other. One of them was not unfamiliar. It was the flower demon Dumi, that he had seen in the Luan Feng's palace last time. This woman's ability to serve people was top-notch. Yang Kai had enjoyed it last time, and now she was looking at him tenderly. Next to Dumi, was a beautiful woman. Her body was enchanting, and her expression was charming. Even the Shanqing Luo could not compare to her. Her beautiful eyes were like two black holes that could swallow people's souls, making them unable to extricate themselves. Although she was standing there quietly, there was an indescribable charm lingering around her that made people reluctant to look away. Hu Fei? Yang Kai asked tentatively. The female Monster King was startled for a moment, but then she smiled sweetly and said, "I didn't expect Master to recognize me." Her voice was so enchanting that Kai Yang couldn't help but shiver when he heard it. He felt as if all the bones in his body had become much lighter. Worthy of the nine-tailed fox's bloodline, every movement of hers was so enchanting that it made people unable to control themselves. Kai Yang could clearly feel a warm current surging in his lower abdomen. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. A few days ago, he had discussed the various Monster Kings with Shi Lei, and Shi Lei had mentioned Hu Fei. He did not expect the Luan Feng and the others to send this woman to his side. Turning his head to look at the Luan Feng, Yang Kai seemed to see the deep meaning in her eyes. He nodded and said, "The Monster King's name is like thunder to my ears." Hu Fei giggled and said, "It's just a little bit of a bad name that will dirty Master's ears." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the other female Monster King. He saw that this woman's temperament was different from Du Mi and Hu Fei's. She did not have Du Mi's weakness and Hu Fei's charm, but there was a trace of coldness to her. Her pupils were a strange vertical slit, which reminded Yang Kai of the word viper. However, this feeling of insidiousness not only did not make people afraid, but it also made people want to be a moth to a flame. It seemed that even if they were swallowed alive, they would be willing. Yang Kai's mind moved. Qi Lian? Chapter 3292. Qi Lian licked her scarlet lips as a strange light bloomed in her vertical pupils. "Master is really knowledgeable, you even recognize this concubine." Hee hee. Yang Kai dryly laughed as he glanced at the three Monster King girls. The three women in front of him, each one more enchanting than the last, each one more revealing than the last. Their snow-white skin, their perfectly round and slender figures were all exposed to the air, but when they looked at Kai Yang, without exception, it was as if they couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to Luan Feng, who was watching the show with a smile. "Madam, can I have a word with you?" Luan Feng rolled her eyes and walked to the side with him. "What do you want?" Yang Kai said in distress, "Madam, are you playing with me?" Luan Feng said with a fake smile, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai glanced to the side and said, "I want the three Monster King girls, but why did you send them to me?" Luan Feng asked, even though she knew the answer, "Are you not satisfied with them? The three of them are not weak among the 32 demon kings of the ancient land. They may not be as strong as Shi Lei in a head-on fight, but do you believe that if Shi Lei were to fight against the three of them, Shi Lei would be at a disadvantage?" "I believe, but this is too strange." Luan Feng's face turned cold. "What do you mean? I already called them here. Do you not want them? If you don't want them, you can tell them yourself and see if they will let you go." Luan Feng was very happy in her heart. "Who told you to bully people with your power? Do you really think I can't teach you a lesson?" "Don't." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Madam, please help me to the end. Can you give me three Monster King girls? If it were three ordinary demon monarchs, these three would be too dazzling. Not to mention others, even he himself couldn't resist the temptation of these three female Monster King girls. If he really took them back, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause in the High Heaven Palace. How would the male disciples have the heart to cultivate?" Luan Feng looked at him and said, "You want three Monster King girls, I found them for you, and now you want three more? Don't you think you are going too far?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously and nodded, "A little. Do you want them or not?" Scram. Luan Feng coldly snorted. Yang Kai's mouth opened, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He turned to look at the three female Monster King girls and sighed, "Fine, I'll take them then." Luan Feng snorted, "You make it sound like you are suffering a loss." She paused for a moment and said, "I'll satisfy your request. Take them and scram. Don't come here again. When Tianxing's descendant comes out of seclusion, I will send someone to inform you." She looked like she couldn't wait to drive them away. She was really afraid of Yang Kai. The sooner she sent him away, the better. Yang Kai didn't delay and cupped his hands. My humble wife is in the ancient lands. I'll have to trouble you Saint Seniors to take care of her. He didn't look for Shan Qing Luo this time because he knew that Shan Qing Luo and the others were currently cultivating. Disturbing them wouldn't do them any good. I know, I promise I won't let her lose a single hair. Luan Feng impatiently waved her hand. After bidding farewell to Luan Feng, Yang Kai led the 3 female Monster King girls back to the Stone Mongoose's residence. Along the way, Yang Kai finally experienced the most difficult thing to accept. The 3 female Monster King girls were each more passionate than the other. Whether it was their words or actions, they were all seductive. This was especially true for Hu Fei, who had the 9-tailed fox bloodline. Her every movement and smile were filled with endless charm, making it hard for people to resist. Dumi and Qi Lian were also not easy to deal with. One was gentle and sweet, while the other was cold and sinister. The 3 female Monster King girls had 3 different auras that intertwined with each other, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a trance. If he hadn't been controlling his heart, he would have probably found a place to have some fun. After returning to the Stone Mongoose's residence, the group of Stone Mongoose stared at the 3 female monsters with wide eyes. Then, they glanced at Yang Kai and revealed an expression that all men would understand. Yang Kai felt very embarrassed from being stared at like this. This wasn't the situation he wanted. He came to the ancient lands this time just to get the 3 monster kings to guard the Orthodoxy Palace. He didn't expect to be able to bring the 3-dragon lady with him. Now that he thought about it, that lowly servant Luan Feng clearly didn't have good intentions. She probably wanted the 3-dragon lady to capture him and use him as an opening to do whatever she wanted. After returning to the Orthodoxy Palace in a sorry state, under Hua Qingxi's dumbfounded gaze, he introduced the 3 female monster kings to her and told her to make arrangements according to the situation. Before leaving, Yang Kai's expression became serious. His gaze swept over the 3-dragon ladies' faces and he said in a deep voice, "After I leave, you will listen to Manager Hua's arrangements. The human world is not the same as the ancient lands, nor is it as free as the ancient lands. Since you are in my territory, you must abide by the rules. If you make any mistakes, don't blame this king for being ruthless." Hu Fei smiled faintly. "Master, what are you saying? The 3 of us are very obedient." As she spoke, a faint charm bloomed. If it was any other man, they would have been immediately captivated and wouldn't be able to say a single harsh word. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was already prepared for this and intended to show off his strength. A golden vertical pupil appeared in his left eye and a tidal wave of his divine sense transformed into a destructive force, crushing Hu Fei's invisible charm to nothing. Hu Fei's snow-white and flawless face changed slightly. She let out a muffled groan and became even paler. Du Mi and Qi Lian's eyes also flashed, a trace of surprise finally appearing in their watery eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai quietly urged the power of the golden divine dragon source. A faint dragon pressure spread out and enveloped the 3-dragon lady. He then stretched out a hand to touch Hu Fei's delicate face. Hu Fei's eyes widened in an instant as an incredible scene appeared in her field of vision. Yang Kai was clearly standing in front of her, but she felt as if she was looking at a giant dragon reaching out with its claws that could tear the world apart. In front of this dragon claw, any defense she had seemed to be fragile and could be torn to pieces at any time. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and the remaining blood on her face drained away in an instant. Feeling the change in Yang Kai's aura, Du Mi and Qi Lian also felt as if they were facing a great enemy. After what seemed like an instant, but also like a long time, the aura that made the 3-dragon lady feel oppressed suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai smiled and pinched Hu Fei's cheeks, feeling her soft and tender skin. "Be good, I won't forget to reward you later." The 3-dragon lady were dumbstruck and nodded obediently. Yang Kai put his fingertips to his nose and sniffed them, winked at Hu Fei, laughed, and turned to leave. Only when his back disappeared did Hu Fei and the others let out a heavy sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Previously, when they followed Yang Kai all the way here, they found that he was just like that, so they couldn't help but be a little presumptuous. But it wasn't until now that they realized how terrifying this man was. If they really made him angry, they were afraid that he really wouldn't show any mercy to them. The suffocating feeling just now was something that they had never felt even from the holy masters. Hua Qingxi watched all of this coldly from the sidelines, and only now did she speak. This queen is the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. How do I address you? Her voice pulled Hu Fei and the others back from their thoughts. Dumi O was the first to speak and reported her name. She didn't look down on her just because she was stronger than Hua Qingxi. Instead, she acted very docile. Hua Qingxi noted them down one by one. She knew that Yang Kai had shown his power just now. Otherwise, she would have a headache facing these 3 female monster kings. The only people in the High Heaven Palace who were on equal footing with them were Ying Fei and the others. However, Ying Fei and the others were monster kings from the ancient lands, so they were definitely familiar with the 3 in front of them. Hua Qingxi couldn't use Ying Fei and the others to intimidate Hu Fei and the others. But now, with Yang Kai's remaining power to intimidate them, she could easily command them. She secretly made up her mind that if they didn't listen to her, she would ask Lu Yen to deal with them. Lu Yen was now the strongest person in the High Heaven Palace besides Yang Kai. Even the Monster King was no match for her. With the addition of the 3 Monster Kings, the Orthodoxy Temple finally had enough manpower. They just had to wait for the Southern Gate Army to finish setting up the sect protecting array. Then, they could prepare for the migration of the disciples. After leaving the Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai once again returned to the ancient lands. After leaving the Stone Mongoose clan's residence, he first went to the place where the Blood Door had appeared. He was no stranger to this place. Back then, he had fought with Shihua here and was almost crippled. In the end, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline awakened and she took Shihua's divine spirit source to resolve the crisis. Then, Zhang Ruoxi took Xiao Xiao into the Blood Door. The Blood Door disappeared, and there was no news of it to this day. There were monster commanders stationed near the Blood Door all year round. When Yang Kai came here, he was interrogated a lot, but after hearing his name, they all nodded and flattered him. After probing the void for a long time, Yang Kai was unable to sense the aura of the Blood Door, so he could only give up. The Blood Door was connected to another world. It was a world opened by Tianxing in the past. Inside, there was a Tianxing palace that stored many divine spirit sources from ancient times. Divine spirits were rare today, but in ancient times, they were countless. These powerful divine spirits were born with great strength and were unscrupulous in their actions, tormenting all living beings. According to ancient records, Tianxing was born and went on a campaign. With a single Tianxing sword, he killed all the divine spirits in the world. Even dragons and phoenixes were not spared. This person, who was born with the fortune of heaven and earth, seemed to be the nemesis of all divine spirits. In the era when Tianxing was alive, all the divine spirits in the world were dormant, giving the human race space to develop steadily. The divine spirits that were killed by Tianxing all had their origin energy taken away and sealed in the Tianxing Palace. As a result, the number of divine spirits dwindled until there were barely any left. Although many demons had inherited the ancient bloodlines, without the origin energy, they were unable to awaken the glory of their ancestors. Chapter 3293. 10 days later, Yang Kai emerged from the ancient lands. On the outskirts of the ancient lands, there was a dilapidated city where many cultivators stayed. Although the ancient wildlands had a fierce reputation, because of the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the special environment, many cultivators liked to venture inside. Over the years, a place for cultivator to rest appeared outside the ancient lands. This was the origin of Desolate City. Yang Kai had also been here before. It was here that he found a guide, Old Ban, and safely entered the ancient lands. It was because of Old Ban that he had a conflict with Yao Lin, the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Yao Lin might not be a bad person, but she had been spoiled since childhood and had a domineering and arrogant temper. She thought she was protected by a master and insisted on trespassing into the ancient lands, forcing Old Ban to lead the way. In the end, she was taught a lesson by Yang Kai. She was not convinced and later joined forces with Netherworld sects in Lusheng to intercept him at the exit of the Ancient Lands passageway. In the end, she was killed by him. At the critical moment, the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended, scaring Yang Kai away. Arriving at this dilapidated, desolate city, Yang Kai thought of Old Ban. Back then, Yang Kai was grateful for Old Ban's guidance. Seeing that he was alone with his granddaughter, Yang Kai took him to the Northern Territory and arranged for his granddaughter to enter Ice Heart Valley while Old Ban found a job in one of the cities under Ice Heart Valley's jurisdiction. Yang Kai had not seen Old Ban's granddaughter for many years, but now that he thought about it, Old Ban's granddaughter should have grown up and was cultivating in Ice Heart Valley. Her future should not be too bad. Yang Kai did not stop at Desolate City, simply reminiscing about it for a while before leaving. Yang Kai's destination was Dragon Island. Xing Yuzhu's words made him feel a sense of urgency. Although the 10 great emperors were still alive, no one could say when they would be able to compete for the position of great emperors. If the time came and his cultivation was not enough, he would have nowhere to cry. Therefore, Yang Kai wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. It was always better to plan ahead than to cram for a rainy day. He had just broken through to the Second-Order Emperor realm, so even if he cultivated in retreat, he would not be able to break through to the Third Order in a short time. However, breaking through the realm was not the only way to improve his strength. For Yang Kai, breaking through the dragon transformation secret and tempering his dragon bloodline body might be more effective than a simple breakthrough. In order to achieve this, going to Dragon Island was undoubtedly the best choice. What's more, Zhu Qing was still on Dragon Island. Last time, he went to the territory of the lower star plane through the passage Wukong forcibly opened in the Dragon Temple. Yang Kai did not know what happened to Zhu Qing after that, nor did he know if Dragon Island was still making things difficult for Zhu Qing. He would not feel at ease if he did not go and take a look. If possible, it would be best to bring Zhu Qing out. If not, he would have to set up a space array on Dragon Island to connect to the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to go back and forth. But before going to Dragon Island, he wanted to go to Spirit Beast Island. He had wanted to discuss the Tao of Space with Li Wu-Yi for a long time. It was rare to find someone in this world who was as proficient in this mysterious power as he was. Moreover, Li Wu-Yi was known as the #1 person below the great emperors. His attainments in the Tao of Space were probably higher than Yang Kai's, but Yang Kai did not have this qualification in the past. In terms of the cultivation of the Tao of Space, Yang Kai had always felt his way. If he could carefully discuss it with Li Wu, he might have unexpected gains. Fortunately, whether it was Dragon Island or Spirit Beast Island, they were all above the sea of the Eastern Territory. If the Serene Soul Palace was included, the entire Eastern Territory was definitely one of the top territories in the star boundary in terms of heritage and strength. Of course, these three forces were not monolithic. For example, the martial beast and the dragon race would not fight each other when they encountered each other. How could they possibly join forces? In Desolation City, a man looked in the direction of Yang Kai's departure with a hint of surprise on his face. After a while, he took out a jade slip and immersed his soul into it. After carefully examining it, a look of joy appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's him. Hurriedly putting away the jade slip, he took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a while, as if he had received instructions, he gritted his teeth and followed in the direction of Yang Kai's departure. But he was only a Tao Source Realm cultivator. How could he keep up with Yang Kai's whereabouts? After leaving Desolation City, he had no idea where Yang Kai had gone. He wandered around like a headless fly for a while, a look of annoyance appearing on his face. After a while, a group of people flew over. The leader of the group, a young man, looked at the man with a gloomy face and asked, "Where is he?" The man said uneasily, reporting to Fort Master, "This subordinate doesn't know where he went. That person's cultivation is too high." He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The gloomy young man called Fort Master glanced at him coldly, causing cold sweat to appear on the man's forehead. He said in fear, "This subordinate is incompetent. Please forgive this subordinate, Fort Master." An old man next to him said, "Fort Master, That person was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Xie San is only a second-order Dao Source Realm Master. It is a good thing that he can't keep up with him. If he really found out that someone was following him, I'm afraid he would be alerted. The gloomy young man's face relaxed a little when he heard this. He nodded and said, "What old man said is right." He then turned to the messenger and asked, "Did you see that person's appearance? Are you sure it's him?" The man said with a firm look, "I saw it clearly. It's definitely him. Back then, Fort Master gave us a jade slip with an image of that person. This subordinate has always carried it with him. I didn't pay attention to it before, but I suddenly noticed that he looked familiar. If Fort Master doesn't believe me, you can ask the others in the city. I'm sure I'm not the only one who saw him." The Fort Master said lightly, "I know you don't dare to speak carelessly. According to your observation, what is that person's cultivation?" The man pondered for a moment and said cautiously, "He should be stronger than Fort Master." The Fort Master narrowed his eyes. "Stronger than me? Isn't he at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master? Hateful." His face filled with resentment, as if he had some kind of deep hatred for Yang Kai. The old man who spoke before was slightly surprised. If this old master remembers correctly, that person broke through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, right? It's only been a few years, but he's already a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Such talent. After a pause, he cupped his fists and said, "Fort Master, this matter needs to be considered at length. If that boy is really a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Heaven Chi Castle may not be able to provoke him." If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely remember the name Heaven Chi Castle when he heard this. Heaven Chi Castle was not a powerful force in the Eastern Territory. It could be considered a second or third-class force. The strongest person in the castle was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It was almost the same as the previous Rakshasa sect, but slightly better than the Rakshasa sect. Because it was not very strong, Heaven Chi Castle sat on the border of the Eastern Territory. No one dared to compete with it, giving Heaven Chi Castle space to develop steadily. The current fort master was the gloomy young man named Chi Hai. Yang Kai had dealt with him several times. In the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai revealed clues about the mountains and rivers Bell and the Phoenix True Fire. After that, Chi Hai invited him to the Eastern Territory's Heaven Chi Castle as a guest because Chi Hai's woman trespassed into the ancient wild lands and was poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons, the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. She was dying and urgently needed the Phoenix True Fire to prolong her life. The reason why Chi Hai took the risk to enter the Shattered Star Sea was to find the Phoenix True Fire, but unfortunately, Yang Kai beat him to it, so he could only set his eyes on Yang Kai. But for Yang Kai at that time, the Eastern Territory was very far away. How could he go to Heaven Chi Castle for no reason? He just casually dealt with it. Later, he really came to the Eastern Territory by chance. The moment he entered Barren City outside the Ancient Lands passageway, Chi Hai got the news. After all, Heaven Chi Castle was in charge of the border area, and the whole Barren City was under the Heaven Chi Castle's secret management. Chi Hai, as the young fort master, was very well informed. Then, Chi Hai arranged spies everywhere in the Ancient Lands passageway and waited for Yang Kai's arrival. Hard work paid off. One of the disciples of Heaven Chi Castle really waited for Yang Kai and conveyed Chi Hai's message. If the Phoenix True Fire was really with him at that time, Yang Kai might not mind helping Chi Hai. After all, it was just a small matter and it did not cost much. But at that time, the Phoenix True Fire had been swallowed by Lu Yen and turned into a phoenix egg. Lu Yen himself was taken to Spiritual Beast Island by 9 Phoenix to pass on the inheritance of the Phoenix clan. How could Yang Kai help Chi Hai? In addition, the Phoenix True Fire was a big deal. Yang Kai felt unhappy that his whereabouts were being monitored. So, he immediately refused. In his mind, if he was poisoned, he should detoxify it. Why was he staring at his Phoenix True Fire? What happened at that time was just a passing cloud, and Yang Kai had long forgotten it. But for Chi Hai, it was something that he could never forget. He was sure that the Phoenix True Fire was obtained by Yang Kai, and it would not take much effort to detoxify the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain poison. However, Yang Kai cruelly refused, which led to his lover's death. Since then, Chi Hai seemed to have changed into a different person. The image of the young fort master, who was originally as gentle as jade, changed greatly. He even spent a lot of money to join one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, hoping that one day he would succeed in his cultivation and kill Yang Kai with his own hands to avenge his lover's death. In his mind, although it was the 10 extreme poisons that killed his partner, Yang Kai was also to blame. This time, when he learned that Yang Kai had appeared in Desolation City again, Chi Hai rushed over without stopping. Firstly, he wanted to take revenge, and secondly, he wanted to ask Yang Kai why he was so cold-blooded and heartless back then. The young fort master was now the fort master of Heaven Chi Castle, and his cultivation had reached the First Order Emperor realm. He thought that he had the qualifications to compete with Yang Kai, but now, after hearing the report from his subordinates, he knew that Yang Kai had once again surpassed him. He was afraid that he was no match for a Second Order Emperor realm master. Heaven Chi Castle can't be provoked, but that doesn't mean that others can't. Chi Hai stared coldly into the distance. In the Eastern Territory, I'm not the only one who wants his life. If he dares to come here, he can forget about leaving alive. Sneering, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. A stream of light flashed and disappeared into the distance in an instant. The old man next to him couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Back then, the young fort lord and the fort lord in front of him were like two different people. Ever since that woman died and the young fort lord joined that sect, everything had changed. However, he couldn't say anything because it was Chi Hai's final wish to avenge his dead lover. If even this was taken away from him, Chi Hai would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 3294. There were two islands in the Eastern Sea, Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island. Both of them were ethereal and untraceable. If an ordinary person didn't have the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to find any clues even if they wandered around the sea for a lifetime. The world only thought that these two terrifying forces were really two islands, but Yang Kai knew that Dragon Island was actually a small world, and the entrance was hidden under the sea of a territory. If it wasn't for Li Jiao leading the way last time, he probably wouldn't have been able to find the entrance. The trip to Dragon Island was full of danger. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of treatment he would receive if he entered Dragon Island again. He might even be treated as an enemy, so he had to make a trip to Spirit Beast Island first. What made him speechless was that after passing by a few towns and inquiring a few times, no one knew where Spirit Beast Island was. All the way to the east, he didn't find anything until he reached the sea. There was a city by the sea, firmly guarding the thousands of miles of border. It was majestic and spectacular. The cultivator in the city came and went unceasingly. In a restaurant in the city, Yang Kai sat alone by the windowsill on the 3rd floor, drinking by himself. He couldn't help but worry about who he should find to inquire about Spirit Beast Island's location. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over, and a person sat across from him. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and turned his head to look, only to see a smiling face appear in front of him. Her smile was like a flower, her skin was snow white, and her looks were outstanding. Impressively, she was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a blue dress, which accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure, and her curves were full. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai's eyes lit up, revealing a smile. "You are, Brother Yang, you're really hard to find." The woman across from him smiled faintly. "Miss Lan He." Yang Kai finally remembered the name of the woman across from him, and unexpectedly, he was overjoyed to meet an old friend in a foreign land. He blurted out, "Why are you here?" Just as he spoke, he patted his head in annoyance. "That's right, you were originally in the Eastern Territory." Lan He, if she hadn't suddenly appeared in front of him, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about this woman. In the Eastern Territory, he didn't know many people. Over the years, he had mainly been active in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. He had only interacted with some young talents from other territories in the Shattered Star Sea. Naturally, he had met Lan He in the Shattered Star Sea. This woman was from the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Back then, she had received some favors from Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. The two of them had drifted into the void together, and it was Yang Kai who had sent her out. Otherwise, with her cultivation at that time, she would have definitely been lost in the void and would never have been able to find her way out. Later, Yang Kai had entrusted her to help inquire about another woman and, if possible, to take care of her. That woman was called Ling Yinchin, and she had come out of the solitary Void Sea's sealed world with Yang Kai. The solitary Void Sea's sealed world was the damned place where Bing Yun had been trapped for many years. Ling Yinchin and a man met and got to know each other inside, falling in love with each other. Unfortunately, her husband had died in an accident. That man was from the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley, which was the same force as Lan He. After Ling Yinchin escaped from the solitary Void Sea, she didn't go with Yang Kai and Bing Yun. Instead, she went to the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley to bury her husband's ashes. Many years had passed in the blink of an eye, and many details were vague to Yang Kai. However, big sister Ling Yinchin was a warm-hearted person. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun drifted into the solitary Void Sea's sealed world, and the first person they met was Ling Yinchin. At that time, Ling Yinchin even gave him a high-grade spirit purifying array, which was an extremely generous gift for Ling Yinchin back then. After coming out of the solitary Void Sea, Yang Kai didn't see Ling Yinchin again. After all, they were very far apart. Then, he met Lan He from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Shattered Star Sea and casually gave her a few words of advice. Now, he didn't know if Ling Yinchin had gone to Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would have the chance to meet Lan He again in this big world. He smiled slightly and said, "It's really a small world. Miss Lan, it's been a long time." Unexpectedly, Lan He slowly shook her head and said, "I came here specifically to find you." Specifically? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and was immediately stunned. "How did you know I was in the Eastern Territory?" Lan He said, "I occasionally heard some news and heard someone mention your name. I also heard someone say that you have been inquiring about Spirit Beast Island, so I guessed that you would come to the seaside, so I waited here. It seems that my guess wasn't wrong. You really came here." Yang Kai blinked. "I occasionally heard some news, and my name? This is really interesting. I wonder where Miss Lan heard it from?" There was a message in Lan He's words that Yang Kai couldn't help but pay attention to. He had come to the Eastern Territory, and someone was actually inquiring about him. Lan He looked at him snappily. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If I knew, why would I ask you?" Lan He looked him up and down and nodded. "Then let me ask you, do you know that you are in a very dangerous situation right now?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "My situation is very dangerous? What do you mean?" Lan He sighed and said, "I guess that you didn't know. Let's put it this way, do you still remember Brahma Holy Land?" After saying that, seeing Yang Kai's blank expression, she suddenly felt both angry and amused. "You killed 2 of their holy sons in the Shattered Star Sea. Don't tell me that you have forgotten. One of them was called Zhang Hao, and the other was called Zhang Xian. They were brother and also the 2 people that Brahma Holy Land had placed high hopes on." Yang Kai touched his chin and said, "Well, now that you mention it, I seem to have some recollection of it." Lan He couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Could it be that he didn't remember who he had killed? If Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian knew about this, wouldn't they be angered to death again? Yang Kai grinned and said, "I killed too many people in the Shattered Star Sea. Who cares about Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian?" This was the truth. There were many young men who had died at his hands in the Shattered Star Sea, and all of them had great backgrounds. Who would remember the names of the dead? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Does Miss Lan mean that Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with me?" Lan He said solemnly, "It's not just Brahma Holy Land. Let me ask you, what kind of grudge do you have with the Netherworld sect? They have also taken action this time." Netherworld sect. Many years ago, Yin Lixing ambushed him, Qi Yu, and the others in the Starlight Corridor. Later, this guy made things difficult for Yang Kai at every turn. In the Shattered Star Sea, in order to inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, Yang Kai made a deal with him and spared his dog life. It was from Yin Lixing's mouth that Yang Kai went to the ancient wildlands. Later, Yin Lixing calculated the timing and invited a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master from the Netherworld sect to set up an ambush outside the Ancient Lands passageway. Among them was Yao Lin, the daughter of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, but Yang Kai broke the ambush and killed Yin Lusheng at that time. Yin Lusheng was the former sect master of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wild Star. With his own ability, he broke through the shackles and entered the Star Boundary, where he was on par with the Netherworld sect in the Star Boundary. He had great expectations and was even personally accepted as a disciple by the Netherworld sect's sect master. Fu Bo Yang Kai had killed Yin Lusheng and a second-order Emperor Realm Master of the Netherworld sect, so the enmity between them was not small. Coupled with the destruction of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wild Star, this enmity could almost be said to be irreconcilable. It was either you die or I die. Lan He smiled bitterly. Brother Yang, you are really something. Of the 3 top forces in the Eastern Territory, you actually provoked 2 of them. If an ordinary person provoked such an enemy, they would not dare to show up in the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai was not from the Eastern Territory, so although Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect had always wanted to find Yang Kai to take revenge, they had never had the chance. This time, he took the initiative to show up in the Eastern Territory, so how could these 2 forces hold back? If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find him again in the future. So, as soon as they received the news, the 2 great forces sent out almost all of their forces, determined to kill Yang Kai in the Eastern Territory to protect their reputation. Yang Kai grinned, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Of the 3 top forces in the Eastern Territory, I wonder who the other one is? Heavenly Wolf Valley? Lan He shook her head. My Heavenly Wolf Valley only has 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters. How can it be called a top force? The other one is Ahan Temple. After saying so, she looked at Yang Kai in horror. Don't tell me that Ahan Temple also has a grudge with you. I heard that Chi Gue is also looking for you everywhere. Yang Kai looked at her and said, do I look like someone who likes to cause trouble? Also, who is Chi Gue? Lan He couldn't help laughing. Chi Gue isn't a ghost, he's the most powerful rising star of Ahan Temple. He broke through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea. You should have seen him before. He's a red-haired guy with a very violent personality. Yang Kai thought for a moment and vaguely remembered seeing such a person. His red hair was too obvious a feature, but he shook his head and said, I have no grudge with him. Lan He said, then he probably wants to spar with you. This guy is warlike by nature. In the past, he often fought with Yin Lusheng, Zhang Hao, and Zhang Xian. You killed these 3 people, so he has no opponent in the Eastern Territory. He probably wants to prove something to you. Yang Kai snorted, then he has the wrong idea. Lan He said, let's not talk too much. Brother Yang, it is not good to stay here for a long time. The 2 top sects in the Eastern Territory have joined forces and have been inquiring about your whereabouts. Fortunately, you are not slow and did not stay anywhere for long, but the news of you entering this city will definitely spread. If you don't leave now, when those people come, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Yang Kai sighed and said, there is nothing to worry about in this world. Lan He said angrily, what time is it now? Hurry up and come with me. Yang Kai asked curiously, come with you? Where to? Lan He said matter-of-factly, Heavenly Wolf Valley, where else can we go? I'll take you back to lie low for a while. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, this young appreciates Miss Lan's kindness, but your Heavenly Wolf Valley is making a living in the Eastern Territory. It is best not to cause trouble for yourself because of me. After all, those were 2 top forces, and Heavenly Wolf Valley absolutely could not resist them. After saying this, he frowned and turned his head to look to the side. His eyes met with a woman who had just walked up to the 3rd floor. The woman hurriedly looked away and went straight to another table to sit down. Chapter 3295. Yang Kai sighed, how's Sister Lan's reputation in the Eastern Territory? Lan He asked, what reputation? Do many people know you? Lan He smiled modestly, not many, but it should be quite a few. She was also famous in the Eastern Territory. Although she couldn't compare to Chi Gue, she was still one of the rising leaders. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been qualified to enter the Shattered Star Sea. In addition, Netherworld sects Yin Lusheng and Brahma Holy Land's 2 holy sons were killed by Yang Kai, so she stood out even more. Now that she was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, many people naturally knew her. Then I'll have to trouble you. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. What trouble? Lan He was puzzled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, nothing. He wasn't afraid of Netherworld sect or Brahma Holy Land at all. It would be fine if they didn't come looking for trouble, but if they really dared to come looking for trouble, he would let them know what it meant to strike a stone with an egg. But now that Lan He had come to remind him out of goodwill in public, it was inevitable that some people would see it. Of course, he could leave directly, but Lan He's actions had already set Heavenly Wolf Valley on fire. If others couldn't find him, they would probably go to Heavenly Wolf Valley to ask about it. At that time, Lan He wouldn't have a good ending. Other people's good intentions, how could Yang Kai ignore them? But he couldn't say that his good intentions were doing bad things. He could only secretly think of a way to get Heavenly Wolf Valley out of this matter, so that they wouldn't be implicated. Just as he was thinking about this, Lan He said, Brother Yang, aren't you inquiring about Spirit Beast Island? Do you want to go to Spirit Beast Island? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Does Sister Lan know how to go there? Lan He pursed her lips and smiled. This matter is confidential. I don't know much, but Valley Master should know. Your Skywolf Valley has connections with the Spirit Beast Island? Lan He said, my Skywolf Valley's inheritance is related to the sacred spirit, Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf. Early on, we used a secret technique to rear a descendant of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf. Unfortunately, the bloodline is impure and we are unable to see the glory of our ancestors. It's unknown how Spirit Beast Island received the news and sent a beast-seeking envoy over to take the descendant of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf. Furthermore, he left behind a token to inform my Skywolf Valley that if we encounter any difficulties that we cannot overcome, we can bring the token to Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Sea to seek help. Keepsake? Yang Kai was all smiles when he heard this. It was truly a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. He had been wondering how he could make a trip to the Spirit Beast Island, but he didn't expect to hear about it from Lan He. Yang Kai reckoned that the so-called beast-hunting envoy that she mentioned was the same as Elder Tao, whom he had met in the High Sky sect. The beast-hunting envoy was ordered to search for all kinds of strange beasts and bring them back to Spirit Beast Island to cultivate. Even if there was a problem with the descendant of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf, it was enough for the Spirit Beast Island to accept. Even if the Skywolf Valley couldn't cultivate it, it didn't mean that the Spirit Beast Island couldn't. However, the Spirit Beast Island obviously wasn't willing to take other people's things for free. That beast-hunting envoy left behind a token as compensation. To the Skywolf Valley, this token from the Spirit Beast Island was probably the strongest foundation. With this token, even the top 3 factions in the Eastern Territory wouldn't dare to casually disturb them. Otherwise, if the Spirit Beast Island was implicated, the Brahma Holy Land, Netherworld sect, and so on would all be in serious trouble. Lan He smiled slightly and said, Now, Brother Yang knows why I invited you to the Skywolf Valley to lie low for a while, right? I know that Brother Yang is worried that I will bring trouble to the sect, but who in the Eastern Territory doesn't know that my Skywolf Valley is related to the Spirit Beast Island? Even if they know that you have gone to the Skywolf Valley, they can't do anything. Yang Kai nodded and said, I was thinking too much. In that case, this Yang thanks you in advance. Lan He glanced at him and said, Brother Yang, you are treating me as an outsider. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the Shattered Star Sea. How could I be alive today? A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, not to mention a life-saving grace. Yang Kai said sternly, This Yang will remember Miss Lan's kindness. To be honest, what happened back then was nothing more than a slight effort. Lan He also wandered into the void crack because of him, and it didn't take much effort for him to send her out. After so many years, she specially came to find him and provided him with a place to lie low. She even didn't hesitate to bring trouble to the Skywolf Valley. This favor was indeed not small. However, Yang Kai's slight effort back then was indeed a life-saving grace for Lan He. This favor was really difficult to explain. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately threw down a few pieces of source crystals and walked out of the restaurant with Lan He. After he got up, the woman who just walked up quietly took out a communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it to communicate with someone. In the city, Yang Kai and Lan He walked side by side, heading out of the city. Lan He suddenly frowned and said, "Brother Yang, your whereabouts have been exposed. Now someone is following us." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "That depends on whether he can keep up or not." After a while, the two walked out of the city gate. Yang Kai apologized and suddenly reached out to grab Lan He's arm. When their limbs touched, Lan He's body trembled slightly and a blush appeared on her face. The next moment, she felt her vision blur and the world spin. When she reappeared, she was already in another place. This was not the end. The same experience happened a few more times. After more than 10 times, Yang Kai let go of Lan He's arm and said with a smile, "Miss Lan, please lead the way." Lan He was still in a daze. She turned her head to look around and then back at the road, but there was no trace of the city. When she thought of Yang Kai's attainments in the power of space, a terrifying thought appeared in her mind. Space divine technique, instant movement. Because of Li Wui, the people of the Eastern Territory had some understanding of the power of space. They knew that Li Wui could ignore the obstruction of space and instantly move from one place to another. This magical space divine technique was instant movement. However, everyone had only heard of it and had never seen it with their own eyes, let alone experience it. However, at this moment, Lan He truly experienced the feeling of instant movement. In that trance, it was as if she was shuttling through the void. It was magical but also chilling. With such means, who in this world could stop him? No wonder he dared to roam the Eastern Territory alone as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, she was shocked and asked in surprise, "Brother Yang, are you already a second-order Emperor Realm Master?" She did not notice before Yang Kai did not use his strength, but as soon as Yang Kai activated his Emperor Qi, she immediately sensed the level of Yang Kai's current realm. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I just broke through not long ago." Lan He was a little absent-minded and was stunned for a long time before she said, "Brother Yang is really a genius." When they first met in the Shattered Star Sea, both of them were only in the third-order Dao Source realm. His various performances shocked Lan He. Later, when she heard that Yang Kai had broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, she knew that his future was limitless. However, she never expected that he would break through again after so many years. Lan He was now a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and it was also thanks to the trip to the Shattered Star Sea that she obtained the opportunity to break through, but she had no confidence in breaking through to the second-order Emperor Realm. From the Emperor Realm onwards, every breakthrough was extremely difficult, and every level was difficult for countless heroes. If not for this, there would not be so few top forces in this world. A force only needed one third-order Emperor Realm Master to be considered a top force. The strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. After suppressing the shock in her heart, she collected her thoughts and determined the direction. Then, she waved at Yang Kai and rushed in the direction of Heavenly Wolf Valley. In the seaside city, the main hall where the space array was located was extremely lively today. Powerful figures appeared in the main hall from all over the place, leaving the cultivator guarding the array dumbfounded. He didn't know what day it was and why so many masters had come to the city. After a while, at least 30 people from the Emperor Realm had gathered in the main hall. At a glance, it was obvious that these people were from two groups of people. One group was emitting a gloomy aura, as if they had just returned from Yellow Springs Purgatory, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The other group was more normal, but they were filled with murderous intent, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become extremely oppressive. It's the people from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. The guards gathered together, and a sharp-eyed person recognized the origins of these two groups of people. Why are they here? Could it be that some kind of treasure is about to appear here? If that wasn't the case, why would so many masters show up? These were all Emperor Realm Masters, great masters who were usually elusive and elusive. I'm afraid there is no treasure. It seems that they are here to kill. What kind of person would they send so many people from the Emperor Realm to kill? Who would dare to provoke them? How would I know? Have you informed the city lord and master of this matter? Yes, the city lord and master are on their way. The city lord of this city was just a first-order emperor realm master. So many powerful people had suddenly appeared, and they were from two top forces. As the city lord, he naturally couldn't ignore it. Not long after the news spread, a short and fat old man walked in with cold sweat on his forehead. He glanced around and his legs went soft, almost fainting. When he received the news just now, he didn't believe it. After all, there was nothing worth paying attention to in his city. How could a group of people from the Emperor realm be attracted by the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land? Now that he took a look, sure enough, there were at least 30 to 40 people from the Emperor realm present, and the auras of the two leaders were so powerful that he didn't dare to look directly at them. The city lord had some guesses as to who these two people were. One was definitely the Netherworld sect's sect master, Fu Bo, and the other should be the Holy Master of Brahma Holy Land, Su Changfeng. These two were famous figures in the entire Eastern Territory, and at this moment, they actually came together. The cold sweat on the short and fat city lord's forehead became even more severe. He knew that if he didn't handle this matter well, his good days as the city lord would come to an end. He didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly went up to greet them. But who would have thought that neither Fu Bo nor Su Changfeng would pay attention to him and were just asking a woman some questions? After a while, Fu Bo shouted angrily, "Trash!" With a thump, the woman knelt down and said in fear, "This subordinate is incompetent." Chapter 3296. No one paid any attention to him, but the short and stout city lord did not dare to show any signs of dissatisfaction. He waited on the spot while trembling in fear. He listened to the group of people muttering for a while. They seemed to have mentioned a few names, including the Skywolf Valley. After a while, the group of people left in a hubbub. No one looked at him from beginning to end. After a while, dozens of figures leaped up and flew away. Only at this moment did the short and stout city lord let out a long sigh of relief. He felt a sense of relief behind him, as though he had escaped death for no reason. At this moment, how could he not know that this group of experts hadn't come because of him, nor was it because of his city, and they were just passing by? He really didn't know exactly which bastard had offended these two great powers and actually made so many experts move out together, causing him to be on tenterhooks. He cursed fiercely in his heart before he felt much better. Skywolf Valley was an incomparably huge valley. It was surrounded by towering mountains on all sides, and there was only one way to enter the valley. As the most outstanding rising star of the Skywolf Valley, her status in the valley was naturally extremely high. When she led Yang Kai into the Skywolf Valley, the disciples guarding the entrance immediately came forward to greet him. "Elder Lan." As they spoke, they curiously sized up Yang Kai, guessing his relationship with Lan He. This was the first time they had seen Lan He bring a man back to the valley. "This is the Moonhowl Celestial Wolf?" Yang Kai raised his head to look at the two huge stone sculptures on the left and right sides of the valley entrance. The two stone sculptures were clearly quite old. They were more than 100 feet tall and had the posture of howling at the moon. They were mottled and had traces of erosion by the flowing time Great Emperor. If it was before, Yang Kai might not have known what kind of creature the stone sculptures were, but after hearing Lan He's words, he naturally guessed that the two stone sculptures were the Moonhowl Celestial Wolf. Lan He smiled and nodded. "That's right. The foundation of my Skywolf Valley is the Moonhowl Celestial Wolf from ancient times. This is something left behind by the first-generation ancestral master. It has been 20 to 30,000 years since then." "Impressive." Yang Kai nodded, not stingy with his praise. Holy spirits were not to be underestimated. Even though he acted arrogantly in front of the Luan Feng in the ancient lands, as if he was certain that he could defeat her, if he really provoked the Luan Feng and fought with her, he was afraid that he would not be her match. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf was also a holy spirit, so it was naturally not weak. "Brother Yang, please." Lan He smiled and gestured. Yang Kai nodded and followed her into the valley. As Lan He led the way, she said, "I'll bring you to see the Valley Master first. If you want to go to Spirit Beast Island, you have to ask him for help." Yang Kai hesitated, This won't make things difficult for the Valley Master, right? Lan He pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, the Valley Master will agree. He blinked his eyes and said, I forgot to tell Brother Yang that the Valley Master is my master. If the disciple agrees, it means that the master also agrees. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. There were quite a number of disciples in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, about 3,000 to 4,000 people. They were all scattered throughout the valley. There were also some spirit peaks in the valley, but they were slightly smaller than the ones that surrounded the valley. The valley was rich in spirit energy, and the fragrance of flowers was pleasant. It could be called a place of beauty. Furthermore, Yang Kai saw many traces of wolf demons in the valley. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were alone, and some were running around in groups. The Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples were not afraid of them at all. Some even accompanied the wolf demons. The sex characteristics were very obvious, and Yang Kai sighed inwardly. As expected of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, this was the rhythm of carrying out the motto of being in the company of wolves to the end. As they were moving forward, a vicious aura rushed towards them. A gray wolf the size of a calf suddenly blocked their path. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder because this wolf demon was a rank 12 monster beast. In other words, it was equivalent to a human expert from the Emperor realm. However, its aura was not very strong. It should be at the early stage of rank 12. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he actually sensed a trace of Basket's aura from this wolf demon. Thinking back to everything he had seen, he had some guesses. As expected, Basket smiled when she saw the wolf. She rushed forward and patted the wolf's head. Little Five, were you waiting for me? The giant wolf's large head nuzzled in Lan He's arms, looking extremely affectionate. Basket laughed with it for a while before turning her head. Little Five, let me introduce you. This brother is Brother Yang Kai, who saved my life back then. She then said to Yang Kai, this is my battle wolf, Little Five. Their eyes met, and the wolf's eyes were sharp. It nodded slightly and expressed its gratitude to Yang Kai in a very human-like manner. Yang Kai also knew that a rank 12 monster beast had already gained intelligence. It was definitely not something an ordinary monster beast could compare to. He cupped his hands and said, Hello, Brother Five. The giant wolf howled with a displeased look on its face. Yang Kai was stunned. Basket laughed until she was convulsing. She was overjoyed. Brother Yang Little Five is female. Just as she finished speaking, a series of crackling sounds came from the wolf's body. Its huge body distorted and suddenly turned into a burly woman. She was a head taller than Basket. Her bones were wide, and her 5 fingers were strong. Her fingernails were as sharp as blades. She wore a short shirt and a short skirt. Her round and thick thighs were exposed to the air. Her bulging muscles definitely contained explosive strength. She waved her fist at Yang Kai and roared, Are you blind? Yang Kai was embarrassed. But you can't blame me. Who knew if you were a man or a woman? Basket jumped up and patted her head. Don't be rude. Only then did Little Five curl her lips. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. She cupped her hands and said, I've heard Xiao He mention you. Thank you for what happened back then. Yang Kai smiled. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Xiao Wu looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, then nudged Lan He with his broad shoulders and said casually, This little brat is not bad, why don't you take him in? You're not young anymore, it's time to find a man. As soon as he said that, Basket he was embarrassed. Yang Kai was also stunned. He thought to himself, I'm not deaf. You should act like you're whispering. Why did you say it so loudly? Basket he blushed and reprimanded, Don't talk nonsense. Brother Yang is in trouble this time. I brought him to find Master. What trouble? Little Five asked curiously. It's useless to tell you. Just wait here obediently. I'll come find you later. As she said that, she hurriedly called out to Yang Kai, fearing that Little Five would say something shocking again. Looking at the backs of the 2 people disappearing, Little Five snorted. Her figure twisted again and turned into a giant wolf, galloping on the ground. I've let Brother Yang see a joke. Little Five has always been so outspoken. Brother Yang, you don't have to mind. Basket he said somewhat embarrassedly. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Little Five is quite interesting. Basket, he said, I grew up with Little Five. If a disciple of my heavenly wolf valley has the aptitude, they can subdue a battle wolf. To others, they may only be a helper or a monster beast, but to the disciples of my heavenly wolf valley, they are family, brothers and sisters. Yang Kai said, last time in the Shattered Star Sea, I didn't see you bring Little Five with you. Basket, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's too rare to get a spot to enter the Shattered Star Sea. My heavenly wolf valley only got a few spots, so Little Five couldn't enter. Yang Kai nodded. He had also entered the Shattered Star Sea, so he naturally knew that when the Shattered Star Sea opened, only those with star seals could be summoned and qualified to enter. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at a large hall. Basket, he arranged for Yang Kai to sit down and rest, then ordered someone to serve tea. Only then did she say to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, wait a moment. I'll go find Master. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. Basket, he turned around and left again. Heavenly Wolf Valley on a certain spirit peak, Basket, he barged in and shouted, Master, Master. A moment later, a sigh came from a hut, I'm here. Basket, he followed the voice and bowed to a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance. Master. This middle-aged man was Heavenly Wolf Valley's Valley Master, Tang Xing. He was also the strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley, having a second-order Emperor Realm cultivation. Although there was another Vice Valley Master in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Qian Xiuying, who was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the two of them were husband and wife, and Tang Xing had broken through earlier. So, if they really fought, Tang Xing should have the upper hand. Opening his eyes slightly and looking at his disciple in front of him, Tang Xing was quite satisfied. Heavenly Wolf Valley wasn't a top sect, so it wasn't easy to nurture someone from the Emperor Realm. Basket, he didn't disappoint him and advanced to the Emperor Realm early. As her master, how could he be dissatisfied? Smiling, he asked, What did you gain from this trip? Basket, he said, I gained some knowledge and heard some anecdotes, but I didn't gain much. Tang Xing smiled faintly and said, On the road of growth, what you see and hear is also an experience. Maybe one day, what you hear or see will become the nutrients for your growth, the key to your breakthrough, or the straw that saves your life. You're right, Master. Basket, he looked at him with a smile, without the restraint of an ordinary disciple facing her master. Instead, she was like a daughter facing her father. I saw the life-saving straw this time. Tang Xing asked curiously, What life-saving straw? Basket, he said, Master, do you still remember Elder Ling? As she spoke, she walked over and poured a cup of tea for Tang Xing. Tang Xing picked up the teacup and took a sip. Elder Ling is an elder of my Heavenly Wolf Valley. We meet often, so what's there to not remember? Basket, he walked behind him and pressed her hands on his shoulders, rubbing them, and said with a smile, Disciple is asking if Master remembers why Elder Ling came to my Heavenly Wolf Valley. Tang Xing sighed. Naturally, it's for Wuan. Her relationship with Wu-en is stronger than gold. If not, why would I make an exception to accept her into Heavenly Wolf Valley and even give her the position of elder? Ling Yinchin wasn't from Heavenly Wolf Valley. She only married a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, Wu. Unfortunately, Wu-en died prematurely in a sealed world, so she traveled thousands of kilometers to escort Wu-en's ashes to Heavenly Wolf Valley so that her husband could rest in peace. Chapter 3297. Therefore, the deceased Wu-en and Tang Xing were brother. Ling Yinchin's seniority was the same as Tang Xing's, one generation higher than Lan He. When Ling Yinchin first came to Heavenly Wolf Valley, she was only in the third order Dao Source realm, but Heavenly Wolf Valley had not mistreated her over the years. Coupled with her solid foundation, she finally broke through to the Emperor realm a few years ago and was promoted to the position of elder by Tang Xing. Lan He said, Back then, in the Shattered Star Sea, this disciple met someone. It was that person who told this disciple about Elder Ling. After coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, this disciple sent someone out to inquire about Elder Ling. Coincidentally, it didn't take long for this disciple to find something and bring her into the valley. Tang Xing nodded. That's true. But are you asking for credit from Master? Having the Emperor realm would be of great help to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so he thought Lan He was asking for some benefits. Lan He stuck out her tongue and said, "Of course not. I want to say that the person who told me this back then is called Yang Kai." Tang Xing said, "He seemed to have saved you once. He sent you out of the void crevice. You told me about it later." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at her and said, "You said you saw a life-saving straw. Could it be?" Lan He pursed her lips and smiled. "Master's eyes are sharp. I met that brother Yang this time." "He's in the Eastern Territory? Didn't you say he was in the Southern Territory?" "Yes, he's from the Southern Territory, but he came to the Eastern Territory this time for some matters." "Then did you bring him back? In any case, he's your savior. Since you've met him, you should thank him properly." Lan He said, "Of course I brought him back. He's in the guest hall right now." When Tang Xing heard this, he immediately stood up and glared at her. "You little girl, since you've invited him, why didn't you say so earlier? You're beating around the bush. Since he's your benefactor, I should go and see him to express my gratitude." Lan He smiled and said, "I have already thanked you." Tang Xing said solemnly, "I can't thank you enough for saving my life." Lan He took advantage of the situation and said, "Actually, he has something to ask Master for help this time. Originally, I was worried that Master wouldn't agree. Now that you've said that, I'm relieved." Tang Xing stopped in his tracks and suddenly had a bad premonition. He turned to look at Lan He and said, "Why do I feel that you don't have any good intentions? Oh, pour me tea and water, massage my shoulders and back. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. How could that be? How could I be such a person in Master's eyes?" Lan He pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Tang Xing snorted, "Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?" He paused for a moment and said, "It seems like he came here to ask for something big. Tell me, what does he want me to help with?" Lan He said shyly, "Master," Tang Xing said, "hurry up and say it. Otherwise, be careful of my sect rules." He gently glanced at Lan He's head, causing her to cover her head with both hands. After muttering to herself for a moment, Lan He still said, "He came to the Eastern Territory this time to go to the Spirit Beast Island. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the way." Spirit Beast Island? Tang Xing's expression changed slightly as he realized something. He nodded slightly and said, "I understand. The Spirit Beast Island was untraceable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it if they didn't know the way. Even the people in the Eastern Territory didn't know where the Spirit Beast Island was, let alone an outsider like the Yang Kai. Others might not know, but the Skywolf Valley had a way to find it. This was because a beast-seeking envoy from the Spirit Beast Island had left behind a keepsake. With that keepsake, one would be able to find the approximate location of the Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Sea." He smiled and said, "It's just a small matter. Since you are indebted to him, I will personally accompany him and help him find the Spirit Beast Island." That keepsake might be the Skywolf Valley's greatest reliance, but they were only using it to find the location of the Spirit Beast Island. It wasn't considered using the favor of the Spirit Beast Island, so there was no loss to the Skywolf Valley. In the future, if the Skywolf Valley were to encounter any danger, the keepsake would still be useful. It was not a bad idea to return a favor to the Yang Kai. Furthermore, he could also befriend this person. Tang Xing had heard from Lan He that the youth was very powerful and had outstanding talent. What was even rarer was that he was proficient in the spatial law. His future was bound to be limitless. Li Wui was able to obtain the title of number 1 under the great emperors because he was proficient in the spatial law. In the future, Yang Kai might not be inferior to Li Wui. If they could have a good relationship, it would be beneficial for the Skywolf Valley in the future. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Tang Xing already had a plan. This was not to say that he was good at scheming, but it was just a normal consideration. Moreover, as the Valley Master of Skywolf Valley, he was concerned about the entire sect, so naturally, he would think more. Lan He was not happy to hear this. Instead, she looked at him cautiously and stammered, "It would be fine if that was all, but Brother Yang's situation is not very good." "HM? Tang Xing was suspicious. What do you mean? Lan He said, Master, have you forgotten? He killed a lot of people in the Shattered Star Sea, including the 2 holy sons of Brahma Holy Land, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian. Tang Sheng's expression changed slightly. Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with him? There is also the Netherworld sect. Lan He's voice became even smaller. Tang Sheng's expression really changed this time. One top force looking for trouble with the Yang Kai was one thing, but now 2 top forces were looking for trouble with him? How could he still be alive? Others would rather avoid such a hot potato. Who would be stupid enough to bring it to their own home? Tang Sheng really didn't know what to say to Lan He, so he angrily pointed at her. Lan He said aggrievedly, Master, didn't you say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring? What's more, he saved this disciple's life. If he hadn't sent me out of the void crack back then, this disciple would have died long ago. Tang Sheng said bitterly, That's true, but it also depends on the timing. The current situation, you are bringing trouble to my Heavenly Wolf Valley. Lan He pursed her lips and said, Doesn't our Heavenly Wolf Valley have the token of Spirit Beast Island? Although those 2 forces are powerful, they wouldn't dare to attack us, right? Tang Xing was exasperated. Indeed, they don't dare to make a move on us. But don't forget that since the Sky Wolf Valley is in the East region, everything we do will be restricted by various parties. We can't be arrogant just because we have the Spirit Beast Islands token. If we provoke those 2 major forces, how can our Sky Wolf Valley live peacefully in the future? How can a disciple who goes out for experience have any safety guarantee? Girl, you really make me angry. Lan He was at a loss and said, Then what should we do? Tang Sheng paced back and forth, and after a moment of silence, his eyes flashed with a trace of decisiveness. Now, we can only deny the token and exclude my Heavenly Wolf Valley from this matter. Then, let him leave early. But I have already promised him. Lan He looked at Tang Xing in disbelief as though she didn't expect her master to make such a decision. She had a feeling of disbelief in her heart. Tang Xing shook his head and said, Your promise isn't accurate. I am in charge of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Lan He said in shock, Master, do you want your disciple to be an untrustworthy and unjust person? Presumptuous. Tang Xing turned his head and shouted angrily with a dignified expression. Suddenly, he calmed down and said, Xiao He, you have to understand, Master. You have to think more about the future of the thousands of Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples. If possible, Master isn't willing to do this, but if we help and protect him, it is equivalent to becoming enemies with those 2 top forces. How will my Heavenly Wolf Valley survive in the Eastern Territory in the future? You aren't someone who can't see the big picture, so you should be able to understand. Lan He opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Her face was filled with bitterness. Now that things had come to this, she didn't know how to face Yang Kai. After all, she had already said it, and now that she couldn't fulfill the agreement, she didn't know how Yang Kai would view her. But she also knew that since her master had made a decision, there was nothing she could say to change it. She thought for a moment and said, Master, can you let me keep the token for a period of time? I will bring him away from the Heavenly Wolf Valley and accompany him to find the Spirit Beast Island. I will return once I find the Spirit Beast Island. Tang Xing shook his head and said, If there weren't those 2 top forces, this wouldn't be impossible. But since they are looking for trouble with Yang Kai, you absolutely can't do this. They won't let you off for my sake. What if something happens to you? But, there's no need to talk about this anymore. Tang Xing raised his hand to stop her from speaking. Now, follow Master to meet that Yang Kai. Lan He followed behind in a daze. Along the way, Tang Xing took out his communication compass and communicated with someone. A moment later, a woman in palace attire flew over. It was the Deputy Valley Master of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Qian Xiuying, who was also Tang Xing's wife. Glancing at Lan He, Qian Xiuying smiled and said, Xiao He, what's wrong? Why are you so listless? Did your master scold you again? Tell me what happened. Master's wife will make the decision for you. Lan He lowered her head and didn't say a word. Tang Xing sighed. He briefly recounted what had happened and informed her of his decision. Only then did Qian Xiaoying understand why Lan He was depressed. She pondered for a moment and said, "This matter is a little troublesome." She also felt a little indignant about Yang Kai. Forget about him killing 2 saints and a personal disciple of the Netherworld sect master. Why couldn't he just stay in the Southern Territory? Why did he have to run to the Eastern Territory? So what if he came? He should at least hide his whereabouts. Once he showed himself, he was targeted by 2 major factions. He even caused trouble for the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Who did the Heavenly Wolf Valley offend? Qian Xiaoying thought so in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She looked at Lan He and said, "Did he say why he was going to the Spirit Beast Island? Did he have any connections with anyone from the Spirit Beast Island?" Lan He slowly shook her head. "Disciple doesn't know." Tang Xing said, "Since that Yang Kai is proficient in the power of space, he must be going to the Spirit Beast Island to seek advice from Master Li Wui." Qian Xiaoying nodded and said, "That's true. In that case, he doesn't have any special relationship with the Spirit Beast Island." Chapter 3298. If Yang Kai really had a special relationship with Spirit Beast Island, he wouldn't have had to ask Heavenly Wolf Valley for help when he couldn't even find a way. Thinking of this, Qian Xiaoying looked at Lan He and smiled. "Don't worry, Xiao He. Heaven helps the good. The 2 top forces might not be able to do anything to him." Lan He raised her head and looked at her. "Master's wife means," Qian Xiaoying said, "those who are proficient in space principles are the best at escaping. He isn't a match for the masters of the 2 great forces, but if he can't beat them, can't he run? Have you heard the rumor that Master Li Wui somehow provoked the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire? He was chased by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire, but in the end, he relied on the space divine technique to escape. You have to know what kind of figures are the great emperors. Although Li Wui is known as the strongest person under the great emperors, the gap between him and the great emperors is very obvious. Since he can escape from the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire, it shows how profound the space divine technique is. Even if Yang Kai's attainments in this Tao are not as good as Li Wuyi's, he must have a way to save his life." Hearing her words, Lan He couldn't help but recall the teleportation technique Yang Kai had used before. She thought that her master's wife's words made sense. That technique was simply amazing, allowing him to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. The people from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land might not be able to do anything to him. The worry in her heart was finally relieved, but the guilt didn't lessen at all. When they arrived at the guest hall, Lan He knew that she didn't have the face to see Yang Kai, so she didn't follow them in. She just stood outside and waited with a sullen expression. Seeing her like this, Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying didn't force her and let her be. Inside the hall, a man and a woman arrived together. Yang Kai, who was waiting quietly in the hall, noticed them and immediately got up to look at them. With just a glance, he confirmed their identities. On the way here, Lan He told him about the situation of Heavenly Wolf Valley, letting him know that there were only 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters in Heavenly Wolf Valley. These 2 should be Valley Master Tang Xing and his wife, Qian Xiaoying, whom she mentioned before. The man was elegant and the woman beautiful, like an immortal. Yang Kai was a guest, so he couldn't be rude and quickly cupped his fists. Yang Kai's greets Valley's Master Tang and Vice Valley Master. You. 2. B. Grace. Qian Xiaoying also smiled and cupped her fists. Young Master Yang. Kai Yang was slightly startled. Although this couple gave him an extremely hospitable feeling, there was a kind of unfamiliarity in their words that was difficult to detect. He didn't have much of a friendship with Lan He, and it was his first time meeting Tang Xing and his wife, so he understood. But when he looked outside the hall, he didn't see Lan He's figure, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Young Master Yang, please take a seat. Tang Xing gestured with his hand, and he and Qian Xiaoying walked to the 2 seats above and sat down. He then shouted, "Come, serve tea." Immediately, a maid came in and made the necessary arrangements. Tang Xing smiled and looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. "I heard from Xiao He that young Master Yang came from the Southern Territory?" Yang Kai nodded. "You can say so." Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying looked at each other and continued to ask, May I know where young Master Yang is now? This Tang noticed that young Master Yang is already a second-order Emperor Realm Master. With such a cultivation at such a young age, your place must be extraordinary. Yang Kai responded with a smile, I am temporarily serving as an honored guest elder in Azure Sun Temple. He didn't mention that he was the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. After all, others already thought that he was from the Southern Territory. If he mentioned that he was the palace master of a palace in the Northern Territory, it would be more or less boasting. Azure Sun Temple. Tang Xing was slightly moved. Azure Sun Temple, one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai nodded. There is only one Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Tang Xing sighed. This Tang has also heard of Azure Sun Temple. The 3 great forces in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple, Orthodoxy Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, are all extraordinary. They are on par with the 3 great forces in the Eastern Territory. They are all top forces in the world. My Heavenly Wolf Valley is inferior. Yang Kai said, Valley Master doesn't need to be modest. I think Heavenly Wolf Valley is also very good. The 2 Valley Masters have profound cultivation. In time, they may not be worse than the so-called top forces. Tang Xing laughed. Then I will rely on young Master Tang's auspicious words. After a pause, he said, Speaking of which, when this Tang was young, he also set a lofty dream of wandering the 4 territories of the star boundary. Unfortunately, he was tied down by many things and couldn't achieve his long-cherished wish. He didn't even leave the Eastern Territory. It's really a shame. Since young Master Yang is from the Southern Territory, can you tell me what is the difference between the Southern Territory and the Eastern Territory? Qian Xiuing also looked at Yang Kai curiously. She seemed to be very interested in this. Yang Kai was silent for a moment. However, since he had a request for them later on, he might as well satisfy their curiosity. Speaking of which, he had traveled the 4 territories of the star boundary. He had also experienced the customs of each region. In terms of age, he couldn't be compared to Tang Xing and Qian Xiuing, but in terms of knowledge and experience, he was able to shake them off by a few streets. He spoke frankly and eloquently. Tang Xing and Qian Xiuing were intoxicated as they listened. It was as though they were immersed in the situation as they kept asking questions. Yang Kai's mouth was dry from talking, but the husband and wife opposite him still looked as though they wanted to continue. They didn't mention anything about the Spirit Beast Island's keepsake, which made him very depressed. He felt that he should have already told them the purpose of his visit. They kept asking him about the Southern Territory but didn't mention the keepsake. What was the meaning of this? Finally finding a gap, Yang Kai could only take the initiative to attack. Valley Masters, please forgive me. This Yang has come to Sky Wolf Valley to ask for a favor. Hearing this, Tang Xing sighed and said, This Tang roughly knows what young Master Yang is asking for. Xiao He has also told me before, but I'm afraid this matter will disappoint young Master Yang. Yang Kai was stunned. Valley Master means, Tang Xing smiled bitterly. Back then, my Sky Wolf Valley did obtain a descendant of the moon-howling heavenly wolf. Strictly speaking, it wasn't considered a descendant. It only slightly awakened its ancestral bloodline, but there was nothing special about it. Later on, the Spirit Beast Island got the news from somewhere, and a beast-seeking envoy came to my Sky Wolf Valley to ask for the monster beast and gave some compensation. This is all true, but this Tang made up the Spirit Beast Island's keepsake. Made up? Yang Kai was shocked. This matter could be made up? Tang Xing said, That's right. This Tang purposely made up this news and then spread it out to add an invisible layer of protection to my Sky Wolf Valley and make other forces fear my Sky Wolf Valley. Even though the Spirit Beast Island heard this news, it is a fact that they took away my Sky Wolf Valley's monster beast. Furthermore, this Tang's actions will not damage the Spirit Beast Island's reputation. With the Spirit Beast Island's ability, they naturally disdain to make things difficult for my Sky Wolf Valley. However, I didn't expect young Master Yang to come here in vain today. I'm really ashamed. After listening to his explanation, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He previously thought that his luck had taken a turn for the better. He didn't expect that the keepsake was actually a fabrication. Since it had come to this, what else could he say? His heart moved as he said, "Is it because of this that young Lady Lan doesn't dare to see me?" Qian Xiaoying sighed and said, "Xiao He feels that she has broken her promise to you, so she doesn't have the face to see you." Yang Kai laughed and said, "That's not necessary. Young Lady Lan is thinking too much." Qian Xiaoying said, "That child is like this. She likes to take everything seriously. She has never forgotten the grace of saving her back then. This time, she can see you in the Eastern Territory. Naturally, she wants to repay the kindness of those years. However, she doesn't know whether the news is true or not. She thought that my Sky Wolf Valley really has the keepsake of the Spirit Beast Island, so she brought you here." Tang Xing said, "This Tang is in the wrong. Back then, I just wanted to use that opportunity to add a layer of protection to the Sky Wolf Valley. I didn't want to harm Xiao He. You must not blame her." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Absolutely not. If it weren't for Lan He's reminder, he really wouldn't have known that he was being targeted by the Brahma Holy Land and the Netherworld sect." Qian Xiaoying said, "If you really want to find the Spirit Beast Island, you might as well go to the cities by the sea to take a look. Maybe you will find some clues." Yang Kai nodded, but in his heart he thought that if he really couldn't find the way, he might as well not go to the Spirit Beast Island. His main purpose in coming to the Eastern Territory this time was to go to Dragon Island. The Spirit Beast Island was just a side trip. Speaking of which, Lu Yen had lived on the Spirit Beast Island for a long time, but she might not know the location of the Spirit Beast Island because when Jiao Feng took her away, she was still a phoenix egg. Then she went directly to Dragon Island and followed Yang Kai to the lower territory. At this moment, Tang Xing suddenly frowned. He took out a communication artifact from his space ring and sensed it. Immediately, his expression changed and he turned to look at Qian Xiaoying. Yang Kai observed his expression and knew that he had probably received an important message. He smiled slightly and said, "If the two Valley Masters have something to do, please take care of it. This Yang will leave in a while. If I have time in the future, I will come to visit the two of you." Tang Xing got up and said, "I'm ashamed. There are indeed some urgent matters in the valley. In that case, this Tang will not be polite with young Master Yang. Please help yourself." After speaking, he left with Qian Xiaoying. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at their disappearing backs. He reached out and touched his chin. A strange look full of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. He was not a fool. Although Tang Xing's words sounded reasonable, his previous actions made him feel that something was wrong. He did not dare to say whether he had the token or not, but it was definitely true that the Heavenly Wolf Valley did not welcome him. Otherwise, the couple would not have left together. If there was really something important, one of them could handle it. Why did they have to go together? They did not even express their intention to stay for a few days. After he said that he would leave in a while, Yang Kai clearly felt that they were secretly relieved. They were afraid of getting into trouble.